The Rhetoric of Mao Zedong. Transforming China and its People. Xing Lu. This book is dedicated to my father, Lu Rong, and my mother, Zhang Hong. Both are the sources of my inspiration and wisdom. Introduction. 1. Rhetorical themes in Mao Zedong's early writings. 2. Mao Zedong's theories of rhetoric. 3. Mao Zedong's rhetorical styles. 4. Mao Zedong's rhetoric of class struggle. 5. Mao Zedong's rhetorical construction of a new communist person. 6. Mao Zedong's rhetorical constructions of Chinese nationalism. 7. Rhetoric of Mao Zedong's foreign policy. Conclusion: Mao Zedong's rhetorical legacy lives on. Notes. Bibliography. Index. Series Editor's Preface. In The Rhetoric of Mao Zedong, Professor Xing Lu offers a wide-ranging history and criticism of one of the most important revolutionary and national leaders of the 20th century. Mao Zedong rose to leadership of the Chinese Communist Party, commanded party and army in revolution, war, and civil war, and assumed his role as unchallenged leader of China from 1949 until his death in 1976. A large part of his power, and a core element in Mao's transformation of China, stemmed from his education in Confucian and Marxist thought and his adaptation of that thought in a rhetoric of class struggle, Marxism-Leninism with Chinese characteristics, and doctrines of serving the people, criticism and self-criticism, and Chinese nationalism. These themes, articulated in Mao's rhetoric, guided national policy and infused daily life and human relationships. Professor Xing Lu is the author of Rhetoric in Ancient China, 5th to 3rd century BCE, and Rhetoric of the Chinese Cultural Revolution, both published by the University of South Carolina Press. In The Rhetoric of Mao Zedong, Xing Lu traces the beginnings of Mao's rhetoric, his rhetorical theories, his rhetorical style, and his rhetorics of class struggle, construction of the new communist person, Chinese nationalism, and Chinese foreign policy, concluding with an extended discussion of the legacy of Mao's rhetoric in China after Mao Zedong. Professor Xing Lu, who was born in Mao's China in 1956 and who was also educated in China, later earned a doctorate in rhetoric and communication at the University of Oregon. She is currently a professor of communication at DePaul University in Chicago. She brings to her study of the rhetoric of Mao Zedong a deep personal history and an impressive mastery of two great cultural traditions. Thomas W. Benson. Preface. I was born in 1956, when China was at the end of its first five-year plan, a centralized economic endeavor based on the Soviet model for socialist development. Mao Zedong and his army had liberated one China from a three-year civil war, washing away a humiliating past of Western gunboat diplomacy and semi-colonization by the Japanese, when he established the People's Republic of China on October 1, 1949. By 1956 China had reached its highest level of economic growth to date, with a 15% increase in GDP and a national income growth rate of 9% per year since 1952.2. As the numbers indicate, Chinese living standards improved immensely as compared to those of previous decades, and citizens began to enjoy equal access to education, equal pay for men and women, and free medical coverage. Corruption was rare, and prostitution and drug-related crimes were entirely eradicated. People helped each other, had a great sense of national pride and social security, and exhibited high enthusiasm for constructing a new, socialist China. Chinese society was, at least comparatively speaking, both stable and thriving. My mother always told me that 1956 was a good year. That year was Mao's launching pad for the rest of contemporary Chinese history. If he had not instigated the anti-rightist movement the following year, if he had not inaugurated the Great Leap Forward in the year of 1958, and if he had not launched the Cultural Revolution 10 years after 1956, China would have embarked on a trajectory toward economic growth and industrialization at least 3 decades sooner. Mao Zedong would have left the global scene as an unmitigated national and international hero. However, Mao's cult of personality, the Soviet model of one-party rule, and the dogma of class struggle combined with his despotic leadership ensured Mao's status as a powerful and yet deeply controversial 20th-century world leader. As I was growing up, I learned from my textbooks and teachers that Mao was the savior of China, that there would have been no new China without Mao, and that the Chinese people would still be suffering under a semi-colonial rule of foreign powers and the feudal systems without Mao. Consequently, I had great reverence for Mao. This veneration intensified in 1966, the first year Mao launched the Cultural Revolution. I was in the 3rd grade. We ceased our usual studies and started reading Chairman Mao's quotations from the red treasured book. Point 3 We recited them every morning. Our teacher told us how to interpret Mao's words and instructed us how to apply them to our everyday lives. The more quotations we could recite, the more revolutionary we proved ourselves to be. Passion among the Chinese people for Mao and his ideas was widespread and intense. I remember in particular one popular song that we sang all the time to demonstrate how much we loved Mao's works. One section of the lyrics follows. I love reading Chairman Mao's books the most. I have studied them thousands of times. I carefully decipher profound messages. I feel warmth in my heart. I feel as if a timely rain was quenching drought-stricken land. Crops are drenched with dew. Chairman Mao's quotations have nourished me. I now have more energy to participate in the revolution. Word by word, line by line. I read and think at the same time. Revolutionary truth shines through his words. Every word speaks directly to my heart. Just like a key that can open 1,000 locks. Point 4. During the Cultural Revolution, I carried Chairman Mao's little red book in my pocket every day and everywhere I went, just like everyone else. I cut my hair short and wore a man's jacket with a Mao badge on it and soldier's shoes, as Mao expected young women to be masculine and militant. Point 5 In my family's small apartment, we hung 20 Mao portraits on the walls. This was not atypical of other Chinese families. My mother bought and traded over 100 Mao badges of various designs. In my childhood diary, I quoted Mao's sayings ad infinitum, and I criticized myself for any thoughts or actions that deviated from Mao's teachings. In addition, I would think of Mao's words when faced with challenging situations. I attended public rituals dedicated to the worship of Mao, and there we would dance and sing songs to worship him. I was ready to defend and fight for Mao. I would do whatever he asked the Chinese people to do, even if it meant sacrificing my life. I grew up in Mao's political and rhetorical culture, having inherited his romantic idealism, his speech, and his ways of thinking. As Qian Likan, an expert on Mao studies in China, has said, Mao is my spiritual father. Years later, I now look back at my own fanaticism and marvel at my complete and utter indoctrination. It was not just me, it was widespread. But in 1968, 2 years after the start of China's Cultural Revolution, Chairman Mao Zedong faced a formidable challenge. In the wake of crippling economic devastation and widespread closure of universities, it had become clear that higher education was no longer a viable option for the majority of China's youths. Fearing that the younger urban generation might foment social chaos if they remained idle, Mao Zedong issued a call to action. On December 22, 1968, he published a directive in the People's Daily instructing all those who had graduated from middle or high school over the past 3 years to leave their homes and receive a re-education from the peasants in the countryside. It was with little hesitation, then, that I joined the roughly 16 million Chinese youths, known as the sent down or educated young people, who left their urban lives in exchange for hard rural labor. However, during the 5 years I worked tilling the soil to grow vegetables, I began to question Mao's claims that peasants were the best teachers and that knowledge gained from books had no use. I found myself desperately curious and eager to learn, but the schools were closed, teachers and intellectuals were denounced, and there were no textbooks with which I could satisfy my yearnings. In particular, I became enamored with the idea of someday becoming an interpreter, like those I had seen in the few documentary films we were allowed to watch at the time. It was this dream that would eventually drive me to study English on my own, in spite of Mao's directive. I managed to borrow an old English textbook from a friend's father and started learning the English alphabet. Every day I wrote a few English words on a piece of paper and brought it to the fields, trying to memorize them while scraping weeds away from the vegetables with my shovel. As my English vocabulary grew, I found myself increasingly interested in language and literature. When the university entrance exams resumed in 1977, 1 year after Mao's death and the end of the Cultural Revolution, I immediately took steps to continue my formal education. Even after I was admitted to a university in the spring of 1978, however, I found myself torn between admiring Mao as a great national hero and resenting him for trying to deprive me and millions of other Chinese youths of an education and for launching the Cultural Revolution, during which my family suffered. 6 Of course, I kept my thoughts to myself, if for no other reason than fear. I was terrified that my family and I might be branded as counter-revolutionaries. Nonetheless, the turmoil of my private thoughts continued. Many years later, when I was finishing my doctoral program in rhetoric and communication at the University of Oregon, Mao's words continued to echo in my mind, shaping my thoughts and, albeit intermittently, guiding my behavior. Even though my blind faith in Mao had dissipated long ago, Mao's dialectical thinking, his determination, his sense of equality, and his sympathy for disadvantaged people were still deeply ingrained in my value system. At the same time, I also came to the realization that Mao's polarized and radical ways of thinking and speaking have caused immeasurable harm to China's society and its people. These moral conundrums were not specific to me but rather were endemic in my entire generation. Ever since I began studying the power of rhetoric in transforming individuals and societies, I have often asked myself, what exactly was it about Mao Zedong that imbued him with such remarkable powers to transform China and the Chinese people? From this central inquiry sprang a host of related questions. How was he so effectively able to persuade his comrades and members of the Chinese intellectual community to join him in the revolution? How did he rise from the ranks of a peasant's son to the most powerful leader in China? In what ways and to what degree did he do so through his rhetoric and discourse, and why does his rhetorical legacy still live on? Indeed, would Mao's rhetoric still have a place in Chinese thought and behavior? What is the connection between Mao's rhetoric and China's political discourse propagated by current Chinese leaders? What is the role of Mao's rhetoric for China in the 21st century on the world stage? Will it ever be possible for the Chinese people to break away from the shadow of Mao? Would they even be willing to do so? These are the questions that motivated me to embark on this book project. My background growing up during Mao's era positioned me to study Mao's rhetoric with a historical and contextual perspective. I hope to shed light on some of these questions by carrying out an exhaustive and careful analysis of Mao's rhetoric selected from his speeches and writings covering a period of 62 years, situating it firmly within the socio-political contexts that Mao was born into, lived through, and ultimately transformed. Introduction. Mao Zedong, the founder of the People's Republic of China, was revered as the red sun shining over China. He was widely eulogized for his contributions to establishing a new China that touted equality, unity, independence, and a better life. Before his death in 1976, books, films, songs, and theatrical performances adulated him. His portrait was in every household, and his little red book was read every day and by everyone in China. Since Mao's death in 1976, China has moved toward westernization and economic reform, which has resulted in a booming economy and rapid improvement in the living standards for the Chinese people. 1 However, at the same time, China has experienced alarming corruption, moral decline, and an increasing gap between the rich and the poor. In such contexts, Mao has been resurrected in various popular cultural forums, a sense of nostalgia for Mao's era has prevailed, and Mao fever has escalated. Taxi drivers hang Mao's portrait in their cars, Mao's badges are again worn by ordinary civilians, and books, shows, and songs under the theme of red classics have again become popular. In the celebration of Mao's 120th birthday on December 26, 2013, thousands of people in Shaoshan together ate noodles, a traditional birthday meal and symbolic event meant to represent Mao's spiritual longevity. Point 2. In addition, the Chinese government media has published a large number of books and articles on Mao's life and his glorious deeds. A number of films and TV series that have been produced applaud Mao's infallible leadership during China's anti-Japanese war and the Chinese Civil War, all while extolling his personal charisma, wisdom, and eloquence. Point 3. As observed by Melissa Schrift, Mao, in spirit if not in body, is, indeed, alive and well in contemporary China. It is safe to say that no Chinese leader in Chinese history has had more influence on Chinese culture, thought, and communication than Mao Zedong. Mao was a skilled orator and delivered many of his directives via public addresses. He was also the author of a large corpus of written works, which over time have taken on a biblical dimension as the official, canonical texts of the Chinese Communist Party. Mao's works have been heavily studied by the Chinese and non-Chinese over several decades, for as his works are key spiritual and ideological resources for the Chinese people. They are undoubtedly the most prominent and widely read and cited texts, serving as official encomiums that depict Mao as an infallible Chinese icon. Mao's words represented what the CCP felt to be the highest truth and still serve as the foundation of political discourse in contemporary China. His rhetoric has fundamentally transformed China from a Confucian society characterized by hierarchy and harmony to a socialist state guided by communist ideologies of class struggle and radicalization. This transformation was made possible largely because of his ability to attract, persuade, and mobilize millions of Chinese people, who became devoted to his communist cause and his utopian vision. Today, Mao's legacy lives on, and he continues to be revered as a hero. Mao also fascinates the rest of the world. His influence has extended well beyond China's borders. He is admired by many world leaders for winning the 1949 revolution against the United States, supported nationalist army despite the challenges of a comparatively weaker army base and poor living conditions. To others, he represents the promise of socialism as a way to overcome imperialism and colonialism, particularly in the Third World. His political success has inspired revolutions in Africa, Southeast Asia, and Latin America, along with internal resistance to the establishments in the United States and Europe. Mao's works, particularly his Little Red Book, have been translated into numerous languages and are read by many across the globe. Even today, the theory of Mao Zedong thought still stands as a pillar of revolutionary ideology. Numerous books on Mao Zedong's biography, his political views, and his military strategies have been produced both in the West and within China. Most of these books focus on the assessment of Mao. A thorough review of literature on Mao studies reveals different assessments of the chairman. The first interpretation paints him as an evil megalomaniac who single-handedly caused some of the worst injustices in modern history. Yung Chang and John Halliday, for example, depict Mao as a mass murderer from the first sentence of their book, Mao Zedong, who for decades held absolute power over the lives of 1/4 of the world's population, was responsible for over 70 million deaths in peacetime. In his book The Private Life of Chairman Mao, Li Zisui portrays Mao as a man of cruelty and selfishness, a womanizer, and a monster incapable of human feelings. Mao is regularly blamed, both in academic texts and in more casual assessments, for China's economic collapse and the death of millions that resulted from the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution. In some Mao studies he is painted as a master manipulator who evoked fear and coerced victims into confessing their anti-revolutionary crimes. In American magazines, Mao is often compared to Hitler and Stalin as one of the 20th century's greatest monsters. 5. Of course, not everyone concurs with this evaluation of Mao. For example, a number of prominent sinologists have called the validity of Chang and Halliday's research into question. 6 and many others have adamantly refuted those simplistic assessments of Mao that reduce him to an evil caricature on par with Hitler and Stalin. Indeed, such depictions of Mao tend to miss the nuances and complexities of both his character and his rhetoric. Additional Chinese authors are more critical of Mao. These authors tend to be independent, liberal public intellectuals who are not affiliated with the CCP or the Chinese government and are able to publish their works outside China. As such, they are comparatively freer to voice their criticisms of Mao, including their objections to his utopianism, his personal despotism in politics, his political scheming, a narcissistic tendency in his psychology, and his political cognitive structure. Gao Hua, for example, has subtly criticized Mao's radical views and senseless actions against intellectuals during the period of his rectification campaign in Yan'an in 1942. Li Rui, one of Mao's former secretaries, stated his belief that Mao made some serious mistakes over the course of his lifetime, including various crimes committed during the party's political campaigns and China's economic development. Qian Liqin, another prominent Mao scholar, has written 2 volumes detailing Mao's legacy in China, revealing horrors caused by Mao's thought reform campaigns and criticizing his radical ideology. However, as these scholars' publications are frequently banned in China, their voices are not often heard by ordinary Chinese people. In contrast, the second interpretation of Mao is decidedly favorable. When Mao was first introduced to the international community by the American journalist Edgar Snow, Mao's public image was bolstered with praise and merits. In his book Red Star Over China, published in 1938, Mao is presented as a competent and charismatic communist leader who has overcome formidable adversaries to establish a new, stronger China, largely as a result of his extraordinary political talent and cunning military strategies. Point 7 Subsequently, Mao has been deified as the savior, the rejuvenator, the remolder of China. Mao's achievements between 1949 and 1956 have been recognized by Rhetoric Farquhar, one of the premier experts on Mao's China, as the fastest, most extensive, and least damaging socialist revolution carried out in any communist state. As Philip Short writes, Mao had an extraordinary mix of talents. He was visionary, statesman, political and military strategist of genius, philosopher, and poet. Mao has been praised as having an extraordinary ability to think on several levels at once, and could grasp the central issues and the large concern. 8 Shell and Delury applaud Mao for his ingenuity in changing the face of China, a leader who managed not only to uproot society from its deeply rooted traditional past but also inject into it a certain new dynamic pragmatism that, going forward, allowed it to reimagine and recreate itself in surprisingly innovative ways. In China, the official media, and scholarly and popular accounts credit Mao with an impressive list of accomplishments, transforming China's economy and military, leading the nation's breakaway from the Soviets' control, campaigning against corruption and bureaucracy in the early 1950s, building an industrial foundation, working to educate and empower women and common people, instilling a deep sense of national pride in the Chinese people, and reaching rapprochement with the United States, as embodied in the iconic handshake with Richard Nixon in 1972.9. Those who worked for Mao as guards, cooks, nurses, and secretaries during his lifetime have offered more personal accounts of the chairman, portraying him as kind-hearted, humorous, well-learned, sensitive, charismatic, and strong-willed. Speaking from their own observations and experiences living closely with Mao, these authors depicted him as an ordinary person who loved his family, exhibited sympathy toward the poor, was passionate about his nation, and lived a frugal life. 10 These books have been relatively popular, attracting readers who still adulate Mao and admire what he did for China. However, studies of Mao in China have been heavily politicized. Only those books that praise and pay tribute to Mao are allowed publication in China. 11. A third approach, exemplified by Deng Xiaoping, a paramount leader of China from 1978 to 1992, seeks to overcome this dichotomized portrayal of Mao by conducting a cost-benefit analysis of Mao's life. In his meeting with the Italian journalist Oriana Fallaci in 1980, Deng Xiaoping said of Mao, his contributions were primary, his mistakes secondary, which later was commonly interpreted as 7 parts good, 3 parts bad. Deng confirmed his assessment of the chairman officially in the resolution of the 6th plenum of the 11th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China the following year. The document acknowledged that Mao made serious mistakes when launching the Cultural Revolution. In addition, it criticized his policies as inappropriate and unrealistic to employ, and thus detrimental to the nation's development. Nonetheless, the resolution ultimately hailed Mao as a great Marxist and a great proletarian revolutionary, strategist and theorist. His contributions to the Chinese Revolution far outweigh his mistakes. 12. Accordingly, Mao's achievements outweigh his failures. He is no one-dimensional hero, and yet we can nonetheless place him squarely in the category of good. A fourth way of thinking about Mao attempts to avoid the pitfalls of reducing him to a simple hero or a villain figure. As Liang Shuming, a prominent Chinese intellectual, writes, "There is not one Mao Zedong but rather many Mao Zedongs." Apter and Sayek note that Mao had both a hard side and a soft side depending on which part of his life one looks at, his accomplishments or his failures. Even Mao admitted that he had a dual personality represented by both a tiger and a monkey, with a dominant tiger-like nature tempered by a secondary, monkey-like demeanor. 13 Li Fegan, among others, points out that it may indeed be impossible to determine any singular vision of Mao, given that much of the Western view of him turns out to have been an extraordinarily sophisticated mix of theoretical fiction inventions disguised as facts. Thus, despite the tempting simplicity of polarized God Mao and Devil Mao portrayals, most contemporary Western scholars seem to agree that there are multiple Maos and consequently multiple meanings and interpretations of him and his legacy. They tend to offer positive reports of his character and achievements but negative evaluations of his thought reform campaigns and post-1956 economic policies. There is, however, a certain degree of moral relativism inherent in any perspective that adopts such a multiplicity of views. Although this sort of pluralistic approach avoids simplistic moral assessments of Mao as sinner or saint, it nonetheless fails to provide any definitive conclusion about how we ought to view his legacy. Most important to note, there have been essentially no studies to date that treat Mao as a truly persuasive, contextualized figure while offering insights on his rhetorical power over China and the world. In contrast to simplistic renderings of Mao as tyrant or savior, as 7 parts good and 3 parts bad, or as a kaleidoscopic persona impossible to characterize, the approach utilized in this book roots him firmly in his time and his spoken and written discourse beginning in 1913 and ending in 1975, which maps the overall trajectory of his life and political career. Drawing on both Chinese and English language documents, I look closely at the essential source of his power, his political rhetoric. I seek to capture the complexity and nuances of Mao's impact as a rhetorical figure situated in specific historical and cultural contexts of modern China. In short, this book examines a full range of Mao's discourse over a span of 62 years, identifies rhetorical themes and styles, and analyzes Mao as a symbolic power, a skilled reader, and a maker of myths who reshaped and transformed the minds of Chinese people. It was in precisely this capacity that Mao wielded the power of rhetoric, using it as a vehicle through which he would ultimately gain and secure his political and cultural power. I suggest that the arc of Mao's political career is tethered to the development of his command and manipulation of symbols, namely, his use of rhetorical strategies, modes of argumentation, generic antecedents, and stylistic devices. It is useful to trace the development, emergence, and evolution of Mao's ideas and arguments in response to changing rhetorical situations in modern China. Rhetoric as defined by George Kennedy is the energy inherent in emotion and thought, transmitted through a system of signs, including language, to others to influence their decisions or action. Scholars generally agree that rhetoric functions to shape perceptions, foster collective commitment, and induce action. Effective rhetoric adapts to an audience and responds to the exigencies of a situation. Rhetoric is an ability, in each case, to see the available means of persuasion. In his recent publication, James Crosswhite articulates the concept of what he calls deep rhetoric, advocating for the idea of a rhetoric that takes historically specific shapes, and which divides itself into forms of discourse, but which also has generative power that is in the process of exceeding those shapes and forms. In other words, a view of rhetoric as deep presumes that it has the capacity to create consciousness and give rise to transformational change. Mao's rhetoric has generated power, created new consciousness among the Chinese people, and overwhelmingly transformed Chinese society. This work not only identifies and exemplifies Mao's persuasive and manipulative techniques but also examines how he adapted his rhetoric to different rhetorical exigencies and audiences throughout China's modern history and dynamics of international situations, how he appropriated Confucianism and Marxism and projected this hybrid ideology onto China and Chinese people, and how his rhetoric altered the perception of reality for the Chinese people and mobilized the Chinese people to follow his directives. In other words, Mao's rhetoric is treated here as transformative rhetoric, not simply as linguistic strategies or figures of speech but as symbolic capital, capable of bringing profound changes to individuals and societies. By transformative rhetoric, I mean the use of rhetoric to move and mobilize a society toward a common goal, while also reconstructing the pre-existing reality and reshaping cultural habits, institutional practices, and ideological beliefs. Transformative rhetoric unites constituents of various backgrounds, transcends ideological differences, and gives justification for demonizing enemies. It inspires passion and collective commitment for a cause, creates fantasy and illusion, and provides hope for a better future. It is important to note that it requires a powerful, persuasive speaker as well as a rhetorical audience or a collective that has experienced a state of crisis, demands a solution, and willingly takes action. Transformative rhetoric is often characterized by an inflexible posture of righteousness and the prophetic promise for a better future, similar to the process of a religious conversion. The power of transformative rhetoric in political contexts has been studied by many Western scholars in their analyses of President Lincoln, Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X, and President Obama, to name just a few. 14 Mao's transformative rhetoric is rooted in his deep-seated belief in moral integrity, his unswerving insistence on ideological correctness, and his strong sense of nationalism. In particular, Mao's rhetoric prior to 1949 is largely couched in the rhetoric of hope, which has served to bolster the spirit of the Chinese people and motivate them to rally behind him in order to reap the rewards he so convincingly promised. Despite the many and varied challenges that the CCP would face during his lifetime, Mao consistently offered an optimistic perspective. When dark clouds appeared in the sky, we pointed out that this was only temporary, that the darkness would soon pass and the sun break through. Drawing from the ancient Chinese notion of mandate of heaven, traditionally employed to legitimize dynastic rule, Mao reiterated in his speeches and writings that the CCP represented the majority of the Chinese people and that they were therefore on the right side of history. Thus he contended that the CCP was capable of overcoming any difficulties and was predestined to win the revolution. This confident assertion of his party's righteousness along with his ability to paint a visionary picture of the nation's future positioned Mao as a reassuring beacon of hope amid uncertainty and hardship. Part of what made Mao's rhetoric of hope so powerful was that it was woven into a mythic vision of what China, and the Chinese people, could be. Roland and Frank state, myth speaks directly to questions of value, meaning, and purpose. Symbol systems must be grounded in myth. However, myths must fit the scene and the time in which they are used. Mao was a master myth maker, and he made use of this power to mobilize the people of China and harness their tremendous energies in the interest of building a socialist China, all the while aggrandizing himself as the helmsman of China. It is not claimed here that Mao's command of rhetoric provides the only or even the most important explanation for his influence. Certainly political, economic, military, and cultural factors all acted in concert to secure his legacy. Nonetheless, rhetoric has a unique and undeniable capacity to create self-perception, solidify national identity, and induce action. In this way, rhetoric serves as a foundation, an actuator, and an amplifier for the other sources of power Mao wielded. I posit that without his masterful deployment of rhetoric, Mao Zedong could not have made the mark he did on China and its people. Thus, examining his use of symbolic resources and rhetorical appeals is key to understanding Mao's transformation of China in the 20th century. It must be noted that Mao's rhetoric is not internally consistent. In my reading of Mao's works, I have observed Mao's rhetorical capacities as they unfolded over the span of his lifetime, both shifting in their focus and evolving in their effectiveness. His political position morphed from anarchist to pragmatist, from reformist to revolutionary, and from Confucianist to Marxist, from a champion of democracy to an authoritarian ruler. Indeed, much like his conflicting personae, Mao's rhetoric oftentimes contradicted itself, particularly when I assess the various positions he took throughout the course of his lifetime. For example, while at one point he had deemed intellectuals to be revolutionary allies, he later accused them of being bourgeois or class enemies. Before 1949 he demanded a free, democratic, coalition government. After he assumed power in 1949, however, his rhetoric took on a decidedly more dogmatic tone as he espoused a fierce commitment to the proletarian dictatorship. Mao's rhetoric evolved into a constant theme of class struggle and ideological conversion. He called on his people to better themselves consistently through self-criticism and build their nation with pride and loyalty to the party. This vision of cultural and ideological transformations maps neatly onto Mao's ideological vision, which resulted in endless cycles of humiliating confession and merciless persecution. Schell and Delury have noted that in Mao's ideological universe of ceaseless contradictions, protracted struggle, and permanent revolution, there were never real finish lines. Thus processes of change and turmoil followed by mercurial stability formed an inextricable part of Mao's rhetorical vision. The shift in his discourse as a new ideology took hold was profound. The oppressed became the oppressor, and the discourse that had once been revolutionary was now considered hegemonic. Yet in spite of these profoundly divergent ideological positions, Mao was nonetheless able to captivate his audience and offer a compelling vision of China's political future, even if that future looked markedly different from one moment to the next. Undoubtedly, the changing political climate in China that was facilitated or exacerbated by Mao's rhetoric necessarily shifted across time, revealing his skill as a reader who was able adeptly to deploy the tools of discourse to meet and alter whatever rhetorical situation he faced. As his ideological commitments and discursive strategies shifted, so too did his persona. In particular, 1949 was a watershed year that demarcated an especially notable change in Mao's image as he shifted his concerns from the survival of the revolutionary movement to the more difficult ethical and political ones of preserving revolutionary identity. Before 1949, Mao was a servant of the people, a military leader who lives, eats, and dresses like the common soldiers, a student and scholar of frugal tastes. Snow even believed that Mao had in his youth strongly liberal and humanistic tendencies. Sidney Rittenberg, the first American to join the CCP, who lived in China from 1944 to 1979, testified that before 1949 Chairman Mao was the best listener I've ever spoken with. He would focus the whole being on you, what you were saying became the most important in the world to him. Later, however, he would transform into an imperialist who tended to penalize people who stood up against him on issues. He became someone who likes to hold force and wasn't a good listener. 15 Rittenberg's assessment painted a compelling picture of Mao's transformation from an empathetic and modest servant of the people to an intolerant and tyrannical figure when he became an exalted leader of one of the world's greatest powers. When Mao became the supreme leader of China in 1949 and attained a nearly godlike status, his words became infallible as his leadership became increasingly authoritarian. He adopted an aura of omnipotence. This drastic shift in ideology, public identity, and rhetorical style is at the crux of Mao's reputation as one of the most controversial figures of the 20th century. In the words of Li Zihao, a contemporary Chinese philosopher, no matter if you love him or hate him, praise him or criticize him, Mao Zedong leaves a huge shadow in modern China far surpassing anyone else. This shadow has overwhelmed, dominated, and controlled the life, destiny, misery and happiness of millions and several generations. An analysis of the symbolic resources with which he crafted his persona and made manifest his political perspectives, then, offers some insight into the various dimensions of his being and the ways in which he continually acted and evolved in response to changing conditions in modern China. This book maps various rhetorical strands both diachronically and synchronically, as they were woven together at particular moments in Mao's life. Here a historical perspective is uniquely helpful, in analyzing how Mao leveraged rhetorical resources to meet various ideological ends. I am able to chart how Mao used a host of appeals drawn from Chinese traditions, but also how he interpreted the discourse of Marxism-Leninism to serve his own revolutionary goals. My background and previous work in both Western and Chinese rhetoric afford me a unique set of perspectives with which to understand how Mao crafted his rhetorical appeals and China's rhetorical identities. To begin with, Mao drew on and appropriated an ancient tradition of Chinese rhetoric, which I previously explored in my first book. There, I have uncovered and analyzed historical Chinese texts that offer rich and varied persuasive strategies, rhetorical techniques, and forms of artistic expression that the rhetoricians of ancient China conceptualized and deployed in literary, philosophical, political, and psychological domains. Mao relied heavily on these Chinese symbolic resources in his own writing and speeches, not only in constructing rhetorical appeals to help him reach his persuasive goals, but also in formulating his own rhetorical theories and styles. Of course, the impact of Mao's rhetoric cannot be understood solely in the context of ancient Chinese theory. It is also essential to understand the discursive environment that characterized China throughout the last half of the 20th century, when powerful symbolic resources were as influential as any political or military campaign. My prior analyses of Chinese political rhetoric in the modern period, found in Rhetoric of the Chinese Cultural Revolution, provides a valuable backdrop for my current exploration of Mao's discourse. Specifically, I previously examined the rhetorical power of political symbols and symbolically infused practices that characterized the cultism of Mao and types of symbolic activities, including slogans, wall posters, revolutionary songs and operas, loyalty dances, denunciation rallies, political study sessions, and criticism and self-criticism meetings during the Cultural Revolution. This revolutionary rhetoric damaged Chinese culture, and its negative influence on thought and communication can still be felt in today's China. More important, in the context of our present enterprise, the root of these rhetorical forms can be traced to the political culture and discourse that Mao created after becoming chairman of the Chinese Communist Party in 1943.16. Examining the ultimate influence that Mao's discourse has had on China and the Chinese people sheds light on our present understanding of China's political rhetoric. These historical perspectives led me quite naturally to the framework I utilize in this study, one that seeks to contextualize Mao's discourse, analyzing texts as historically and culturally situated responses to specific exigencies. I started collecting Mao's works and rereading his writings about 10 years ago as a rhetoric scholar. My secondary sources are not limited to the publications in China but also expand overseas from both Chinese and Western scholars. However, my analyses of Mao's rhetoric are heavily based on the primary texts written or spoken by Mao. During my annual trips to China, I have had numerous conversations with my family and friends about Mao and have also made notes and observations on the public discourse on Mao in this post-Mao era. The primary texts of my analyses include Mao's early writings before he became a communist, a complete set of Mao's works, and a complete set of his manuscripts in the Chinese language. 17 I have reviewed each of these texts in their original Chinese, translating into English as necessary when expert translations were unavailable or inaccurate. In addition, I have examined English versions of Mao's texts translated by prominent Chinese scholars, along with 10 English volumes of his writings edited by Stuart Scram. I have collected a set of Mao's speeches on tape, along with a large number of memoirs written by those who had close contact with Mao throughout his life. None of these materials have been translated into English. It is crucial to include the original Chinese texts alongside their English interpretations in any assessment of Mao's rhetoric, as translation cannot always capture the nuanced meanings embedded in Chinese writing. 18 I am grateful that my bilingual background and training in rhetoric allowed me to accomplish this. Similarly, my secondary sources include both Western and Chinese scholars, as I seek a rapprochement between Eastern and Western understandings of Mao Zedong. Mao's writings are both numerous and vast in scope, incorporating elements of Chinese history, philosophy, political science, military strategy, foreign relations, literary critique, and persuasion. His early works reflect his training in the classical Chinese language. As he grew older, Mao became an admirer of Hu Shi and Chen Duxiu, both of whom were vocal advocates for replacing the classical Chinese language with vernacular Chinese following the 1911 May 4 movement. Thus, starting in 1917, Mao joined many of the Chinese intellectuals who wrote in the modern, vernacular language, called Beihuan, in the wake of the movement. He continued to write prolifically through the 1950s, at which point his works shifted toward brief edicts and personal correspondence. After Mao's death, more of his works were published between 1992 to 1998, including a collection of his early essays immediately following his death and 13 additional volumes. 20 My analyses of Mao's rhetoric are grounded in my reading and reflections of this full range of discourse. Preview of chapters. There are 8 chapters in this book, in addition to this introductory chapter. Chapter 1 describes and analyzes Mao's early writings from 1913 to 1917, before he became a Marxist and a communist. The 3 texts focused on here are written in classical Chinese and consist largely of class notes and comments on his school readings. Mao's writing from this period demonstrates a strong influence of Confucian teachings and Mao's commitment to the public good. It also shows him as an ambitious and patriotic young man who was well versed in Chinese classical works and yet also was inspired by socialist ideals when China was humiliated by the Western powers. When he was in his early 20s, he wrote that the people of China ought to strengthen their bodies through exercise and physical education as a prerequisite to strengthening the nation. On a cultural level, he pushed against China's traditional family-centric mindset in favor of one that focused on the nation as a whole. He compared Confucian doctrines with Friedrich Paulson's A System of Ethics in content and style. In these early works, Mao exhibited an ability to engage intellectually in arguments and a capacity to persuade his audience eloquently. These early writings also reveal the multiple sources of influence that shaped Mao's value system, philosophical orientations, and political views. Chapter 2 entails a review of Mao's theories on truth, knowledge, and dialectics, which he borrowed from Marxist doctrines and classical Chinese philosophy. In particular, Mao codified his theory of rhetoric by addressing the issue of arts and literature in communist-occupied territories. Specifically, during the time of the anti-Japanese War, Mao established himself as an authority on Marxist and Leninist theories, but he also disseminated his own theories of rhetoric and persuasion that remarkably transformed the social consciousness of the Chinese elites who came to his revolutionary base in Yan'an. There, Mao taught his new followers that they were expected to represent the voices of the workers and peasants in the content and form of their literary and artistic work. Moreover, he argued that ordinary people and their life experiences were the authentic sources of truth and knowledge. He helped them appreciate the power of words in condemning one's enemies and cultivated the use of persuasive language tailored to the interests of ordinary people. Chapter 3 presents the rhetorical styles used by Mao throughout his writings. In particular, his use of metaphors and references to Chinese history and classical texts were most effective. His overall rhetorical style was largely influenced by Han Yu, a classical Chinese writer, as well as by Liang Kekao, a reformist during the transition period between the Qing dynasty and the Republic of China. Moreover, Mao's rhetoric relied on common, simple language to explain abstract ideas. He effectively reached a mixed audience of illiterate peasants and well-educated intellectuals in his communist base, helping both groups identify the pressing problems facing China while justifying the communist path China ought to take. He was clear, passionate, compelling, and vigorous in his rhetorical style. He used concrete examples to bring home theoretical propositions to establish commitment to the communist ideology through his emotional appeals. Mao also occasionally used curse words and sarcastic remarks when attacking his enemies. By doing so, Mao empowered the masses, creating a set of new rhetorical expressions that were foreign, militant, and ideologically driven and that maintained remnants of traditional Chinese rhetoric. In chapters 4 through 7, Mao's rhetoric is examined in specific areas. Chapter 4 explores the ways in which Mao rhetorically promoted, modified, and appropriated the Marxist theory of class struggle. Legitimizing class struggle as a communist concept, Mao employed the idea as the cardinal principle for his revolution and eventual rule over the nation. Mao radicalized the notion of class struggle, deploying it as a tool with which he mobilized the masses to condemn the bourgeoisie. He polarized the people's opinions and attitudes toward one another. His propagation of class struggle altered Chinese society in terms of human relationships, cosmology, and the traditional Chinese value of harmony. Mao made extensive use of Marxist ideology in his rhetoric in order to both unify and motivate the Chinese people to participate in everlasting revolution. Many of Mao's speeches and essays were aimed at achieving the CCP's ideal vision of conformity by rallying the proletariat under the banner of class struggle. He spent his entire life convincing his party and the nation that the Marxist concept of class struggle was an issue of life and death. He warned that citizens would need continuously to cultivate a proletarian consciousness and remain on guard lest they fall prey to bourgeois influence. While other Marxists, namely Stalin, would simply execute or exile those who were accused of being class enemies, Mao believed that class consciousness could be raised through political education and persuasion. Thus his mission was not to purify the party by weeding out dissidents but rather to convert skeptics via rhetorical influence. Under this logic, Mao launched relentless ideological remolding campaigns, beginning in 1942, both within the CCP and beyond. Just as the other threads of Mao's rhetoric evolved and adapted to meet changing political and cultural conditions, so too did Mao's ideological rhetoric morph in response to his needs. For example, the way he identified the enemy class changed at different moments in Chinese history, as did the degree of emphasis he placed on class struggle. Moreover, he used the concept of class struggle to a number of different ends, to justify his theory of permanent revolution, to legitimize the CCP's rule, to demarcate friends and enemies, to induce compliance, to generate hatred, and to mobilize fanaticism. Ultimately, then, Mao rebranded Marxism not only to suit the Chinese situation but also to serve his own political needs. This trend only intensified after 1949, when he followed Lenin's footsteps by adopting an ever more radical ideological stance. Chapter 5 identifies and analyzes Mao's rhetoric, mainly directed at CCP members, on the transformation of a new communist person. Mao's idea of a new communist person was based on the Confucian belief that humans are malleable. The notion also drew on the traditional expectation that a moral leader will serve as an exemplar. This emphasis on morality can be attributed to the role of Confucian influence in Mao's early life, as he grew up studying classical Confucian texts. While Aristotle, in his Nicomachean Ethics, views a virtuous disposition as the result of proper upbringing and the formation of appropriate habits, Confucian teaching emphasizes self-cultivation and self-criticism as the keys to moral refinement. In addition, the Chinese sense of morals or virtue, which is rooted in Confucian tradition, outlines a number of core principles: the sacrifice of self-interest for the greater good, matching words with action, modesty, plain living, courage, perseverance, and a love of learning. Not only did Mao rely on these moral touchstones throughout his work, but he also employed them in a decidedly rhetorical fashion, binding them to his political goals and the identity he exhorted the Chinese people to adopt. Mao adapted the traditional Confucian virtues to reflect what might be called the communist virtues: selflessness, servitude in the name of one's country and one's people, and a willingness to sacrifice one's own well-being for the sake of the party and the nation. To speak in this discourse was to indicate that one thoroughly embodied the proletarian consciousness and was thus a person of morality. By contrast, any selfish thoughts or behaviors were considered both sinful and bourgeois. By appropriating classical Chinese concepts of self-criticism and self-cultivation, Mao preached ardently toward a goal and process of transforming a selfish person into a person of proletarian consciousness. His rhetoric on cognitive, attitudinal, and behavioral change was predicated on absolute moralism and political correctness. Mao temporarily achieved his goal via several rectification campaigns. Chapter 6 discusses Mao's rhetoric of nationalism. Because his rhetoric was heavily shaped by nationalist themes, he is and was, for many, the penultimate symbol of nationalism. Because he grew up in a period when China was invaded by foreign powers and humiliated into a series of unfair treaties, young Mao developed a sharp resentment toward imperialism, and concomitantly, he developed a distinctly nationalist set of ambitions. His rhetoric of nationalism championed three interconnected values that, in his view, would help bring about a strong and powerful China: national sovereignty, self-reliance, and independence. By repeatedly sharing stories of China's humiliating past and chastising foreign powers for their aggression, Mao crafted a narrative of victimization through which he reconstructed the Chinese identity. He employed rhetoric of denunciation, condemning Chiang Kai-shek's close ties with the United States to promote patriotic sentiment. Despite the fact that China is a country made up of disparate regions speaking different dialects, Mao claimed that his people were all citizens of one unified nation with a shared history and desire to liberate themselves from poverty and oppression. Nationalism was also propagated by means of Mao's predictions of and promises to build a strong, prosperous, and democratic China. Today nationalism has been instilled in the minds of the Chinese people, and it is regularly employed as a rhetorical strategy to help shape and justify China's economic, military, and international relations policies. Chapter 7 offers a treatment of Mao's rhetoric on Chinese foreign policy, particularly with the United States, from his early revolutionary period up to the years preceding his death. China's relationship with the United States during this period went through a series of massive rhetorical shifts, positioning the two nations first as allies, then as ideological enemies, and finally as strategic partners. Accordingly, Mao's rhetoric shifted from praising to condemning and ultimately to reconciling with the United States. In his anti-American rhetoric, Mao presented himself not only as a national hero but also as a world leader in the fight against imperialism. Conversely, Mao's historical meeting with Richard Nixon in 1972 served as evidence that Mao was a flexible strategist when facing various rhetorical exigencies. His pragmatic concerns for China's future outweighed the ideological differences between the two countries. His coinage of the three worlds theory inspired revolutions in colonized nations and enabled him to build alliances with developing countries throughout the world. This book's concluding chapter summarizes Mao's rhetoric diachronically and synchronically over the span of his lifetime in the contexts of Chinese history and culture. It discusses the resurgence of Mao's legacy, especially in the years since his death. Currently, Mao has been commoditized, culturally consumed, and politically appropriated. In particular, I trace the lingering echoes of Mao's rhetoric propagated in the political discourse of the current Chinese president, Xi Jinping. It is concluded that Chinese political and official discourse needs to break away from Mao's rhetorical legacy and adapt to increasingly more diverse and sophisticated domestic and international audiences. Mao Zedong's legacy, both good and bad, is still alive, glorified by some Chinese people even as it continues to haunt others. Indeed, the reader has in fact become the rhetoric, as Mao has slowly been transformed into a powerful symbol in his own right, a symbol of communist China, an icon of Chinese heroism, a representative of the dispossessed, and a wellspring of Chinese spirit. By exploring the contours and implications of his rhetoric, then, we may understand not only China's past but also its present and future in the global context. It is my hope that this study makes a unique contribution to the corpus of literature on Mao's political influence in modern China, shedding new light on how he so profoundly was able to shape China's revolution, Chinese culture, and China's relations with the world through his rhetorical power. Moreover, we can better understand the role he played in the history of modern China and the world in the latter half of the 20th century. In addition, we can better understand the characteristics of Chinese political rhetoric in today's global context as China becomes an emerging economic and military power in the world. Although this book is not focused on comparative rhetoric, it nonetheless offers primary data for doing comparative studies on political rhetoric between China and other countries. In my recent publication in Rhetoric Review, I point out the need to compare rhetoric between nations, especially between nations that traditionally have conflict for various reasons. Studying Mao Zedong's rhetoric helps us understand how Chinese political rhetoric differs or is similar to that of other nations in response to similar or different rhetorical exigencies. 1. Rhetorical themes in Mao Zedong's early writings. Mao Zedong was born to a moderately well-to-do peasant family in 1893 in the village of Shaoshan in Xiangtan, Hunan Province. Mao's father, a successful farmer and businessman whom Mao found to be authoritarian and oppressive, sent his son to a private school hoping Mao would help the family with bookkeeping and legal issues after receiving an education. Mao's mother was illiterate and a devout Buddhist, a kind and generous woman, always ready to help those in need. Mao attended the Buddhist temple in their village with his mother and even attempted without success to convert his father to Buddhism. Mao appeared to be resentful of his tyrannical father but maintained a strong and loving relationship with his mother. 1. Mao's own character manifested a combination of his parents' traits, dominating and dictatorial like his father, sympathetic for the poor like his mother. Mao exhibited a rebellious spirit from an early age. Once when he was 10 years old, he ran away from school after the teacher beat him. Fearing he would be beaten again by his father if he went home, Mao wandered in the wilderness for 3 days before his family found him. His rebellion also prompted frequent heated arguments with his father, who accused him of laziness. Those arguments may have been instrumental in Mao's budding rhetorical skills of employing deductive reasoning as a means to win an argument. Edgar Snow writes of an instance in Mao's youth, for example, when Mao sought to invalidate his father's accusation of his laziness by arguing that older people should do more work than younger people. His father was 3 times older than he was, Mao argued, and therefore should do more work. Mao then assured his father that he, Mao, would certainly do more work when he reached his father's age. Unlike a typical, filial son who would never overtly challenge his parents, Mao sometimes cursed his father and once even threatened to commit suicide when his father became violent. Mao wrote that he realized after a few such instances with his father that when I defended my rights by open rebellion, my father relented, but when I remained meek and submissive he only cursed and beat me the more. Perhaps these abrasive episodes with his father instilled in Mao the fierce defiance later directed against his political enemies and against the international threats he deflected later in his life. Mao's early readings and influences. In addition to Mao's personal experiences with conflict, the social transition taking place in China during Mao's early life helped shape his thinking and writing styles. During his formative school years, Mao used his free time to further pursue topics from his formal education, such as the Chinese classics and Western socialist ideologies. Mao's rhetorical style incorporated those of classical and modern Chinese scholars. Moral and ethical appeals as well as a recurring, passionate call for building China into a strong nation wove through Mao's discourse. The young Mao Zedong desperately sought a solution to China's backwardness and searched for a path to China's modernization. Mao's political position shifted from one of anarchist to one of pragmatist, from reformist to revolutionary, from a disciple of Confucius to a follower of Marx. Mao developed his philosophical frame from readings in 3 compelling areas: 1. Chinese classics, 2. Western and reformist ideas, and 3. Works of socialism and Marxism. Influence of Chinese classics. The first area of readings that shaped Mao's philosophies spanned a wide range of Chinese classics. Confucian classics constituted some of the key works, including The Great Learning, Doctrine of the Mean, Confucius's Analects and the Mencius, and Book of Songs, Book of History, Dao De Jing, Zhuangzi, and the complete collection of Han Yu. Mao once said that he could recite these classics verbatim and was a fervent believer in Confucianism. Moreover, Mao was familiar with secular Confucian values expressed through popular texts such as the 3-character classic, or Sanzijing 2, and secular Chinese poems such as Thousand-Character Classic 3 and Thousands of Poems, a collection of the best poems composed during the Tang and Song dynasties. Mao's favorite poet was Chu Yuan, whose Zhuge and Lisao contain messages of patriotism, heroic acts of soldiers with highly expressive and romantic styles. Mao could recite these poems even into his old age. His favorite book throughout his life was 24 Histories, which covers Chinese history from 3000 BC through the Ming Dynasty. These Chinese classics, particularly the Confucian texts, greatly shaped Mao's sense of morality and virtue. Mao's belief that moral thought would lead to moral words, which in turn would lead to moral action, is extolled in Confucius's seminal work, The Analects. Moreover, Mao's rich knowledge of Chinese classics equipped him with a linguistic repertoire and a set of discursive resources in his writing and persuasive arguments. He was compelled to recite classical texts in school and was expected to reference aphorisms from these texts in his oral arguments and written essays. Mao employed numerous stories, characters, plots, proverbs, and statements from Chinese classics and literary works in his later speeches and writings. His remarkable memory allowed him to engage these discursive resources with ease. In Chinese culture, a well-learned person is often identified by his/her ability to memorize Chinese classical texts and express them fluently and eloquently. Such a person is highly respected in society and tends to be equated with having a good character and a strong ethos. Among the classical writers, Mao's rhetoric was mostly influenced by Han Yu, whose writings Mao studied intensively while he was in school. Han Yu lived between 768 and 824 during the Tang dynasty in China. He was a well-known essayist, philosopher, politician, and poet. He is the first listed among the 8 great prose masters of the Tang and Song. Han Yu was a devout believer and propagator of Confucianism throughout his life. He pursued a mission to revive Confucian tradition and restore Confucian social/political order. Han Yu believed that Confucianism was the only school of thought that would unite China and create a strong central authority in politics and orthodoxy in cultural matters. Han vehemently opposed Buddhism, a religion imported from India that became popular in the imperial court and was favored by the emperor. Han Yu believed that a person's character was revealed through his writings. He championed the old-style prose used during the pre-Qin period, a style employed in Confucian classics. Han's writing broke away from stylized formality with a focus on ornamentation, a characteristic of the prose during the Tang dynasty. Consequently, Han Yu is known for initiating a new style of writing more suited to argumentation and the expression of opinions. Another characteristic of Han Yu's prose is that he addressed contemporary issues and linked the private and moral lives of an individual to the public welfare of the state. Han's writing is well known for its open, frank, humorous, sarcastic, daring, and forthright style, manifested particularly in his denouncement of Buddhism. Point 4. According to Mao's classmate Zhou Shizao, Mao seriously studied all of Han's essays until he could recite them fluently. He also devoted a major portion of his notebook to writing his interpretations and comments about Han's poems and essays. In his writing, Mao adopted Han's rhetorical features of mocking authority, using sarring innuendos and savage humor. Mao was particularly fond of Han's vigorous and belligerent verbal attack on a target enemy. Mao modeled these rhetorical styles of Han Yu for his own defense of communism and for attacking Chiang Kai-shek in later writings. Mao's knowledge base of literature, government politics, and China's geography was expanded through his avid reading of a number of other important books, such as selections of refined literature, edited by Xiao Tong. An important anthology for any educated Chinese person to have read, this book compiled the literary writings from the late Warring States period to the early Liang dynasty. Ziji Tongjian, edited by Sima Guang, was another favorite of Mao's. It recorded Chinese history from 403 BCE to 959 CE, covering 16 dynasties and spanning almost 1400 years. Mao also gained information about the geography of China by thoroughly reading Du Shi Fangyu Ji Yao, written by Gu Ziwu, a scholar from the Qing dynasty. Further, Mao loved books written by Kong Rong, renowned for his poetry and prose characterized by sarcasm and mockery. 5. And Chen Liang, a well-known scholar in the South Song dynasty. Chen is well known for his use of compelling poetry, penetrating words, and a practical approach to politics and social transformation. In addition, Mao's works reflect the influence of Ye Shi, who advocated originality and creativity in using words and composing poems. Yes, political view resembled that of Chen Liang in that he rebuked empty talks and argued in favor of economic development. 6 Mao's own political thought and rhetorical styles as demonstrated in his later writing reflected varying influences of these scholars. Mao's early writings demonstrated that he built a solid foundation from the Chinese classics, from pre-Qin philosophy to Chu-style poetry, 7 from prose written during the Han Dynasty to the argumentative styles of the Tang Dynasty. In his own early pieces, Mao revealed a familiarity with the doctrines of Neo-Confucianism in the Song Dynasty as well as with thinkers in the Ming and Qing dynasties. Furthermore, Mao's philosophical orientation was largely influenced by Gu Yanwu, Wang Fuzi, and Yan Yuan, who advocated the integration of theory with practice, speech with action. Their pragmatic orientation of Jing Shixiang had predisposed Mao's political orientation to pragmatism, taking action to solve real-life problems. 8 Mao was inspired by Gu Yanwu's famous saying, "Every person has the responsibility to determine the fate of their state." Specifically, Mao regarded Fans Hongyan, Yu Fei, Wen Tianxiang, and Zheng Qiuban as his role models in moral standards, patriotism, and sacrifice for the country. 9. In 1910, at the age of 16, Mao transferred to a school outside his village and left home for the first time. In the new school, which put more emphasis on learning modern ways of thinking than on Chinese classics, Mao was educated in natural sciences and English, but he was best known among his teachers for writing good, classic essays. Chinese language teachers used his essays as examples for other students in the school to emulate, circulating Mao's essays among students. Mao's classics teacher, who was nicknamed Yuan the Big Beard, required Mao to read Chinese classics and write essays in classical Chinese. Therefore, some of Mao's early writings were in the form of classical language. Mao became so knowledgeable and well-versed in classical language that his classmates nicknamed him Genius Mao and Think Tank. By his own admission, Mao disliked studying classics due to the rote learning methods and rigidity in content, even though his speeches and writings were filled with allusions, stories, and quotations from these classics. Mao found classical Chinese fiction more interesting and engaging. Within this category, Mao read at an early age Yu Fei Chronicles, Revolt Against the Tang, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, The Water Margin, Travel to the West, and The Art of War. Mao was not allowed to read these books as they were not Confucian orthodox, so he read them beneath his quilt using candlelight at home and covered them with Confucian texts in the classroom. From these books he read about the heroic acts of individuals, patriotism, rebellions, and war strategies. In his subsequent writings, Mao referenced many stories from these popular fictions as means of persuasion and employed ideas from these works in military strategies when he was commander-in-chief of the Red Army. Later, when he became a more critical reader, Mao began to notice that no representations of peasants appeared in these stories. Characters were dominated by glorified warriors, rulers, and officials. This realization planted the seeds for his mission to transform Chinese culture into one that represented and spoke for peasants and the poor. At the same time, Mao read about stories of ancient kings and emperors such as King of Yao, King of Shun, Emperor Qin Shi Huang, and Emperor of Han Wudi. Mao's favorite emperors were Emperor Qin Shi Huang and Emperor Han Wudi. Both used military strategies and ordered brutal killings of the opposition to gain and maintain control. Mao educated himself in ways other than through reading books. During the years while he was studying at Hunan Normal School, he traveled 5 counties barefoot with a classmate in Hunan. They did not have much money for food and lodging, so they decided to beg for food and shelter. Along the way they met some scholars of classics and had intellectual discussions on issues of money, morality, religion, Confucius, Laozi, Zhuangzi, political power, the Chinese family, and China's future. This traveling experience greatly enriched his geographical knowledge of Hunan and deepened his sympathy for poor peasants. Exposure to Western and reformists' ideas. The second set of readings from Mao's early life consists of books written by Chinese reformists introducing the West and Western ideas. Mao read Words of Warning in an Age of Prosperity, authored by Zheng Guinying. In this book Zhang searched for causes of China's backwardness and argued that China needed to learn from the West to develop a capitalist economy in machine making, trading, and tariff protection. China also needed to borrow techniques from the Western parliamentary democracy, the constitutional monarchy, and the education system. Zheng's ideas were eye-opening for Mao. They expanded his vision from one limited to Hunan province to one that encompassed the world, and from a narrow interest in classical stories to a dynamic investment in current social issues. When he was at the Hunan Normal School, Mao was perturbed by some students' attitudes toward him. By his own account, he observed, "Many of the richer students despised me because usually I was wearing my ragged coat and trousers. I was also disliked because I was not a native of Shangshan. I felt spiritually depressed." However, despite his feelings of exclusion, this school provided Mao with exposure to the outside world. One of his classmates lent him a book titled Great Heroes of the World, from which Mao read biographies of Napoleon, Catherine of Russia, Peter the Great, Wellington, Gladstone, Montesquieu, Rousseau, George Washington, and Abraham Lincoln. Mao most admired Washington for his leadership in winning the war for America's independence. It was also at Hunan Normal School that Mao first heard of Kang Youwei and Liang Kekao, the two leading reformists at the time, and started reading their books on China's reforms. Mao fervently read Journal of the New People, a progressive magazine edited by Liang Kekao. The journal and the books written by these authors gave Mao the idea that individuals could bring changes to the world through political participation and leadership. Knowledge learned from books could be put into practice and could impact society. Mao was attracted to Kang and Liang's reform movement. In particular, he was interested in Western political thoughts introduced by Liang and Liang's sharp critiques of feudalism. Mao was impressed by Liang's writing style and described it as clearly reasoned, emotional, appealing, and having a magic spell. Later, Mao wrote passionate essays that imitated Liang's writing style. Once he even used Ren from Liang's title name to fashion for himself a pen name, Shuiren, meaning learning from Ren. Mao learned about Sun Yat-sen and his revolution when he moved to Changsha, the capital city of Hunan. There, Mao was shocked to hear about the death of 72 heroes in the Guangzhou uprising against the Qing dynasty in 1911.11. This massacre was a catalyst for Mao's transition from sympathizing with the reformers to supporting revolutionaries. Mao participated in student demonstrations and cut off his queue, a symbol of loyalty to the Qing emperor. Mao even wrote his first big character essay. 12 In the essay, Mao no longer romanticized about a constitutional monarchy but envisioned a new Chinese government with Sun Yat-sen as the president, Kang Youwei as the premier, and Liang Kekao as the foreign minister. When the Wukang uprising occurred, Mao joined the army and served for 6 months. After a failed attempt to be admitted to a more advanced school, Mao decided to teach himself and began to read translated books by Western authors in the Library of Human Province. 14 In this library, Mao read Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations, Darwin's Origin of Species, Thomas Huxley's Evolution and Ethics, Herbert Spencer's The Study of Sociology, John Stuart Mill's On Liberty, and works written by Rousseau and Montesquieu on law as well as world geography. These readings offered Mao a preliminary sense of social development and political and economic structures of a modern society in the West. Mao particularly learned how to study a society from reading Spencer's The Study of Sociology. Mao loved the book so much that he recommended it to his classmate Xiao Zishan and described the book as the essence of everything. Mao was convinced that studying society and putting political theories into practice for social change were scientific endeavors. In Mao and China, Stanley Carnot explains that the years at the Hunan Normal School gave Mao the solid erudition that he displayed throughout the rest of his life. Mao not only met his favorite and most admired teacher and future father-in-law, Yang Kangji, at this school but also made a number of friends who were interested in current affairs and the future of China. As he remembered, "My friends and I preferred to talk only of large matters, the nature of men, of human society, of China, the world, and the universe." Soon, Mao founded an organization called Xinminsuiwai. Mao engaged in vigorous discussions on social issues with other, like-minded members. Sometimes he went to the teachers' homes to ask questions and write letters to well-established scholars in the country. Mao's favorite reading at this time was New Youth, a monthly journal edited by Chen Duxiu, the first chairman of the Communist Party. The journal introduced Mr. Science and Mr. Democracy to Chinese readers and took a strong anti-tradition/anti-Confucianism stand, calling for the abandonment of Confucian rituals, restrictions for women, and advocating for the use of vernacular language. From reading this journal, Mao further expanded his knowledge about liberal thinking, democratic ideas, and national crises. By his own admission, at this time my mind was a curious mixture of ideas of liberalism, democratic reformism, and utopian socialism. By reading articles written by Chen Duxiu in New Youth, Mao imbibed Chen's writing style, characterized by using exhortation and epigrammatic phrases, projecting hope for the future, talking directly to the reader, being concise and assertive, and calling for action. At this stage of Mao's life, his political ambition and nationalism were very much shaped by Liang Kekao and Chen Duxiu. Mao's second set of readings, predominantly made up of Western books as well as books and articles by Chinese reformists on politics and social change, differed in style, tone, and content from the Chinese classics and introduced Mao to ideas beyond Chinese borders. Works of Socialism and Marxism. Mao's third set of readings consisted of Marxist and socialist theories. When Mao graduated from Hunan Normal School in June 1918, he became actively involved in student movements. He shifted his reformist position to a revolutionary position, from offering a Confucian menu of individual transformation to a Marxist view of social transformation as a solution to China's problems. While working as a librarian at Peking University, Mao joined a number of organizations on campus, such as the Society of Philosophy and the Journalism Society. 15 During his time in Peking University, Mao met with Li Dazhao, the head of the Peking University Library and a co-founder of the Communist Party. Mao followed the news on the Russian Revolution and began to be interested in communist literature. Mao told Snow in 1938 that 3 books he read during this time converted him to Marxism: Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels' The Communist Manifesto, Karl Koskai's Class Struggle, and Thomas Kirkup's A History of Socialism. Mao's correspondence with Cai Hezon, a good friend of Mao's who had joined the Communist Party in France, also had an impact on his adoption of communist ideals. 16 In 1921 Mao officially became a communist and attended the first meeting of the Chinese Communist Party in Shanghai. Why was Mao attracted to Marxism given his Confucian training background? Scholars have explicated the similarities between Confucianism and Marxism. Both emphasize ideological conformity and the moral integrity of individuals. As Fairbank vividly describes, there are Confucian overtones in the Marxist-Maoist orchestration. The crucial role of ideology under communism lends particular interest to China's ideological past. Ironically, Mao's training in Confucianism in his early years with an emphasis on personal morality/responsibility for the well-being of the state seems to have echoed with the Marxist notion of a utopian society. In addition, the Marxist theory of historical progression from feudalism to communism may have been appealing to Mao as it gave him hope for China to move out of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal society. He might have easily accepted the Marxist notion of social change and dialectical materialism, since Laozi and some other Chinese scholars had discussed similar notions of dialectics and change. Mao might have found a match between the Confucian teaching of sacrifice and serving the public with the communist cause of achieving equality and creating the common good by liberating the poor and the oppressed people. Most tellingly, Mao witnessed how Marxism brought revolution and positive change to Russia, which had a similar social and economic condition as China, a society that was underdeveloped and primarily agricultural with a large peasant population. At the same time, Mao was also disillusioned with the reformists' failed attempts to change the country. In the view of Schell and Delury, Mao's lifetime of conflict with his father paved the way for Mao's embrace of the Marxist notion of class struggle and triumph. Thus they contend that Mao's conversion to communism was initially motivated less by a belief in Marxism than by his frustration with the agenda of earlier reformers and revolutionaries. Analyses of Mao's early writings. I consider Mao's writings from 1912 to 1920 as his early works. Mao used the classical style in his writing from 1912 to 1917, starting in 1917, he began to use vernacular, or Beiwawen, in his writing. Fortunately, most of Mao's early writings have been translated into English and are available to English-speaking readers today. These early writings are in the formats of personal letters, class notes, essays, editorial commentaries, declarations, and announcements. They cover a range of topics, from discussing Confucian values to China's social problems, from advocacy for Hunan independence from the rest of China to petitions of expelling a ruthless warlord from Hunan, from defending women's rights to condemning the ills of China's feudal practices. Since it is impossible to analyze all his early writings, 3 pieces were chosen: Classroom Notes, a study of physical education, and Marginal Notes to Friedrich Paulsen, a system of ethics. These 3 pieces are written in the classical Chinese language and provide more textual evidence in terms of Mao's character development, his concerns for China, and the influence he received from Confucian education and Western ideas. These pieces also show a trajectory of Mao's rhetoric and thought development in his youth. Classroom Notes. This piece consists of the class notes that Mao took from October to December 1913 when he was a student in the preparatory class at Hunan Normal School in Changsha. 17 The notes have 2 categories, language arts and self-cultivation, taught respectively by 2 teachers, Yuan Zhongqian, who taught language arts with a particular focus on Hanyu's writing, and Yang Kangji, who taught ethics and self-cultivation. The notes are largely summaries of Yuan's and Yang's lectures with specific names of people, places, and their views. In his notes, Mao listed a number of Westerners and their achievements: Columbus, Newton, Franklin, Watt, Spencer, and Benjamin Kidd, indicating his knowledge of the Western world. Note-taking is a habit and tradition of Chinese learning. Notes, or baiji, not only record what one has learned but also record the reflections and inner thoughts of the learner. These notes can be taken alongside a book or article, or they may be written in a separate notebook. Scholars have the tradition of exchanging their notes among peers. Study notes taken by emperors and prominent intellectuals are also taken seriously and treated as national treasures in Chinese history. Mao had a habit of taking such study notes on numerous books he had read throughout his life, many of which have been collected and studied by party officials and intellectuals. 18. Classroom Notes consists of 47 pages and over 10,000 words. The first 11 pages are Mao's copy of Chu Yuan's poems Liceo and Zhuge. The remaining pages cover Chinese classical works from pre-Qin to the Qing dynasty, ranging from philosophy to various literary and ethical works. Mao's notes are a mixture of verbatim notes and his own comments and elaborations on certain concepts. These notes provide information about the formal topic Mao had been taught and also interpretations about what he gleaned from his course. They provide a basis for ascertaining what modes of thinking modified Mao's value orientation and honed his political ambition. Further, these notes indicate Mao's love for the Chinese classics, works he frequently sought out for inspiration and strategic design until the last years of his life. From a careful reading of the notes, 3 rhetorical themes emerge that illustrate the strong influence Mao received from Confucian teaching. Rhetoric of Confucian values on self-cultivation and moral standard. In these notes, Mao referenced Confucius, Mencius, and Neo-Confucian scholars on learning, diligence, cautious speech, and the virtues of being thrifty. Confucian teaching emphasized the achievement of gaining these virtues through self-cultivation and by learning from role models. Mao agreed that all men seek to follow the examples set by the wise and virtuous in order to learn filial piety, righteousness, and a sense of honor and shame. Mao noted Confucius's comment on the love his student Yan Hui had for learning and good temperament when conducting his studies: he did not transfer his anger, he did not repeat a fault. Mao continued to note, only those who are content with poverty can achieve things. Therefore, it is said, if you can chew on vegetable roots, you can do all things. 19 Parallel to the saying, Mao copied these words by Confucius: with coarse rice to eat, with water to drink, and my bended arm for a pillow. I have still joy in the midst of these things. Riches and honors acquired by unrighteousness are to me as a floating cloud. 20. These notes demonstrate Mao's endorsement for plain living that often was the foundation for cultivating a high moral standard, a strong character, and determination to cope with adversities. Mao quoted from Xing that a morally superior man stands tall, shows dignity and spiritual independence, and has neither fear nor sorrow for what he believes is the right thing to do. Moreover, Mao chastised laziness as the biggest enemy to self-cultivation. One must overcome lethargy and eliminate idleness, he noted, which only lead a person to his grave. Another quality Mao cited as characteristic of a self-cultivated person was to be meticulous. Mao wrote, "If a man does not overlook anything of which he is capable, and if he carries this through from small things to greater things, it will not be hard for him to be a sage." Mao cited Julius Caesar as an example of a person overlooking one small thing that ultimately led to his own assassination. The person Mao mentioned many times in these class notes was Zheng Qiuban, a commander of the Xiang army for a Qing emperor. Mao acknowledged Zheng's two life principles, magnanimity and sincerity. In Zheng's explanation, to be magnanimous means not to be envious, to be sincere means not to boast, not to covet undeserved reputation, not to do overly impractical things, and not to talk about ideals too loftily. Zheng was, in Mao's notes, a devout Confucianist and a supreme example of self-cultivation revealed through his diaries and his family letters. Another moral exemplar Mao admired was Yi Yin, a leading statesman of the early Shang dynasty. Mao described Yi Yin as representing perfect moral character, scholarship, economics, and practical achievements. His heart was truly impartial. He has great insight and an important manner. It is evident that as a young man Mao wanted to model himself after these two figures. He copied from Wang Chuanshan, a well-known Confucianist between the Ming and Qing dynasties, that some moral standards were valid for all time, such as benevolence, righteousness, the rights of proper conduct, wisdom, trust, providence, and the will of the people. Mao coveted these core Confucian values and attempted to put them into practice. In addition to notes on Confucian sayings and values, Mao took notes on Mencius and other Confucianists such as Sun Tzu, Zheng Can, Han Yu, Zhu Xi, Chen Yi, Wang Yangming, and Wang Chuanshan, explaining their concepts and agreeing with them on how to build moral character. Like a model Confucianist, Mao never stopped learning. He read all his life until the day he passed away. He lived a simple life, he remained independent in his thinking, he demonstrated extraordinary vigor in pursuing his revolutionary goals, and he achieved remarkable political successes by paying attention to things big and small. By modeling himself after Confucianists such as Zheng Qiuban and Yi Yin, Mao set a high standard for himself and for others. He never gave up moral absolutism as a construct in his life. He strongly believed that a person could be remolded and transformed through self-cultivation and modeling after good examples. This strong sense of ethos had been his core ideology and was the nexus of all the political campaigns he launched during his lifetime. Rhetoric of the Sage in Political Ambition and Strategic Thinking. Mao's notes are filled with heroes he admired, from sage kings such as Tang and Yu in the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties to ministers such as Zhuge Liang, Guanzhong, and Fan's Hongyan. 21 Like many educated Chinese at the time, Mao wanted to model himself after sages. A sage, suggested through Mao's notes, not only focuses on self-cultivation but also performs heroic acts for the sake of the community. Mao referenced Wang Chuanshan, a patriotic Confucian scholar in the late Ming dynasty. There have been heroes who were not sages, but there have never been sages who were not heroes. Mao explained, sages are those who are perfect both in virtue and in accomplishment. Heroes lack virtue, but have great achievements and fame. Napoleon was a hero, not a sage. Mao quoted Confucius on virtues of will, duty, righteousness, and moderation of expression as criteria for becoming a sage. Moreover, Mao commented that a sage must have lofty ideals and an ideal character. To do so, a person must think not of himself but of the universe. Mao quoted Mencius, the individual self is the small self, the universal self is the great self. The individual self is the physical self, the universal self is the spiritual self. It is clear that Mao's highest goal was to achieve the universal self and a sage status. Throughout his notes, Mao frequently quoted scholars who expressed a universal outlook and a determination to serve the people. For example, he quoted Zhangzi, "Our goals are to establish a common mind for the whole world, to establish the way for the people, to restore and continue the teachings of ancient sages, and to open the way to the great peace for all future ages." Further, Mao copied from his teacher Yang Kangji, "A benevolent man looks at the whole world and the whole of humanity as his body, and considers one individual and one family and as his wrist. If he can save the whole world, even if it costs his low life and that of his family, he is at peace about it." Mao mentioned Jesus and Socrates, both of whom sacrificed for a just cause to save the world, calling them sages together with Confucius. It is apparent that Mao was greatly enticed by the thought of becoming a sage who served the people and sacrificed for the country. In fact, Mao not only sacrificed several of his family members for China's revolution but also called for every Chinese person to abandon his or her individual interests and sacrifice for their country. Mao understood that it was not easy to be a sage, as one might be slandered or be misunderstood by his or her own people. But Mao believed that a true sage would stand firm on his position and listen to his own conscience. Mao quoted Zhuangzi and Confucius to support his view. He refused to be deterred though the whole world blamed him, and the more they are slandered, the more steadfast they will be. Mao offered the example of Shang Yang, who was much hated by noble families but whose reform brought prosperity to the state of Qin and eventually unified China. Mao had personal experiences of being criticized, excluded, and demoted by officials at the Communist Party headquarters 4 times while he was the leader of the Red Army from 1928 to 1932. He had been accused of being rightist, authoritarian, or opportunist during this time period. However, Mao never capitulated. Each time his military strategies proved right in hindsight, one reason Mao built his reputation and gained support within the party. In running state affairs, Mao had learned dialectical and strategic thinking from Laozi and Sun Tzu. Mao quoted Laozi, "In the world, there is nothing more submissive and weak than water. Yet for attacking that which is hard and strong nothing can surpass it." Mao may have learned strategic thinking and intrigues from reading Sun Tzu, as he quoted, "To win 100 victories in 100 battles is not the acme of skill. To subdue the enemy without fighting is the acme of skill, therefore, the victories won by a master of war gain him neither reputation for wisdom, nor merit for valor." Thus Mao had learned that military force was the last resort, that it was not fitting to wage war for a long time and kill many people, and that awful military triumphs were shameful. The idea of winning the war by wisdom rather than by force guided Mao's military strategies against the nationalists and the Japanese and won him support from his comrades. In another place, Mao showed being influenced by Zhuangzi when he paraphrased an analogy of the big bird and the small bird. "Once the big bird takes off, it will not rest until it reaches the heavenly lake half a year later. As for the little bird, it will take only half a day to dash to the elm and sandalwood." If you compare their capacities, there is a gap, but each acts according to its nature. By quoting Zhuangzi, Mao demonstrated his belief that everything has its own merits and that it is important not to use the same criteria to measure things of different natures in the same way. This philosophical outlook prepared Mao for strategic thinking in military maneuvers, state affairs, and foreign relations later in his life. Rhetoric rooted in Chinese tradition. From Confucius, Mao picked up the notion of xinyan, or cautious speech. In the Analects, Confucius spoke of the cautious use of words as an indicator of a gentleman. Mao further elaborated, "To be discreet in what you say and what you do is to have gained learning." Mao also quoted from Han Yu, "The superior man remains in his own place, and thinks of his appointments. If he is not appointed, he thinks of cultivating his speech, in order to enhance his virtue." This message echoes Confucius's teaching that a person speaks in the manner that fits his position in the social hierarchy. Otherwise the person's discourse would be perceived as offensive and intruding, and likely would bring trouble to the speaker. Mao was also aware that speaking provocatively in an immoral and chaotic society would incite people but would likely sow seeds of grievance as warned by Han Yu. Mao was definitely in favor of Confucian writing, as he said, the writings of the Confucian scholars were different from those of the men of letters. The former were translucent and pure, but the latter, unrestrained and argumentative. Mao regarded Confucian writing as conveying morals for character building, while those who spoke and wrote eloquently may not be superior in moral character. In Mao's own writing, he demonstrated rhetorical features of Confucianism and of men of letters. In the section of composition, Mao filled his notes on the effectiveness and techniques of writing. He quoted from Pan Lai, a student of Guyan Wu, who identified many topics concerning the art of writing, of all the classics and history and the 100 schools of thought, the natural and human science, regulations and institutions, anecdotes and legends, grasses and trees, insects and fishes. Is there anything which is not material for writing? As for editing, adaptation, climaxes and anticlimaxes, openings and closings, and changes and intrigues, are there any of these which do not constitute techniques for writing? A good writer, according to Pan Lai, is critical of himself, is humble, and uses translucent and elegant diction. His writing skills and content complemented each other. His craftsmanship was extraordinary and endlessly refined. Mao also quoted Wei Bozi, an essayist from the Qing dynasty. A masterpiece's remarkableness lies in its commonness, its subtlety in its breadth. As for its ins and outs, and the relation between the whole and the parts, its splicing and transformations lie in its straightforwardness, its rich taste lies in its blandness, and its glamour lies in its modesty. Further, Mao noted an inscription on Wei Bozi's desk, which read, "Be neat, profound, generous, and even." Neat means to be simple and clean in heart, profound means to do things with sincerity and firmness, generous means to give when one has more than enough, and even means to be calm and at ease in deeds. Mao then wrote himself a note: avoid writing awkwardly, or in too labored a style. Mao's writing did not show him as a humble and modest man, but it indeed demonstrated a rich employment of diction as well as a lucid and straightforward style with profound meanings and climax. Mao's classroom notes revealed him as a diligent and ambitious young man. He was well learned and well versed in Chinese classics and was influenced by Confucian values on morality and character building. He adopted various rhetorical styles and strategic thinking from the antiquities. Moreover, these notes demonstrated Mao's ability for independent thinking and his practical orientation for making connections between theoretical concepts and real-life situations. In the West, Aristotle's notion of ethos is about moral character exhibited through knowledge, competence, and goodwill. Further, ethos can be manipulated, as it is the perceived credibility and trustworthiness conferred by the audience. In the Chinese tradition, especially in Confucian teaching, the ethos or moral character of a person refers to the inner quality of benevolence, magnanimity, and sincerity achieved through learning, self-cultivation, following examples of the sage, and plain living. Mao attempted to model after those who possessed these moral qualities. His reflections indicated his patriotism for China and his ambition of devoting his life to the public good. A study of physical education. When Mao was studying at Hunan Normal School, this article was published in New Youth on April 1, 1917, under the pseudonym 28 Strokes. The motivation for writing the article was triggered by the death of 7 students at the school who had succumbed to an epidemic. This tragedy shocked and saddened young Mao, who attributed the deaths of his schoolmates to a lack of physical education. Mao wrote the article in classical Chinese. Mao started the article with the rhetorical exigency of the nation: our nation is wanting in strength, the military has not been encouraged. The physical condition of our people deteriorates daily. Mao found these conditions disturbing and called for a change in attitude toward physical education. Traditionally, Chinese education placed much emphasis on rote learning and on the mental grasp of knowledge. Spending hours and hours of studying was encouraged and praised. There was little mention of strengthening the physical body in Chinese education. Mao raised this issue and considered it a serious matter in modernizing China, linking physical weakness with the weakness of the nation. Mao defined physical education as a simple way for preserving life and followed his definition with examples of Confucius's archer and charioteer practices, the German sport of fencing, and Japan's Bushido. Mao then expounded on the importance of physical strength in connection with virtue and the mental grasp of knowledge. He used a metaphor to illustrate the relationship: the body is the chariot that contains knowledge, the chamber that houses virtue. He stressed that physical education really occupies the first place in our lives. When the body is strong, then one can advance speedily in knowledge and morality and reap far-reaching advantages. For Mao, physical well-being was the prerequisite for moral development and intellectual education. This view challenged the traditional Chinese view of ranking intellectual activity above physical exercise. In the article, Mao provided the benefits of strengthening the body through exercise and expounded on the harms of not doing so as seen throughout Chinese history. He offered convincing examples to illustrate his argument. Particularly he mentioned Yan Yuan, Jia Yi, and Wang Bo, who were all highly intellectual and moral exemplars but who all died young. In contrast, Yan Zizai and Li Gangzi from the Qing dynasty were both well-educated and physically strong and therefore able to win battles. Mao criticized those who treated physical education superficially. He warned that to be aware of the significance of having a strong body was vital. To accomplish that goal, Mao discussed the dialectical relationship between Jing and Dong. He acknowledged that Laozi, Sakyamuni, and Lu Zhiyuan all advocated a quiet mind through contemplation and meditation. But Mao disregarded these methods, calling them insufficient. Mao argued that Dong, or movement, was fundamental in being a human. A person could slow his aging process by doing physical exercise, or Dong. Even a person born with a weak body could be improved through exercise. Mao gave the examples of American President Theodore Roosevelt and Japan's judo founder, Jigoro Kano, both of whom started their lives with weak bodies but became healthy and strong through physical exercises. Mao further developed his argument on the benefits of teaching physical education in schools by emphasizing that physical education not only strengthens the body but also enhances our knowledge. It also harmonizes the sentiments. These benefits are accrued, Mao contended, because physical strength is required to undertake the study of the numerous modern sciences, whether in school or through independent study. If a person is physically weak, Mao argued, the person will likely be overtaken by his emotions and be less likely to use reason. Moreover, Mao posited that physical exercise would strengthen the will and cultivate heroism. To support his argument, Mao cited a famous poem composed by Xiang Yu, a Chinese household hero: "My strength uprooted mountains, my energy dominated the world." Mao also provided an example of a physically fit general who accomplished a military mission overseas. In addition, Mao stated that exercise would bring joy and a sense of personal worth, which helps with intellectual growth and moral cultivation. To answer the question of why people tended to resist physical education, Mao gave 4 reasons: lack of awareness, old habits, lack of advocacy, and feeling shamed. Mao addressed the flaws and misperceptions of each cause and recommended methods of exercise such as walks, games, and military training. Particularly he pointed out the regimen used by Zheng Qiaoban, a well-known household name, including walking, a light diet, and feet washing, as a means of strengthening the body and preventing disease. Mao suggested exercising twice a day either in the nude or wearing light clothes, asserting that these exercises should be savage and rude. He borrowed from Chen Duxiu's slogan "Civilize the mind and make savage the body," and finished the article by describing a set of physical exercise that he had designed himself. He called it the 6-section system of exercise that covered the movement from head to trunk. Mao maintained a strict exercise regimen throughout his life, such as walking, mountain climbing, and swimming. He swam numerous times in the Yangtze River until he was 73 years old. Mao's passion for physical exercise may have helped him survive malaria a few times during his years in the mountains and caves of his revolutionary base. In this article, Mao used a number of rhetorical techniques to present his argument. He first put forward the urgent situation facing the nation, making an analogy between the physical body and the corpus of the nation. He then provided good and bad examples from Chinese classical thinkers and national heroes to support his argument. He addressed the opposing views by discrediting their reasons for not doing physical exercise. He elaborated benefits and harms, identifying cause and effects, and he finished the article by proposing specific actions. Mao's article challenged the traditional Chinese view of studying first and criticized the old habits and attitudes toward physical education. His manual of exercise was similar to workout plans advocated by modern practitioners as central to healthy living. In Karl's observation, the style of directly posing the problem and then proposing the uncompromising statement of a solution was Mao's quintessential mode of public address. Marginal notes to Friedrich Paulsen, A System of Ethics. If classroom notes demonstrated Mao's interpretation of what he learned from his teachers on Chinese classics, marginal notes to Friedrich Paulsen, A System of Ethics revealed his grasp of Western philosophy. This work showed Mao's reflections and critical and original thinking on a broader range of issues, and it elevated Mao's knowledge base and intellectual sharpness to a higher level. During Mao's years studying at Hunan Normal School, Friedrich Paulsen's A System of Ethics was the assigned reading by Professor Yang Kangji, whom Mao admired most for his moral standards and sense of justice. 22 The book was published in 1913 in China and was translated by Cai Yuanpi, who was the Chancellor of Peking University. 23 Mao read the book and wrote lengthy notes of 12,000 words on it. Written in 1917 when Mao was 24 years old, Mao's notes summarized key points of Paulsen's arguments and conveyed Mao's opinions, analyses, explanations, and comments in the margins of the book. In addition, the notes contained brief inscriptions of agreement or disagreement with Friedrich Paulsen, such as an excellent point, true statement, I strongly support this view, it does not make sense, and I have doubts on this passage. More important, Mao offered thought-provoking comments on the issues of morality, political power, the relationship between theory and practice, the relationship between self and society, the role of conscience, the sense of duty, and the meaning of death. In many places Mao challenged Paulsen's views, making connections to Chinese classics and China's political situation. The themes that follow have emerged from Mao's notes. Rhetoric of moral philosophy. Throughout the notes, Mao compared Eastern and Western philosophical concepts as he read along. He agreed with Paulsen's discussion of conscience and intuition as a priori for ethical imperative. He found Paulsen's concepts of conscience and intuition similar to Mencius's notion of internal righteousness and Wang Yangming's concept of principled mind. In other words, ethical behavior is driven by an inner sense of justice, and this understanding of ethics is not absent in Chinese tradition. Mao also found Paulsen's views on self-sacrifice for the sake of promoting interests for others similar to the Confucian theory of ethics and Mozi's notion of mutual love, in that serving the public good is the ultimate goal of a person's life. On Paulsen's point that goodness brings happiness and evil brings misfortune, Mao wrote next to it, there is a similar saying in our country, on the good doer he sends down all blessings, and on the evil doer he sends down all miseries. Further, Mao identified similarities between Kant's rational-based morality and the Neo-Confucian concepts of Li. Paulsen's discussion of ideals and social development reminded Mao of Liang Qiqiao's article on the relationship between present and future. While Paulsen stated that the perfect life is one in which our spiritual abilities are developed to their highest, where thought and imagination and action are developed to the highest degree, Mao concurred that a spiritual life of the human race was the ultimate goal and pointed out that Paulsen's view was in line with the Neo-Confucian doctrines in the Song dynasty. Based on his readings, Mao concluded that Paulsen is a supporter of idealism. Mao seemed to comprehend Paulsen's theories of ethics easily, as he had found similar concepts in works by Chinese thinkers. In some ways Paulson's idealism echoes Mao's early training in Confucian ethics. In addition to these areas of agreement, Mao agreed with Paulson on moral relativism. He concurred that moral standards change over time and vary in different societies and in different persons. His agreement with this position shows that young Mao seemed to be in favor of practical morality rather than moral absolutism. Practical morality contradicts Mao's stated views on morality from his classroom notes, in which Mao treated moral standards as absolute. In Mao's later writings he exhibited both absolute and relative orientations toward morality. For example, he defended Marxism as the only, absolute correct political theory for social change and demanded that the Chinese people conform to communist ideology as the only moral compass. Simultaneously, Mao rhetorically modified Marxism to suit the Chinese situation, such as seizing power from a rural base and relying on peasants rather than relying on factory laborers from the city. Mao's definitions of friends and enemies also changed over time based on rhetorical situations rather than on principles. Rhetoric of Self and Human Nature. On the topic of individual self, Paulson defined egoism as focused on self-interest and altruism as unselfish. Mao argued, however, that the two cannot be strictly separated because by nature everyone, even the altruist, has self-interest. People seeking their own interests should not be considered unworthy as long as they do not harm others. On the surface Mao seemed to accept the idea that ultimately the individual comes first. But then Mao asserted that sometimes self-interest can even benefit others. He mentioned Confucian values of self-discipline and self-cultivation as doing good not only for oneself but also for others. Moreover, Mao argued that serving and helping others is part of human nature. He listed Chinese filial sons, faithful widows, loyal ministers, and devoted friends as examples. He declared, "My desire to fulfill my nature and perfect my mind is the most precious of the moral laws." Mao might have misunderstood the distinction between self-interest, which seeks benefits only for the self, and self-cultivation, which aims at benefiting others and society through perfecting oneself. It is also possible that Mao lived by the moral principle of serving others and the state, as he was influenced by Confucian teaching. In Mao's later writings he condemned any form of self-interest in thought, attitude, and action and used self-cultivation as a cultural and moral appeal to transform a selfish person into an altruist. Mao retained that position from the 1940s until his death in 1976 through endless mind reform campaigns. Mao might have been influenced by Paulson's point that humans can become vicious if they are not controlled or restricted. As much as he wrote that he believed in nature, Mao may have had more faith in humans to change or modify nature. As he said, "I still suspect that human beings are powerless from beginning to end. Nature has the power to define us, and we have the power to define nature. Although our power is very small, it cannot be said to have no effect. Nature without us would be incomplete. This basic nature that is capable of being molded, I call our potential nature, and it is to this nature that I have responsibility." Throughout his life Mao attempted to command nature by making efforts to create extraordinary yields from grain growth during the period of the Great Leap Forward and by remolding the nature of his people through constant thought reforms. Mao's well-known essay The Foolish Old Man Who Removed the Mountains, written in 1945, was a story about an old man who was determined to move two mountains that blocked the doorway of his house, where he lived with his sons and grandsons. God was touched by the old man's unshakable conviction and sent down two angels, who carried the mountains away. Mao praised this act and used it as an analogy for overthrowing the mountains of imperialism and feudalism in China. Rhetoric on dialectical thinking. Mao's fondness of dialectics seems to have been much informed by the Chinese cosmology and deist perspective of interconnections between things in the universe. At times Mao disagreed with Paulson and presented his own counterarguments. For example, Paulson stated that the increase of military and intellectual power would lead to the decrease of obstacles and avoidance of mistakes. Mao countered, "This is not true. As mankind's powers increase, external obstacles also increase. For example, A great new continent to the west confronted Columbus, who was faced with the Great Flood, and a host of European nations rose up to surround Paris and defeat Napoleon. This dialectical relationship between force and counterforce had been the source of Mao's strategic thinking. Similar to Hegel's theory of thesis and antithesis and Foucault's theory of power and empowerment 24, Mao believed that power is not absolute, it is relative and relational. Power dynamics change over time, he argued, and dialectical tension always exists between force and counterforce. Change or synthesis takes place as the result of such dynamics. His famous saying, "Whenever there is oppression, there will be confrontation," was a revolutionary slogan ingrained in the minds of Chinese people. Mao continued to show his dialectical thinking on the topic of social change. Paulson made a point that if a society has strong military power and strict rules, that society will reach peace and all evils will disappear. Mao disagreed. He contended that a society of great harmony is not sustainable because once harmony is achieved, competition and friction are inevitable. He referenced Laozi, Zhuangzi, and Tao Yuanming, all of whom imagined an ideal society, but also warned that the ideals could be either false or unrealistic. Mao further asserted that there is a natural alternation between order and disorder, and the cycle of peace and war, and thus that chaos too is part of the process of historical life, that it too has value in real life. When they come to periods of peace, they are bored. It is not that we like chaos, but simply that the reign of peace cannot last long, is unendurable to human beings, and that human nature is delighted by sudden change. This dialectical view of society was the guiding principle throughout Mao's life, in that he created one political campaign after another and used them as justification for launching the Cultural Revolution during peaceful times. Mao referred to himself as possessing the spirit of the Monkey King in the Chinese classic novel Journey to the West. This assessment of himself implies that Mao liked to stir things up, that disorder was normal for him. Toward that end, Ying Shiyu has claimed that Mao Zedong may well be interpreted as Chinese Marxist radicalism incarnate. He was a genius in destruction but wholly incapable of constructive work. This dialectical thinking corresponds with Mao's view on death. Paulson discussed that aging and death are part of natural law and should not be despised. Mao took the point further by stating that our death is not death, but simply a dissolution. All natural things are not destroyed. Not only is death not death, life too is not life, but simply a uniting. To Mao, death was a natural phenomenon, simply a part of the transformative process in that a person enters the natural world and experiences change. In this sense, death should not be perceived as painful and fearful, he maintained. He concluded that all phenomena in the world are simply a state of constant change for which there is no birth and death, no formation and demise. So birth is not birth and death is not destruction. Mao's view of death sounds similar to the Buddhist view of reincarnation in that there is no end to life, except that Mao did not believe in soul. He claimed himself as an unequivocal materialist. In 1956, Mao signed a proposal for cremation along with 151 other high-ranking officials. According to hearsay, Mao wrote in his will that he wanted to be cremated after his death. Ironically, his successors decided to keep his dead body on display for the nation to pay its respects. Rhetoric on social change. Mao agreed with Paulson regarding how the cycle of natural phenomena can also be applied to social change. Paulson wrote, "History proves that all nations inevitably go through the stage of old age and decline, of withering and contraction. As the fixed habits of thought and action, the historical stock of ideas, of structure and authority, increase with time, tradition acts as an obstacle to the forces of renewal, and the past oppresses the present, opposing the powers of the new age, gradually grinding them down, until this historical organism inevitably collapses. At this time, do the individuals have the ability to give life to the basic elements of the old civilization and create a new historical reality?" In the margins beside this statement, Mao noted that this is precisely the position of the Republic of China. When Mao wrote these notes, China was undergoing a radical social transition from an imperial monarchy that had ruled China for over 2,000 years to a republic. Old thinking and old habits were being challenged and criticized, and new ideas and behaviors were emerging. For example, men no longer wore queues and women abandoned foot binding. New vocabularies in science, democracy, and nationalism filled the public discourse. Paulson's view on social change might have influenced young Mao as Mao pushed for replacement of the four olds with new alternatives for a radical change of Chinese culture and tradition. Paulson's view of social change gave young Mao hope for China and a realization that a national character could be changed through destroying the old system and establishing a new system. As Mao noted, "I used to worry that our China would be destroyed, but now I know that this is not so. I very much look forward to its destruction, because from the demise of the old universe will come a new universe, and will it not be better than the old universe?" Paulson may have been the most influential voice to Mao, especially considering Mao's radical view of social change in 19th century China. The vision Mao developed in part from these readings was realized when Mao obliterated traditional Chinese culture and replaced it with revolutionary and politicized party culture during his reign. Rhetoric on being a great man. Mao shared with Paulson the belief that a great man should not be constrained by a sense of duty or external laws, and that instead a great man should act based on his own judgment and on the impulse of his feelings. Mao called this the spirit of a sage and made a connection to Mencius's concept of Heeren's Heike and de Zhangfu 25. Mao also echoed Paulson's messages that a true moral leader should not be influenced by his party or any external pressure when making a decision. Mao concurred, even though his words may not be believed and his action may not be effective, he simply does what is right. When in 1949 Mao became China's paramount leader, this description of the qualities that constitute a great man bestowed Mao with the legitimacy to exercise despotism. His economic policies and political purge had been proven unrealistic, disastrous, and too radical. However, Mao refused to listen to any opposing views and insisted on pushing the country even further toward radicalization, with the eventual launch of the Cultural Revolution and the belief that he was doing the right thing for China. On writing. On the topic of writing, Paulson used the example of German philosopher Christian Wolff's writing process in the consideration of his international readers in the 17th century. Mao, in contrast, believed that good writing comes from the free thinking of the writer, independent of the reader's acceptability. He commented, "When engaged in writing, the writer is oblivious to both the past and the future, concentrating so intently on the writing that he is unaware of anything or anyone else except himself and his writing. This is the way it must be if the writing is to be true and honest, and not false and superficial." For Mao, good writing came from the writer's inner feelings and sense of presence. Mao made this argument in another place: "Words are the sounds of the heart, and the sounds of the heart are the expression of the inherent capacity of the basic nature of the heart." According to Mao's guards, when Mao was writing an article or a speech, he had no books or any other materials by his side for reference or support. From their perspectives, Mao's ideas emerged only from thoughts and information Mao had collected or from feelings he had experienced. He would not stop in the middle of his writing and always finished writing an article in a single, sometimes sustained effort. Mao's view of writing changed drastically over his lifetime. In 1942 he wrote talks at the Yan'an Forum on Literature and Art, in which he stressed that a writer must have in mind the lives and perspectives of workers, peasants, and soldiers when he or she was writing. Writing must have a target audience, he asserted, and a clear political goal that served the interest of the proletarian class. In addition to beliefs about the appropriate perspective to take as a writer, Mao exhibited a preference regarding style of writing. In Paulson's A System of Ethics, for example, Mao wrote the marginal notes in a semi-classical Chinese language format. The notes indicated Mao's familiarity with Chinese classical works and Chinese situations, as well as a willingness to learn about new concepts and ideas from the West. As Rebecca Carl points out, Mao's marginal notes demonstrate his lively engagement with the unfamiliar terms and ideas. Mao consistently compared Paulson's Western ideas with those of Chinese classics. Through these comparisons, Mao conveyed a sense of pride for Chinese culture and demonstrated his acute ability to make cultural and philosophical comparisons. Although an argument can be made that Mao was influenced by Chinese classical notions of morality such as Confucius's notion of righteousness and self-cultivation and Mencius's concept of a great man, nonetheless Paulson's work reinforced these moral conceptualizations for Mao and broadened his intellectual horizon. Moreover, Paulson's writing helped Mao develop his dialectical thinking on issues of self, society, and death. Paulson's ideas provided Mao with a framework from which to view the relationship between an individual and her society. Paulson pushed Mao's thinking to a more radical outlook on social change, and Paulson's words provided Mao with an idea of what a great politician should look and act like. Mao's attraction to Paulson's positions was evidenced when Mao wrote quite true, alongside Paulson's statement that the goal of my will is the common shared welfare of the individual and of society. Mao's style of writing in these notes exhibited chain reasoning 26 comparison and contrast, references to authoritative works, and the use of analogies. Most strikingly, Mao was fond of reconciling contradictory oppositions, a characteristic of his rhetorical maneuvering and a technique quintessential to his mindset. Mao's critiques of Paulson's work were intellectually vigorous and challenging. When Mao agreed with Paulson, he wrote enthusiastic and engaging reactions. As Ross Terrell observes, Mao's style was to be a clarifier, and to be against any whiff of self-indulgent complacency. He was the knife in any situation. He would challenge and probe and test and defy. In conclusion, Mao demonstrated his political ambition from his early years as influenced by both the Chinese classical works and Western reform ideas. He established his ethos as a knowledgeable person of Eastern and Western philosophy, a person of integrity and morality, and a person with a strong will to save and serve his country. The rhetorical meanings Mao articulated and the devices he used throughout his early writings were consistent. In both Classroom Notes and Marginal Notes to Friedrich Paulson, A System of Ethics, Mao emphasized the moral character of the speaker/writer, drawing from Western and Chinese ethical values and classical thinkers. His knowledge of history and interpretation of the current situation led him to the ambition of saving China from its backwardness. Even though he never claimed himself as a sage, his early writings showed his desire to emulate them and follow their moral compass. Moreover, he engaged his readers through rational appeals by presenting evidence, providing examples, analyzing the cause and effect, and proposing new actions, as he did in A Study of Physical Education. Evidently, at this early stage of his life, Mao was determined to become a great man by actively engaging in social issues and participating in social change in China. 2. Mao Zedong's theories of rhetoric. Mao Zedong claimed to be a Marxist and was recognized for his sinification of Marxism. One that is, Mao is known to have successfully applied Marxist-Leninist theories of epistemology and social change to the conditions of China's revolution. However, Mao's exposure to Marxism was limited because he lacked direct translations of Marxist works from German to Chinese. Scholars who have studied Mao generally agree that Mao's knowledge about Marxism largely came from Chinese translations of Soviet philosophical sources, from which Mao drew categories and concepts of Soviet Marxist in his own philosophical writings. Specifically, Mao learned about Marxism second-hand from Stalin's History of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, short course. He considered the book the best synthesis and summing up of the world communist movement and the only comprehensive model in the whole world. Moreover, by his own admission, Mao said on June 4, 1958, at a conference in Wuhan that he likes to read Lenin's works, especially his works produced during the Soviet revolutionary period. This is because Lenin writes in vivid and vigorous language, he reasons things out for his audience, his words are heartfelt, and he speaks the truth. According to Sun's 1993 study, Mao read Lenin's works such as The State and Revolution, Left-Wing Communism, and Two Policies in 1932 when he was able to have access to the translated versions of these texts. China may not have a set of rhetorical theories per se in its tradition by the Western standard, but it does have senses and conceptualizations of rhetoric that can be traced to the Spring, Autumn and Warring States period. A rich collection of studies on classical Chinese rhetoric has been produced since the 1970s and was pioneered by Professor Robert Oliver. Scholars in general agree that Chinese rhetoric is not as explicit as Western rhetoric due to the highly contextualized nature of Chinese culture. Chinese rhetoric is embedded in Chinese literary, historical, ethical, and philosophical texts. In particular, philosophy and rhetoric are inseparable and interdependent. This phenomenon has continued in the modern era. Among modern Chinese thinkers and political leaders, Mao Zedong was one of the most eloquent writers and speakers. He wrote a number of articles and speeches that addressed ethical issues of the speaker, audience adaptation in speaking and writing, and the construction and presentation of messages. Mao did not name any of his works rhetorical theories, but his theories of rhetoric were embedded and intertwined within his political and philosophical views. Mao's rhetorical theories can be divided into four arenas: 1. Those on truth and knowledge; 2. Those on dialectics and contradiction; 3. Those on art and literature; and 4. Those on persuasion. An examination of Mao's writings reveals that Mao's philosophical views and rhetorical concepts exhibited significant influence issuing from Marxist-Leninist communist ideology as well as influence stemming from traditional Chinese ontology and epistemology. Mao's theories on truth and knowledge. Robert Scott has claimed that rhetoric is a way of knowing, it is epistemic. He explains that rhetoric is not only a method to convey truth, it is also a process of generating truth and knowledge. Scott contends that through speaking and writing, humans come to know social norms and draw rational conclusions. As a means for humans to address the many versions of truth contesting with each other, then, rhetoric functions to present and unify different perspectives. Rhetoric is thus not a deficient purveyor of technical knowledge, but rather the only proficient supplier for the knowledge that makes social interaction possible. Although Chinese rhetoric has a tradition of rational argument from the schools of Ming and Moism, the common assumption of Chinese culture made by early sinologists is that Chinese thought is characterized by intuition and lack of logical thinking. Also due to the influence of Buddhism, Chinese people place more emphasis on direct experience such as sudden enlightenment as the source of truth and knowledge than on logical thought. Although Mao's mother was a Buddhist and may have taught Mao from the perspective of that religion, Mao did not follow Buddhist beliefs. Mao was an atheist. He may not have believed in sudden enlightenment as a way of gaining knowledge, but his view of epistemology was close to the Chinese pragmatic tradition in that he argued that truth and knowledge are first drawn from one's experience and then processed through rationalization. Point 2. Mao espoused his theory of truth and knowledge in his seminal article on practice. The piece was published in July 1937, when Japan launched a large-scale war with China at the same time that political conflict intensified between Mao and Wang Ming, the former CCP leader. Point 3. Mao wrote the essay to challenge what he perceived as the increasing dogmatism and subjectivism within the Chinese Communist Party. At the time the CCP had established its own youth training workshops in Yan'an and invited Mao to give lectures on philosophy. Mao initially wrote the essay as lecture notes, so his direct audiences were young party members, but his target audience also included his political opponents, such as Wang Ming and Bogu, Soviet-trained CCP leaders who issued military orders without considering China's practical situation. Mao's essay established him as a credible Marxist theorist and elevated his reputation among party leaders. The essay is treated here as a rhetorical text not because Mao discussed truth and knowledge in it, but because the rhetorical implications of the essay in prescribing a formula for gaining truth and knowledge suited the Chinese context, guided the Chinese Revolution, and transformed the Chinese way of thinking. Mao's theories on truth and knowledge were formulated based on his experiences with external and internal enemies. From 1931 to 1934, Chiang Kai-shek, the president of the Chinese nationalist government, launched 5 encirclement campaigns against the Chinese Red Army. The Red Army successfully defended its territory in the first 4 campaigns by employing Mao's guerrilla military strategies, but efforts failed during the last campaign. As a result, the Red Army was forced to retreat and started what is historically known as the Long March. After the Long March, the Red Army had been significantly reduced in size, and the Communist Party was on the cusp of being defeated by Chiang Kai-shek's offensive forces. Mao was the chairman of the Soviet government in Yan'an, but he did not wield real, enforceable powers, and many of his comrades did not agree with his military strategies of guerrilla fighting. Mao attributed the failure of the Red Army and the weakening of the CCP to the narrow thinking of a few top communist leaders, such as Wang Ming and Bogu, who were trained in the Soviet Union and were guided by the Comintern and the military advisor Otto Braun. Mao accused Wang and Bo of acting in dogmatic and subjective ways in their applications of Marxist-Leninist theories, ways that failed to consider China's situation. 5 Mao treated this ideological division as a philosophical issue of epistemology. In this essay Mao proposed the epistemology of dialectical materialism, which is predicated on the integration of theory and practice, and of subjectivity and objectivity. Mao argued that the epistemology of dialectical materialism was the true, correct, and Marxist approach to how humans view, know, and change the world. While known as a romantic revolutionary, Mao in this essay sounded rational and practical in his approach to solving China's problem. As Womack points out, interaction of theory and practice with the goal of effective revolutionary action is the basic characteristic of Mao's own pattern of development and the main trait of his political thinking, despite the fact that Mao's view on this topic drew heavily from Joseph Stalin's dialectical and history materialism. Knowing through practice. The first question for Mao was determining the source and process of gaining truth and knowledge. Mao did not provide anything new but rather parroted what Marx and Lenin had claimed on this point. As a self-claimed devout Marxist, Mao believed that a person's perception is strongly influenced by his/her material conditions, political situations, and cultural life in a society. While Marx posited that the material condition of industrial workers shaped their social consciousness and Lenin professed that practical knowledge is higher than knowledge, Mao further elaborated on this process. Man's knowledge depends mainly on his activity in material production, through which he comes gradually to understand the phenomena, the properties and the laws of nature, and the relations between himself and nature, between man and man. In Mao's view, social activities included production, class struggle, political life, artistic pursuit, and scientific experiment, all of which were interrelated and dependent on one another. He believed moreover that humans' perceptions of these activities took place and developed from a lower to a higher level and from the shallower to the deeper, from the one-sided to the many-sided. Put another way, a person's perception and knowledge of the world are restricted by the mode of production and stages of the society. When the mode of production is at a small scale and when the ruling class is exploiting people, a person's knowledge is limited and biased. When the mode of production turns into a large-scale assembly line and the proletariat class emerges, a person's knowledge becomes much more comprehensive. Mao named such a process of gaining knowledge the science of Marxism and referenced works of Marx and Lenin to support his point. 6 Scientific Marxists, as defined by James Arndt, stress a deterministic view of ideology, devalue individual experience and action, and emphasize the law-like character of historical change. Indeed, Mao treated this process of gaining truth and knowledge as the absolute approach that helps achieve the proletarian consciousness, a level of consciousness characterized as the most moral, advanced, and selfless state of mind. While Mao viewed epistemology as a dynamic process of defining and redefining truth through practice, truth has to be tested after being gained through certain material conditions and changes of productivity. For Mao, the sole criterion for testing truth was repeated practices or activities. In his words, the truth of any knowledge or theory is determined not by subjective feelings, but by objective results in social practices. Only social practice can be the criterion of truth. 7 Mao augmented his claim by quoting from Stalin that theory becomes aimless when it is not connected with practice. For Mao, after a person gained rational knowledge, it was important to apply such knowledge in the practice of revolution to verify the truth of such knowledge. To Mao, one cycle of theory testing was not enough. Instead, practice, knowledge, again practice, and again knowledge. This form repeats itself in an endless cycle, and with each cycle the content of practice and knowledge rises to a higher level. Mao called this endless cycle the dialectical materialist theory of knowledge or the law of epistemology. In Mao's view, This process of practice in obtaining knowledge was the law of epistemology that served as guidance for change, class struggle, and scientific and social experiments. To some degree Mao's view was the next step to Aristotle's notion of inductive reasoning, in that conclusions drawn from examples will function as concepts or theories and can be used as premises for the application of new practice, and so on. In the name of scientific Marxism, Mao illustrated a two-stage process of how humans come to know what they know and believe to be true. The first stage was the perceptual stage of cognition, or the stage of sense perceptions and impressions. Mao used observations and visitors' first impressions when they went to Yan'an as an example. In the first day or two, they see its topography, streets and houses, meetings, hear talks of various kinds and read various documents. During this time visitors formed their first impressions or initial perceptions of Yan'an. The second stage was the stage of rational knowledge. This is the stage when a person begins to make a link between a concept and what he/she has observed and experienced. In making the link, the person will infer and draw logical conclusions about Yan'an. Mao purported that when visitors came to Yan'an and saw how prepared the Communist Party was in forging an alliance with the Nationalist Party in the fight against Japan, visitors would form conceptions, make judgments, and draw conclusions about the Communist Party more favorably. Point 8 Mao called this the rational stage of knowledge. To help his audience understand what he meant by rational, Mao referenced a famous Chinese novel, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and to illustrate his point he quoted a familiar phrase from the novel, "Knit the brows and a stratagem comes to mind." This means that eyebrows will tighten up when one is in a thinking mode, and through the thinking process, an idea or strategy will arise. This simple explanation was much easier for a Chinese audience to understand. But at the same time, Mao's simplification of the rational process brushed away a logical and critical engagement of the issue, making the process sound more like an intuitive awakening. A critique of traditional Chinese perceptions regarding epistemology. Most Mao scholars consider Mao to have been a disciple of Lenin and Stalin, as he inherited their works. This conclusion is only partially true. Mao's theory on truth and knowledge also evolved from and was a critical response to indigenous Chinese philosophy on epistemology. In De Shui, one of the Confucian classics, the concepts of Ji Wu and Ji Ji are raised as foundations for achieving a peaceful and harmonious society. Point 9 The philosophers Zhu Xi and Chen Yi from the Song dynasty discussed four processes of gaining knowledge: study, distinction, questioning, and reflection. They assumed that one must know first before they can act. In other words, a person's action is guided by what he or she knows. From there the process of knowing is moved from superficial to profound, from crude to refined, from accumulation to enlightenment. In other words, the Neo-Confucian model of epistemology placed thought and consciousness before material condition and practical experience in gaining truth and knowledge. The Neo-Confucian view of epistemology was challenged by later scholars. For example, Wang Yangming, a well-known philosopher in the Ming dynasty, believed that knowledge and action are integrated, that only through simultaneous action could one gain knowledge. Another philosopher from the Qing dynasty named Wang Fuzi further developed this notion by stressing the need for both experience and reason in gaining truth and knowledge, in that humans first gain their knowledge through senses and then reason carefully about what they have sensed. These philosophers challenged the traditional Chinese Taoist and Buddhist notions of intuition and sudden enlightenment as means to achieving truth and knowledge. However, these views of epistemology were not popularized in China, as they were written in the classical Chinese language and only a few educated elites could read and understand them. Mao seemed to have read the works of Wang Yangming and Wang Fuzi, since he referenced them in his study notes. Mao was one of the earliest persons in Chinese history to explain these epistemologies to the Chinese people in clear, vernacular terms, that all knowledge first comes from experiences and then becomes conceptual knowledge that in turn serves as a guide for further action, action that also will be tested and contested in practice and experience. Mao prescribed this logical process of epistemology for the Chinese people. This new way of thinking quickly became popularized, fundamentally challenging traditional Chinese beliefs about truth and knowledge that gave preeminence to conceptual knowledge, not empirical experience. Mao did not believe that knowledge can be gained only from reading books. He criticized the traditional Chinese saying that without stepping outside his gate, the scholar knows all the wide world's affairs as pedantic and senseless. For Mao, knowing came from practice. Mao used an analogy to illustrate his point: if you want to know the taste of a pear, you must change the pear by eating it yourself. That is, if a person wants to get conceptual knowledge of the taste of a pear, he or she must physically eat it, which implies that no one could know anything he or she has not experienced. Mao made it clear that anyone who thinks that rational knowledge needs not to be derived from perceptual knowledge is an idealist. He further explained that rational knowledge without sense perception is like water without a source, a tree without roots. Mao deemed the philosophical label idealist as a negative term in Chinese political discourse. He associated idealism with subjectivity in perceiving and gaining knowledge. The term idealism, for him, was moralized and politicized to refer to someone whose thinking not only was inaccurate and misguided but also brought negative consequences to social and cultural life. During the Chinese Cultural Revolution, if someone were labeled an idealist, this person would also be deemed a class enemy. However, Mao did not follow his own theory regarding epistemology after the founding of the People's Republic of China. His economic policies were based not on practice or social reality but on his own idealistic and utopian views of China's economic development. Ironically, he ceased his quest for an objective reality and became an idealist, manifesting a way of thinking that he had once vehemently criticized. Point 10. Womack observes that Mao placed more emphasis on practical effectiveness than on abstract theories. Mao certainly did not have faith in formal education as the only source of knowledge. Additionally, he reversed the conventional belief that the educated know more than the uneducated. In his words, intellectuals are the most ignorant and the workers and peasants are the most knowledgeable. Starting in 1958, Mao sent many members of the educated elite to rural areas, factories, and military bases to learn from peasants, workers, and soldiers. Re-educating these intellectuals by immersing them in the mass population reflected Mao's ideological belief of epistemology, but an argument can be made that his actions revealed a political strategy he used to punish the arrogance of intellectuals and to compel them to obey his rule. In summary, Mao's theories on truth and knowledge may not have been original since he studied Marxism second-hand from the Soviet Marxists. His contribution in the world of rhetoric is his employment of Marxist-Leninist theories to address contingent situations in China. He introduced and explained complicated and abstract Western philosophical concepts by writing in a vernacular Chinese that his audience could understand and to which they could relate. Most Chinese, including my own generation, learned about Marxist dialectical materialism from Mao's works. Although early Chinese Marxist writers such as Li De and Ai Saiki wrote books introducing Marxism to Chinese audiences, Mao was the first person in modern Chinese history to popularize Marxism in terms of how truth and knowledge were derived. Knight credits Mao for his remarkable rhetorical ability to surpass Lenin and Stalin, saying that Mao's philosophical essays are more tightly argued and complete than the Soviet sources, in terms of content, and many of his formulations, and much of his analysis and explanations, are clearer, more concise, systematic, and profound than the Soviet texts on philosophy. Indeed, Mao's rhetorical shrewdness lay in his employment of the Marxist-Leninist framework and in his references to Lenin and Stalin to justify his own approach to China's revolution. This rhetorical strategy serves to secure Mao's ideological correctness, since both Marx and Lenin are worshipped by the Chinese communists as the beacons of communism, Marx being the founder of communism and Lenin putting communism into practice in the successful Russian Revolution. By using Marxism-Leninism for his ideological argument, Mao presented himself as an expert on the theories of Marxism/Leninism, which made his views harder to refute because Marxism-Leninism was regarded as the ultimate truth for communists. Further, Mao presented himself first as the voice of the people, genuinely concerned with their emancipation from oppressive forces, and second as a realist who intended to address practical problems in China. Mao deliberately avoided acknowledging the possible influence on him of Wang Yangming's and Wang Fuzi's notions of integration between experience and reason. This subterfuge was another strategic choice by which Mao set himself apart from any connection to old China so that he might create a new Chinese identity under the banner of socialism/communism. Mao's theory of dialectics and contradiction. The concept of dialectic was first employed by Greek sophists as an argumentation technique in their teaching. By arguing for and against an issue, students would learn how to make the worst case appear the better by manipulating probability in a judicial context. Aristotle considered dialectic as the counterpart to rhetoric and treated dialectic as a form of reasoning or a logical method. In this method one would start with a widely accepted proposition and then move to the application of the proposition to the proposed problem. Plato invented and applied this method first in his Socratic dialogues with sophists in Gorgias. This dialectical process of reasoning allows a critical examination of arguments and counterarguments of an issue, a test of old propositions and a discovery of new ones in the process. The meaning of dialectic has evolved in reference to history and the human condition since the 19th century. According to Hegel, dialectic consists of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis in the progression of ideas that push history forward, leading to a perfect world. This dialectical process of history was appropriated by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels into materialist dialectic, which references a world that is interconnected, contradictory, and dynamic based on the material conditions of social economic class. Marx and Engels expanded the idea of dialectic to include how humans perceive and understand the material world. According to Grossberg, Marxist dialectics is a mode of understanding and interpretation. The understanding of a phenomenon is achieved through application to particularity, interconnection with another phenomenon, and the sign of negation or contradiction. This Marxist concept of dialectic, especially the concept of contradiction, predominantly influenced the thinking of communist leaders such as Lenin and Mao. Accordingly, being dialectical requires the ability to identify contradictions and, by seeing things in opposing terms, ascertain how they relate and then configure ideas to induce change. Mao's view on contradiction was guided by dialectical thinking that drew heavily from his readings of Lenin. 12 For Plato and Aristotle, contradiction was logically unacceptable as it indicated ambiguity and paradox in things. Mao, in contrast, saw contradiction at the ontological level as inevitable and embedded in everything in the universe. In his words, contradiction is present in the process of development of all things and permeates every process from beginning to end. 13 Contradiction was a natural phenomenon manifested in everything ranging from natural science to social movements. Mao applied this view of contradiction to war strategies, perceptions, and the conflict within the CCP in the Chinese context. Moreover, Mao used the concept of contradiction to explain his theory of class struggle, the state of conflict in a society resulting from differences and confrontations between the rich and the poor. For Mao, as long as differences existed in thought, social status, and worldviews, contradictions and confrontations would reside among them. Like Lenin, Mao believed that contradiction was the impetus for social change. Mao identified the unity of opposites as the fundamental characteristic of contradiction. He credited this idea to Lenin and considered this unity as the basic law of materialist dialectics. Mao explained Lenin's concept in plain and clear language: no contradictory aspect can exist in isolation. Without its opposite aspect, each loses the condition for its existence. Without life, there would be no death. Without misfortune, there would be no good life. Without the bourgeoisie, there would be no proletariat. Mao concluded, it is so with all opposites, in given conditions, on the one hand they are opposed to each other, and on the other they are interconnected, interpenetrating, interpermeating and interdependent. Interestingly, this view is similar to the deist notion of yin and yang in that each presents the opposite of the other, but the opposing forces are simultaneously integrated to create equilibrium. Mao even borrowed the deist concept of Zedong Xiang Cheng to illustrate that both conflict and unity exist between the two opposing aspects of a contradiction. For Mao, contradiction equated with a problem or challenge that human beings faced in life. Contradiction could have internal and external constraints. Mao called these constraints internal contradiction and external contradiction, respectively. Mao asserted that the internal contradiction functions as the fundamental cause for change while the external contradiction functions as the secondary cause. Mao gave an example to explain his point. Countries with almost the same geographical and climate conditions display great diversity and unevenness in their development. Moreover, great social changes may take place in one and the same country although its geography and climate remain unchanged. Imperialist Russia changed into the Socialist Soviet Union, and feudal Japan, which had locked its doors against the world, changed into imperialist Japan, although no change occurred in the geography and climate of either country. Here the people of each country were the internal cause while the geographical elements of each country were the secondary cause. For any social change to take place, Mao explained, the will of the people is the decisive factor. To make his point clearly understood, Mao used an analogy of an egg hatching. In a suitable temperature an egg changes into a chicken, but no temperature can change a stone into a chicken, because each has a different basis. Mao justified his point by reviewing why the Communist Party liquidated individual opportunism within the party in order to lead China's revolution in a correct direction. In Mao's thinking, it was that correct political line within the party that would secure the success of revolution. Mao closely monitored the internal contradictions within the party and launched several political campaigns in his lifetime to silence voices he considered incorrect or harmful to revolution. 14. Mao also divided contradictions into those of universality and those of particularity. In Mao's view, contradictions of particularity dealt with individual or particular characters that were conditional, temporary, relative, and subject to change. According to this point of view, types of contradictions can change, and different types of contradictions require different approaches to induce change. Mao called this tenet the principles of Marxist-Leninism and the living soul of Marxism. Mao used this view of contradiction to justify the three stages of the CCP's relationship with the Nationalist Party. In the first stage, the CCP remained involved in China's revolution and was an ally to the Nationalist Party, but the CCP was a nascent organization and essentially silenced by the Nationalist Party. In the second stage, the CCP and the Nationalist Party became enemies. The CCP suffered a tremendous loss in its military force due to the CCP leaders' strategic mistakes. Not until 1935, during the so-called third stage, when the Communist Party corrected its errors and formed a new united front with the Nationalist Party in resistance against Japan, did the CCP set out in the right direction. During this third stage the CCP matured after learning lessons from the past. In Mao's justification of the three stages, he treated the cause of each stage as the internal contradiction and considered the contradiction in each stage of alliance with the Nationalist Party as different, conditional, temporary, and relative, thus the relationship with the Nationalist Party was subject to change. Mao explained that the contradiction of particularity was the reason the CCP and the Nationalist Party had become enemies and friends at different points of history. These differing circumstances indicated that no definite answers exist to any problems because situations and issues at hand are contingent upon different circumstances and provide different rhetorical options and strategies. Mao's view was rhetorical in nature as rhetoric addresses contingent issues and is characterized by the process of weighing options. Grossberg states that Marxist dialectical thought aims at producing change. History is a battle of the new against the old in which the new stage could not have arisen except out of and in opposition to the old. For Mao, change was inevitable, and his revolutionary goal was to replace the semi-colonial and semi-feudal China with a socialist China. Mao was convinced that a society would inevitably transform from a feudal society to a capitalist one, as had happened in Europe. Citing Lenin, Mao said that contradictions or unity of oppositions induce change. Therefore, the human mind should take these opposites not as dead, rigid, but as living, conditional, mobile, transforming themselves into one another. Borrowing from Marx and Engels, Mao believed that the ruling class of the bourgeoisie would eventually be replaced by the proletariat. A capitalist society would be inexorably replaced by a socialist society, as had taken place in the Soviet Union. Based on this logic, a socialist China was inevitable. Mao used the rhetoric of inevitability throughout his writings as a rational appeal for the communist revolution. In addition to referencing Lenin, Mao relied on traditional Chinese symbolic resources to support his argument for change. He used a traditional Chinese saying, "the new superseding the old," and provided examples from traditional Chinese mythology such as Quafu's chasing the sun in Shanhai Qing, Yi's shooting down of 9 suns in Huainan Zi, and episodes of ghosts and foxes metamorphosed into human beings in the strange tales of Liao Chai. Mao also used stories from popular Chinese literary texts such as Journey to the West, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and Water Margin. Here, Mao mixed Chinese mythology with social change, as these anecdotes indicated that social transformation was possible. Through references to Marx and Lenin and examples in Chinese texts, Mao established himself as an expert on Marxist-Leninist theories. Mao's interpretation of historical progression towards social transformation was lauded as the absolute truth and a communist dogma. His integration of traditional Chinese mythology and Leninist theories created a language easily understood by the public, a language that gave hope to the CCP and ultimately to the Chinese people. This view of history was the guiding principle for the CCP and an enthymemic 15 device to persuade the Chinese people that Mao and his party would lead China out of poverty into a bright future. Mao's use of Chinese examples demonstrated his remarkable rhetorical dexterity of turning Lenin's abstract ideas into digestible and relatable discourse that resonated with his Chinese audience. Mao also applied Lenin's theory of dialectics to the socio-economic structure of a society, that is, the contradiction between the economic base and its superstructure. Mao recognized, as discussed by Marx, that the productive forces and the economic base generally play the principal and decisive roles in a society. Mao took this point even further, stating that in certain conditions such aspects as the relations of production and the superstructure in turn manifest themselves in the principal and decisive role. He asserted, when the superstructure obstructs the development of the economic base, political and cultural changes become principal and decisive. At this point Mao altered Marx's original social theory on the relationship between the economic base and the ideological superstructure. In Mao's belief, the forces of the superstructure in communist China risked the danger of becoming bourgeois, which would lead China into a capitalist society and turn history backward, based on the Marxist prediction of the 5 stages of historical progression. This mindset dominated Mao's thinking during his leadership within the Communist Party after he became the ruler of the People's Republic of China in 1949. This was evidenced by his consistent purges of high-ranking officials and endless political campaigns to reform the Chinese mind and culture, culminating in the launch of the Cultural Revolution. Mao's rhetoric of change not only was influenced by Leninist thought but also manifested an apparent trace of Daoism in his interpretation of dialectics and contradiction. In his writing and speeches, Mao referenced ample examples and citations from Laozi and Zhuangzi. For instance, in his speech from the second session of the 8th Communist Party Central Committee, Mao referenced Zhuangzi's saying, "The shadow of a flying bird is in motion." Mao used the saying as an example of dialectics in that a thing can be moving and not moving. There is no absolute act of moving, nor is there an absolute act of not moving. All issues are temporary and conditional. In his correct handling of contradictions among the people, Mao quoted Laozi's saying, "Good fortune lieth within bad, bad fortune lurketh within good." Mao used this saying to illustrate his point that anything good can turn bad and anything bad can turn good. Scram has observed that the chairman's understanding of contradictions was inspired not so much by Marxism as by the old Chinese dialectic of waxing and waning, decline and renewal, the yin and the yang. Thus, Mao was not afraid of chaos. He believed that chaos would lead to stability, as contradictions are just a sum of interrelated parts and will ultimately reach a lofty, elevated conclusion to the benefit of all parties. To some degree Mao's theory of contradiction resembles Kenneth Burke's notion of identification and alienation, but it contrasts with Burke's ideas regarding the purpose of rhetoric. For Burke, identification is the key factor in persuasion. An orator may elect to speak in a way that appeals to the audience's core values, using manners such as gestures, tonality, order, and images with which the audience is familiar. However, at the same time, when an orator identifies with an audience, he or she simultaneously alienates or disassociates with others. A person is both joined and separate. That is, identification is rooted in alienation as well as division. Alienation and division are in conflict but also interrelated. In these ways Mao's theory resembles Burke's. With regard to the purpose of rhetoric, however, Burke and Mao differ. The purpose of rhetoric for Burke was to achieve peace, while for Mao rhetoric created contradiction, which in turn facilitated change in society and consciousness, eventually leading to revolution. Mao's theory of contradiction is also similar to Michael Billig's theory of logic and anti-logic in rhetorical argument. In his book Arguing and Thinking, Billig observes that human thought is characterized by rhetorical oppositions, which he names logic and anti-logic. Billig argues that because of these oppositions, humans have the capacity for contradictions, a theoretical position similar to Mao's. As humans argue for one position, Billig asserts, they simultaneously are engaging in counterargument of the opposing position. Undoubtedly Mao was not an original thinker on dialectics and contradiction, although he was described as a good teacher and clarifier of the abstract and foreign ideas contained in Marxist-Leninist doctrine to the Chinese audience. Mao's sinification of Marxism as a recognized contribution may actually have been Mao's rhetorical appropriation to suit his own revolutionary goals, rhetoric as a weapon created to help defeat his political opponents within the party. The appropriation blended the political ideology of the West with the Chinese intellectual tradition and cultural resources and linguistic repertoire. Joseph Escherick describes Mao's writing as imbue Soviet Marxism with a distinct Chinese style. It is difficult to discern whether Mao's dialectical thinking was primarily influenced by Marxist-Leninist theories or by traditional Chinese indigenous philosophy. It seems, however, that Mao's familiarity with Daoist thinking paved the way for his acceptance of Marxist-Leninist theories on dialectics and contradiction. In this sense, Mao not only further rebranded or subverted Marxist-Leninist philosophical ideas into ideological orthodox but also put them into practice within an indigenous Chinese context. He successfully integrated foreign philosophies with Chinese traditional thinking and cosmology in his rhetorical argument. Mao's theories on art and literature. While Mao preached dialectics and favored contradictions, Mao's revolutionary rhetoric could also be identified in his theorization of art and literature. Mao expounded the essence of his theory on art and literature in his speech talks at the Yan'an Forum on Literature and Art. In the speech Mao painted the world in two camps, the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. A person's thinking and actions were guided either by the proletarian worldview or by the bourgeois worldview. For Mao, a proletarian worldview was to accept Marxist theories of class struggle and the utopian vision of realizing a communist society. The bourgeois worldview was to maintain the status quo of inequality. A person with such a worldview tended to have an orientation of subjectivism. 16 It is ironic that while, on the one hand, Mao believed that experience and practice shape consciousness, on the other hand, he gave more weight to the power of consciousness in guiding a person's attitude and actions. For Mao, maintaining a proletarian consciousness or a consciousness of class struggle meant constantly to obliterate any bourgeois thought. The alleged bourgeois thought, as perpetuated by many intellectuals at the time, was broadly defined and yet condemned as a sinful thought. Background and audience of the speech. Mao delivered talks at the Yan'an Forum on Literature and Art on May 2, 1942, a few months after he launched the Rectification Campaign. The claimed purpose of the Rectification Campaign was to teach party members and young intellectuals in Yan'an revolutionary ideas based on Marxist-Leninist theories and help them gain the correct proletarian consciousness. The hidden motive of the campaign was to build on the accomplishments of Mao's success in military and political leadership and gain control of ideological leadership over the intellectuals of both Russian and Western training. The Russian-trained intellectuals were targeted because they were the most perfidious of Mao's political opponents. 17 According to Vladimirov's observation, the sole purpose of the rectification campaign was to establish loyalty to Mao and to enhance Mao's authority among party members through the mechanisms of fear and thought reform. Mao delivered his speech late in the evening outside on a flat stretch of land in front of the cave dwellings in which the enthusiastic communists lived and worked. While the Russian-trained intellectuals may have experienced tension during the speech, many audience members fondly remembered the scene of that night. For example, Huang still remembers, without any sign of fatigue Chairman Mao spoke on. It was already past midnight. The moon overhead made the night as bright as day. Under the moon and the stars, hills nearby and distant were darkly silhouetted. Not far away, the Yanhe River flowed merrily, its surface shot with silver. The speech was delivered during the time period when China was engaged in the anti-Japanese war. At the start of the war, the Communist Party and the Nationalist Party formed an alliance after 10 years of civil war. The Communist Party had established its base in Yan'an, Shaanxi province, and had attracted many left-wing writers, artists, and intellectuals with utopian ideologies and with determination to fight against the Japanese and build a new China. 18 The artists considered Yan'an an ideal place for individual freedom and social equality. They even called Yan'an China's Moscow and a paradise described in Dante's Divine Comedy. These young artists had contributed significantly to the dissemination of the CCP's policies and ideology. They had created various artistic forms such as poems, paintings, slogans, choirs, music, and dances. They had written articles, novels, and plays to praise the CCP and to criticize the Nationalist Party. However, because many of them were Western educated and from wealthy families, they had revolutionary zeal but little contact with workers, peasants, and soldiers, who were the basis of the Communist Party. Mao initially welcomed these young intellectuals and praised them for their courage and talent. However, Mao fundamentally did not trust them and labeled them petite bourgeoisie who needed to adjust their worldviews. These petite bourgeoisie therefore were also the target audience of Mao's speech. The goals of art and literature. Mao started his speech by establishing a common ground with his audience. Our aim is to ensure that revolutionary literature and art follow the correct path of development and provide better help to other revolutionary efforts in facilitating the overthrow of our national enemy and the accomplishment of the task of national liberation. Then Mao charged his audience with an honorable mission to support the cause of national liberation by calling for the need to have a cultural army, an army that would use pens instead of guns to defeat the enemy. To Mao, this cultural army is absolutely indispensable to winning the cause. Mao even made a link between the significance of winning this war and the cultural movements in China. This connection was rhetorically effective, as his audience was largely composed of young intellectuals who had been influenced by the spirit of the May 4th movement, which was characterized by anti-Confucianism, democratic ideals, and nationalistic sentiments. 19 For Mao, winning the war involved winning the hearts of the Chinese people, changing the ways that arts and literature traditionally were expressed in China, and therefore changing the ways they functioned in China. In this sense Mao attempted to recreate the Chinese culture often characterized by harmony into a culture of revolution and radicalization. Traditionally speaking, China had been a high-learning culture, producing scholars and writers who received Confucian educations. Some of these scholars were also influenced by Western culture in modern times. Their literary and artistic works had been serving the elites and the wealthy in Chinese society for centuries. A vast majority of Chinese people still belonged to the peasantry class and still received little formal education. However, Mao believed that practice or direct experiences were the sources and testing grounds for truth. This belief meant that workers, peasants, and soldiers or the masses held more truth and knowledge about life, but their lives were not represented in traditional Chinese literary works. Those writers and artists who came to Yan'an had artistic talent and skills but did not possess the experience of peasants. The artists lacked a common ground with and an empathy for the masses. This lack of common ground hindered the communication between the two groups and even bred resentment toward each other. Therefore for Mao, talks at the Yan'an Forum on Literature and Art aimed at identifying the challenges that these writers and intellectuals would face in integrating with the masses and setting up new goals regarding who would be served by their literary works and how artists would adjust their work to appeal to and serve a mass audience. Mao announced that the goal of his speech was to use art and literature as weapons to unite people and attack their enemies. He then listed 3 challenges that writers and intellectuals would face: the problem of class status, the problem of attitude, and the problem of audience. In terms of class status, Mao requested that these writers and intellectuals adopt the mindset of the proletariat as the correct form of consciousness. 20 The problem of attitude involved a choice of extolling the good deeds of the masses and condemning the evil doings of the enemy. Mao made it clear that writers and artists must choose to praise the party, the masses, and the People's Army while at the same time exposing the duplicity and cruelty of Japanese imperialism and class enemies. He directed that in addition to creating expressions of anti-Japanese sentiments through the arts, artists needed to use their talents to expose the feudal evils and eulogize the heroes. Emulating lofty heroes had been a long-standing approach of the CCP to inculcate values of courage, selflessness, and loyalty to the party. The practice of reporting only good news and blocking out bad news was a quintessential principle of CCP propaganda from the time Mao promulgated these theories. Mao pointed out that the attitude toward the urban, petite bourgeoisie should be patience and tolerance. The goal of writers and artists was to educate the bourgeoisie and turn them into revolutionaries in heart and mind. With respect to the audience, Mao reminded the writers and artists that their primary audience in the revolutionary base consisted of workers, peasants, and soldiers, as well as some cadres and students. Mao declared that all our literature and art are for the masses of the people, and in the first place for the workers, peasants, and soldiers. To Mao, all forms of literature and art were inherently related to class and served certain political interests. There were no works of literature and art that were independent from class and politics. Moreover, Mao claimed, literature and art are subordinate to politics. Revolutionary literature and art are parts of the whole revolutionary cause. He cited from Lenin that proletarian art and literature are indispensable cogs and wheels in the whole machine, an indispensable part of the entire revolutionary cause. Thus the tasks of these writers and artists were to garner popular support for the CCP government, incite hatred among the masses for the landlord, cultivate a proletarian consciousness, and fulfill the CCP propaganda commitment. In calling for these actions and inciting artists to comply with his mandate, Mao successfully politicized Chinese art and literature. Wang argues that Mao's vision of political power was not just about policy and government control but rather had become a form of sublime art. It was a form of power implanted and operative in the inner sphere of the individual's mind, feelings, and tastes, power embedded in the symbolic activities and perceptual patterns by which we generate meaning and evolve culture. Mao recognized the intellectual gap between the rural peasants and the urban, educated backgrounds of young writers and artists. However, more of his concern was the psychological or emotional distance between the two groups that would make the task of fusing them challenging. He anticipated obstacles and even resistance to his call. He required the writers and artists to abandon their petit bourgeois class consciousness and reform their thoughts and feelings to those that would emulate the consciousness and thoughts and feelings of the masses. To persuade the writers and artists to undertake such a thought transformation, Mao used himself as an example. Mao shared his own experience of transforming himself from a member of a petit bourgeois class to a member of the proletariat. Here I might mention the experience of how my own feelings changed. I began life as a student and at school acquired the ways of a student. I then used to feel it undignified to do even a little manual labor, such as carrying my own luggage in the presence of my fellow students, who were incapable of carrying anything, either on their shoulders or in their hands. At that time I felt that intellectuals were the only clean people in the world, while in comparison workers and peasants were dirty. I did not mind wearing the clothes of other intellectuals, believing them clean, but I would not put on clothes belonging to a worker or peasant, believing them dirty. But after I became a revolutionary and lived with workers and peasants and with soldiers of the Revolutionary Army, I gradually came to know them well and they gradually came to know me well, too. It was then, and only then, that I fundamentally changed the bourgeois and petty bourgeois feelings implanted in me in the bourgeois schools. Mao used his personal example and experience to illustrate that the only way to fuse oneself with the masses and transform one's class consciousness into a proletarian type was to mingle with the masses, even if this process could be long and painful. Mao's hope was that when these writers and artists transformed themselves into proletarian revolutionaries, the masses would be correctly served. In Mao's words, if our writers and artists who come from the intelligentsia want their works to be well received by the masses, they must change and remold their thinking and their feelings. Without such a change, without such remolding, they can do nothing well and will be misfits. To achieve this goal, he argued, the intelligentsia needed to live with proletarians, think like them, and speak their language. In later years Mao launched campaigns, sending the educated urban youths to the countryside and forcing many intellectuals to labor in May 7 labor camps for re-education. 21. Content and form of art and literature. To meet the goal of serving the revolutionary cause, writers and artists were required to abandon arts and literature that contained feudalized and bourgeois ideas. These artists were expected to produce artistic works that represented the lives and interests of the proletariat class. Mao encouraged writers and artists to find sources of and inspiration for such works from the masses. Mao stated, "The life of the people is always a mine of the raw materials for literature and art, materials in their natural form, materials that are crude, but most vital, rich, and fundamental." In Mao's view, only works of such nature could serve the revolutionary function of educating the masses and therefore propel history forward. By concentrating on everyday experiences of exploitation, oppression, and suffering of the masses, the works of literature and art function to typify the contradictions and struggles within them and produce works which awaken the masses, fire them with enthusiasm and impel them to unite and struggle to transform their environment. 22. Mao indicated that drawing sources from real life was not enough. The story must be elevated above life in its themes and representations in order to create a persuasive effect and a transformative experience. In his words, life as reflected in the works of literature and art can and ought to be on a higher plane, more intense, more concentrated, more typical, nearer the ideal, and therefore more universal than actual everyday life. Ban Wang observes, communist culture courts exuberant passions rather than rejects them, and that emotion can be appropriated to enhance rather than diminish political identity and effectiveness. It was Mao's belief that through dramatic and exhilarating spectacles, the political consciousness of peasants and the writers and artists themselves would be morally elevated and Chinese culture would be transformed. This transformative process is close to the persuasive effect of Aristotle's notion of catharsis and the outcome of using St. Augustine's grand style. Another point Mao made regarding the works of proletarian art and literature was the unity of standard and taste. Most of these writers and artists had written and produced works in the past for the sake of art, using aesthetics that appealed to the elite class. Mao directly instructed them, "Your work may be as good as the spring snow, but if for the time being it caters only to the few and the masses are still singing the song of the rustic poor, you will get nowhere by simply scolding them instead of trying to raise their level." The question now is, how might artists bring about a unity between the spring snow and the song of the rustic poor, between higher standards and popularization? 23. Mao's message meant that artistic and literary works should appeal to the masses without compromising artistic merits. Mao set up two criteria for evaluating literary and artistic works, the political criterion and the aesthetic criterion. To Mao, the best works of literature and art manifested the integration of both the correct political content and the finest artistic form. In his words, "What we demand is the unity of politics and art, the unity of content and form, the unity of revolutionary political content and the highest possible perfection of artistic form." Works of art which lack artistic quality have no force however progressive they are politically. Therefore, we oppose both the tendency to produce works of art with the wrong political viewpoint and the tendency towards the poster and slogan style which is correct in political viewpoint but lacking in artistic power. Point 24. Here, Mao demanded from the artists a perfect union of the correct political content with the highest art form. Presenting political messages in the finest art forms has become the sole criteria for communist arts and performances ever since Mao made these assertions. The 8 model plays produced during the Cultural Revolution under the supervision of Jiang Qing exemplified this unity of politics and aesthetics. These red classics are still popular in China even though the contents of the play are irrelevant to today's less politicized situation in China. Wang points out that aesthetic appeals often have hypnotic and seductive power as they are oriented to the viewer's taste, penetrated into their feelings, and shaped by their aesthetic judgments. As Burke states, form is the appeal because form serves to arouse and fulfill desires, create needs, whet the appetite, and provide satisfaction in the minds and hearts of the audience. The communist propaganda has used grandiose epic, heroic narrative, and subliminal forms to exhort emotion and mass hysteria. Such artistic forms have proven extremely effective, especially when the audience is uncritical and unsophisticated. Refutation of the opposing views. In response to potential resistance to his requirements, Mao targeted the possible moral and logical flaws emerging from those who would oppose his ideas. Among the 7 claims he refuted in the speech, 3 were closely related to rhetoric and deserve some attention. In refuting the claim that literature and artistic works have always laid equal stress on the bright and the dark, half and half, Mao used the Soviet Union as an example to develop his argument, contending that Soviet literature and art depicted only the positive elements of the Soviet people and government while writers of the bourgeoisie portrayed the masses as mobs. Thus, he argued, no half and half in art and literature exists. He wrote, only truly revolutionary writers and artists can correctly solve the problem of whether to extol or to expose. All the dark forces harming the masses of the people must be exposed and all the revolutionary struggles of the masses of the people must be extolled. From the time of Mao's declaration to the present, CCP propaganda has reported only good news, bad news is swept away. In reporting and commenting on the CCP's top leaders, only praise, not criticism, is voiced. Another position Mao refuted was I am not given to praise and eulogy. The works of people who eulogize what is bright are not necessarily great and the works of those who depict the dark are not necessarily paltry. Mao countered, if you are a bourgeois writer or artist, you will eulogize not the proletariat but the bourgeoisie, and if you are a proletarian writer or artist, you will eulogize not the bourgeoisie but the proletariat and working people, it must be one or the other. Mao denounced the type of writer who was not interested in the proletarian cause because, he said, that writer was not motivated to eulogize the deeds of the revolutionary people. Mao called such types of persons termites. By doing so, Mao moralized and politicized works of art, and he divided writers and artists into 2 classes, supporters of the proletariat and supporters of the bourgeoisie. Those with the proletarian cause in mind were motivated to praise the masses, and those who still held on to the bourgeoisie stand were deemed to be class enemies. Some writers and artists claimed, it is not a question of stand, my class stand is correct, my intentions are good and I understand all right, but I am not good at expressing myself and so the effect turns out bad. This is a scenario when an artist has a good motive but does not have the talent or skill to render appropriately a desirable effect. Mao responded by illustrating the relationship between motive and effect with an analogy. A person who acts solely by motive and does not inquire what effect his actions will have is like a doctor who merely writes prescriptions but does not care how many patients die of them. For Mao, a revolutionary motive was not sufficient, persuasive effect was the ultimate measurement of what an ideal literary and artistic work was. Only those who considered the effects of their actions and ensured that those effects would bring changes in people were deemed truly admirable and politically correct. Through techniques of refutation and by effective use of metaphors and logical, emotional, and ethnical appeals, Mao skillfully alleviates the resistance on the part of his audience. In the talks, Mao redefined the goals of art and literature for the revolutionary cause and for ideological conformity. He explicated a new moral/ethical standard and required a change of attitude for the reader who must conform to Marxist ideology and produce artistic works for the interest and consumption of the proletariat. Mao specified the content and form of revolutionary art and literature and the audience for which the art production was created. Mao established a mode of rhetorical criticism that must examine both political implications and artistic merits in artwork. In this speech Mao employed rhetorical techniques of metaphor, analogy, refutation, examples, ethical appeals, and deductive and inductive reasoning. He used young intellectuals as agents of change in the cultural transformation while also requiring them to change themselves in their own political consciousness and cultural orientation. Mao subverted traditional Chinese values surrounding education by giving eminence to the uneducated masses. His instruction for party propaganda advocated for a combination of politically correct content displayed through artistic form to produce the best persuasive effect. However, Mao's adherence to positive content that praised the party restricted alternative productions of art and silenced dissenting voices. Karl writes, "The party came to control and enforce what was defined as revolutionary. It was also the party that came to define and enforce what was culturally appropriate to the moment." With these requirements, Mao began the work of replacing the old culture with a party culture that politicized art and literature. He subordinated art and literature to ideological dogma. Intellectuals from this point forward had to reform themselves in the prescribed manner for fear of being accused of having bourgeois thoughts. Mao's talks had an epochal influence on Chinese practices of literature and art. The speech and the proclamations within it fundamentally changed the relationship between the educated and the masses. Mao persuaded to his position a large number of left-wing and radical writers while silencing dissenting voices. Mao's style of refutation set an example for Chinese political writing and changed the style of big character posters during China's Cultural Revolution. 25 Moreover, his talks had a significant impact on China's cultural policy, a policy still practiced today. Under Mao's regime, educated intellectuals were the primary targets for political campaigns and were forced to conduct self-criticism in both spoken and written form as ways to prove their loyalty to Mao. Mao used these persons for propaganda purposes, but at the same time he did not trust them politically and ideologically. Even if Lu Xun had lived through Mao's era, he would not have been able to survive Mao's series of thought reform campaigns. 26. Mao's theory on persuasion. For Mao, the role of propaganda was absolutely essential in creating a revolutionary culture, educating the peasant constituency and transforming the minds of the intellectuals into a proletarian consciousness. 27 But who would create the propaganda, and how would their work achieve the desired outcome or persuasive effect? Mao relied on the educated, although he did not trust those who criticized him or his policies on arts and literature. Mao said that propagandists include not only teachers, journalists, writers, and artists, but all arcaders. To facilitate and expedite the process, Mao called for language reformation and rhetorical modification in both oral and written communication. In traditional Chinese culture, written language was highly literary, distinctive from spoken Chinese in structure and vocabulary. Known as classical Chinese, the written form was concise, compact, and condensed in meaning. Literary references were not always acknowledged. Educated Chinese readers were expected to know the sources. 28 Thus the ability to read and write literary classical Chinese was reserved for the educated elite in Imperial China. Not until the early 20th century was classical Chinese replaced by vernacular Chinese language similar to modern spoken Mandarin both in structure and in vocabulary. This language reform was initiated by Hu Shi, a student of John Dewey from the School of Pragmatist Philosophy. Dewey visited and lectured in China between May 1919 and July 1921. In one of his lectures, Dewey called for a bridge of the gaps between written and spoken language to facilitate the spread of democratic ideas and to achieve associated living in China. 29 Hu Shi applied Dewey's concepts to China's situation and called for an implementation of a national speech or vernacular speech to replace the antiquated classical/literary written Chinese. Hu argues, those who use a dead classical style will translate their own ideas into illusions of several thousand years ago and convert their own feelings into literary expressions of centuries past. To Hu, such a way of writing would stifle expression of new ideas and impede communication. 30 With the support of other Chinese intellectuals, language reform, formerly referred to as the vernacular movement in the early 20th century, enabled more people to read and write and expedited the Chinese public communication process. Moreover, as Chang states, Beihua served as a tool for the dissemination of new ideas essential for the creation of new culture. As a strong proponent and skilled practitioner of vernacular Chinese, Mao was keenly aware that to educate the masses and transform China, vernacular Chinese language must be used in a way that was understandable to the masses. In his speech titled Rectify the Party's Style of Work, presented to students at the opening ceremony of the party school in 1942, Mao identified three main problems in the party propaganda on writing, namely, subjectivism, sectarianism, and stereotyped party writing. Among the three problems, Mao showed a strong dislike of stereotyped party writing and accused such writing of being a vehicle for filth, a form of expression for subjectivism and sectarianism. It does people harm and damages the revolution, and we must get rid of it completely. Stereotyped party writing is an appropriation of the classical Chinese eight-legged essay, which requires a particular format and 8 sections in a complete essay. 31 In the speech, Mao condemned stereotyped party writing and used the term eight-legged essay as a metaphor to refer to those writings that still contain traces of antiquated writing style and failed to conform to the ideology of Marxism-Leninism. Mao particularly criticized the Confucian writings and other classical texts that served only the ruling class. Mao considered such writings old dogma and credited the May 4th movement for eradicating such writings, although he had learned Confucian teachings through classical language. Mao directed 8 indictments against the eight-legged style or the stereotyped party style of writing, as he used the two terms interchangeably. The first indictment. Mao charged that stereotyped party writing or eight-legged writing lacks substance in that it fills endless pages with empty verbiage. Those who write long articles with no substance are like the foot bonding of a slat turn, long as well as smelly. Mao further qualified his statement by saying that the problem was not length but the lack of substance. Articles devoid of substance are the least justifiable and the most objectionable. The same applies to speech making. We must put an end to all empty, long-winded speeches. This point on substance in writing was first raised by Hu Shi in his 1917 essay A Preliminary Discussion of Literary Reform. Hu pointed out that the old classical form of writing placed too much emphasis on form instead of substance, a practice that created barriers to communicating emotions and ideas. Mao adopted Hu Shi's point to suit the need of ideological control. He expected communist writers to explain Marxist-Leninist ideological concepts, express revolutionary ideas, and convey passion for revolutions. Writings that emphasized only style would fail to achieve these goals. The second indictment. Mao was concerned that stereotyped party writing or eight-legged essay writing was pretentious with the deliberate intention of intimidating people. Mao argued that such writings would have no effect on defeating the enemy but would hurt the proletariat class. In Mao's view, the audience could be pulled away because of the writer's pedantic style, which was often difficult for the masses to comprehend. Mao noted that some audiences easily could be put off by the harsh criticisms, and thus it was necessary for the propagandist to speak warmly and sincerely with a desire to protect the cause of the people and raise their consciousness and must not indulge in ridicule and attack. It is ironic that both Mao and Lu Xun used satire and profanity in their own writing to attack their opponents. The third indictment. Mao pointed out that stereotyped party writing or eight-legged writing failed to adapt to the audience. He was concerned that we do not always know how to speak simply, concretely, in images which are familiar and intelligible to the masses. We are still unable to refrain from abstract formulas which we have learned by rote. Mao was undoubtedly an advocate for using vernacular and simple language to communicate complicated ideas. He advised the propagandists to bear their proletariat audiences in mind and avoid playing the lute to a cow. Mao then used another analogy to illustrate his point further: when shooting an arrow, one must aim at the target; when playing the lute, one must consider the listener. How, then, can one write articles or make speeches without taking the reader or the audience into account? Hu Shi offered advice on 8 areas of how language should be used effectively, but he did not speak specifically about audience adaptation. 32 In the classical tradition, writings and speeches were circulated only among the educated elites. With the influence of Mao and Hu Shi, the Chinese audience had been expanded to include peasants, workers, and soldiers. Reaching this new audience called for a change of writing style and a shift in what would constitute clarity in writing. Mao often demonstrated his rhetorical talent in using plain language to explain abstract concepts or introduce new terms. Su provides 2 examples. When he was the organizer of an evening school in his hometown, Mao told other young teachers to use the term foreign landlord to explain to peasant students what imperialism meant. Another example is that Mao used the term butt to explain to his peasant soldiers what a revolutionary base meant. Just as a butt is required for a person to sit and rest, so is the function of a military base. Mao's sense of audience adaptation was also influenced by Lenin and other socialist revolutionary leaders. For example, Mao referenced how Lenin wrote the first leaflet of agitation in plain Russian language with which Russian workers were familiar. This use of simple language may have played a significant role in persuading Russian workers that socialists could bring goodness to their lives. Mao told his Chinese comrades that we must work in the spirit of Lenin. That is, we must do as Lenin did and not fill endless pages with verbiage, or shoot at random without considering the audience, or become self-opinioned and bombastic. Moreover, Mao referenced Georgy Mikhailov Dimitrov, a Bulgarian communist politician, and his speech at the 7th World Congress of the Communist International as another good example of how to speak to the masses. We must learn to talk to the masses, not in the language of book formulas, but in the language of fighters for the cause of the masses, whose every work, whose every idea reflects the innermost thoughts and sentiments of millions. The masses cannot assimilate our decisions unless we learn to speak the language which the masses understand. Here, Mao advised his party propagandists to seek identification with the masses through appealing to the audience's values and using their language for effective persuasion. The 4th indictment. Mao used the slang Baizan to describe the lack of vividness in stereotyped party writing or 8-legged writing. In Mao's words, if an article or a speech rings the changes on a few terms in a classroom tone without a shred of vigor or spirit, is it not rather like a pipesen, drab of speech and repulsive in appearance? Mao lamented, at present many of our comrades doing propaganda work make no study of language. Their propaganda is very dull, and few people care to read their articles or listen to their talk. Mao encouraged these comrades to enrich their vocabularies and develop their language skills, drawing from 3 sources. The first source was from the masses, whose vocabulary is rich, vigorous, vivid, and expressive of real life. The second source came from foreign language, but the choice of vocabulary should be selective and should suit the needs of revolution. The third source was from classical Chinese language that was still alive and useful for revolutionary purposes. In this sense, Mao did not object completely to the use of classical language and foreign words as long as they were vivid, rich, and effective. Mao's own writing style had been influenced by Han Yu, Zheng Qiaoban, Liang Qikao, and Lu Xun, all of whom were known for writing in vivid language. The 5th indictment. Mao had disdain for the 8-legged writing style because of its convoluted arrangement, which often confused an audience. Mao used the analogy of Chinese medicine to illustrate his point. Go and take a look at any Chinese pharmacy, and you will see cabinets with numerous drawers, each bearing the name of a drug: tonsil, foxglove, rhubarb, saltpetre, indeed everything that should be there. This method has been picked up by our comrades. In their articles and speeches, their books and reports, they use first the big Chinese numerals, second the small Chinese numerals, third the characters for the 10 celestial stems, fourth the characters for the 12 earthly branches, and then capital A, B, C, D, then small a, B, C, D, followed by the Arabic numerals, and what not. For all its verbiage, an article that bristles with such symbols, that does not pose, analyze, or solve problems, and that does not take a stand for or against anything is devoid of real content and is nothing but a Chinese pharmacy. Studies on Chinese rhetoric by both Chinese and Western scholars have indicated that the Chinese use a variety of argumentative techniques and structural devices in their writing. However, because Chinese is a high-context language and because Chinese thinking patterns tend to be circular, some writing can be indirect when presenting an argument. Chinese rhetoric also places more responsibility on the audience to decipher meanings and less emphasis on the clarity of the speaker. Mao intended to change this rhetorical practice. Mao maintained that clear organization and effective structure in writing and speeches made the talks easier to follow and understand, especially when the audiences were less educated. Mao set an example for this straightforward style in his own writing. The Sixth Indictment. Mao considered stereotyped party writing or eight-legged writing irresponsible and harmful to the audience. He criticized writers who did not understand the issue at hand before they wrote. They may be talented writers, Mao contended, but they did not take responsibility for what they wrote if they did not do the preparation work and did not proofread what they had written with the care with which they would examine their faces in the mirror after washing. Consequently, bad writing may look like 1,000 words from the pen in a stream, but 10,000 li away from the theme. Mao required writers to work hard in preparing and polishing their writing, and he exhorted them to develop a habit of examining themselves. Writing was a social and moral responsibility for the society, Mao explained, and it had an impact on the readers. The writer must have knowledge in breadth and depth to produce good writing that brings a positive influence. Specifically, Mao required that writers be familiar with the topics they wrote about so that they could make their points more persuasively. He referenced the Confucius saying, "Think twice and Han use words. A deed is accomplished through taking thought," to make his point. Particularly, Mao referenced Lu Xun's guidance in writing, reading it over twice after writing, and striking out non-essential words, sentences, and paragraphs. Mao recommended 4 readings as examples to follow for responsible writing: The History of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Dimitrov's Statements at the 7th World Congress of the Communist International, The Complete Works of Lu Xun, and the report from the 6th Plenary Session of the 6th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. The 7th and 8th Indictments. Mao accused stereotyped party writing or eight-legged writing of poisoning the whole party and jeopardizing the revolution. The final indictment of such writing was that it would wreck the country and ruin the people. Mao's strong warning about the dangers of stereotyped party writing was linked to the life and death of the communist cause. It is apparent that Mao recognized the significant role of rhetoric, both in form and content, in promoting, popularizing, and implementing his communist ideology and political agenda. Mao's own writing on rhetoric was vehement, sarcastic, and scathing. His use of metaphors, analogies, quotations, and cultural references set up good examples for writing that would be clear, vivid, and persuasive. Mao gave preeminence to the CCP's propaganda as it concerned the success or failure of the communist cause in China. Mao's theory of persuasion aimed at rectifying the writing style of the party propagandists who were still influenced by traditional Chinese classical writing. Because of his strong belief that language shaped thought and action, Mao was extremely concerned with how language was used and how rhetoric functioned to adapt a message to an audience of common people, largely composed of uneducated peasants. For Mao, the topic of the writing must have substance of Marxist ideology and revolutionary content. The organization of the writing must be clear and straightforward, the language must be clear and vivid. A good reader must be responsible for what he or she was writing and must know how to adapt to the audience. Mao's list of indictments covered 3 rhetorical canons out of the 5 conceptualized by Cicero. Mao's prescription for rhetorical effectiveness identified him as keenly aware of the rhetoric used in modern China. However, Mao did not quite reach his goals successfully. Stereotyped or pedantic party writing continued to plague the party propaganda. After he had firmly established his authority in China in 1949, Mao was still concerned that some of the articles appearing today are extremely pretentious but empty, without any analysis of problems or reasoned argument, and they carry no conviction. Mao reiterated a message and warning in his speech at the National Propaganda Working Conference of the Chinese Communist Party in 1957, similar to the one he had given 15 years earlier. Mao made it clear that propaganda was the work of persuasion, aiming to transform the Chinese mind to believe in the Marxist theory of class struggle and to cause Chinese people to become loyal to the party instead of to their families and friends. Mao advised writers, when writing an article, one should not be forever thinking, how smart I am, but should put oneself on a completely equal footing with one's readers. The more you put on airs, the less people will stand for it and the less they care to read your articles. We should do our work honestly, take an analytical approach, write convincingly and never strike a pose to overawe people. Mao was caught in an irony. On one hand, he had to rely on the educated intellectuals to create and engage in the work of propaganda by calling them educators or intellectuals. On the other hand, Mao did not trust these educated intellectuals because they belonged to the bourgeois class and needed to be reformed and re-educated. Mao's perception seems to have been that in comparison to the working class people, intellectuals were too arrogant, conservative, unstable, and undependable, not willing to shift their class consciousness to a proletariat one. Thus, Mao requested that they mingle with workers and peasants so that the intellectual might learn from their language and way of living. In his Marxism and Philosophy of Language, Mikhail Bakhtin claims that language is inherently ideological. Words humans use reflect one's ideological position and serve the function of constructing the world. Mao's theory of persuasion was strictly explicated for the purpose of reinforcing communist ideology and strengthening the leadership of the Communist Party. However, Bakhtin questions monolithic knowledge of truth and doubts if there is any correct view. Mao, in stark contrast, advocated the use of language for establishing ideological conformity and totalitarian control. Bakhtin proposes multiple voices or heteroglossia to allow diversity of expressions and perspectives. Mao restricted the use of language in such a way that silenced opposing voices and stifled freedom of expression. Some intellectuals had to modify their aesthetic standards and fake their ideological guise to adapt to the knowledge level of the masses. They took these actions for the sake of ideological correctness and to avoid being persecuted as class enemies. Many writers had been criticized for not praising the party and masses enough and also were accused of having ulterior motives of opposing the masses and overthrowing the CCP. Many writers stopped writing after 1949 under the communist rule because of such political suppression. The masses, in contrast, were easily persuaded and became blind followers of Mao's revolutionary rhetoric. As language was simplified, cognitive complexity was reduced, and the ability to think critically was deprived. Mao's rhetoric exhorted followers and destroyed enemies, but it also created dichotomized and radical thinking among the Chinese people. In conclusion, Mao's theories of rhetoric were rooted in his philosophical views of epistemology and dialectical materialism informed by the second-hand Soviet-expressed Marxism. Mao believed that knowledge came from experiences and practice, requiring that educated intellectuals learn from the experiences of peasants, workers, and soldiers. Mao was convinced that contradiction, struggle, and conflict were imminent and inevitable in the process of achieving revolutionary goals. Arts and literature should serve the masses and the transformation of the Chinese mind and culture. Good writing should have substance, be well organized, use simple and vivid language, and adapt to the audience. Educated intellectuals were responsible for clearly and plainly explaining and expressing Marxist-Leninist ideologies. They also were expected to align their ideas with the CCP's political agenda and propaganda commitment. Mao claimed to be a true Marxist, but his reading of Marx's works was limited. Nevertheless, it is apparent that Lenin's and Stalin's works had major impacts on Mao's philosophical orientation, political ideology, and theories on art and literature. Mao's doctrine that art and literature should be subordinate to politics was a direct influence from the Soviet Union. Mao's advocacy for a cultural army to defeat dogmatic tradition and purge antiquated habits of writing established Mao as a vanguard for continued radicalism toward eliminating traditional Chinese culture since the May 4th movement. Yet it is evident that Mao's theories of rhetoric also were influenced by Confucian thought, Daoist epistemology, and other Chinese intellectual traditions. Mao was well versed in Chinese classics and extremely knowledgeable about historical figures and events, legends and myths, war strategies and governing tactics. Mao made numerous references to these classical and popular symbolic resources throughout his writings. Thus it is not surprising that Mao was eloquent and persuasive as he appealed to traditional Chinese values using popular examples to illustrate his messages, and as he appealed to the Soviet leader explaining Western communist principles to justify his arguments for China's revolution. The hybridity of the Chinese tradition and foreign ideas had provided for Mao not only ethos, pathos, and logos in his arguments but also the basis from which his revolutionary rhetoric was derived, ultimately leading to what he hoped would be the transformation of the Chinese society and the Chinese mind. Ironically, Mao's theories of rhetoric appeared to champion subaltern studies and give voice to ordinary Chinese people. While this positive aspect of Mao's rhetoric can be acknowledged, such rhetoric could also be perceived as serving to strengthen his authoritarian rule and stifle freedom of speech among Chinese intellectuals. 3. Mao Zedong's rhetorical styles. Foreigners who have met and spoken with Mao Zedong were impressed by his charisma and eloquence. Edgar Snow met Mao in 1936 and recorded this first impression: Mao seemed to me a very interesting and complex man. He had the simplicity and naturalness of the Chinese peasant, with a lively sense of humor and a love of rustic laughter. He combines curious qualities of naivete with incisive wit and worldly sophistication. He was a good speaker, a man with an unusual memory and extraordinary powers of concentration. 26 years later, when Richard Nixon traveled to Beijing, he observed that Mao has a remarkable sense of humor and that despite poor health, he was sharp from an intellectual standpoint. Ordinary Chinese people had little opportunity to create impressions about Mao based on face-to-face interactions. Although records show that Mao delivered many public speeches during his political and military career, Chinese people rarely heard Mao speak after 1949 because he gave speeches only at the CCP congregations after that date. The people could see pictures of Mao giving speeches, pictures which indicated Mao's intense facial expressions and forceful use of gestures. Recordings of his speeches demonstrated his use of vocal variation, emotional tone, and strategic pauses. Mao spoke with a strong Hunan accent but was understandable to most Chinese. His delivery was eloquent by both Chinese and Western standards. Many of his speeches, in fact, were later revised into essays. 1. Rhetorical influence from Chinese scholars. Two scholars in Chinese history had the most impact on Mao's rhetorical style, Han Yu and Liang Kekao. Han Yu was an eminent Confucian scholar from the Tang dynasty. He was vehement about eradicating Buddhism, even at the risk of offending the emperor, a practicing Buddhist. The problem with Buddhism, according to Han Yu, is that it rejects the state, shows no respect for the rulers, and does not care about the well-being of families and society. Han Yu called Buddha a man of the barbarian who did not speak the language of China. He understood neither the duties that bind sovereign and subject nor the affections of father and son. 2. Confucianism, in contrast, considers individuals' moral perfection as the impetus for a good family, social harmony, and a strong state. For Han Yu, the Confucian sense of humaneness was the only moral way that provided inner power for virtuous acts that benefited society. Compared with Confucianism, Buddhism would not bring any concrete benefits to improving the standard of living for the people, as its ultimate goal is to achieve enlightenment of individuals through meditation. Han obstinately spoke against Buddhism and clearly identified its harms to Chinese society with words of sarcasm and antagonism. Han praised Confucianism and extolled its value in building a moral and prosperous society. He also was an advocate for returning to what he considered to be the simple and straightforward classical style of writing. Han Yu wrote a number of prominent essays using this classical style. Han's writing was characterized by straightforward statements and a forceful tone. In his essays defending Confucianism and condemning Buddhism and Daoism, he redefined the philosophical concepts of Ren and Dao, referred to Confucian texts to enhance the historical prominence of Confucianism in Chinese culture, used evidence to demonstrate the economic benefits of Confucianism, and pointed out the absurdity of Daoism and Buddhism. Point 3 Han Yu's use of language was considered forthright, unconstrained, shocking, and free-spirited. Point 4 His rhetorical style marked a milestone in Chinese history and impacted Chinese culture and the Chinese people's thought pattern for generations after his death. Li Rui, the author of Mao's reading life in his early years, observes that Mao's writing shows traces of Han's influence. Not only is Mao's style similar to that of Han's in expression and sentence structure, but also his phraseology reflects Han's work. In fact, many phrases used by Mao in his 5 volumes of selected works are verbatim from Han's essays. Similar to Han Yu's, Mao's acclaimed life goal was to build a strong and prosperous China without oppression and inequality, ultimately, a moral society. The difference between Han Yu's and Mao's beliefs is that Han promoted Confucianism and envisioned using the values of Ren and the wisdom of Dao to achieve prosperity without inequality, while Mao defended Marxism instead of Confucianism, redefined words such as people and revolution, used evidence of the CCP's achievement, and condemned Chiang Kai-shek. Mao's writing and liberal thoughts also were much influenced by Liang Kekao, a prominent scholar and reformer who led the intellectual discourse on modernity and nationalism when China was transitioning from the Qing dynasty to the Republic of China after centuries of being ruled under an imperial system. Liang was a prolific writer on Chinese culture, Chinese history, and comparisons between Chinese and Western cultures. Liang founded and was the chief editor of a bi-weekly journal, Xinmin Kanbao, founded in 1902. The journal covered a variety of topics on social and political issues, both domestic and foreign. The journal was aimed at awakening Chinese people about these issues by using a style of writing that was both semi-classical and semi-vernacular Chinese. Liang's writing and reform ideas inspired Mao. Mao was a devout reader of every article Liang published in the journal and could even recite some of his articles. Liang's writings were characterized by his commitment to building a national consciousness among the Chinese people. Joseph Levinson summarized Liang's writing as documents of acculturation, the process of displacement or modification of the techniques, institutions, values, and attitudes of one culture by those of another. Liang was a strong advocate for nationalism. In his view, the main reason for the fall of imperial rule was not internal corruption but rather that the Chinese people lacked a sense of citizenship and responsibility for their own society. A new country, argued Liang, needed its people to have a unified outlook on perpetuating the well-being of their nation as a whole. Under Liang's influence, Mao organized a new citizen association, founded in 1918 and serving the purpose of reforming the minds of the Chinese people. Mao's mission for the new citizen association was to educate the Chinese people by using simple language and by transforming their characters from what Lin Yutang described as family-oriented, passive, self-content, mild, patient into active citizens of the state with feisty and revolutionary spirits. Liang is the most influential writer in Chinese modern history, in terms of both quantity and eloquence. The renowned scholar Yan Fu praised Liang for using a magic pen to shake society. Liang's advocacy for a new style became the model of writing throughout China. Liang's writing has been characterized as clear and well organized, flowing with emotions and enthusiasm, casting a spell over the readers. Those who read Liang's works often found themselves shaken by the words, either to great anger or with tears in their eyes. Moreover, Uzilla credits Liang Kekao for his authoritarian tone and charismatic persona. He describes Liang's speeches and writings as characterized by optimism, progress, and inspiration, aiming to boost national self-esteem and confidence. In terms of style, according to Yu, Liang tended to present his view with an imposing manner in writing political commentaries, using an excess of prophecy and parallelism. Mao Sheng once commented that Liang's writing style was sharp in presenting an argument, clear in reasoning, impassionate and untrammeled, forthright and forceful. He was the most charismatic political commentator at the time. 5 Mao Zedong's writings show strong traces of Liang's influence in the use of language, argumentation styles, and perceived rhetorical effect. In July 1919 Mao established the journal Xiang These traces of Liang's influence in rhetorical style are evident in the number of his editorial commentaries. 6 Furthermore, young Mao wrote a manifesto for the journal in vernacular language, the use of which helped him reach ordinary Chinese readers who were not able to understand classical Chinese language. Mao's shift from writing in classical Chinese language to writing in vernacular was fundamental in creating a persuasive effect on his readers. The vernacular movement was initiated by Hu Shi, a writer, educator, and philosopher and a doctoral student of John Dewey. 7 Who first published an essay in a liberal journal, Xing, in the January 1917 issue proposing the replacement of classical language with vernacular language in writing. 8 Chen Duxiu, the editor-in-chief of New Youth, supported Hu's proposal and began to publish articles in vernacular language. Other prominent intellectuals such as Qian Xiantong and Lu Sun followed suit in their own writing. It was Hu's hope that this drastic change in written communication would revitalize the Chinese language and signify a literary revolution so that new thoughts could be communicated to ordinary Chinese people and a modern culture could be created as a result. Hu Shi was influenced by his teacher John Dewey, who proposed that China's modernization must be based on a transformation of the Chinese culture and mind. He purported that such a transformation could be facilitated through the use of a common language to affect consciousness, communication, and action. As Chang notes, the Beiwa movement swept the nation like a wildfire and became the most intriguing cultural phenomenon in 20th century China. No clear evidence has emerged that Mao attended Dewey's lectures, but Mao supported the Beiwa movement and started writing his own essays in vernacular language. Moreover, Mao spent much of his life attempting to transform the Chinese culture, the minds of Chinese people, and the way Chinese people communicated. In his manifesto of the journal, Xiang Lun, Mao used vernacular language in a way that was close to the spoken word, and he remained incisive and to the point. He called the reader's attention to China's problems through a question and answer form. What is the biggest problem in the world? Putting food on the table is the biggest problem. What is the most powerful strength? A united front of all people is the most powerful. What? Do not be afraid of heaven, do not be afraid of ghosts, do not be afraid of dead people, do not be afraid of bureaucrats, do not be afraid of warlords, and do not be afraid of capitalists. These simple terms demonstrate Mao's pragmatic orientation as well as his spirit of audaciousness in solving China's problems. As Mao was at this point in his life a young man with a passion to save his country, his rhetoric seems to have been genuine and straightforward. Mao's multifaceted writing targeted different types of audiences at different times in history. Some sections of his writings appeared logical, abstract, and filled with historical knowledge and the mastery of classics that appealed to educated readers. Other sections revealed his style as down-to-earth and much more acceptable to ordinary people. In some of his writings Mao presented himself with the rhetoric of a teacher, educating his readers about history, philosophy, and Chinese classics. In other writings Mao was a storyteller, narrating China's history and using metaphors to illustrate a point of view, moving and pleasing his audience in the process. He exhibited a fondness for using chain reasoning, allusion, slogans, historical references, quotations from literary texts, and words of condemnation when attacking his political enemies. Mao's rhetorical styles and strategies can be identified and analyzed in light of four recurring elements in his discourse. 1. The use of metaphors and analogies. 2. The use of history and Chinese classics. 3. the redefining of revolutionary terms, and 4. The use of profanity, emotive words, and violent language. Use of metaphors and analogies. In their book Metaphors We Live By, Lakoff and Johnson argue that metaphors do not simply function as linguistic decorations but rather reflect, structure, and instigate thoughts and actions. Ultimately, these authors argue that people think metaphorically and are persuaded by metaphors because metaphors reside in a person's conceptual system. Foss explains, a metaphor joins two terms normally regarded as belonging to different classes of experience. These two terms are the tenor and the vehicle. The tenor is the topic or subject that is being explained. The vehicle is the mechanism or lens through which the topic is viewed. Metaphors carry implicit meanings and values, paint pictures of reality, and serve to present arguments. Metaphors also can contribute to miscommunication of a message, creating a false sense of reality and presenting a biased perspective on issues and people. The effects of metaphors are directly related to the cultural values and experiences of the listeners. Decades of studies have demonstrated that Chinese rhetoric is characterized by the use of metaphors and analogies as sources of proof and argumentation. Mao's writings are no exception. Mao lived in a period of a drastic social transition in China, and he appeared to be a vanguard of Marxist ideology. 9 He undertook the task of explaining new ideas and arousing a new level of consciousness among the Chinese people, including the educated elites. Mao skillfully employed rhetorical resources from Chinese language and culture, filling his writings with metaphors and analogies with which most Chinese people were familiar. In his writings, three major types of metaphors that demonstrated intensity and frequency were employed: nature metaphors, animal metaphors, and metaphors involving moving objects. Nature metaphors. After the Mari massacre, in which hundreds of Communist Party members were killed and arrested by Chiang Kai-shek's military forces on April 12, 1927, the CCP's numbers were greatly reduced and morale was low. Mao analyzed the situation and presented an optimistic prediction for the fate of the party. He used an old Chinese saying, "A single spark can start a prairie fire," to title his essay, implying that the burgeoning revolution would spread and ultimately make a lasting impact on the nation. Mao used the saying to encourage those who felt beaten down by oppositional forces to have hope and confidence. Mao explained, "Our forces, although small at present, will grow very rapidly." He envisioned a high tide of revolution, attainable and inevitable. He used vivid and poetic descriptions for this future vision by saying, "It is like a ship far out at sea whose masthead can already be seen from the shore, it is like the morning sun in the east whose shimmering rays are visible from a high mountain top, it is like a child about to be born moving restlessly in its mother's womb." The sea, the morning sun, the mountaintop, and the child in the mother's womb were vehicles through which a bright future of China's revolution was painted. Ralph Mueller calls such a use of metaphor creative metaphor that employs literary expressions in political speeches to persuade. Such use of metaphor combines ethical and aesthetical evaluations in communicating and constructing an optimistic outlook of reality. Toward the end of the anti-Japanese war, Mao promoted a policy of better troops and simpler administration, which meant the reduction of personnel and the shrinking of war apparatuses. Mao anticipated some resistance to this policy among his comrades, but he argued that the current situation necessitated and justified the change of policy. To ensure that his readers understood his point, Mao used several analogies in his arguments. One was the weather-changing analogy, which included a metaphor about changing clothes. Mao wrote, "When the weather changes, it becomes necessary to change one's clothing. Each year as spring turns into summer, summer into autumn, autumn into winter and winter into spring, we have to make this change. But owing to the force of habit people sometimes fail to make it at the proper turn and they fall ill. Present conditions in the base areas already require us to shed our winter garments and put on summer clothing so that we can move about nimbly to fight the enemy, but we are still heavily padded and weighed down, and quite unfit for combat." Mao used this clothes metaphor to justify the better troops and simpler administration policy under his leadership. For him, policy change was natural and inevitable, Like the cycle of seasons. People needed to conform to the new policy like they needed to adapt to different weather conditions by changing clothes for each season. The changing of seasons and consequent adaptation of clothing constituted a familiar conceptual framework for the mass audience. This metaphorical view trivialized the impact of policy change and minimized any resistance to it. Adapting to policy change was depicted as a matter of adjustment rather than of forced action. In a similar way, Mao used a metaphor of a peach tree to persuade his audience to scorn Chiang Kai-shek. By 1945 the Japanese had surrendered, and the whole Chinese nation celebrated in victory. Mao claimed the victory in the anti-Japanese war as the Chinese people's victory, not as a victory belonging to Chiang Kai-shek. Mao accused Chiang of not expending enough effort to fight the Japanese and deemed Chiang Kai-shek shameful for taking all the credit for Japan's defeat. Mao used the peach tree metaphor to denounce further what he believed to be Jiang's dishonorable actions. Mao's charge was framed by asking a set of rhetorical questions. To whom should the fruits of victory in the war of resistance belong? It is very obvious. Take a peach tree for example. When the tree yields peaches, they are the fruits of victory. Who is entitled to pick the peaches? Ask who planted and watered the tree. Chiang Kai-shek squatting on the mountain did not carry a single bucket of water, and yet he is now stretching out his arms from afar to pick the peaches. I, Chiang Kai-shek, own these peaches, he says. I am the landlord, you are my serfs and I won't allow you to pick any. We say, you never carried any water, so you have no right to pick the peaches. We, the people of the liberated areas, watered the tree day in and day out and have the most right to gather the fruit. Mao presented a simple logic: only those who labored were entitled to reap the harvest. Such a farming metaphor was particularly apt since Mao was speaking to an audience supportive of the proletarian class. By using the metaphor about growing peaches, rhetorical questions, and imagined answers, Mao pointed to Jiang's character flaw of evading responsibilities during the war and then claiming victory at its end. First, Mao argued, not fighting in the war demonstrated Jiang's lack of patriotism. Second, Mao asserted, Chiang wanted to claim credit for winning the war, proving that Chiang was a man without integrity. Mao presented as common sense the idea that whoever planted seeds and took care of the growing process of the peaches deserved to reap the harvest of this great victory. Historical documents have shown that Chiang Kai-shek's army was ultimately the major military force in defeating the Japanese. While Mao's army mostly engaged in guerrilla warfare, Jiang's troops fought the main battles. Yet when this historical event was reduced to peach picking, Mao was able to deny Jiang's efforts and overlook American support in winning the war. Using this metaphor allowed Mao to engage his audience and gain their compliance to his argument while avoiding having to present a wholly honest portrayal of contributions from Chiang Kai-shek and the Nationalist Army during the anti-Japanese war. Whether or not Mao's anti-Japanese rhetoric was a genuine indication of his patriotism can be questioned. On January 24, 1961, Mao met a Japanese Socialist Party delegation. When a member of the delegation said, "We are very sorry that Japan invaded the Chinese," Mao responded, "If Japan did not invade China, we be still hiding in the mountains. Because the Japanese army occupied most parts of China, we did not have another choice, but we built anti-Japanese bases and engaged military battles which paved the way for our victory in the civil war against the nationalists. In this sense, we should thank Japanese warlords." 10 Mao's remarks were edited out of his 13 volumes of works written after 1949, but they were released by the Daegong newspaper website stationed in Hong Kong on February 28, 2014. This example shows the inconsistency and multifaceted persona of Mao. A suspicious gap appears between Mao's public rhetoric and what Mao proclaimed in private with a Japanese audience. Mao may have used anti-Japanese and anti-Chiang Kai-shek rhetoric to mobilize the Chinese people and galvanize support for the CCP. Such actions were consistent with his strategic schemes for gaining power and for elevating his reputation among the Chinese people through these ethical/moral appeals. It can also be argued that with the passing of time and changes in contexts, Mao adjusted his rhetoric in an attempt to save face for his Japanese guests. Mao used another nature metaphor when Chiang Kai-shek launched a civil war in 1946, a year after the end of the anti-Japanese war. However, even with the full support of the United States, Jiang's army began losing battles, forcing the Nationalist Army to change from offensive military strategies to defensive ones. Mao wrote an essay analyzing the ongoing situation, predicting that Chiang would be defeated and a new China under communist rule would emerge. Mao used nature metaphors to boost the morale of his troops. When dark clouds appeared in the sky, we pointed out that this was only temporary, that the darkness would soon pass and the sun would break through. Mao again painted a rosy picture of China's future through poetic natural metaphors. Nature metaphors often construe inevitability. Mao's use of nature metaphors brought hope for the CCP troops, confidence that they could defeat Chiang Kai-shek's military force, and a promise for a better future for China. Mao also used a metaphor of growth to promote party building. One reason for the success of the CCP resulted from party members' willingness to travel to rural and poor areas to mingle with ordinary people, often quite poor peasants. To motivate party members to proselytize in this way, Mao referred to them as seeds of the revolution. Through these seeds, he explained, communist ideas and ideals would be disseminated, the mobilization of political campaigns would take place, and the reputation of the party would be built. Mao taught party members to be mentally prepared, once there, to take root, blossom, and bear fruit. Mao then pictured the ordinary people as soil in which the CCP members could grow. Such a nature metaphor identified the seminal role that CCP members played in the revolution and described their interdependent relationship with the masses, thus encouraging CCP members to build good relations with the masses, be concerned for them and help them overcome their difficulties. As Lakoff and Johnson state, metaphors create social reality and become guides for action. The seed metaphor generates a social reality of growth promoted by sowing seeds. One of the reasons the CCP succeeded, particularly in comparison with Chiang Kai-shek's nationalists, was the mass line, the action of integrating party members with ordinary people. During this integration, party members were directed to learn the people's concerns and help people solve problems while educating them by raising their so-called proletarian consciousness through propaganda work about Mao and the party. Mao's use of nature metaphor had been effective in linking and strengthening the relationship between the party and the Chinese people. Animal metaphors. Perhaps because of his peasantry background or perhaps because his audiences were largely peasants, Mao was fond of using animal metaphors. For example, he employed an animal metaphor to illustrate how learning took place. Mao discredited the old Chinese saying without stepping outside his gate the scholar knows all the wide world's affairs as mere empty talk in past times when technology was undeveloped. Mao believed that no one could have knowledge without practice or experience in the real world. He asked a metaphorical question to illustrate this point further: how can you catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's lair? Using the vehicle of a tiger, Mao brought the tenor of learning to his audience. Mao was explaining that one could reach the interesting and provocative qualities of life only by risking uncertain confrontation with dangerous forces. Using this animal metaphor to argue about the general experience in the real world, Mao helped his readers see the importance of learning from practice and experience, which may entail facing difficult ideas and uncomfortable circumstances. Simultaneously, Mao discounted the value of the passive experience of learning from books. Mao's use of persuasive animal metaphors extended through a variety of topics. In his discussion of different types of democracy in the world, for example, Mao pointed out that some so-called democratic governments actually did not practice the tenets they espoused with regard to their treatment of the people. He used an animal metaphor to illustrate his point: their talk of constitutional government is only selling dog meat under the label of a sheep's head. They display the sheep's head of constitutional government while selling the dog meat of one-party dictatorship. Mao used this animal metaphor to discredit Western democracy, which claimed to guarantee freedom by a constitution, while in reality, Mao contended, people in a democratic society did not have freedom. Mao argued that the hypocrisy of democracy was like selling dog meat in the name of sheep. In traditional Chinese culture, a dog is a vicious animal and dog meat is naturally despicable. A sheep, in contrast, is a gentle animal symbolizing softness and goodness. The irony of Mao's metaphor is that after he became the leader of China, his one-party political system promoted his increasingly authoritarian leadership instead of promoting a transition into the democracy he had promised. Moreover, since the economic reform in the 1980s, the CCP had become so corrupt that it changed its mission, which originally was to serve the people truthfully. An argument can be made that Mao's metaphor of using a sheep's head to sell to an audience the dog meat of a one-party dictatorship could be used to characterize Mao's own actions and the actions of his party by the end of his reign. In another realm, Mao drew an animal metaphor from a Chinese classic. Since at the beginning of the anti-Japanese war Mao's army was poorly equipped, Mao needed to address the question of how his small and weak force might deal with the enemy's enormous presence and teeming equipment. Mao used a legendary Chinese figure, the Monkey King in Journey to the West. In the story, the Monkey King appears to be less powerful than Princess Iron Fan, his enemy. In fact, the princess was a formidable demon and was hard to conquer in a face-to-face fight. The Monkey King made his way into her stomach and overpowered her by changing himself into a tiny insect. Mao called on communist soldiers to learn from the Monkey King's tactics in dealing with a more powerful enemy. His story meant that the size of military ordnance was not the indicator of success, victory was based on cleverly employed military strategies. However, when the nationalists called for negotiations toward establishing a coalition government with the CCP in 1945, Mao was cautious and suspected deception from his enemy. He suspected that Chiang would use trickery to trap the CCP. In this case, Mao used the same story of the Monkey King and the Princess of the Iron Fan to make his point. But this time the Monkey King was the symbol of the nationalists and the Princess of the Iron Fan represented the CCP. In Mao's words, we should be prepared for the many troubles which will arise after the success of the negotiations, and we should be ready with clear heads to deal with the tactics the other side will adopt, the tactics of the monkey who gets into the stomach of the Princess of the Iron Fan to play the devil. In this version of the story, the Monkey King was transformed from a good animal to a harmful animal with devilish features, one that posed a threat to the communists. In these two presentations, Mao manipulated the metaphor to fit his needs. The Monkey King was used in the first case to indicate benefits for the CCP and the people, and in the second to indicate harm to the Communist Party. Point 11. As the Civil War turned in Mao's favor, he selected an animal metaphor to foreshadow post-war cautions to citizens. When he saw imminent victory over the nationalists, Mao's rhetoric became tougher, more forceful, and more aggressive. In his essay Carry the Revolution Through to the End, Mao scorned as deceitful the peace efforts made by the Nationalist Party and the United States. He used an ancient Greek fable to illustrate his point. One winter's day, a farmhand found a snake frozen by the cold. Moved by compassion, he picked it up and put it in his bosom. The snake was revived by the warmth, its natural instincts returned, and it gave its benefactor a fatal bite. Mao compared the nationalists with the snake and the CCP with the farmhand. Mao argued that if the members of the CCP were kind-hearted toward the nationalists, the communists would be eaten up by the venomous nationalist snake and would deeply regret their act of compassion. Mao extended the metaphor to raise the level of vigilance. Moreover, the serpents infesting most of China, big or small, black or white, bearing their poisonous fangs or assuming the guise of beautiful girls, are not yet frozen by the cold, although they already sense the threat of winter. This analogy served as a warning to the CCP. Their enemy still lurked among them and had not yet surrendered to the truth that they had lost the war, although by now enemy combatants might be more dangerous because they would be aware of that inevitability. This enemy, Mao said in his metaphor, would not back down and, as is the character of snakes, would not change their evil nature. Mao used this fable to admonish his comrades to be aware of the potential danger of showing sympathy to the enemy. Mao directed his followers not to take pity on these snake-like scoundrels, not to be gullible about the peace rhetoric, but to carry on the revolution to the end. Mao used this animal metaphor to present an argument that the CCP should not abandon its position or cooperate with the nationalists to form a coalition government. 12 Mao skillfully employed animal metaphors to present his argument on the best approach to learning, to smear Western democracy, to boost the morale of his army, and to caution his comrades about the traps of the enemy. Moving objects as metaphors. Mao used common references when he constructed metaphors, tailoring his language to rely on concepts familiar to his audiences. Even as he dealt with philosophical and political topics, Mao chose items such as arrows and targets, chariots, and sailboats, references likely known to the proletarian class, to locate his audience in the vehicle of the metaphor toward his goal of moving them to accept the tenor. For example, Mao claimed himself to be a true Marxist, and a true Chinese Marxist would be able to integrate Marxist-Leninist theories with the Chinese Revolution. Mao used the metaphor of archery to characterize the relationship between Marxist/Leninist theories and the Chinese Revolution. The target, as the vehicle, in his metaphor corresponded to the Chinese Revolution, which was the tenor. The arrow was Marxism-Leninism. Mao claimed that we Chinese communists have been seeking this arrow because we want to hit the target of the Chinese Revolution and of the Revolution of the East. To take such an attitude is to seek truth from facts. Here Mao used the vehicle of arrow and its relationship with the target to explain that Marxism-Leninism could be used in China's situation to arrive at the desired objective of China's revolution. For those who doubted the application of a foreign theory to the practice of China's revolution, this metaphorical link may have had a persuasive effect. About those who refused to accept these Marxist views of epistemology, whom Mao considered to be reactionary, Mao wrote, "Their thinking is divorced from social practice, and they cannot march ahead to guide the chariot of society, they simply trail behind, grumbling that it goes too fast and they are trying to drag the chariot back or turn it in the opposite direction." Here Mao used the vehicle metaphor of the chariot of society to indicate the progressive force, thereby distinguishing that group from the reactionary force he disdained. He linked the refusal to accept Marxism with an attitude of resisting the progression of history, leaving little room for the audience to doubt or take a middle position. That Mao really understood Marxist epistemology or privately believed Marxism was, in fact, applicable to China's situation is questionable. His demand for his followers to conform to Marxism, however, was categorical. The meaning of his chariot metaphor could be interpreted as a command to conform to the party line and demonstrate loyalty to Mao. If his intent was to ensure conformity and coerce allegiance, the chariot metaphor may have been effective as a rhetorical device, but it was ethically deceptive. In 1942 the war with Japan entered its fifth year, which Mao considered the darkness before the dawn. In his essay A Most Important Policy, Mao emphasized the importance of making policies that met the challenges of this darkness. To draw this point to the attention of his audience, Mao used the metaphor of sailing to describe the potential difficulties the Communist Party would face. He also criticized those who underestimated the difficulties. They are unable to anticipate that the ship may encounter submerged rocks or to steer clear of the rocks with cool heads, he wrote. What are the submerged rocks in the path of the ship of the war of resistance? They are the extremely grave material difficulties of the final stage of the war. The Central Committee of the party has pointed them out and has called on us to be on the alert and steer clear of them. Mao used this metaphor of submerged rocks to refer to potential dangers or treacherous obstacles that might thwart victory in the war. Mao also suggested that leaders with cool heads were needed to steer clear of the rocks. That is, patient and thoughtful navigators were needed to assure smooth sailing to the war's end. While Mao did not suggest in the writing that he was that great navigator, he was indeed worshipped as the great navigator for China during China's Cultural Revolution. In summary, metaphors often functioned as techniques to enhance persuasion in Mao's speeches and writings. In these examples of writings prior to 1949, Mao used metaphors of nature, animals, and moving objects to explain war situations and strategies, justify his policy changes, issue warnings, and condemn enemies, demand conformity, and boost the morale of his army. Some of his metaphors, such as the chariot metaphor, included the construction of a harsh reality faced by his party while also indicating a promising future for China. His metaphors conveyed messages of both caution and optimism, suggesting both his strong will and his dexterity with strategic moves. When the Chinese people were studying Mao's works during the Cultural Revolution, these metaphors were instrumental in helping them remember Mao's words. Mao's metaphors, memorized and recited repeatedly, were remembered and used by ordinary Chinese in dealing with everyday lives. As a result, these metaphors, along with multiple other techniques and vestiges of Mao, became part of Chinese political discourse and a symbolic resource of the CCP. References to history and Chinese classics. Scholars of rhetoric have concluded that ancient Chinese readers used authority to justify their arguments. The readers searched for wisdom by using established cultural values and by citing sages. As Levinson notes, it was in the nature of Chinese thought, historically oriented, to sanctify practice in terms of precedent. In a similar way, Mao adhered to the rhetoric implemented by these ancient Chinese texts. His references to the past and to Chinese classics can be classified into two categories: 1. Dealing with enemies, and 2. Strengthening the Communist Party leadership. Dealing with enemies. Mao was known as a master of military strategy among his comrades after he was proved right in many battles against the Nationalist Army. Since he was familiar with Chinese classics, he often used them to illustrate his war strategies. In his essay Problems of Strategy in China's Revolutionary War, Mao referenced a story in Shui Hu Xuan, a Chinese classic, to make a point about how strategic retreat is crucial toward winning any battle. The story goes, in the Shui Hu Chuan, the drill master, Hung, challenges Lin Cheng to a fight on Chai Qin's estate, shouting, "Come on! Come on! Come on!" In the end, it is the retreating Lin Cheng who spots Hung's weak point and floors him with one blow. Mao then told a story from Zhou Xuan, during the spring and autumn era, when the states of Lu and Qi were at war. Duke Chuang of Lu wanted to attack before the Qi troops had tired themselves out, but Xiaokai prevented him. When instead he adopted the tactic of the enemy tires, we attack, he defeated the Qi army. This is a classic example from China's military history of a weak force defeating a strong force. Both stories suggest that the best war strategy is for leaders to wait for the right moment to attack, especially if he or she is in a disadvantaged situation. Mao referenced these stories to make a point regarding the attitudes and tactics that a small and weak army could use to defeat a strong enemy. Drawing from these Chinese classics, Mao coined the famous 16-character formula for his military strategy in guerrilla warfare: the enemy advances, we retreat; the enemy camps, we harass; the enemy tires, we attack; the enemy retreats, we pursue. Mao's guerrilla strategy saved his army, avoided its elimination by Chiang Kai-shek's troops, and won Mao the reputation of being the military genius of the CCP. In dealing with enemies, Mao borrowed heavily from ancient Chinese military strategists, particularly from their wisdom and abilities to analyze all factors in a situation. Mao was familiar with Sun Tzu's The Art of War, which placed an emphasis on strategies rather than on force in winning a war. Mao cited a number of historical figures and their strategies in his writings. He even compared Sun Tzu and a story in Shui Hu Xuan with the Greek example of the Trojan horse. When Sun Tzu said in discussing military science, "Know the enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat," he was referring to the two sides in a battle. Wei Cheng of the Tang dynasty also understood the error of one-sidedness when he said, "Listen to both sides and you will be enlightened, heed only one side and you will be benighted." But our comrades often look at problems one-sidedly, and so they often run into snags. In the novel Shui Hu Chuan, Sung Chang thrice attacked a Chu village. Twice he was defeated because he was ignorant of the local conditions and used the wrong method. Later he changed his methods. First he investigated the situation and familiarized himself with the maze of roads, then he broke up the alliance among the Li, Hu, and Chu villages, and finally sent his men in disguise into the enemy camp to lie in wait, using a stratagem similar to that of the Trojan horse in the foreign story. And on the third occasion he won. Mao used these historical examples to illustrate the importance of knowing the enemy and the necessity of a careful analysis of the situation to win a battle. He wanted to remind his comrades to learn from the past and other people's mistakes so that similar failures could be prevented and victory was more assured. As the Chinese people have the cultural habit of learning from the past, this rhetorical technique was more likely to be effective. Mao used the past in other ways as well, and some were less forthright. During the anti-Japanese war, for example, Stalin's Soviet army provided military support to the CCP. On Stalin's 60th birthday, Mao wrote a letter entitled "Stalin is a Friend of Chinese People." In the letter Mao referenced a poem from the Book of Odes, which reads, "A bird sings out to draw a friend's response," describing how Chinese people were longing for friendship and to emphasize how grateful the Chinese people were to Stalin for his friendship and support. At the same time, Mao distinguished Stalin from imperialists who also were considered friends of China at the time. Mao described the latter type of friend as with honey on his lips and murder in his heart, as these friends did not display any genuine sympathy because their real intention was to conquer China. While the United States did provide financial, material, and military support to China during the anti-Japanese war, Mao deliberately chose not to acknowledge these contributions. 13 Many young Chinese people were unaware of the U.S. support to China and the sacrifices of the Nationalist Army in the war against Japan during Mao's era. The truth was gradually revealed after Mao's death in 1976. Strengthening the party leadership. When Japan invaded China in 1937, the Nationalist Party temporarily ceased fire with the Communists. Mao had to persuade his comrades that the Nationalist Party was no longer the enemy and that the people's true enemies were the Japanese and those who accepted the Japanese occupation. Mao made a point that we should support whatever the enemy opposes and oppose whatever the enemy supports. Mao augmented his point by referencing a sentence in a letter written by a historical figure in the Eastern Han Dynasty: "Whatever you do, you must be sure that you do not sadden your friends and gladden your enemies." Mao lauded this tenet as a clear-cut political principle that loyal communists should follow. In this example, Mao demonstrated not only his historical knowledge but also his rhetorical skills of using such knowledge for persuasive purposes to address the changing situation in China. Not only did Mao strengthen his leadership by citing and promoting effective military strategy, but he also used the classics to promote himself as the leader of both the military and the masses. He cited Mencius's phrase "invincible under heaven" to describe his army. For the legitimacy of this mandate, Mao called upon party members to go out and mingle with Chinese people, to build ties with the masses. Mao was fully aware that the victory of his revolution would be founded on the support of the majority of the Chinese people. Such support would allow him to be invincible under heaven. This Confucian appeal would resonate with the Chinese audience favorably with regard to their judgment of the legitimacy of the government he espoused. Mao's fear was that if party members lost contact with the Chinese people, the party would lose its legitimacy to lead. Mao's trust in the masses continued after the founding of the People's Republic of China. He relied on the masses to launch political campaigns and to tear down bureaucracy in the government. Moreover, Mao believed that the Chinese people had immense creativity waiting to be discovered by the communist leaders. He used the common Chinese saying, "Three cobblers with their wits combined equal Zhuge the mastermind." Zhuge is a well-known chancellor for Liu Bei in the novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms, a famous Chinese classic. Mao claimed that the masses have great creative power. In fact, there are thousands upon thousands of Zhuge among the Chinese people. Every village, every town has its own. Mao used this claim to motivate the Chinese people to engage in creative and innovative activities by working in groups. These efforts among those who complied boosted the communal spirit and increased enthusiasm for productivity not only during the war but also during periods of peace. Mao was the paramount leader of the Communist Party during the period 1949 to 76. In his works he taught party members how to think and lead. In his essay Methods of Work of Party Committees, Mao spelled out 12 ways to lead, 3 of them employed vivid rhetorical techniques. The first 2 methods focused on keeping committee members informed among themselves. Mao used Laozi's saying to criticize those who do not visit each other all their lives, though the crowing of their cocks and the barking of their dogs are within hearing of each other. One purpose of staying informed was to avoid a lack of shared discourse among high-ranking party officials, which Mao claimed was a source of the problems in the past. For the third method, Mao explained the correct means for retrieving information from lower levels by citing Confucius, soliciting readers not to feel ashamed to ask and learn from the people below. Mao referenced Confucius, Mencius, Laozi, and Zhuangzi throughout his writings to illustrate his points and present his arguments. As the CCP became stronger and grew in influence, Mao cautioned his comrades not to become conceited. He told them never to look down on others who were lesser in class origins, age, education, or length of service to the party. He considered those who harbored arrogant attitudes toward the masses as carrying an encumbrance or baggage on their backs. He advised party members that such an attitude would restrict their abilities to think critically. Mao was famous for getting rid of the baggage and starting up the machinery. After giving a lengthy account of the history of the communists to support his view, Mao explained what he meant by starting up the machinery. It means to make good use of the organ of thought, the organ being the brain. To substantiate his argument further, Mao cited Lenin and Stalin on the importance of using the brain and quoted from Mencius's notion that the office of the mind is to think. Mao used the phrase to encourage active and critical thinking, not to challenge authority, certainly, but to create a better understanding of any situation so that sound judgments could be made. As he concluded, much thinking yields wisdom. To get rid of the practice of acting blindly which is so common in our party, we must encourage our comrades to think, to learn the method of analysis and to cultivate the habit of analysis. Ironically, while Mao encouraged his comrades to use analysis and method in their thinking, he suppressed dissenting views of intellectuals within the party, coercing those members to conform to the ideology of Marxism-Leninism. Therefore, although Mao made statements encouraging his comrades to avoid acting blindly, he restricted their choices and accepted only a single method of analysis, the method of class struggle. Redefining revolutionary terms. In A Rhetoric of Motives, Kenneth Burke explains that you persuade a man only insofar as you can talk his language by speech, gesture, tonality, order, image, attitude, idea, identifying your ways with his. To identify with the audience, a reader oftentimes names or defines a situation by choosing a particular set of words or a vocabulary that serves to help the audience interpret the situation as well as guide their thoughts and actions. Burke calls this rhetorical function the deterministic screen that paints reality in a particular manner through certain words or vocabulary. Moreover, words that occur with frequency and intensity in a text can reveal the reader's motive. 3 key terms were used by Mao as deterministic screens throughout his writings as part of his revolutionary rhetoric: renmin, gemming, and menzu. These 3 terms were used with greater intensity and frequency than any other terms in Mao's discourse and had the greatest impact on the political life of the Chinese people. Renmin. The literal translation of people is renmin, which is composed of 2 characters, ren and min. The word ren means humans and first appeared in Shijing, the oldest Chinese written text. The original version of min is Beixing, which appeared in Shangshu and in Zhouzhuan in ancient China. This word means ordinary people, or people of lower social economic status who have little or no education. The related word, Ximen, is used as a humble self-reference to mean the subjects of kings and emperors in imperial China. Thus people in ancient times had no voice or agency. Renmin is a modern term imported from Japan and evolved from Liang Kikao's journals Inmin Kanbeo and Mao's organizations Inmin Suiwai. In Mao's writings, renmin referred to working class people such as workers, peasants, soldiers, and the petite bourgeoisie, whom Mao considered the basis of the proletarian class. Renmin was sometimes used interchangeably with kunzong or dazhong. In 1944 Mao delivered a tribute to Zhang Side, an ordinary communist soldier, and he later titled the speech "Serve the People." In this speech Renmin became a generic term referring to the Chinese people. The word people was used together with interest and liberation, as Mao claimed that the communist cause was wholly dedicated to the liberation of the people and that the Communist Party work entirely in the people's interest. Here the category of Renmin was expanded and the party's mission was elevated for the interest of the masses. Mao used Renmin in different ways to best serve his political goals. At the end of the anti-Japanese war, for example, Chiang Kai-shek attempted to form a coalition government with the CCP on the condition that the CCP's army would be placed under the command of the Nationalist Party. Mao was enraged by this request and wrote a long essay called On Coalition Government. In the essay Mao reminded Chiang Kai-shek and those who still did not have faith in the CCP that the CCP had taken on the cause of liberating the Chinese people and that its achievements in this area could not be ignored. Mao claimed that the Chinese Communist Party is the most faithful spokesman of the Chinese people, and whoever fails to respect it in fact fails to respect the Chinese masses and is doomed to defeat. Here, Mao again changed the meaning of Renmin, from masses to Chinese people. Since he had raised the status of the CCP to that of representative of the Chinese people, anyone who acted against the CCP was acting against the Chinese people. Anyone who acted against the Chinese people would lose the mandate of heaven and thus would fail to rule. The meaning of people had come to mean those who were on the side of the CCP, later the word evolved into meaning those who supported and followed Mao. The CCP and Mao's enemies, such as Chiang Kai-shek, American imperialists, and those who opposed Mao, became non-people. The term was undeniably politicized by Mao. Chiang Kai-shek started a civil war in hopes of eliminating the communists once and for all. Mao wrote an essay entitled The Situation and Our Policy After the Victory in the War of Resisting Against Japan, in which he denounced Jiang's act of war as killing people with swords. In this way Mao implied that the civil war was not a fight between two parties for control of China but an assault against the Chinese people because the term people carried moral legitimacy. Chiang meanwhile was demonized for violating the moral legitimacy of the party and the Chinese people. In 1957, after Mao had consolidated his power as the supreme leader of China, he again redefined Renmin, this time to incorporate a broader sense and to function in opposition to Diren. We must first be clear on what is meant by the people and what is meant by the enemy, Mao asserted. The concept of the people varies in content in different countries and in different periods of history in a given country. Mao then announced that Renmin during the anti-Japanese war period referred to those who fought in the war for China. Renmin were those who resisted American imperialism and feudalism as represented by Chiang Kai-shek during the Civil War. Previously, during the socialist construction period, Renmin had referred to those who supported the communist cause and Diren referred to those who opposed and sabotaged the socialist construction. Here, however, Renmin became a code word for the CCP and a term to demonstrate political identity and the ideological orientation of a person. It no longer meant people or humans but rather referred to a certain kind of people who ideologically aligned with the CCP. The slogan "Serve the People" had become a code phrase for serving the party. Those considered members of the proletarian class, such as workers, peasants, soldiers, the urban poor, and reformed intellectuals, all were qualified to be named Renmin. Those who disagreed with the party and Mao and those who belonged to the bourgeoisie, such as landlords, capitalists, and criminals, were deemed enemies. Young has noted, the either-or terminology occurs in communist literature almost with the regularity of a pulse beat. Throughout the world it was typical to hear a communist spokesperson using the words two roads, two paths, or two forces in his or her speeches. Such rhetoric, however, ignores the complexity of human nature and multiple perspectives of reality. Yu Hua, an author who grew up during the Cultural Revolution, tells readers that Renmin was the first term he learned at school. In his mind, Renmin is Chairman Mao is Renmin. Yu admits that he never truly understood the meaning of Renmin even though he used the term all the time. Perry Link discusses the ambiguous and abstract nature of the Chinese official language. He explains that the nature of the language allows the option of migrating the meaning of a word to a new meaning and accommodating different interpretations of a word. Renmin is such an ambiguous and abstract word that it can refer to human beings or revolutionary masses or the CCP or even Chairman Mao. Link points out that like China, other totalitarian societies as well have used abstract and ambiguous words in their official languages, for example the Nazi regime and the Khmer Rouge. Gemming. The term gemming first appeared in Yijing, one of the Chinese classics. The term refers to using force to overthrow a ruthless king and establish a new dynasty. Gemming consists of two Chinese characters that were borrowed by the Japanese, who matched its meaning with the English word revolution in translation. Liang Qiqiao first introduced the term to China from Japan, and Sun Yat-sen adopted it while he was in exile in Japan. Finding the term agreeable, he named his party the Revolutionary Party. Later he changed the name to the Nationalist Party. As early as 1927, when Mao witnessed a peasant uprising and wrote a report on that revolt in Hunan, he defined the revolution as a violent movement. In his words, revolution is not a dinner party, or writing an essay, or painting a picture, or doing embroidery. It cannot be so refined, so leisurely and gentle, so temperate, kind, courteous, restrained and magnanimous. A revolution is an insurrection, an act of violence by which one class overthrows another. Mao also endorsed the role of peasants by instigating revolution. He asserted that without the poor peasants there would be no revolution. To deny their role is to deny the revolution. To attack them is to attack the revolution. They have never been wrong on the general direction of the revolution. Mao perceived peasants as the base and driving force in revolution, as they were poor and lived at the bottom of society. They would be easily persuaded and showed more motivation than any other social group to participate in overthrowing the authority for hopes of a better life. Mao did not settle on the meaning of revolution only as a violent movement. He used the term to classify people into friends and enemies. However, his revolutionary thought was not radical at its inception. He referred to Japanese imperialists and Chinese traders as counter-revolutionaries and was willing to build alliances with rich peasants and national bourgeoisie. 15 As his political career grew after 1949, however, his notion of counter-revolutionary was expanded. Whoever sides with the revolutionary people is a revolutionary. Whoever sides with imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism is a counter-revolutionary. Whoever sides with the revolutionary people in word only but not in deed is a revolutionary in word. Whoever sides with the revolutionary people in deed as well as in word is a true revolutionary. When Hu Feng, a prominent intellectual, challenged the uniformity of the party's discourse in 1955, Mao labeled him a counter-revolutionary. In another essay, published in 1956, Mao defined counter-revolutionary as any negative elements that opposed positive elements. Negative element was a euphemism for dissenting voices, and positive element was a code phrase for the party line. Thus counter-revolutionary no longer identified a specific social or political group but became a term that could be used loosely to refer to various patterns of thought and behavior, subject to interpretation. By 1949, when the CCP took power, Mao had proposed a transition from a peasant revolution characterized by seizing social, economic, and political power to a socialist platform focused on economic development. Mao claimed that he would like to see a bloodless transition. On the surface, Mao was advocating a peaceful transition and the end of violent revolution. In reality, millions of remaining nationalists and their sympathizers were executed after the 1949 revolution under the banner of Zhenfan. Mao justified his launch of the Cultural Revolution by his theory of permanent revolution. 16 In his speech at the second plenary session of the 8th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, Mao told his comrades that the term revolution was still necessary in the act of overthrowing imperialists and class enemies as long as a contradiction existed between the superstructure and the economic base, and that there would still be revolutions 10,000 years from now. Thus, Mao had added a new meaning to his earlier definition of revolution, the revolution of thought and culture. According to Mao, the means of the Cultural Revolution no longer required military force but needed a new form of revolution, namely, speaking out freely, airing views fully, holding great debates and writing big character posters. Such revolution still entailed a life and death struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. Mao's continued revolution in the cultural and thought aspects was cruel. Millions of innocent people were charged as counter-revolutionaries and persecuted in the name of this continued revolution. In this sense, the term revolution no longer meant the overthrow of a ruthless ruler or a corrupt government, it meant the constant exercise of a dictatorship over so-called class enemies. Minzu. The Greek term delta eta mu omicron kappa rho alpha tau alpha, or democratia, means to rule by the people as a way to restrict the privileges of the Greek aristocracy. In contrast, the original meaning of the term Minzu first appeared in the book of history to mean the ruler of the masses. Not until the start of the new cultural movement, following the collapse of the Qing dynasty, did Chen Duxiu introduce the terms Mr. Democracy and Mr. Science to China through his journal, New Youth. Chen introduced Mr. Democracy as a term to encapsulate human rights in all sectors of social life. Later China adopted Japan's translation of Minzu as democracy. Mao used the term Minzu throughout his writing. He proposed two types of Minzu in his polemic response to Chiang Kai-shek's government in 1937, one was reform in the political system, the other was reform in the freedom of speech. According to Mao, the Kuomintang dictatorship of one party and one class must be changed into a democratic government based on the cooperation of all parties and all classes, and conversely, the democratic process should include elections and freedom to assemble, conduct meetings, and speak freely. Mao pointed out that among the many qualities that China lacked, the two main qualities were independency and democracy, and it was necessary to achieve both through China's revolution. To build an independent, free, democratic, united, prosperous, and powerful China was Mao's purported goal and also his promise to the Chinese people. In this sense, Mao's interpretation of Minzu was close to the Western sense of democracy. When Mao appropriated Minzu for internal party building, he proposed the concept as democratic centralism, a word coined by Lenin as a means of gaining control within the party. Democratic centralism, Lenin wrote, is a two-step process of decision-making. The first step is to hear the voices of the subordinates, the second step is to make the decision by the leaders. This process appears to give the opportunity to ordinary people to express their ideas just as citizens do in other democratic processes, but the ultimate decision in democratic centralism is made by top-level party officials who may or may not consider the opinions from below. However, as he gave instructions to his party members, Mao stated that democracy within the party was essential to party building because it allowed initiatives. Mao encouraged party members to exercise democracy. At the same time, however, Mao warned that party members must be clear on the relationship between democracy and centralism. Only in this way can we really extend democracy within the party and at the same time avoid ultra-democracy and the laissez-faire which destroys discipline. Here the exercise of democracy was restricted and centralism was a code word for obedience to authority and top-down leadership. In 1956, when Mao was facing criticism from intellectuals who demanded a great democracy, he made a public distinction between the bourgeois parliamentary democracy system of the West and the proletarian great democracy in socialist countries. Mao charged that the advocacy is wrong, for they lack the Marxist viewpoint, the class viewpoint. Mao then went on to argue that democracy is a method, and it all depends on to whom it is applied and for what purpose. Mao reiterated his point of combining democracy and centralism as the format for political deliberation and decision-making. In his words, our aim is to create a political situation in which we have both centralism and democracy, both discipline and freedom, both unity of will and personal ease of mind and liveliness. While he attempted to strike a balance between too much freedom and too much control, criticism from intellectuals and resistance from other party officials on his economic policies posed threats to his credibility and his moral legitimacy to rule China. Instead of adhering to what he had promised regarding democracy within the party apparatus, Mao redefined and equated Minzu/democracy with mass movement and mass mobilization. By this time the term had become an abstract and empty word that lacked specific meanings about how democracy would be practiced. While rejecting the Western form of democracy, Mao advocated for a so-called proletarian democracy characterized by speaking out freely, airing views fully, holding great debates and writing big character posters in dealing with conflicts between party officials and the masses, especially when party officials became bureaucratic and corrupt. In 1957 Mao launched the anti-rightist movement to silence dissenting voices toward him and the party in the name of this great democracy. In 1966 Mao launched the Cultural Revolution, which exercised great democracy in the form of speaking and debating freely and writing big character posters that were publicly placed by the masses. Mao used this mass form of democracy to pull down his political opponents such as Liu Shaoqi and other top-ranking party officials. The exercise of such a form of democracy brought the country to chaos and to widespread violations of human rights. Using profanity, emotive words, and violent language. From 1933 to 1934 the Nationalist Party waged 5 onslaughts against the Red Army, led by Mao and other CCP leaders, aiming to annihilate the CCP once and for all. However, by the end of the 5th onslaught, Japan had invaded China. Mao and the Red Army called for a ceasefire and built an alliance with the nationalists so that they might fight against the Japanese. Regardless of the ceasefire, Chiang Kai-shek still sent troops to attack areas occupied by the communists. Jiang's justification was that Mao's government was illegitimate and that Mao's army consisted of bandits. Mao wrote some pointed questions for the Kuomintang, in which he denounced the nationalists and called their rhetoric plague, bed bugs, dogs' droppings, and rubbish. He condemned Chiang Kai-shek for indulging in a domestic power play in the midst of a national crisis. Mao's style of questioning was biting and filled with accusations. He told the nationalists directly that they should not attack the border region and followed his assertion by referencing 2 famous Chinese sayings, "When the snipe and the clam grapple, it is the fisherman who profits, and the mantis stalks the cicada, but behind them lurks the oriole." His message meant that the communists and the nationalists should join together to fight the Japanese, the common enemy of the Chinese people, otherwise the beneficiary would be the Japanese. Mao exclaimed, "How painful! How disgraceful," at the end of the paragraph, denouncing the nationalists' action of attacking the communist-occupied territories rather than the Japanese-occupied territories. Mao presented himself and his party as the guardians for the nation, willing to put aside the ideological differences with the nationalists when the nation was faced with a common foreign enemy. Mao and his party won the support of the Chinese people and also won sympathy from foreign countries by this reconciliatory appeal for unity. Mao's speeches were passionate and forceful through his use of vivid language and emotive words. For example, in Address to New Political Consultative Conference on July 15, 1949, Mao reached an emotional crescendo when he asserted that the Chinese people will see that, once China's destiny is in the hands of the people, China, like the sun rising in the east, will illuminate every corner of the land with a brilliant flame, swiftly clean up the mire left by the reactionary government, heal the wounds of war and build a new, powerful, and prosperous People's Republic worthy of the name. Mao expressed his lofty goals with emotive appeal, sentimentally promising hope to the Chinese people with his favorite nature metaphors. Mao also expressed his emotions by using superlatives, calling Lu Xun the greatest and courageous standard-bearer of this new cultural force, the bravest and most correct, the firmest, the most loyal, and the most ardent national hero, a hero without parallel in our history. In discussing what constituted truth, Mao claimed, "Marxism-Leninism is the most correct, scientific and revolutionary truth." In this respect, Mao's rhetoric resembled that of the Nazis and that of the Soviet Union, all 3 favored monumental expressions and superlatives. Such rhetorical style reached a climax during the Cultural Revolution when the political discourse was filled with inflammatory, flamboyant, and superlative expressions when eulogizing Mao and condemning class enemies. In volumes 3 and 4 of Mao's works, Mao increasingly used words of attack, dehumanization, and profanity. He described Chiang Kai-shek and his American supporters as paper tigers, named Chiang Kai-shek a running dog of American imperialism, and accused Jiang's government of nothing but a government of treason, civil war, and dictatorship. Mao claimed to overthrow the arch-criminal of the Civil War, Chiang Kai-shek, calling Chiang Kai-shek and his army a bandit gang, the term Chiang actually had used in the past to describe Mao's army. In the essay Carry the Revolution Through to the End, Mao asked, have the Chinese reactionaries headed by Chiang Kai-shek and his ilk not given proof enough that they are a gang of blood-stained executioners, who slaughter people without blinking? Have they not given proof enough that they are a band of professional traitors and the running dogs of imperialism? Think it over, everybody. Moreover, Mao described Chiang as having lost his soul and as merely a corpse. Chiang was gravely demonized by Mao's rhetoric and was targeted as the most vicious enemy. Such rhetoric of dehumanization depicted Chiang as a soulless entity and provoked much hatred toward him. The rhetoric of vilifying toward Chiang fed the psychological and political drive of the CCP and its followers, motivating them to overthrow Jiang's government with moral legitimacy and elevating Mao's image as the sole savior for China. Moreover, use of such language encouraged a militant mentality and instigated radical thought. Mao continued to use the rhetoric of dehumanization in reference to domestic class enemies after he came to power. Words such as ox ghosts and snake spirits, devils, and parasitic worms were used in his writings and poems in condemning class enemies. These words and phrases that Mao used to condemn Chiang also were used in the condemnation and persecution of intellectuals and party officials at political rallies and in big character posters during the Cultural Revolution. 17. Such a use of violent rhetoric has historical precedents and has been examined by scholars. Rhetoric in both Greek and Chinese traditions has been studied and taught as a language art as well as a study of providing political expediencies for resolving conflict and addressing contingent issues. However, at the same time, as James Crosswhite points out, rhetoric has been widely suspected as being mostly nothing other than violence and domination and trickery disguised, violence masquerading as reason and language, but every bit as coercive and domineering as an armed interlocutor. To some extent Mao represented Crosswhite's armed interlocutor in his use of militant rhetoric to condemn his enemies. Violent rhetoric had been very much accepted and employed by the CCP's propaganda since the Rectification Campaign in 1942. Cao Changqing contends that the history of Chinese communist journalism is a history of the violent use of language. He argues that the CCP used violent rhetoric to exercise its power and control the minds of the Chinese people. Violent language, says Cao, is the necessity of a totalitarian society to scare and threaten its people. Violent language creates fear and psychological press, its attack and humiliation on people has a devastating effect on the recipients. 18. Growing up during the Cultural Revolution, I personally witnessed how violent language led to violent actions, dehumanized people, and brought a country to the brim of collapse. To conclude, Mao demonstrated a rich rhetorical repertoire throughout his writings and speeches. As in his calligraphy, Mao developed his own unique rhetorical style and persuasive techniques. By referencing history and classics, Mao presented himself as a good teacher, a knowledgeable scholar, and a well-informed politician, characteristics that greatly enhanced his ethos. Throughout his writings Mao also portrayed himself as the guardian of Marxism-Leninism who was on the right side of history and acted as a beacon of truth and knowledge for the Chinese people. This ethical appeal and rectitude created a moral plateau that seduced the listener/reader to follow Mao's logic and his rhetorical spell, thus reducing the audience's inclination toward refutation. Chien notes, Mao's style is a complicated phenomenon involving language, society, and psychology. Mao's use of language through metaphors, superlatives, and profanity engaged the reader/listener emotionally and psychologically. His bellicose rhetoric posed a threat to his political enemies, intimidating them into reacting with a fear of striking back. Mao's skills and acumen in redefining terms at different times in history and for different purposes served him well for his revolutionary goals and political maneuvers. Such eloquence combined with his political wisdom and strategic military skills lofted him to become the most powerful and charismatic cult in China's modern history. Millions of Chinese people mindlessly followed him and became mental slaves of his rhetoric. Mao's rhetorical style profoundly influenced the way Chinese people talk even in modern times. 4. Mao Zedong's rhetoric of class struggle. As a guiding principle for Mao's revolution before 1949 and a justification for permanent revolution after 1949, Mao's rhetoric of class struggle transformed China from a Confucian society to a nation of revolutionary fanaticism. As the core of Mao's revolution theory, the rhetoric of class struggle not only mobilized the masses in the resistance against the Japanese and Chiang Kai-shek but also tightened the unity of the party while simultaneously justifying the persecution of millions of innocent people. Mao espoused class struggle both as the ideological doctrine for the party and as a political rationale for cracking down on dissenters. Permeating every aspect of Chinese life during the Cultural Revolution, the rhetoric of class struggle polarized the nation, destroyed traditional Chinese relationship values, and dragged China into an abyss. Mao directly appropriated the ideology of class struggle from Marx and Lenin, adapted it to the Chinese political context, and radicalized the concept. It was used as a rhetorical strategy for accomplishing his revolutionary goals. Background: Mao had read biographies of Peter the Great, Catherine the Great, George Washington, the Duke of Wellington, and Napoleon by the time he was 17. In his early 20s he read philosophical works of the ancient Greeks and of Spinoza, Kant, Goethe, Hegel, Rousseau, and others. While the writings of these historical leaders and intellectuals influenced his political ambition and modes of thinking, none of them were as compelling and powerful as Karl Marx's theories of communism, even in the altered versions that Mao read. 1. Marx's theories on class struggle in particular had a lasting influence on Mao's political thinking and ultimately the utmost impact on China's revolution. Having examined the ancient history of the West and the process of European modernization, Marx and Engels in their legendary Communist Manifesto claimed that the history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggle. The Marxist notion of class was defined by one's relationship to the means of production in the age of Western industrialization. To Marx and Engels, those who possessed the means of production and employed waged laborers belonged to the bourgeois class. Those who did not have property or means of production but could afford only to sell their labor were in the category of the proletarian class. Although the bourgeois class could make contributions to the economic development of a capitalist society, Marx and Engels argued, it would become increasingly exploitative and oppressive of the proletariat. Consequently, the two types of classes would constantly oppose each other, engaging in fighting, antagonism, and hostility. Lenin further claimed that class struggle is the struggle of some people fighting against other people, it is the struggle of the powerless, the oppressed labors against the privileged, the oppressor, and the parasites, it is the struggle between the labor or the proletariat and the capitalists or the bourgeoisie. Mao found the theory of class struggle inspiring and applicable to China's problems during the years of his youth. He devoted himself to propagating and practicing the ideology of class struggle when he converted to Marxism in 1919. As China's political situation changed, Mao's rhetoric of class struggle expanded to address domestic and international contingencies and exigencies as well. A brief review of China's modern history and Mao's early thinking explains the reasons why Mao found the notion of class struggle attractive and applicable to China's situation. According to E.R. Hughes, China and the West developed their cultures and economies throughout most of ancient history in a parallel fashion. However, when Mao was born in 1893, China was ruled by the increasingly weak and corrupt Qing dynasty. The country was divided by several Western powers. The nation's loss in the Opium War forced China to sign the Treaty of Nanking, thus ceding Hong Kong to Britain and opening 5 ports for trade with the West. Foreigners gained rights to reside in China, where they established churches and schools. A year after Mao was born, China was defeated by Japan, the rising military power in the East. Internal efforts had been made to overthrow or reform the Qing dynasty, but each attempt had failed miserably. For example, the Taiping peasant uprising attempted to overthrow the Qing dynasty but was crushed with help from the Europeans. Persuaded by Kang Youwei, a leading intellectual and reformist, the young Emperor Guangxu launched a nationwide cultural, political, and educational reform in 1898 that was known as the 100 Days of Reform, hoping to establish a constitutional monarchy in China. Unfortunately, the reform lasted only 104 days and was then sabotaged by the Dowager Empress Cixi. Leading reformists such as Kang Youwei and Liang Kikao escaped to Japan in exile, but 6 of the reformists were executed. In 1911 the Qing dynasty was finally overthrown by a revolution led by Sun Yat-sen, an action known as the Xingai Revolution. The revolution brought 2,000 years of Chinese feudal monarchy to an end. Western ideas of democracy and science were introduced to the country, and China sent the best minds overseas to study. When Sun Yat-sen established the Republic of China in 1911, he laid out 3 fundamental principles for China's future: nationalism, democracy, and livelihood. However, China was still in a chaotic situation with infighting among warlords and Western powers. The Chinese people were suffering from poverty, disease, and famine. In reality, the future of China was still uncertain. Mao, like many other young intellectuals in his time, was searching for ways to solve China's problems and build China into an independent, equalitarian, modernized nation. Before he was introduced to Marxism, Mao had formulated his own philosophical view of the world based on his readings of the histories of China and the rest of the world. His early writings indicated that Mao perceived the law of the universe as characterized by action, clash, struggle, and confrontation. Struggle would exist forever and the impact of it would not be diminished by any cause. Judging from his marginal notes to Friedrich Paulsen, A System of Ethics, Mao believed that human nature necessitated a society to engage constantly in the struggle between peace and disorder. Mao also was convinced that engaging in struggle would bring enjoyment to one's life. A well-known saying by the young Mao Zedong was, "To struggle against heaven, what infinite joy! To struggle against earth, what infinite joy! To struggle against men, what infinite joy!" Hence, Mao considered the constant struggle with heaven, earth, and other people as a necessary means to achieving social ideals and self-actualization. Such a worldview in his early age prepared him for an easy acceptance of the Marxist doctrine of class struggle. It is highly likely that Mao never systematically studied Marxism. His understanding of Marxism largely was based on interpretations by Li Dazhao and Chen Duxiu, who first applied Marxist theory of class struggle to conditions in China. Mao was inspired by the theory and was convinced by its ideological value through witnessing the success of the Soviet Revolution led by Lenin in 1917. In 1921 the Communist Party was founded, and Mao actively involved himself in the party's efforts to revolutionize China. Marxist doctrines of class struggle energized Mao's revolutionary passion and gave Mao an ideological framework to diagnose China's problems and, in so doing, provide hope to change China for the better. Applying class struggle to China's revolution. Marx's theory of class struggle enlightened Mao, who took it as his lifelong ideological commitment and as the guiding principle for his revolution. Mao reinterpreted Marx and Lenin's view of class struggle by casting it as a battle to be won or lost by one class or the other, rather than, for example, a benign coexistence between different social classes. In Mao's words, class struggle, some classes triumph, others are eliminated. Such is history, such is the history of civilization for thousands of years. To interpret history from this viewpoint is historical materialism, standing in opposition to this viewpoint is historical idealism. Historical materialism, in Mao's view, represented truth, correctness, progress, and morality, while historical idealism stood for falsehood, incorrectness, backward thinking, and immorality. This conceptual bifurcation made class struggle a battleground, treating it as a moral choice instead of a social phenomenon. Moreover, Mao considered class struggle as a method of differentiating between friends and enemies. In 1926 Mao wrote Analysis of the Classes in Chinese Society, in which Mao asked, "Who are our enemies? Who are our friends?" This is a question of the first importance for the revolution. The basic reason why all previous revolutionary struggles in China achieved so little was their failure to unite with real friends in order to attack real enemies. Mao then used class analysis to categorize friends and enemies, dividing Chinese people into 5 classes: the national bourgeoisie, the middle bourgeoisie, the petite bourgeoisie, the semi-proletariat, and the proletariat. Mao never trusted the national bourgeoisie, for he thought that they were interested only in making profits and tended to vacillate between disliking imperialism and fearing revolution. Accordingly, Mao proposed a policy of condemning the nation's bourgeoisie as well as uniting with them. For Mao, uniting with the national bourgeoisie was necessary to build an alliance for fighting against foreign imperialists. But in ideological and cultural aspects of the Chinese society, the national bourgeoisie belonged to the wealthy social-economic class, which was inevitably in conflict with the proletariat. Additionally, Mao did not trust intellectuals, grouping them with the middle and petite bourgeoisie and calling them three-day revolutionaries and dangerous to recruit. However, during the war period, Mao considered them as constituting one of the motive forces of the revolution and a reliable ally of the proletariat. In this sense, the categories of friends and enemies fluctuated. The classes considered enemies were treated as friends when Mao needed them to build a large alliance at the beginning of his revolutionary cause, when the CCP was still weak and unpopular. By 1937, after 10 years of class alliance, Mao had narrowed down the Chinese classes from 5 to 2, the proletarian and the bourgeoisie. Mao claimed that the proletarian class was the ruling class and that the CCP was the leader of the proletarian class, carrying on the legacy of Marxism. Moreover, Mao asserted that members of the proletariat class were the most progressive. Members of the bourgeois class, on the contrary, exploited others and were by nature bad people. Mao was convinced that the materially rich people such as bureaucrats, warlords, and even the educated people with rich family backgrounds would inherently align with the national bourgeoisie, the class enemy. Their material condition predetermined their propensity for self-interest and opposition against good people, the proletariat/revolutionary class. In Mao's words, in a class society everyone lives as a member of a particular class, and every kind of thinking, without exception, is stamped with the brand of a class. The division of the classes into the proletariat and the bourgeoisie originated from Marx, but Marx's concept of the proletarian class consisted of industrial laborers. China at the time was still largely an agricultural country, and the majority of Mao's followers were peasants whom Mao called semi-proletarians. Point 2 For Marx, class status was based on the mode of production, but for Mao, class status was attached to moral right. New standards in China for differentiating class status included assessing a person's moral integrity and judging a person's political attitudes. Mao believed that a person's attitude and action reflected that person's class status. To achieve moral integrity and the correct political attitude, a person was to be selfless, loyal to the party, and willing to sacrifice for the communist cause. Those party members who deviated from these standards would be considered as belonging to the bourgeois class or charged with counter-revolutionary activities, which should be condemned and eliminated. Mao used his class struggle rhetoric to justify his purge of the anti-Bolshevik League in 1930 in the Fujian Incident 3 and subsequent political campaigns to eliminate ideological heretics or his political opponents. Mao's outlook toward class issues was not without traditional Chinese origins. Tang and Zhou have made an interesting assertion that Mao's moralistic approach of analyzing classes actually originated from some Chinese traditional viewpoints other than Marxism. This statement has some elements of truth. In Chinese history, the change of dynasties was characterized by peasant rebellions against feudal monarchies. There was a general resentment against rich people in Chinese history, which is reflected in the common saying "Wei fu buren." Mao's moralistic and dichotomized approach to class struggle had an enthymemic appeal to Chinese people. Mao's resentment toward the rich people also may have come from some of his early experiences when he witnessed starvation among peasants in his hometown while rich people in the cities had an abundance of food but refused to share with the poor. Another experience occurred when he was studying in a middle school where rich students despised him for wearing ragged clothes. Mao told Edgar Snow that these experiences left lasting impressions on him. Mao also justified the moral legitimacy of the proletarian class by using the rhetoric of the new and inevitable. In interpreting Marx's theory of social change, Mao explained that the bourgeoisie used to play a progressive role but had turned reactionary and had to be overthrown. The proletariat had become the new exalted class in the same way it had in the Soviet Union. Point 4 This process of social change was one that, in Mao's words, all other countries will inevitably take. Mao's ontological view of the world was that new forces inevitably would replace old forces in a cycle of societal evolution. Having suffered from humiliation imposed by foreign powers, physical and psychological wounds of war, and also poverty and starvation, many of the Chinese people had strong desires for social change. Mao's rhetoric of class struggle allowed them to distinguish between their friends and their enemies, provided them with clear direction, and gave them the hope and illusion of smashing the old society and fighting for a new society. Mao's discourse on class struggle not only was predicated on a person's class background but also focused on a person's class consciousness as manifested through that person's attitude and behavior. From 1937 to 1949, while he was commanding his army to fight against the Japanese and the nationalists, Mao never stopped his ideological efforts to convert the class consciousness of young intellectuals who tended to come from the rich families and who had traces of both bourgeois and Western liberal thinking. Mao believed that a person could rebel against or even denounce his or her own class. In fact, many communist leaders, including Mao, had come from landlord or bourgeois backgrounds. By joining the Communist Party, they had abandoned their rich class identity and transformed themselves into members of the proletariat. To be qualified as a member of the proletariat, a person had to involve himself or herself in the denouncement of class enemies, engage in criticism and self-criticism, and show absolute loyalty to the party. Those seeking to transform themselves into this preferred class were required to read Marxist-Leninist works, study Mao's works, and speak the revolutionary language largely constructed by Mao in his writings. One conclusion that might be drawn from this examination of Mao's speeches and writings is that his rhetoric of class struggle prior to 1949 had been effective in uniting the party, transforming the ideological consciousness of intellectuals and party members, and pushing the success of Mao's revolution. Class struggle in the post-1949 period. In 1949 Mao's People's Liberation Army defeated the nationalists and established the People's Republic of China, known as Red China by the West. In the first few years of the new republic, Mao seemed to focus on economic development and the elimination of corruption. However, he faced three challenges: resistance from the remnants of the Nationalist Party, skepticism from those who doubted the CCP's leadership ability to construct a viable economy, and unrest stemming from a fractioning party. Since the CCP had its roots in rural China and relied on peasants as its largest base of support, the party's legitimacy to rule was questioned. Fearing resistance from the bourgeois class and rebellions from those still loyal to the Nationalist Party, Mao launched the campaign to suppress counter-revolutionaries in 19,505 and a Sukhan movement Indiana 19556 to purge hidden counter-revolutionaries. Both movements aimed at eradicating nationalist forces as well as political opponents within the party. Millions were arrested and executed, marking a period commonly known as Red Terror. Despite the domestic resistance and international isolation in the early 1950s, Mao was clear that he had to prove his party's legitimacy to lead the nation by improving the living standards of the Chinese people and by building a strong military defense. At the 8th National Conference of the Communist Party of China held in September 1956, the CCP announced its central tasks for the next decade: economic and cultural reconstruction. The ideology of class struggle was put aside. The report containing this announcement was drafted by Liu Shaokai, Deng Xiaoping, and Chen Yun, and was endorsed by Mao. However, Mao was still concerned about the petite bourgeoisie composed largely of intellectuals and some top-level party officials. Mao's distrust and suspicion of intellectuals can be traced to the criticism toward party leadership from young intellectuals back in the Yan'an period of the early 1940s. From the late 1930s to the early 1940s, many young and urban intellectuals came to Yan'an to join the revolution. They were attracted to communist ideals such as equality and plain living. However, after a while some of them began to criticize party officials for their ill behaviors and authoritarian styles. Mao was alerted to such criticism and felt that his leadership was threatened. In response to the threat, Mao launched the rectification campaign in 1942. This was aimed at eradicating dissenting voices and reinforcing loyalty to the CCP. During the campaign, Mao overtly recognized the contributions and sacrifices by young intellectuals for the communist cause. Even then, however, Mao still questioned the allegiance of this group, and he feared that their inner thoughts were not in line with party ideology. They could be liberalists, reformists, and anarchists, but using the name of communist, he wrote, such a problem would lead to class struggle within the party. Mao's fundamental lack of trust of the petite bourgeoisie was largely derived from Lenin, who claimed that the petite bourgeoisie had dual sides. On one hand, it leans toward the proletariat and democracy, on the other hand, it turns reactionary. The petty bourgeoisie would try to block the progression of history and easily could be seduced by the system of dictatorship. This group can act against the proletariat toward solidifying their own, small capitalist status. While Lenin proposed the methods of struggle, influence, and inducing with this group, Mao's relationship with intellectuals was ambivalent. On one hand, he had to rely on them for eulogizing the glory of the communist cause to enhance a positive image of the CCP and his own popularity. On the other hand, Mao's suspicions of them never diminished. Based on his distrust of intellectuals, Mao extended his criteria for a new kind of class enemy, the hidden enemy that indulged in thought crime. In his speech at the second session of the Seventh Central Committee on March 5, 1949, Mao warned his comrades, after the enemies with guns have been wiped out, there will still be enemies without guns, they are bound to struggle desperately against us, we must never regard these enemies lightly. These enemies without guns, according to Mao, were more insidious and dangerous, and the struggle with them was more ruthless. Mao's adherence to class struggle after the CCP took power was significantly influenced by Lenin. In Lenin's thinking, when the proletarian class took power and exercised its dictatorship, the former exploitive class including landlords and capitalists would fight back. The class struggle between the two groups inevitably would take place. In Lenin's words, when the proletariat takes power, its class struggle with the bourgeoisie will not end. On the contrary, the class struggle will become even more comprehensive, severe, and brutal. Further, Lenin stated that the proletarian dictatorship is not the end of the class struggle. The class struggle will continue in new forms, and the overthrown class will never stop resisting the proletarian dictatorship. Mao was convinced by Lenin's explanation that the bourgeoisie could not be completely eradicated either physically or spiritually after a revolution. Mao concurred that the bourgeoisie would still hold economic and cultural resources, they would continue to benefit from advantages in management and the arts, and they would retain influence on society that would enable them to fight back and resist the proletarian dictatorship in different sectors of life. Moreover, in Lenin's view, the bourgeois class would try 10 times harder with fanatical enthusiasm and would double its increase of hatred, fighting back to recover their lost paradise and protect their sweet lives from the past. Mao took Lenin's warning seriously and was suspicious and vigilant toward an overthrow by the bourgeoisie, an overthrow intended to restore capitalism and pull China back to its semi-colonial and semi-feudal past. Mao also took another of Lenin's warnings seriously. That is, even when the bourgeois class was overthrown, a new type of bourgeoisie would grow to replace the old one. According to Lenin, we have indeed overthrown the landlord and the bourgeoisie, cleaned the path. but we have not built a socialist edifice yet. The old generation has been eradicated, but a new generation will grow in this soil which has bred many capitalists. Some would think capitalists have made themselves rich, now it is my turn. So there lies the root for a new, growing capitalism. According to this logic, the class struggle would never end, one class always would find a class enemy in a society, whether that enemy was the old or the new bourgeois class. In this sense, it was Lenin who cemented the idea of class struggle into Mao's thoughts. Lenin pointed out to Mao the kind of class enemy he would face even after he took power. Mao experienced a few incidents that reinforced his belief that the petite bourgeoisie/intellectuals posed potential threats to his legitimacy. Hu Feng, for example, a Chinese literary theorist and critic who established his reputation as a leading figure in the League of Left-Wing Writers, criticized Mao's politicized theory on art and literature during the Yan'an period. Hu published reports on the practice and state of art and literature in recent years in 1954. In the report Hu called for writers to use their subjective viewpoints in their writing, which directly challenged Mao's doctrine of heroic representation of the masses in art and literature. Hu Feng was accused of being a counter-revolutionary and was imprisoned for 24 years. Other instances spurred Mao's suspicions. One was direct criticism of Mao from prominent intellectuals in response to Mao's famous slogan 100 flowers bloom, and 100 schools of thought contend 7 Zhang Bajun, chairman of China's Peasants and Workers Democratic Party and vice-chairman of the National Alliance, proposed a multi-party, shared leadership in national affairs. Luo Longji, also vice-chairman of the National Alliance, demanded the rehabilitation of the elimination of counter-revolutionary movement led by the CCP. Chu Anping, the chief editor of the Guangming Daily, accused the CCP of Dangtiangxia. Because the top leader of every workplace was a CCP member, Chu Anping claimed that the CCP was not acting on its promise for a government with multi-party political alliances. Instead, the CCP was the only ruling party for China. When such criticism became harsh and threatening to Mao's power and the Communist Party's control over China, Mao considered the complaints as signs of a class struggle and as attempts by the bourgeoisie to take over China. To Mao, it was absolutely necessary for the proletariat class to exercise dictatorship over the bourgeois class, otherwise the bourgeois class would attempt to reinstate capitalism. This rationale gave Mao the justification to launch the anti-rightist movement in 1957. The purpose of the campaign was to suppress critics both within and outside the party. Mao accused the intellectuals who challenged his CCP party rule to be rightists in the anti-rightist campaign. Point 8. The mantra of class struggle was not simply promoting a political ideology, it was also a political strategy to eliminate dissenting views. Mao presented the political strategy as a stage of development, an issue in the process of permanent revolution. In his words, in China, although socialist transformation has in the main been completed as regards the system of ownership, and although the large-scale, turbulent class struggle of the masses characteristic of times of revolution have in the main come to an end, there are still remnants of the overthrown landlord and comprador classes, there is still a bourgeoisie, and the remolding of the petty bourgeoisie has only just started. Class struggle is by no means over. The class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, the class struggle between the various political forces, and the class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie in the ideological field will still be protracted and tortuous and at times even very sharp. Here, Mao grouped the petite bourgeoisie with the landlord and bourgeois classes, suggesting that intellectuals were a new kind of class enemy and that class struggle with this group lay in the ideological differences between capitalism and socialism, between Western liberalism and the proletarian dictatorship. By labeling intellectuals as class enemies, Mao dismissed the validity of their criticism and ignored the opportunity to reform his political policies. In one of his speeches in 1958, Mao dismissed the knowledge of bourgeois professors as a delusion of the world and called people to despise it, loathe it, and scorn it, just like the way we despise British and American forces and knowledge in the Western world. Because of Mao's denigration of the intellectuals, the public attitude toward them changed, from being the most respected group in traditional China Zhou Lao Ju Nine, a pejorative term for intellectuals used during the Cultural Revolution. During the period of the anti-Japanese War and the Civil War, Mao treated the middle and petite bourgeoisie as allies and classified imperialists and members of the comprador bourgeoisie as class enemies. But when the imperialists were driven out and the bourgeoisies were overthrown, what enemy remained? In Mao's thinking, the victory of the Chinese Communist Party in 1949 did not guarantee the elimination of the constant class enemy, the bourgeois class, nor did it guarantee the elimination of other enemies within the country. Three new kinds of enemies now posed threats to Mao's China. First were those individuals born to rich families, such as many of China's prominent intellectuals. In Mao's thinking, these people would inherently carry traces of their rich class backgrounds. Second were those people who came from poor families but had transformed into the new bourgeois class, typically the bureaucrats within the party now living luxurious lives and deserting their obligations to self-criticism and self-examination. Third were those who expressed dissenting views and crusaded against Mao's economic policies, such as Mao's failed Great Leap Forward drive. Peng Dehuai was an example of the third type of class enemy. After failing in his Great Leap Forward and causing nationwide famine, Mao was criticized by Peng Dehuai, a CCP general and defense minister, for over-reporting grain production. 10 Mao accused Peng of being a class enemy, charging that Peng spoke for the bourgeoisie while posing as a representative of the proletariat. Instead of listening to Peng and learning from his failed policies, Mao treated Peng as a class enemy and claimed that a class struggle still existed within the party. From 1958 to 1962, Mao became increasingly concerned with the emergence of new bourgeois elements in Chinese society. As Mao's fear of China turning into a capitalistic society increased, his suspicion of intellectuals and top CCP leaders deepened and his advocacy of class struggle escalated. In 1962, Mao issued his edict "Never Forget the Class Struggle" at the second plenum of the 8th Chinese Communication Party Assembly. In his speech at the 10th plenum of the 8th Central Committee, Mao explained why class struggle still existed by quoting from Lenin. Lenin said, "After the victory of the revolution, because of the existence of the bourgeoisie internationally, because the existence of bourgeois remnants internally, because the petty bourgeoisie exists and continually generates a bourgeoisie, therefore, the classes which have been overthrown within the country will continue to exist for a long time to come, and may even attempt restoration." Based on this rhetoric of prophecy, Mao warned party members, "We must raise our vigilance and properly educate our youth as well as the cadres, the masses, and the middle and basic level cadres. We must talk about this every year, every month, every day." In Mao's view, as long as class existed in a society, class struggle never ended. The class enemy, the bourgeois class, including the petite bourgeoisie, would take over power they had lost and would exploit the proletarian class. To Mao, class struggle was the law of society and history. Mao's paranoia of being sabotaged and his vehement propagation of class struggle were compounded by international exigencies as well. In 1956, uprisings took place in Hungary and Poland against their respective communist governments, and these escalated Mao's fear that an uprising would occur in China. On February 25, 1956, Nikita Khrushchev delivered a secret speech to the delegates at the 20th Communist Party of the Soviet Union Congress. The speech revealed the brutality of Stalin's bloody purge of millions of counter-revolutionaries and dissidents. 11 This report shocked the CCP and shook the godlike image of Mao in China, as Stalin was highly exalted in China as well. At the same time, China's foreign relations with the United States were frozen as the United States did not recognize the legitimacy of Mao's China. However, according to Mao's interpretation, the United States had not given up on China but rather had devised a peaceful evolution strategy aimed at combating communism not through warfare but through economics and the infiltration of culture and ideas. 12 John Foster Dulles, President Dwight Eisenhower's Secretary of State, gave a speech on China on November 18, 1958, claiming that as China modernized, the Chinese people and the American people would become friends, also hinting that China would gradually move to a democratic society. 13. Mao allowed the whole speech to be published and circulated it the next day among party members. Mao also carefully studied Dulles' other speeches and concluded that the United States had an ulterior motive to sabotage China's socialism and hijack Marxist ideology through a peaceful evolution. 14. Mao stated at the 10th plenum of the 8th Central Committee that revisionism may emerge in the third generation of the CCP leaders. But, he argued, that change would not matter. When the grandson becomes a revisionist, the grandson of the grandson will want Marxism. This is the law of dialectics. As Mao faced these international challenges, it is not surprising that he tightened his ideological control for fear of losing his personal power, fear of turning China into a capitalist society, or fear of becoming a revisionist like leaders in the Soviet Union. Mao's rhetorical weapon of ideological control was class struggle. Class struggle as everyday life. For Mao, class struggle was both ontological reality and epistemological inquiry. In his words, class struggle is an objective reality, independent of man's will. Class struggle is inevitable. It cannot be avoided even if people want to avoid it. To Mao, everything should be perceived, analyzed, and evaluated through the lens of class struggle. For example, in offering advice to young people on how to conduct research on society, Mao said that the only way to know the conditions is to make social investigations. To investigate the conditions of each social class in real life, the survey must be conducted by using the fundamental viewpoint of Marxism, i.e. the method of class analysis. Only thus can we acquire even the most rudimentary knowledge of China's social problems. In this sense, class struggle was totalized and rendered a framework for political judgments and human relationships. Mao stretched his evaluations about class struggle to the topics of love and human nature and how these topics were expressed in art and literature. Mao contended that it is a basic Marxist concept that being determines consciousness, that the objective realities of class struggle and national struggle determine our thoughts and feelings. Now as for love in a class society, there can be only class love. His view became more absolute when he asserted that there is absolutely no such thing in the world as love or hatred without reason or cause. There has been no such all-inclusive love since humanity was divided into classes. There will be genuine love of humanity after classes are eliminated all over the world. That is, love was possible only if two persons came from the same class background. During the Cultural Revolution, dating partners wrote their love letters filled with revolutionary slogans on class struggle rather than expressions of romantic feelings. For example, a man wrote to his woman lover, "Nowadays class struggle is extremely complicated. There are all kinds of people in this world. You should stand firmly on your revolutionary ground. Never trust glib tongues and do not let class enemy take advantage of you. You should always tighten the string of class struggle when interacting with people at workplace and in social contexts." The woman replied, "I pledge in the name of revolution that I will stand firmly on my ground in facing the complicated class struggle embedded in human relationships. I will handle well any kind of relationship. Please feel at ease." 15. This kind of revolutionary letter was common during the Cultural Revolution. Writing letters with expressions on class struggle indicated a level of proletarian consciousness and, in turn, one's moral compass. Professor Qian Liken from Peking University shared that during the 1950s Qian's father was accused of being a counter-revolutionary. When Qian applied to join the Communist Youth, he was told he had to denounce his father and sever their relationship. At first he refused to do so, but finally he was persuaded by Mao's rhetoric of class struggle. Mao's teaching made Qian choose between his father and the politically correct class stand. If his father was a counter-revolutionary, Qian was told, his father belonged to the enemy class. If his father was the enemy, the argument went on, then Qian could not love his father and instead must cast hate toward the man who raised him. Being 14 years old at the time, Qian had no critical ability to challenge this logic. Qian lamented that the blood relationship between father and son is based on natural love. It is absolute and unconditional. If you hurt your father, you have overstepped the bottom line of being a human. Sadly, Qian's denouncement of his father was justified in the moral appeal of class struggle rather than the natural love Qian later defined. Mao purported that all human behavior and thought processes were based on class status and consciousness. In his words, in class society there is only human nature of a class character, there is no human nature above classes. We uphold the human nature of the proletariat and of the masses of the people, while the landlord and bourgeois classes uphold the human nature of their own classes. Artists and intellectuals were instructed by Mao to praise the proletariat and condemn the bourgeoisie in their art productions and performances. 16 No art or literature was allowed to transcend class or be independent of politics. Mao stated, if you are a bourgeois writer or artist, you will eulogize not the proletariat but the bourgeoisie, and if you are a proletarian writer or artist, you will eulogize not the bourgeoisie but the proletariat and working people, it must be one or the other. During the 1960s a number of movies with the theme of class struggle were shown repeatedly. These films powerfully reinforced the Chinese people's class consciousness. 17 In these films the heroes were from the proletarian class representing communist morals of sacrifice, hard work, frugality, and loyalty to the party. The villains lived or had a desire to live luxurious lives and refused to follow the party line. All human expressions became essentialized in class categories. To Mao, the proletarian and the bourgeoisie were two opposing classes that maintained fundamentally different interests. Their conflict was irreconcilable, therefore the ideological struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie would never end. For an artist or a writer, class status and consciousness would not change unless the artist remolded his or her thinking and feelings to align with the workers and peasants. Mao's essentialist view of class struggle contradicted his dialectical stance that nothing was stable and that change inevitably would happen. If a movement developed too far in one direction, it would naturally swing back to the opposite direction. Mao wrote to his wife Jiang Qing a year after he launched the Cultural Revolution, which brought chaos to China. I read materials every day and I am very interested in reading them. The great chaos in the world will bring great order. Mao showed his adamant obsession with class struggle again in his published talks with his nephew, Mao Yuanxin. In 1964.18 he said, to study Marxism-Leninism is to study class struggle. Class struggle is everywhere, it is in your institution, a counter-revolutionary has appeared in your institution. Are you aware of this or not? Not only had Mao reduced Marxism to a single doctrine of class struggle, but in addition his words encouraged co-workers, friends, and even family members to remain vigilant about potential class enemies. Soon the slogan "Never forget the class struggle" became popular and permeated public and private discourse. Any conflict of opinions could escalate to issues of class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. This escalation of class struggle, however, was only a prelude for another revolutionary storm, the Cultural Revolution. In 1966 Mao launched the Cultural Revolution in the name of eradicating residual bourgeoisie among members of the government and preventing China from becoming a capitalistic society. 19 During the Cultural Revolution, the mantra "Never forget the class struggle" filled speeches, big character posters, rallies, and pamphlets. In a Red Guard speech, Liang Xiaosheng wrote, "We revolutionary students fight with determination at the forefront of class struggle. We pledge to Chairman Mao to be the dare or die corps on the front lines of class struggle. Victory belongs to us because we have the sharp weapon of class struggle from Chairman Mao's thoughts." Class struggle had become a banal phrase that permeated Chinese political discourse and escalated a radical and dichotomized way of thinking. Many Chinese people, young and old, expressed in their diaries their determination to carry on Mao's call for class struggle. For example, a friend wrote in her diary in March 1972 that struggle brings us joy and happiness, struggle is our ideals and future. We the youth of Mao Zedong's era achieve our revolutionary goals through class struggle, spending every minute and every second on the cause of class struggle for the humanity. Struggle. Struggle. Struggle for our entire life, the revolutionary youth. Using such compassionate language to demonstrate their loyalty to Mao and their high spirit for class struggle was typical among young Chinese during the Cultural Revolution. As Qian notes accurately, since 1957, Mao gradually pushed China into the chariot of class struggle, just as he did for the Great Leap Forward. Once the chariot started, no one could stop it. Mao's Cultural Revolution brought China into another catastrophe. The Cultural Revolution was instigated in the name of class struggle. Mao claimed himself as the representative of the proletarian camp and condemned Liu Shaoqi for embodying the evils of capitalism and the bourgeois class. 20 At the individual level, a person's class background became the sole criterion for identifying friends and enemies, good and evil. Class enemies were those with rich family backgrounds, but also those who said words or took actions that diverged from Mao's thinking. It was not uncommon for people to disown their parents, divorce their spouses, or beat their teachers because these people had been accused of being class enemies. These accused class enemies, many of whom held influential positions, were sent to prisons and deprived of any political power. For ordinary people who were labeled class enemies, Mao's solution was to reform and rehabilitate them through harsh physical labor and thought reform campaigns characterized by criticism and self-criticism. 21. Since class consciousness was also determined by one's political attitude, anyone had the potential to become a class enemy. Everyone had to remain vigilant about their own bourgeois/capitalistic tendencies, everyone had to speak Mao's revolutionary discourse, and everyone had to engage in repeated criticism and self-criticism to guard against becoming members of the bourgeois class. Moreover, violence against persons who were labeled as class enemies became sanctioned and legitimized. Many innocent people were persecuted and beaten, some committed suicide, homes were looted, and friends and family members betrayed each other. These acts allowed for deception, self-deception, dehumanization, and humiliation. Red Guards considered their violence as revolutionary acts conducted on behalf of the proletariat and in defense of Chairman Mao. The Cultural Revolution made class struggle a witch hunt, a ubiquitous phenomenon. The entire nation was politicized in almost every aspect under the banner of class struggle. The impact of Mao's theory of class struggle. In his youth, Mao witnessed the failed attempts to build a modern China with equality, self-reliance, and prosperity. Drawing from those experiences and influenced by Marxism and Leninism, Mao ardently believed that the progression of history was characterized by the struggle between the proletariat class and the bourgeois class, and that such a struggle was embedded in every aspect of life. Mao defined class division not only by material possessions and socio-economic backgrounds, but also by ideology, attitude, language, and moral stance. To Mao, the proletariat class was inherently good and the bourgeois class was inherently evil. The interests of both classes were irreconcilable. Mao was convinced that the proletarian class must defeat the bourgeois class in the struggle to maintain the control of the Communist Party and to push history forward toward an egalitarian, democratic, and prosperous China. Mao followed Lenin in claiming that the proletarian class was the most moralistic and advanced while the bourgeois class was the most exploitive and insidious. His association of the proletariat class with good people and the bourgeois class with bad people created a moral dichotomy for the Chinese people. His theories about class struggle were made manifest in his orientation toward radicalism, essentialism, and reductionism. Mao claimed to be a voice for the proletariat class. Such assumptions gave him the legitimacy to condemn the so-called class enemies. Mao also claimed to be a defendant of true Marxism throughout his writings, which added to his ethos and enhanced his persuasive appeal. Moreover, Mao bestowed upon himself the roles of interpreter and creative practitioner of Marxism, which established his ideological authority in the party and among the Chinese people. Mao's theories about class struggle also were imbued with an apocalyptic appeal. In illustrating his theory, Mao attempted to convince the Chinese people that the CCP was on the right side of history by embracing a socialist society and proletarian dictatorship. A capitalist society with a bourgeois rule would pull history backward. Only when the proletariat was in control of political power could history move forward. Kluver deems this mentality to be China's national myth. Mao's rhetoric of class struggle played this myth and offered a prophetic voice to the Chinese people. In addition, Mao's theories about class struggle capitalized wholly on fear. Mao asserted that if the bourgeois class became the ruling class, China would turn into a capitalistic society filled with social evils and the proletariat would once again be exploited, forced to endure poverty and oppression. The government repeatedly depicted the evils of the old China through arts, literature, films, and stage performances. All these art forms propagated the same message: if the old China came back, the communist utopia would never be realized. The dream of an independent, egalitarian, democratic, and prosperous China would never come true. This argument gave Mao the rationale for permanent revolution, the idea that class struggle would never end in China. Mao's class struggle rhetoric also indicated his deep suspicion of intellectuals and their dissenting views within the CCP, as well as his own fear of being sabotaged. Mao's paranoia mentality contributed to his obsession with real or imagined enemies. Moreover, Mao used class struggle as a political strategy to suppress dissenting views and eliminate his opponents. When he expanded his definition of a class enemy from enemies with guns to enemies without guns, class struggle became an ideological struggle, ultimately turning into a weapon of violence. The notion of class struggle politicized and polarized the thinking patterns of the Chinese people. The pervasiveness of the class struggle doctrine divided the Chinese people between proletariat and bourgeois classes and polarized their judgments of others. Everyday thought processes became wholly dichotomous. Everything was rendered in black and white. Chinese people related to one another either as political comrades or as class enemies. The proletariat class became a political capital, while people who were labeled as the bourgeois class were deprived of their human dignity and civil rights. The traditional Chinese values of human relationship characterized by harmony, tolerance, and respect as propagated by Confucius and Mencius were replaced by confrontation and hostility driven by the mentality of class struggle. Millions of innocent people were alienated, persecuted, and tortured to death after being labeled as class enemies. Children of the class enemies were discriminated against in every aspect of their lives and became what Gao Hua calls politically despicable people. The hallmark of the traditional Chinese way of life was zhonyang. Confucius considered zhonyang to be the highest virtue in a person because it maintains equilibrium by avoiding extreme thought and actions. Another core value in traditional Chinese culture is he, while the guiding norm in interpersonal relationships is called yai huaigui. Tolerance and compromise were strategies taught in the practice of managing interpersonal conflict. The notion and implementation of Mao's class struggle, however, instigated interpersonal tension, hostility, and hatred among the Chinese people. Many Chinese people adopted the Do mentality, the opposite of he, as their guidance and value for human relationships. Consequently, some Chinese people easily picked fights, quickly took sides, and were more likely to use verbal attacks in arguments. Point 22. Jerome Chn claims that Mao's obsession with class struggle actually stemmed from his resentful personality, which can be traced back to his resentment of his father's authoritarian parenting, his witnessing of injustice and poverty in China, and his readings of revolutionary literature by anarchists and Marxists. Mao's personality was characterized not by he but by Do. Ironically, Mao established his own absolute authority and instigated poverty in China through his efforts toward class struggle in the name of building a society with equality, democracy, and prosperity. Michael Lynch paints Mao with even more contradictory characteristics. As a Chinese revolutionary, he rejected Western values but made it his mission to match Western achievements. He led a revolution against the world to join the world. His driving purpose was to liberate China from decades of foreign oppression, but to realize this aim he adopted a Western political theory, Marxism. Mao appeared to be a full-blown Marxist and Leninist in interpreting and executing the doctrine of class struggle, but also a man with the mentality to rule like a Chinese emperor. In the name of doing good for the Chinese people, he actually manifested a banality of evil. 23 By adhering to a radical Western ideology combined with authoritarian characteristics rooted in Chinese tradition. By propagating and executing the doctrine of class struggle, Mao drastically changed the face of China dominated by Confucian values into a Marxist state. In traditional Chinese culture, social structures were characterized by hierarchical relationships. In addition, the main moral tenets for human conduct were benevolence, righteousness, rituals, wisdom, and trustworthiness. Those who wielded more power in these hierarchical relationships were expected to practice such moral tenets to ensure a harmonious, way of living for all. Mao's rhetoric on class struggle abandoned these traditional modes of societal organization and created a new system of analysis on the perception of reality and human relationships, and a new way of thinking and making judgment on people's political identity. In many ways, class struggle was a failed ideological doctrine and practice in China as it brought destruction and misery to the Chinese people. Dao Hua makes a good point that using class struggle as the dominant ideology during the peaceful period of history in China inevitably hurt and discriminated against the Chinese people, delaying the establishment of laws and universal values that would protect people's dignity and equality toward achieving social justice. Nevertheless, some Chinese scholars in mainland China speak positively about Mao's impact on the transformation of Chinese culture. In his summary of Mao's contribution to cultural change through his theory of class struggle, Li Pengcheng argues that Mao's theory of class struggle placed the masses in the forefront of importance. Those masses acted as the force that pushed history forward, bringing a more independent and equitable society to the country than had been in place during China's semi-colonial past. Traditional Chinese, in contrast, valued zhonyang and hexi, which keep Chinese society static and repetitive. Under the banner of class struggle, the Chinese people went from living in a harmonious stasis to living with a more vibrant, enthusiastic, and optimistic outlook toward life. I disagree with Li's evaluation of the positive impact of basing social action on an ideology of class struggle. As illustrated above, the doctrine and practice of class struggle is disastrous. However, Mao indeed reshaped the Chinese character from what Lin Yutang has described as patience, indifference, old roguery, contentment, and conservatism to a new character of contention, competitiveness, aggression, excitement, and ambition. During Mao's period, especially during the 1950s and early 1960s, Chinese people unleashed unprecedented enthusiasm in building the nation's economy. Mao's revolutionary romanticism, his advocacy of change and fighting spirit, had significant impacts on the transformation of Chinese culture and the Chinese character. It is not an exaggeration to attribute China's economic success in the post-Mao era to this reinvented Chinese spirit and character. In addition, to a lesser degree of evil, Mao did not resort to the extremes practiced by the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia 24 or by Stalin in the Purge 25, during which millions of innocent people were executed. Class struggle in the post-Mao period. Mao died in 1976, and with his death came the end of the Cultural Revolution. After his death there was mass disillusionment toward Mao's precepts, especially his theories on class struggle. In 1978 the CCP announced the abandonment of the class struggle precept and centered its task on economic development and modernization. In the post-Mao era, China also abandoned Mao's idealism and radicalization. With the economy in a state of despair, Mao's successors began publicly rejecting Mao's precepts about class struggle. 26 Maurice Meisner observes that perhaps the most telling symptom of the de-radicalization of Chinese communism in the post-Mao era is the decline of revolutionary utopianism and the ritualization of socialist and communist goals. Along with such a decline was the disappearance of a radicalized and revolutionary style of rhetoric. Post-Mao Chinese top leaders including Deng Xiaoping, Jiang Zemin, Hu Jintao, and Xi Jinping never used the term class struggle in their public speeches. 27 Workers who were formerly labeled as members of the proletarian class now were referred to as ordinary labor. Needless to say, China's economy boomed in the post-Mao era. It became the second largest economy in the world. Except for some decline in the past 3 years, the nation's GDP maintained an average of almost 10% for over 30 years since the launch of the economic reform in the early 1980s. 28 However, at the same time, internal conflicts between different interest groups intensified. The gap between the rich and the poor widened, and a new bourgeois class emerged. Jiang Zemin, the president of China after Deng Xiaoping, allowed the new bourgeoisie to join the Communist Party. Many children of the old revolutionaries held the financial and material resources of China, widening the class division between the haves and have-nots. 29 Workers and peasants, once treated by Mao as the proletarian class and the leading class of Chinese society, were being dispossessed and disadvantaged by the new economic policies that favored capitalists and foreign investment. In his book Analysis of the Classes in Chinese Society, Jishan Yang identifies the new rich and new poor since China's economic reform in the early 1980s. Ironically, Mao's prediction of class struggle has become more evident in the post-Mao era. If Mao lived to see today's China, he would be saddened that his fear had become true, that the bourgeois class has beaten out the proletariat. China has become a state of semi-capitalism under the leadership of the CCP. During Mao's era there was no class distinction in terms of material possessions. Equality in salary, gender, education, and health had been largely achieved. Now, at the superficial level, China no longer champions the mentality of class confrontation, but the real class struggle has begun with the increasing gap between the new rich and the new poor. In his recent book The Price of China's Economic Development, Hong presents a compelling argument that the polarizing wealth/power, lack of an equitable social and legal system, and poverty of rights in China have resulted in social injustice, an abuse of power, and dreadful conditions for the poor and powerless, a heavy price that the Chinese people have paid for economic miracles. 5. Mao Zedong's rhetorical construction of a new communist person. Belief in the malleability of human beings and their ability to change is recurrent in human history. Fukuzawa Yukichi, a Japanese Enlightenment writer, believed that Japanese people could become civilized if they were taught public virtue. Friedrich Nietzsche's invention of Übermensch, or Superman, painted the ideal goal of humanity through self-transcendence. In the history of communism, Lenin proposed the concept of the new Soviet man after establishing the Soviet Union. 1 Similarly, Mao dedicated his life to cultivating the new communist person, someone who embodied a proletarian consciousness, showed loyalty to Mao and the Communist Party, was hard-working, and was willing to sacrifice for the country. Mao spent his younger years emulating what he believed to be moral exemplars. Although he admired foreign leaders such as George Washington and Abraham Lincoln, Mao was more influenced by legendary Chinese heroes and nationalists such as Chu Yuan, Fan Zhongyan, Guyan Wu, Zheng Qiuban, and Liang Kekao. All these Chinese legends shared in some part similar moral characteristics measured by traditional Chinese standards. These legends were industrious, strong-willed, plain-living, well-learned, courageous, and willing to sacrifice for the state. Mao drew inspiration from them for his own political ambition and spiritual nourishment. John Fairbank observes, Marxism, which grew out of the European experience, has a considerable degree of resonance with the Chinese experience. According to Donald Munro, the writings of Marx and Engels provided a philosophical base of malleability for Chinese communism, as they are replete with references to personal reform. Mao's desire to change the mindsets of the Chinese people drew upon the Marxist theory of identity change as well as on the ideas of reformers such as Liang Kekao and revolutionaries such as Sun Yat-sen, both of whom used their writing and actions in part to change the passive character of the Chinese people. In Mao's mind, a Marxist or a communist person overlapped with the Confucian standard of a moral person, even if he would not openly admit it. Not surprisingly, Mao's notion of the new communist person was couched in the Confucian concept and approach of moral teaching and learning. A Confucian belief holds that individuals can cultivate virtuous minds, compassion, and good qualities through learning from moral exemplars, and that attitudes can be inculcated, the mind can be transformed, and behavior can be modified. Through self-cultivation and the imitation of virtuous models, then, moral perfection can be achieved. Personal transformation is made possible through self-awareness, self-evaluation, and comparison with role models. Accordingly, Mao's rhetorical construction of a new communist person was a hybrid of Marxist ideology and Chinese Confucian tradition. However, Confucius placed individuals' efforts as the main approach to becoming moral persons. Mao, in contrast, made model emulation an enterprise of nationwide persuasion for the purpose of ideological or thought control. Traditional Chinese conceptualization for a moral person. Largely due to the influence of Confucianism in Chinese society, an educated Chinese person is expected to cultivate self, manage the family well, sacrifice for the state, and bring peace to the entire empire. 2. A moral person is expected be loyal to his superiors, filial to his parents, faithful to his friends, and conscientious about maintaining harmony in relationships as well as maintaining moderation in expressing opinions. 3. A good Chinese person exhibits moderation, modesty, and tolerance. In Chinese literature, scholars, ministers, and heroes with these qualities are highly praised and emulated. Confucius coined the concept Ren as the highest level of morality for both society and the individual. He mentioned Renren or Rens many times in his Analects and often used Renren and Junzi interchangeably. For Confucius, a Renren manifested three important qualities. First, a Renren was concerned about the way and disregarded personal gain or wealth. He could be entrusted with great tasks and does not seek life at the expense of his humanity. There are instances where he will give his life to fulfill his humanity. 4. Second, a Renren consciously and continuously cultivated virtues throughout life. Confucius believed that through self-cultivation, a person could gain respect from others and bring peace to those around him. Self-cultivation, for Confucius, was achieved through an assiduous study of formal rituals and the virtuous deeds of the past sages. A self-cultivated person did not impose upon others what that person did not wish for himself. Confucius considered a person's knowledge, credibility, and goodness important prerequisites for an individual's moral perfection. He also purported that anyone could gain moral qualities as long as they put in the effort. Subsequently, a society composed of such individuals with moral attitudes and actions could be improved for the better. Third, a Renren demonstrated the qualities of courage, bravery, resolution, and simplicity. In the Analects, Confucius gave two examples of Renren: Yan Hui, his favorite student, and Guanzhong, the chancellor for the king of Qi state during the spring-autumn period. Confucius considered Yan Hui a model of self-cultivation and ranked him number one among his students. Confucius praised him for his modesty, plain living, diligence, and moderation. The second exemplar, Guanzhong, assisted the king of Qi in governing the state and in handling foreign affairs with utmost dedication. Consequently, the state of Qi became the most powerful state at the time. Confucius applauded Guanzhong for his humble upbringing, plain living, and selfless dedication to the well-being of the state. In summary, for Confucius, a Renren, or a person of morality, was a virtuous, selfless, plain living, and modest person. These qualities were Confucius's basic principles for building a moral society and have maintained their legacy for thousands of years throughout Chinese history. According to Yi Zhongtian, moral education has been an important ritual since the Zhou dynasty. For example, a typical ritual is called Zionjian, in which every household is required to participate. The ritual covers singing, lecturing, decree announcements from the imperial court, and commending and criticizing local villagers. Participants are expected to reflect on their conduct and engage in self-criticism. In his early years, Mao's view of ordinary Chinese people was negative. He did not picture them capable of achieving high moral standards. In a letter to his friend Li Jingxi dated August 23, 1917, Mao wrote, "I feel that my countrymen have accumulated many undesirable customs, their mentality is too antiquated, and their morality is extremely bad." Mao did not specify these undesirable customs, but he attributed them to moral problems rooted in Chinese history. Mao believed that these problems required enormous force to be removed and resolved. Because of the failure of the 100 Days Reform in 1898, Mao concluded that changes at the government institutional level, such as implementing a democratic system, drawing up a constitution, or creating a cabinet would not benefit the Chinese people. Instead, Mao believed that fundamental changes must occur within individual mentalities, changes including the development of sage-like qualities of morality, wisdom, and intelligence. 5 Mao used the concept of ultimate principles 6 to name the qualities necessary for embodying a correct mental state. These ultimate principles are composed of correct philosophical orientations and ethical conduct. For Mao, philosophy would teach people truth and ethics would teach people moral standards. But first people had to be educated so that they would learn philosophy and ethics. Moral education with the correct philosophical orientation would mentally transform the Chinese people. Once they were transformed, they would speak moral language, exhibit proper behavior, and have broad perspectives. Without moral education, Mao believed, people would naturally lean toward evil. 7. In his marginal notes to Friedrich Paulsen, A System of Ethics, Mao expressed what he believed to be the ultimate goal of human life. He pointed out that motive and results are the two criteria for distinguishing between good and bad. A good person automatically would be motivated and would choose to do the right thing. No external pressure such as laws or regulations would have an effect on a good person's decision to perform good acts. All values depend on the individual, Mao said. In other words, the individual's will and determination decide the outcome of his or her action. In this sense, Mao drew closer to Confucianists who believed that the perfection of the individual leads to the perfection of interpersonal relationships, which in turn leads to the perfection of family relationships, and so forth, ultimately creating a society in which it is possible for individuals to perfect themselves. Mao never lost faith in the ability of individuals' willpower to affect social reality. As Meisner notes, for Mao, the essential factor in determining the course of history was conscious human activity, and the most important ingredients for revolution were how men thought and their willingness to engage in revolutionary action. In this sense, Mao deviated from Marx, who claimed that economic structure is the basis for how people think and relate to one another. Mao believed the opposite, that thoughts and ideas impact the economy, not the other way around. This belief afforded Mao with the righteous justification to launch political movements, mobilize the masses, and persuade his comrades, the masses and intellectuals, to follow his revolution. However, his abandonment of democratic institutions to focus on moral teachings proved to be a fatal flaw in his revolutionary vision. 8. In 1917, at the age of 24, Mao already regarded himself as an educated, rational, compassionate, and sage-like person who was obligated to teach fellow countrymen to become moral persons. In his words, "If we go off by ourselves, they will sink lower and lower. It is better for us to lend a helping hand, so their minds may be opened up and their virtue be increased, so that we may share the realm of the sages with them." Mao's claimed dream here was to create a harmonious society in which all under heaven will become sages. None will be unenlightened. In other words, Mao wanted to transform morally flawed individuals into virtuous, meritorious, and eloquent persons. In this sense, Mao attempted to imitate sages such as Confucius, who was not only pristine in virtue and accomplishment but also had the mission to convert others by changing the fabric of their thoughts and actions. Qian Liqin writes that Mao's logic is that the masses granted him and his party the mission of finding the way to achieve peace for China. In the process, Mao left the legacies of virtue, achievement, and eloquence, thus turning himself into a communist sage. This ideology was Mao's lifelong pursuit as well as his unshakable belief. Driven by this logic, Mao projected his moral standard onto the Chinese people, using constant thought reform and moral teaching in a lifelong pursuit of transforming traditional Chinese culture into a society of new communist persons. Remolding and rectification. After Mao became the leader of China's revolution, he undertook the task of transforming the moral fabric of three groups of people. The first group was his peasant army. In October 1927, after Chiang Kai-shek's massacre of the communists, Mao led the remnants of a defeated military force to Jinggangshan to join with Zhu De's forces. One major task Mao faced was to train his followers, largely composed of peasants and bandits, to become disciplined and morally conscious soldiers. To enlarge his military troops, Mao had to recruit peasant vagabonds and attract local bandit leaders, who tended to be lawless and had no sense of what Mao termed proletarian consciousness or class consciousness. 9. These new Red Army soldiers were disobedient to the officers, stole from villagers, spoke profane language, and abused captives. These new soldiers were not educated and did not know how to discipline themselves. Mao feared that their behavior would tarnish the image of the Red Army among the Chinese people. To solve these problems, Mao designed 3 rules of discipline and 8 points for attention as mechanisms of behavior modification. Point 10. Any violation of these disciplines and attentions would be punished. These measures were successful for training a disciplined army force. However, behavior control by reward and punishment was not sufficient for Mao. He wanted internal change of these soldiers' minds and dispositions so that their good behavior would be natural and voluntary. To appeal to this audience, Mao wrote in vernacular Chinese, filling his works with metaphors and analogies for easy understanding of abstract and foreign ideas and his own proposed goals for Chinese revolution. For example, Mao described the revolutionary base as a butt on which the army could sit and rest. For his peasant army he used foreign landlord to refer to imperialism. Mao seemed to know that winning over the masses by persuasion rather than by coercion was more effective in the long term. The second group of people Mao faced was made up of young intellectuals 11 who had come to Yan'an after the start of the anti-Japanese war and who were attracted to the communist ideals of egalitarianism. These young intellectuals came mostly from wealthy family backgrounds. Their parents' and grandparents' generations were more likely to be educated in the Confucian tradition. Mao never truly trusted people from wealthy family backgrounds, believing that such people would always carry traces of self-interest and self-indulgence. In Mao's view, although these intellectuals might have been influenced by Western ideas and liberal thinking, they did not know much about the true essence of Marxism-Leninism, nor did they understand the experience of peasants, who made up the majority of China's revolution. In fact, some of the intellectuals might have been so influenced by Western individualism and liberalism that they had the potential to challenge and pose threats to the CCP sole party rule. Mao's doubts about intellectuals' loyalty to the party proved well-founded during the movement of 100 Flowers Bloom, 100 Schools of Thought Content, which was launched by Mao in 1956. In the spirit of democracy and egalitarianism, Mao initially solicited critical responses to government actions from people outside the CCP, especially from members of other puppet parties in China and educated elites. However, when some intellectuals voiced their criticism of the CCP and concerns about the one-party rule, Mao inevitably began to suspect the motives of these intellectuals and questioned their loyalty to the party. Seeing dissent of this kind voiced from intellectuals and non-CCP members, Mao felt intensified suspicion. He revealed his grave concerns at talks at a conference of secretaries of provincial, municipal, and autonomous region party committees in 1957. There is queer talk among some professors too, such as the Communist Party should be done away with, the Communist Party cannot lead them, socialism is no good, and so on and so forth. Before, they kept these ideas to themselves, but since the policy of letting 100 schools of thought content gave them an opportunity to speak up, these remarks have come tumbling out. Now they are coming out, probably with the intention of sweeping us away. Aren't they in fact attempting a restoration? To discredit intellectuals, Mao reversed the traditional hierarchy of education by claiming that the lowly are most intelligent, the elite are most ignorant. In Mao's judgment, this group was in the greatest need of thought reform and of being remolded. The third group Mao sought to reform consisted of party officials and party members. Some party officials came from landlord, business, or urban petit bourgeois families, while others came from worker-peasant family backgrounds. Mao was concerned about the ideological correctness of these party officials or members of mixed backgrounds. In his words, although more or less tempered in long years of arduous struggle, quite a number have not acquired much Marxism, and thus ideologically or mentally they are apt to sway in the wind like rice stalks. Mao worried that once these party officials gained power, they would turn into bureaucrats and become dogmatic, ultimately losing their connections with the masses. In Mao's logic, a comfortable life would weaken a person's will and beget complacency and corruption. Mao saw that previous Chinese dynasties had all fallen due to their own internal corruption, and Mao feared that if the party became corrupt as had previous ruling institutions in China, the CCP would lose the legitimacy to rule China and the Chinese people would rise up against him and the party, as had happened with past rulers. 12. To some extent the last two groups were more dangerous to Mao as they were covered and embedded among the people. Mao compared them to weeds in the fields that had to be constantly pulled out to secure a good harvest. To prevent these groups from turning against the CCP, Mao believed that they needed to be constantly remolded through rectification campaigns or thought reforms. To convince people of the necessity for the thought reform, Mao used himself as an example of being remolded by Marxism. For myself, I used to have all sorts of non-Marxist ideas, and it was only later that I embraced Marxism. I learned a little Marxism from books and took the first steps in remolding my ideology, but it was mainly through taking part in class struggle over the years that I came to be remolded. Chinese people have a tradition of following exemplars. Mao believed that if he, their beloved leader, the ultimate symbol of morality, was willing to be remolded, then everyone else would follow suit. Mao's goal was to turn every Chinese person into a new communist citizen. Remolding the Chinese people, especially intellectuals, was single-handedly the most important facet of the CCP's ideological practice. This remolding was accomplished through a series of thought reforms. Mao launched several rectification movements or thought reforms to restructure the minds of party members and intellectuals. 13 Following Lenin, Mao believed in the idea of continuous, unmitigated reform because the influence of the bourgeoisie and of the intellectuals who come from the old society, the very influence which constitutes their class ideology, will persist in our country for a long time. Thus a Chinese person was repeatedly to fight against any capitalistic ideas and reform himself or herself accordingly for the party. Mao wrote that fighting against wrong ideas is like being vaccinated. A man develops greater immunity from disease as a result of vaccination. Mao continued to evoke the medical metaphor further by claiming that a person with appendicitis is saved when the surgeon removes his appendix. So long as a person has made mistakes and does not hide his sickness for fear of treatment or persist in his mistakes until he is beyond cure, so long as he honestly and sincerely wishes to be cured and to mend his ways, we should welcome him and cure his sickness so that he can become a good comrade. Mao called wrong ideas an ideological and political malady that must be cured with cooperation between the doctor and the patient. Through this process alone, anyone afflicted with an ideological disease could be cured and could become a productive member of society. Sherman and Shell observe that some aspects of thought reform are similar to practices in some Protestant sects. These practices serve as a channel for transmitting the new values and goals from the leaders to the people. Reminders of thought reform were omnipresent, filling the public domain as well as the private domain. Popular political jargons such as thought reform, denouncing selfish thought, and loyalty to the party were endemic in all spheres of life in the workplace, at home, and in social settings during Mao's era. These slogans served as ideographs that embodied the values and ideology of a culture. They signaled a call for political commitment of the collective members to a normative goal. Mao's rhetorical construction of a new communist person. New communist persons, according to Mao, must be versed in Marxism-Leninism, politically far-sighted, competent in work, full of the spirit of self-sacrifice, capable of tackling problems on their own, steadfast in the midst of difficulties and loyal and devoted in serving the nation, the class, and the party. Moreover, they must be free from selfishness, from individualistic heroism, ostentation, sloth, passivity, sectarian arrogance, and must be selfless national and class heroes. Taken together, a new communist person was to 1. Show ideological correctness and loyalty to the party, 2. Serve the people wholeheartedly, 3. Engage in criticism and self-criticism, and 4. Remain modest and live a plain life. showing ideological correctness and loyalty to the party. In his essay Power of the Powerless, Václav Havel defines ideology as a specious way of relating to the world. It offers human beings the illusion of an identity, of dignity, and of morality while making it easier for them to part with them. Believing correct ideological thought to be the prerequisite for effective revolutionary action, Mao faced the formidable challenge of converting the Chinese peasants, who were mostly concerned with putting food on the table, and also the educated, who were often still embedded in the Confucian tradition and influenced by Western liberal ideals of democracy and freedom rather than Marxism and communist ideology. For Mao, Marxism-Leninism was infallible and absolutely correct, but he was aware that Marxism and communism were foreign concepts. To make these concepts appealing and relevant to the Chinese, Mao appropriated certain tenets of Marxism and communism into basic and concrete moral values such as honesty, loyalty, and selflessness. More strikingly, Mao linked these values with ideological correctness. For example, when Zhang Qiuotao, one of the top CCP leaders, took a different route during the Long March to claim independence from the party, Mao cast him as selfish. Mao proclaimed that those who assert this kind of independence are usually wedded to the doctrine of me first and are generally wrong on the question of the relationship between the individual and the party. Although in words they profess respect for the party, in practice they put themselves first and the party second. Here, Mao disparaged Zhang's departure from the Communist Party as an act of self-interest and dishonesty. Mao chastised Zhang for the harm he had done to shake the morale of the party. 14 Further, Mao considered honesty an essential quality of a new communist person. He named Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin as honest people and regarded Trotsky, Bukharin, Chen Tuxiu, and Zhang Qiuotao as dishonest people. 15 By aligning honesty with communist theorists and leaders and by equating dishonesty with political dissidents within the party, Mao showed that the moral quality of honesty was not just a character trait but rather was a political demarcation and an ideological standpoint. In 1942 Mao launched his first rectification movement in Yan'an among party members. He justified his action by claiming that contradictions abounded among party members in terms of their ideological orientations because they were born into different social backgrounds. Mao believed that even if party members living with these contradictions did have revolutionary zeal, their minds were still not aligned with Marxist or communist ideology. In Mao's words, the revolutionary fervor of these comrades was admirable, but they had brought with them into the party ideas which are out of keeping or not altogether in keeping with Marxism. Mao was deliberately vague about the nature or specifics of these ideas. According to Gao Hua's research, these ideas were the demands for freedom of speech, the demands for equality between the officials and soldiers, and insistence on respect for democracy. Mao justified his launch of the movement by condemning these ideas as contradictory to Marxism. The purpose of the rectification movement, according to Mao, was to spread Marxist education and solve these contradictions so that our party can go forward with great, firm strides in unprecedented ideological, political, and organizational unity. Mao heralded Marxism as the theoretical guidance for China's revolution and lauded communism as the sole belief and value system for all. Those who refused to conform to the Marxist ideology and who expressed different views from the party line were labeled as morally defective people who were relentlessly suppressed and persecuted. This rectification campaign was the kickoff to China's continuous rounds of thought reform for the educated or bourgeois Chinese. By 1956 Mao sensed resistance to his ideology from within and from outside the CCP. Once again he launched a rectification movement targeted at those who disagreed with his political views. For Mao, rectifying movements were effective in curing the moral defects of the dissidents. He used a weather metaphor and a health metaphor to illustrate his points. From now on, all problems among the people or inside the party are to be solved by means of rectification, by means of criticism and self-criticism, and not by force. We are in favor of the method of the gentle breeze and mild rain, and although it is hardly avoidable that in a few cases things may get a little too rough, the overall intention is to cure the sickness and save the patient, so we truly may achieve this end instead of merely paying lip service to it. Here, Mao linked all his political exclamations and people's actions to ideological correctness, thinly disguising the mandate as a demand for a show of loyalty to Mao and to the party. Mao said that ideological conformity was a political task and the lifeblood of all economic work. Mao labeled communist ideas and socialist practices as new and labeled thoughts and actions deviating from communist ideology and socialist practice as old. Moreover, Mao associated new with good and old with evil. Thus, he argued, it was natural and reasonable to abandon the old and establish the new, placing ideological differences on high moral ground. In doing so, Mao left little room for counterarguments and therefore began a rise to radicalism. 16. Mao's rhetoric of progression ran through almost all his writings and justified the radical actions he took regarding the country's economy. For example, when Mao faced resistance against forming cooperatives in China's rural areas, he said, "From the start, the agricultural cooperative movement has been a severe ideological and political operative struggle. Before a new social system can be built on the site of the old, the site must be swept clean. Remnants of old ideas reflecting the old system invariably persist in people's minds for a long time, and they do not easily give way." For Mao, peasants were to be educated with political work or socialist ideology to take on this new economic change. 17 Through cooperatives, peasants could cultivate a socialistic consciousness that would allow them to devote themselves to the Communist Party and the country and to ultimately become selfless, new communist persons. As Meisner writes, Mao's thought reforms marked the appearance of a rigid ideological determinism that since has governed the history of Maoism. Mao's success in establishing ideological conformity in China remains unprecedented in Chinese history and arguably is unsurpassed anywhere else in the world. Serving the people wholeheartedly. After studying China for many years, John Fairbank went to China after Nixon's visit in 1972 and wrote his impression of the Chinese people at the time. He asserted that Mao not only created a new society, but also a far-reaching moral crusade to change the very human Chinese personality in the direction of self-sacrifice and serving others. Although China had never had any institutional caste systems, Chinese people even before Mao's era were quite class-conscious. Confucius divided people into Junzi and Ziren. Junzi symbolized the educated social elites, who possessed moral attributes, while Ziren represented the uneducated masses, who cared only about pursuing material self-interests. In traditional China, Ziren also were looked down upon for their participation in manual labor. Interaction between the two groups was limited. Mao's revolution not only brought these two groups together but also reversed the social hierarchy and subverted traditional perceptions of morally desirable and undesirable people. Mao claimed that the proletariat class, which consisted of the uneducated masses such as peasants and workers, was the true emblem of morality. He called on intellectuals to learn from the humility of the masses as a way to dissolve their inherent hubris as members of the educated elite. Although Mao relied on the educated elite to propagate revolutionary theories and produce revolutionary art and literature, he also expected them to align with the interests of the masses and to demonstrate their devotion to communist morals in the arts and literature. Speaking to party members and intellectuals, who tended to come from wealthy family backgrounds, Mao faced the task of transforming their possible bourgeois worldview to a proletarian consciousness by mingling with and serving for the masses or the uneducated workers and peasants. The hallmark of the CCP, according to Mao, is that we have very close ties with the broadest masses of the people. Our point of departure is to serve the people wholeheartedly and never for a moment divorce ourselves from the masses, to proceed in all cases from the interests of the people and not from the interests of individuals. Throughout his life Mao emphasized this point of the party's necessity to integrate with the masses. 18 Mao's call for serving the people came partly from his ambition to save the Chinese people from suffering the humiliation they had suffered in the past, partly from a rhetorical strategy to win the support of the majority of the Chinese people and partly to maintain party legitimacy. To serve the people, he believed, every comrade must love the people and listen attentively to the voices of the masses, to identify himself with the masses wherever he goes and, instead of standing above them, to immerse himself among them, and, according to their present level, to awaken them or raise their political consciousness. Moreover, party members and intellectuals must physically live among the masses and learn from them as moral exemplars. Mao asked, if our party members spend their whole lives sitting indoors and never go out to face the world and brave the storm, what good will they be to the Chinese people? Accordingly, party members had dual missions. They could learn from the masses through first-hand experiences and simultaneously disseminate communist ideals among the masses. To Mao, this dualistic experience was the best way to solve their problems and help them achieve liberation and happiness. Integrating with the masses would allow party members, the new social elite, to imbibe the proletarian consciousness and remain connected with the real world. Mao's success over Chiang Kai-shek was largely attributed to Mao's success in reforming, and continuously reforming, the moral character of the Chinese Communist Party. He set a high standard for party members, a high standard similar to the far-reaching standards of a Confucian persona. Strategically, Mao asked party members to make allies with non-communist members, claiming, communists must listen attentively to the views of people outside the party and let them have their say. If what they say is right, we ought to welcome it, and we should learn from their strong points. If it is wrong, we should let them finish what they are saying and then patiently explain things to them. Mao pointed to his belief that the Communist Party is a political party which works in the interests of the nation and people and which has absolutely no private ends to pursue. It should be supervised by the people and must never go against their will. 19. Although Mao's requirements for party members were reminiscent of the Confucian teachings of modesty and collectivism, Mao aligned his party with the oppressed Chinese people, which gained him support and sympathy for his revolution. Confucius taught his students to put family duties first, be considerate of others, and sacrifice for the collective. Mao turned these traditional values of personhood into a secular dogma of serving the people and performing sacrifice for the party and the state. In her study of Chinese moral model selection, Rhea Butterfield contends that Chinese rhetoric surrounding the selection and promotion of moral models in China plays an epideictic function and provides symbolic equipment by which people can make sense of their community, engage in self-definition, shape collective memory for the service of the nation. Mao's approach to creating a new communist person was based on a traditional Chinese approach of model emulation in moral teaching/learning. His approach exemplified this epideictic function for the Chinese people. On September 8, 1944, Mao gave a eulogy in honor of Zhang Side, a soldier who died when a coal mine collapsed. Zhang was a Communist Party member and had participated in the Long March. Mao entitled the speech "Serve the People," which had become the motto and slogan of CCP members. In his eulogy, Mao first characterized Zhang's death in the context of the CCP's fight against the Japanese, which aimed to liberate people and work entirely in the people's interests. Mao then claimed that Zhang died for the people. Mao referenced a Chinese writer, Sima Qian, who provided two views of death: one type of death weighs more than Mount Tai, and the other kind of death is lighter than a feather. Because Zhang's death was for the people, Mao concluded, his death is indeed weightier than Mount Tai. 20 In other words, dying for the people was the ultimate sacrifice for the communist cause. In this sense, Zhang was a moral exemplar to be emulated. Serving the people also meant showing a willingness to listen to suggestions from anybody as a means to improve oneself. In the eulogy, Mao referenced a man named Li Dingming, a non-communist, who proposed the idea of better troops and simpler administration. Mao endorsed his proposal and praised Li, essentially declaring that his party was committed to listening to and serving the Chinese people. Another communist role model eulogized by Mao was Dr. Norman Bethune, a Canadian Communist Party member who had come to Yan'an in 1938 to help the Chinese in their war of resistance against Japan. Bethune died after contracting blood poisoning while operating on wounded soldiers. Mao called his sacrifice for the Chinese cause an example of the spirit of internationalism and the spirit of communism and asked every Chinese communist to learn from him. In the eulogy to Bethune, Mao criticized those who feel no warmth towards comrades and the people but who are cold, indifferent, and apathetic. Mao called such party members non-communists. A true communist person, according to Mao, would be absolutely selfless and willing to sacrifice him/herself for the communist cause. Mao perceived altruism and self-sacrifice as crucial facets of virtue for a new communist person. On March 5, 1963, Mao inscribed "Learn from Comrade Lei Feng" and launched a nationwide propaganda campaign to cultivate new communists. Lei Feng was an ordinary soldier of the People's Liberation Army. After his accidental death, his diary, which was filled with writing devoted to upholding the values of Mao and the party, was published. Lei Feng was exalted as a model new communist person, a shining example of selflessness and modesty, and an exemplar of one who served the people. Mao called on the Chinese people to emulate his communist spirit and moral integrity. Soon Lei Feng became a household name and a celebrity soldier. He has remained a cultural icon for decades. 21. In serving the people, Mao demanded the deprivation of self. To Mao, selfishness was the kernel of the bourgeois world outlook, while selflessness was the core quality of a communist. In his essay Combat Liberalism, Mao identified 11 types of selfish behaviors, among which were to let things slide for the sake of peace and friendship when a person has clearly gone wrong, and to indulge in irresponsible criticism in private instead of actively putting forward one's suggestions to the organization. Other examples included showing no regard for the collective life, disobeying orders, and attacking others. Mao listed many common human flaws, but he said that these types of behavior stemmed from the selfish motives of the petite bourgeoisie. A true communist, according to Mao, must subordinate his or her own interests to those of the people and the revolution. A true communist must value the collective life of the party and strengthen the ties between the party and the masses. In the name of serving the people, Mao denied that selfishness was inevitably a part of human nature and politicized the Chinese collectivistic cultural traits in ideological terms. Not until the end of the Cultural Revolution and after Mao's death was the question raised of whether or not a person could achieve a state of total selflessness. 22 There was no sense of self in Mao's teachings. The individual had to subjugate himself or herself to the prevailing political standard and party line. Engaging criticism and self-criticism. Mao claimed that the necessary tools for remolding oneself were criticism and self-criticism. He believed that using criticism and self-criticism was the most effective method for educating and transforming a person to the accepted communist morality and proletarian consciousness. In Mao's words, this is an excellent method, which impels every one of us to uphold truth and rectify error, and it is the only correct method for all revolutionary people to educate and remold themselves in a people's state. In every thought reform campaign, intellectuals and party members were expected to denounce their past immoral behavior and erroneous views. They were to report how they would work hard to overcome their ideological disease and how they would move closer to becoming new communist persons under Mao's guidance. This process exemplifies Burke's notion that people communicate in an attempt to eliminate alienation. Mao's followers strove to gain acceptance into the revolutionary family and regain their identities as new communist persons by publicly confessing their flaws and aligning with the party. Those who dissented from Mao's teachings drew Mao's attention. While Stalin launched ruthless purges in the Soviet Union, Mao was in favor of criticism and self-criticism as his primary method of challenging political dissidents. Mao believed that this method distinguished the CCP from other political parties, and he justified his position by evoking a hygiene metaphor. As we say, dust will accumulate if a room is not cleaned regularly, our faces will get dirty if they are not washed regularly. Our comrades' minds and our party's work also may collect dust, and also may need sweeping and washing. Mao told his comrades not to fear giving and receiving criticism by evoking popular Chinese maxims: say all you know and say it without reserve, blame not the speaker but be warned by his words, and correct mistakes if you have committed them and guard against them if you have not. Mao concluded that criticism and self-criticism were the only effective ways to prevent all kinds of political dust and germs from contaminating the minds of our comrades and the body of our party. Mao reasoned that a true communist person must acknowledge his or her own shortcomings and be willing to self-correct, the abilities to do so would demonstrate high levels of morality and self-cultivation. The method of criticism and self-criticism was not Mao's invention. As an approach for self-cultivation, the word fangxing was a Confucian concept appropriated from a line in Analects, I examine myself 3 times a day. Fangxing was commonly practiced among ancient sages and Junzi, and even today self-examination is embedded in the Chinese culture as it is a part of the Confucian tradition. Criticism and self-criticism provided an effective approach in bringing uniformity within the party during the Yan'an 1942 rectification movement. Mao requested party officials and intellectuals who were the targets of rectification to write self-criticism journals, reflect on their incorrect thoughts, and rectify their errors. Moreover, Mao ordered that these journals be screened systematically to keep tabs on the inner thoughts of party officials and intellectuals. Many intellectuals and party officials were familiar with this approach as it was rooted in Chinese tradition, and they voluntarily cooperated in the process. For example, Wu Yizhang, who went through the rectification movement in 1942, recalled that rectification was like self-cultivation, and thus it was not difficult to accept. Many offered confessions and self-criticism to demonstrate their new birth as new communist persons. Another example, Wang Ruofei, one of the top leaders of the CCP, published his self-criticism report in the Liberation Daily on June 27, 1942, I read books but do not explore the deep meanings of them. I am careless at work and not being thoughtful in handling problems. I bury myself in the work without realizing the loss. Strictly speaking, I lack the attitude of seeking truth from facts and revolutionary responsibility as a Communist Party member. Wang Siwa, who studied Marxist political economy in Germany, published his confession in the Liberation Daily on August 23, 1942, in which he criticized himself. 13 years ago, I learned Marxist political economy and brought it back to China in its original form. By doing so, I committed dogmatism. I only thought about Greece and did not want to understand China. He lauded Mao for his Sinicization of Marxism. He denounced his German education and expressed his determination to remold himself through re-education. Wang's self-criticism served as a model for many other top-level revolutionary intellectuals, who quickly followed suit. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, Mao continued his rectification movement and his emphasis on the importance of criticism and self-criticism. Although he had defeated Chiang Kai-shek and ultimately had won the war, Mao was not confident that the Chinese people, particularly intellectuals and party officials, were truly convinced by the communist ideology and supported the CCP's legitimacy to rule. In his report to the Third Plenary Session of the 7th Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party, Mao called for continuous thought reform and criticism to raise the ideological and political level of cadres and rank-and-file party members. At the same time, Mao stated other purposes for doing so, including correcting mistakes in work, overcoming the conceit and complacency of the self-styled, distinguished veterans, eliminating bureaucracy and commandism, and improving the relations between the party and the people. To prove the CCP's legitimacy, Mao focused on ideological uniformity as well as cultivated a good work ethic and increased the moral qualities among party members. Either by coercion or by willingness, once again some well-known intellectuals cooperated with Mao by publishing their confessions. 23. During the Cultural Revolution, the process of criticism and self-criticism reached its climax. A typical self-criticism report, in either spoken or written form, began with a poetic eulogy of Chairman Mao and Mao's quotation and then moved to the confession of the writer's flaws and incorrect thinking. The deeper a person could dig into his or her dark side, the more that person's confession proved his/her revolutionary passion. The practice was known as a revolution in the deepest part of the soul. The confession was then followed by more quotations from Mao Zedong and then an application of Mao's quotations to the analysis of one's flaws and incorrect thought. In their analyses, people also had to express how Mao's teaching elevated their moral perceptions, which led them to act according to these moral guidelines. In their conclusions, the self-criticizers had to admit that they still had room for further improvement and to express a willingness to engage in more self-criticism. The self-criticism concluded with adulation for Mao and an expression of determination to follow Mao down the revolutionary road. For example, Hua Lujin, a famous Chinese mathematician, wrote a self-criticism report following this format. In it he criticized himself as a self-made man from the old society and denounced his attachment to science without consideration for the interest of people. He thanked Mao and the Communist Party for helping him realize his moral defects and for guiding him in his scientific work. He expressed his admiration for those who work selflessly and mingled with the masses, beginning his report with this line: "Had it not been for the guidance of the thought of Mao Zedong, I dare say that I would surely have been contented with what I was." Hua ended his report by writing, "Chairman Mao's thinking has stayed the sun for me. Under the brilliance of the sun that never sets, I will resolutely and ceaselessly walk on the road of revolution." These examples exhibited a willingness to expose one's selfish motives and an ability to overcome one's own flaws, which signaled loyalty to the party and true political commitment to the communist cause. IP has aptly written that self-criticism had become an institutional and moral obligation of all party members. Those who were reluctant to engage in self-criticism were immediately cast as counter-revolutionaries. In fact, criticism and self-criticism had become political rituals that served to affirm a shared political identity and to communicate the myth of transcending to a new communist person. 24 During the Cultural Revolution, even teenagers had to find some personal flaws and selfish thoughts and acts in themselves and others so that they could engage in criticism and self-criticism during the times of political studies and prove their loyalty to Mao. 25 Criticism was often put forth by one's peers, sometimes even good friends and family members in a public setting. Humiliation and ridicule were common. Lipton has noted that this process constitutes the manipulation of emotions. He writes that it employs no theologians, but it closely resembles an attempt at inducing religious conversion, saving souls, stressing guilt and shame, demanding atonement, recantation, and rebirth. It makes use of no psychiatrists, but is certainly a coercive form of psychotherapy focusing upon catharsis, analytic interpretations, and causative influence from early life. But Hu Ping makes a distinction between Christian confession and communist self-criticism, in that the former takes place in private while the latter is entirely public. In self-criticism, the person's private thoughts are put on display for the public to judge. That judgment is considered crucial toward successfully conforming the person's ideals to the party line, a process reflected by the slogan "Communicate your heart to the party," popularized in the early 1950s. 26. In theorizing his Rhetoric of Redemption, Kenneth Burke postulates 3 steps: pollution, purification, and redemption. Although it is based on the Christian notion of soul cleansing, the process applies to physical, spiritual, and psychological states and patterns. Pollution is the stage when a person feels guilty for having done something wrong as measured by the hierarchy or social order created by language or symbols. This guilt creates the need for redemption and purification. Purification can be achieved by finding a scapegoat or by self-mortification. By assuming guilt and then purging that guilt through either means, a community or individual can achieve a sort of vicarious atonement for sins and thus find redemption, remove the error, and experience a new birth. 27 Thus the purification stage is the effort to cleanse the guilt, and redemption occurs when one has reached a new self. Mao's methods of criticism and self-criticism involved these stages. Through his speeches and writings, Mao established Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought as the moral and political hierarchy for Chinese people. A person had guilt if his or her thoughts, attitudes, or behaviors were not in alignment with Marxism, Leninism, and Mao. The guilt would inevitably force the person conscientiously to self-correct by acknowledging the infraction publicly and by offering remorse. Under the banner of criticism and self-criticism, the person accused of wrongdoing would have no option but to choose the route of mortification for redemption to demonstrate that growth or change had taken place and to prove loyalty to Mao and the party. According to Burke, the individual or group experiencing guilt makes a symbolic offering to appease the authority or to achieve hierarchy. Once the person completes purification through confession and self-criticism, the person is redeemed and accepted by the party. Mao bestowed intellectuals with original sin since most of them had come from wealthy families and were often critical of the Communist Party's policies. As a result, the intellectuals had constantly to repeat the process of guilt, purification and redemption, or pollution, purification, and redemption. Because of the inherent nature of human imperfection, the cycle never ended. Even Ba Jian, a well-known Chinese writer, admitted that he genuinely felt guilty when he was denounced by the Red Guards. He was determined to transform himself, heart and soul, into a new communist person. In his book The Captive Mind, Czesław Miłosz shares his experience with Polish communist practices, which consisted of remolding a self into a new man who is conditioned to think and act like others. Over time, this new man could no longer differentiate his true self from the self he simulates, so that even the most intimate of individuals speak to each other in party slogans. The independent thinking of Ba Jian and many other Chinese intellectuals was dissolved by the political ritual of self-criticism. The repetition facilitated their becoming slaves of party discourse. Diary writing was a prevailing trend for self-criticism after the publication of Lei Feng's diary in 1963. This private zone was invaded to drive out any faulty thinking that deviated from Mao's teaching. A 13-year-old teenager who was sent to labor in the countryside with her family wrote the following in her diary dated March 1970, "Because of the bourgeoisie trace in my mind and because of the feudal education in the old school, I look down upon the working class people. I want to avoid hard labor, I refuse to use an oil lamp and sleep on an earth-made bed. When I talk with the peasants, I find them like country bumpkins. When I live with them, I find them dirty. In sum, I do not like anything in the rural area. I only think of myself and believe those who come from the city are noble people." Li continued to criticize herself and expressed how much she had learned from the peasants and how Mao's words had enlightened her and made her aware of her wrong thoughts. Through diary writing, a person reflected on his or her sins and scrutinized any selfish thoughts and motives. It was expected that by repeatedly engaging in this kind of self-criticism, selfish thoughts would be cleaned up, loyalty to Mao and the party would solidify, and a new communist person could be born. Wang writes that the transforming of the soul is carried out through the voluntary cooperation of the participant, who must learn to hate him or herself for the slightest deviation from the party line and watch over his or her mind with utmost vigilance. Indeed, many people genuinely felt guilty about not living up to Mao's moral standards. Publicly or privately, exposure of their guilt was viewed as courageous, and they were seen as potential candidates for true, correct reform. This process of self-persuasion served as a powerful mechanism of control in thought and action. Kenneth Burke suggests in his theory of identification that an essential part of identification occurs through self-persuasion. The above examples illustrate the relationship between identification and self-persuasion through the appeal of form. As Chinese intellectuals and party officials became familiar with the forms and practices of self-cultivation through self-reflection and self-criticism, the 1942 rectification campaign and subsequent thought reform ritual ceased to be new to the participants. Mao's moralistic rhetoric provided the participants with inferences, references, and logical reasoning that made them more willing and more motivated to participate in criticism and self-criticism. Moreover, such rhetoric served to induce participants' cooperation with and surrender to the process because they developed a desire to be enlightened and to transcend to the state of highly moral and ethical persons, new communist persons. Being modest and living a plain life. In his book Marxism, Maoism, and Utopianism, Maurice Meisner identifies some Maoist values: selflessness, hard work, frugality, self-discipline, diligence, and honesty. Meisner contends that these ascetic values are similar to Western bourgeois virtues and Protestant ethics of capitalism. However, for Mao, these were not just social and cultural values, they were also constituent parts of the communist ideology and were appropriated as socialist and communist values. These values were derived from the Confucian tradition, consolidated during the Yan'an era, and characterized by ascetic and egalitarian practices. Mao consistently emphasized building the ethos of party members on two aspects, plain living and modesty, two Confucian values coded in communist terminology. He reiterated these two values in different time periods during his era. Upon his victory over the nationalists in 1949, Mao's peasant-based army moved to the cities. Mao was concerned that his new government would be in danger of losing legitimacy if party members became weak-willed, facing the temptation of a better material life. Mao cautioned party members in his speech at the second session of the 7th Central Committee that with victory, certain moods may grow within the party: arrogance, the airs of a self-styled hero, 28, an inertia and unwillingness to make progress, a love of pleasure, and a distaste for continued hard living. Mao was worried that such party members would be defeated by sugar-coated bullets rather than being conquered by enemies with guns. Thus, Mao advised the party that the comrades must be taught to remain modest, prudent, and free from arrogance and rashness in their style of work. The comrades must be taught to preserve the style of plain living and hard struggle. Mao relied on the party members' discipline, resistance to materialistic temptation, and stoic living styles to build the new China. For Mao, it was essential for people to maintain plain living and modesty even after the CCP took power, and he called these values intrinsic political qualities. A few years after the CCP came to power, Mao was still deeply concerned about party members' moral integrity. According to Mao's own observations, some cadres scramble for fame and fortune and are interested only in personal gain. They vie with each other not in plain living, doing more work and having fewer comforts, but for luxuries, rank and status. Moreover, Mao described party members who had become bureaucratic in their leadership styles and further created contradictions with their subordinates, such as workers and students. Mao saw this separation as a threat to the CCP's legitimacy and issued a warning for sanctions. There are several 100,000 cadres at the level of the Country Party Committee and above who hold the destiny of the country in their hands. If they fail to do a good job, alienate themselves from the masses and do not live plainly and work hard, the workers, peasants and students will have good reason to disapprove of them. We must watch out lest we foster the bureaucratic style of work and grow into an aristocratic stratum divorced from the people. The masses will have good reason to remove from office whoever practices bureaucracy, makes no efforts to solve their problems, scolds them, tyrannizes over them and never tries to make amends. I say it is fine to remove such fellows, and they ought to be removed. 29. In 1957 Mao announced that there would be another rectification movement. In his speech at the Party National Conference on Propaganda Work, Mao claimed that bureaucracy, sectarianism, and subjectivism would be corrected. Another goal was to carry forward our party's tradition of plain living and hard struggle. Mao criticized those party members for their purported dwindling revolutionary spirit, lamenting that they are clamoring for position and for the limelight, becoming particular about what they eat and wear, competing for salary and scrambling for fame and gain. Mao called on party members to maintain the same vigor, the same revolutionary enthusiasm and the same death-defying spirit we displayed in the years of the Revolutionary Wars and carry our revolutionary work through to the end. Mao demanded that party members maintain a plain lifestyle during the war period to demonstrate their devotion to the revolutionary cause. In Mao's logic, too much comfort would weaken one's spirit, hardship and suffering would render a person strong and enlightened. 30. Modesty also was an essential attribute of the new communist person. Mao began to notice that some party officials became opinionated or domineering. He cautioned them in one of his speeches by arguing that only by guarding against conceit and complacency and continuing to learn tirelessly can you go on making outstanding contributions to the great People's Republic of China. During his speech at the National Conference on Financial and Economic Work, Mao brought this point up again, asserting that we must study and must not become conceited or look down on others. Goose eggs do not think much of chicken eggs and the ferrous metals do not think much of rare metals. Such a disdainful attitude is not scientific. Mao requested party members to learn from the advanced countries, from the masses and from each other as to make fewer mistakes. In his article commemorating Dr. Sun Yat-sen, Mao described him as a man with a receptive mind, an example of modesty, learnedness, and selfless sacrifice for the nation. Conclusion and impact. Mao's efforts to transform China and the Chinese people were in some ways successful for the time period in which he lived, but these efforts utterly failed after his death. When Orville Schell visited China in the early 1970s, he noted a spirit of sacrifice among the Chinese people. In his comparison of China and the United States, Schell remarked that to work and forget oneself is one of the leitmotifs of these young and politically ambitious workers. They seem to view sacrifice with the same relish that their Western counterparts view self-indulgence. They make sacrifices during the normal day which most men in our society make only at times of extreme hardship. They discuss sacrifice as a way of life for ordinary times, rather than as an unusual event. This image of new communist persons was the one Mao had wished for, rhetorically constructed and effectively remolded. The communist ideology had exerted extraordinary power in transforming Chinese society and the Chinese people. Mao had made the transformation possible by appropriating Marxist-Leninist theories of social change and combining them with Confucian values of human development. For Mao, politics and morality were intertwined. Transforming the Chinese people into new communist men and women with desirable moral attributes put into practice Mao's ambition as a young man to change the cultural character of the Chinese people. He successfully directed the moral sense of the Chinese from a cultural orientation in the Confucian society to an ideological and political formulation in a communist state. On the surface, Mao's rhetoric toward the construction of a new communist person appears similar to the Confucian concept of Renren, while in fact he used Confucian moral doctrine in his persuasive appeals mainly for the ideological uniformity and legitimacy of the CCP's rule, which would ultimately consolidate his dictatorship. Mao's rhetorical charisma, his moral argument for the necessity of thought reforms, and his brutal approach to ritualize and institutionalize them left little room for counterarguments and chances for resistance. As IP points out, when the top leadership of an authoritarian party pressed for changes that were unassailable in both ideological and pragmatic terms, the situation did not encourage others to question his decision, however unreasonable. Rectification became a deprivation of individual freedom in thought and speech as everyone had to conform to the party line and infallible Mao Zedong thought. Moreover, starting from the Yan'an period, thought reforms turned into witch hunts for those who refused or failed to conform to Mao's orthodoxies. Many innocent people were politically persecuted and deprived of their dignity and political freedom. Out of fear or repeated inculcation, Chinese people, particularly Chinese intellectuals, were silenced. Some chose compliance over resistance, subjecting themselves to manipulation and coercion by political power. Some stopped speaking altogether, and their critical and reflective capabilities disappeared. Some became cynical and disillusioned. Not until after Mao's death did some Chinese intellectuals again begin to play active roles in public and political life. 31. Unfortunately, Mao's efforts to create a new communist person are seen by many Chinese people as propaganda, as the manipulation of fears, hopes, and passions of political participants. Mao's continuous thought reforms resulted in menacing emotional tension among intellectuals and party officials. People suffered traumatically as Mao divided them into revolutionaries and counter-revolutionaries based on how often and how willing they were to reform themselves to prove their loyalty and ideological conformity. The political ritual of criticism and self-criticism encouraged lies, personal attacks, self-denial, and self-humiliation. The publication of Lei Feng's diary permitted the intrusion of public/political discourse into the private domain of the inner self, politicizing private discourse. The emergence of Lei Feng and many other moral models was seen by Western observers merely as the product of Mao's propaganda tactics and mind control. Ever since Deng Xiaoping launched the economic reforms of the early 1980s, China has become increasingly materialistic. Although government-controlled media still propagate the Lei Feng spirit to promote virtuous behavior, Such a spirit is largely regarded by the average Chinese person as ex post facto. Based on Mei Zhang's research of model emulation in post-Mao China, the CCP continues to promote role models of altruism and self-sacrifice for the public good. Mei Zhang wrote, "The official stories of role models continued to function as Chinese political rhetoric designed to induce ideal citizen behavior in the reform era. However, the efficacy and impact of such models have become greatly reduced as the pursuit of money and self-interest has risen. Mao's political enterprise of remolding the Chinese people through ideological education has largely failed. China has experienced a moral vacuum and an ideological crisis since the economic reform. Ironically, in contrast to a new communist person, a face of the exquisite egocentric person 32 is emerging among young educated Chinese as the result of the one-child policy and the materialistic nature of the economic boom in today's China." 6. Mao Zedong's rhetorical constructions of Chinese nationalism. Nationalism is traditionally associated with symbols, political leaders, and cultural values. In the past decade, scholars have examined nationalism from a variety of angles. Craig Calhoun treats nationalism as a process of discursive formation, a way of talking, and a cluster of rhetoric and reference. According to Zhang, Chinese nationalism is rooted in China's historical struggle against foreign powers and is about China's sovereignty, independence, and its proper relations with other nation-states. Mao's rhetoric of nationalism was characterized by constructing narratives. He effectively combined a morass of fear with a flame of hope and an image of a damaged past with the promise of a better China. His words were filled with nationalistic sentiments in the periods before and after he became the leader of China, most predominantly characterized by his condemnation of common enemies both foreign and domestic and by his projected vision of hope and optimism for China's future. Specifically, I argue that Mao's rhetorical construction of Chinese nationalism was achieved through a narrative of victimization, a denouncement of Chiang Kai-shek and American imperialism, and a desire to build a strong and prosperous China. To Mao, China's sovereignty was defined in opposition to foreign enemies. His focus on China's victimization increased the people's fervor toward Mao's declarations of China's future prosperity. This national consciousness exuded by Mao served to reinforce his own political power and is believed to have gained China a respectable place in the world. Historical contexts of Mao's nationalism. Mao was born on December 26, 1893, at a time when China was weak, having suffered multiple foreign invasions and chaotic periods of infighting. Toward the end of the Qing dynasty, China suffered a series of foreign assaults, resulting in treaties that disadvantaged the Chinese economy in favor of European interests. In 1842, British troops defeated the Qing Imperial Army to protect Britain's lucrative stake in the opium trade. The Qing government was forced to sign the Treaty of Nanking, by which China had to pay over 20 million silver dollars and cede Hong Kong to the British government. In June 1858, foreign powers imposed on China the Treaty of Tianjin, which allowed the Second French Empire, the United Kingdom, the Russian Empire, and the United States to trade, send Christian missionaries, and legalize the import of opium. In 1895, following a pitiful defeat in the Opium War, China was overwhelmed by an attack from Japan, which had developed a powerful military during the Meiji Restoration. The Treaty of Shimonoseki was signed on April 7, 1895, and stipulated that China was to pay 200 million taels of silver, cede Taiwan and the Liaodong Peninsula to the Japanese, and open coastal cities to conduct free trade with Japan. Moreover, in 1898 Germany colonized the city of Qingdao, which was later occupied by Japan after 1914. From 1895 to 1914 Russia and Japan competed for control of Manchuria, the northeast region of China. In the midst of an already devastating period, China was further compromised when Russian forces took control of Lushun and Dalian, two important Chinese ports. In response to the series of foreign invasions and inequitable treaties, the Yichuan, or Boxer Rebellion, took violent action against foreigners. The Boxers were mostly peasants from northern China who pledged to support the Qing dynasty and exterminate the foreigners. They terrorized foreign missionaries and destroyed stores with foreign merchandise, killing countless foreigners and Chinese converts. 1 Zhao refers to these anti-foreigner movements as nativist nationalism. The Boxers were ill-matched and were quickly defeated, but the United States and various European powers quickly took advantage of this defeat, implementing the Eight-Power Expedition, or Eight-Nation Alliance, military action against China. The 8 countries included the United States, Great Britain, Japan, Germany, Russia, France, Austria, Hungary, and Italy. In the summer of 1900 the Allied forces defeated the Qing Imperial Army and pillaged Beijing. The Qing Imperial government had no choice but to sign the Boxer Protocol of 1901, which paid an indemnity of 450 million taels of silver to the 8 countries. The expedition not only caused China's decline politically and economically but also inflicted wide-scale nationalistic humiliation. Defeat by the Western powers gave rise to a unique Chinese nationalism. In the struggle for national survival, Chinese intellectuals realized that China's biggest weakness lay in its technological backwardness, that modernity not only was inevitable but also was the key to building a strong nation. To achieve modernity, China had to learn from the West. Represented by Kang Youwei and Liang Qiqiu, these intellectuals pushed the Qing government for reform. As a result, Li Hongzhang, a politician and general of the Qing Empire, pressed the Qing government to negotiate with the West and launched China's modernization process by building a navy and an army. Between 1872 and 1875 the Qing government dispatched a total of 120 students to the United States to study science and technology. These students later became the precursors of China's modernization and westernization. Terms such as legal equality and national sovereignty were introduced to China and frequently used in newspapers and journals. Yan Fu, who studied at the Royal Naval College in England, returned to China and translated Thomas Huxley's Evolution and Ethics, Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations, John Stuart Mill's On Liberty, and Herbert Spencer's study of sociology into Chinese so that educated Chinese could become acquainted with Western thought. The Chinese people, however, felt betrayed by the West after the 1919 Versailles Peace Conference, which transferred the former German concessions in Shandong province to Japan instead of rightfully returning the land to China. On May 4, 1919, Chinese students and intellectuals took to the streets demanding the return of Shandong to China, instigating the anti-imperialist May 4 movement. The movement condemned traditionalism, particularly Confucianism, as the major cause for China's backwardness. At this critical time China was exposed to Marxism-Leninism. In 1920 Chen Wangdao, one of the first Communist Party leaders and a scholar of Chinese rhetoric, translated Marx and Engels' Communist Manifesto into Chinese from Japanese. Many radical Chinese intellectuals found the themes of Marxism-Leninism, anti-imperialism, and nationalism attractive but most importantly applicable to China's weak situation. This historical context had a lasting impact on Mao's notions of nationalism. According to Li Rui, Mao's secretary of the 1950s, Mao had read words of warning in A Prosperous Society by Zheng Guining when he was a teenager. This book proposed that Chinese leaders with a Western education could help China develop economically and militarily and ultimately improve Chinese standards of living. In his interview with Edgar Snow, Mao said that the book stimulated his desire to devote himself to China from a young age. At the age of 16, Mao studied at a private school in Shaosan, his hometown, where he read a booklet titled The Danger of Imperialism. The booklet explained the circumstances surrounding how Japan had occupied Korea and Taiwan and how Vietnam and Burma/Myanmar had lost their sovereignty to the Western powers. Mao worried incessantly about China's future and felt responsible for the nation's well-being. Mao liked to talk about current affairs with other students. He analyzed politics and military situations of the world. He was very clear. His points were based on evidence. Every time when he argued that China had failed to resist invasions by foreign powers and that young people should take responsibility for the country, he would become indignant with other students. He was sometimes excited, sometimes angry, and sometimes inspiring. When Mao was a student at the No. 1 Teachers College in Changsha, one of his teachers compiled a booklet called Essay of Humiliation, which was read widely among the students. The booklet was a response to Japan's 21 demands, which were imposed on China after Japan soundly defeated the Chinese military. It was a recorded history of Japanese oppression over China and cited the various unreasonable treaties imposed on China during the previous 10 years. A young Mao read the booklet and wrote on the margin, May 7 brought national humiliation, retaliation falls on the shoulders of our students. In short, from a young age Mao was educated on China's history of foreign aggressions against it, which influenced the construction of his rhetoric during his rise to power. The Chinese concept of family and nation-state. The original tribes of ethnic Chinese lived in the middle and lower regions of the Yellow River before 221 BCE, but their ethnocentric view of the world, like those of many other ethnic groups, led them to believe that they lived in the center of the universe. In the Chinese classic Shiji, Sima Qian, the author, refers to China as Zongguo, which translates as the center of the world. 3. Liang Qikao said, for thousands of years, China remained in uninterrupted isolation. Chinese people refer to the land they live in as the universe rather than a country. 4. How can a people talk about patriotism if they have no concept of a nation? Liang was disappointed that China was so disjointed that its people did not even have a name for their own country. The English name China was given to the country by oppressive foreign nations. It was Liang who first introduced the Chinese term Minzu, or nation, to the Chinese people during the early 20th century. Liang also proposed the terms for new citizen and public virtue. It was Sun Yat-sen who first called the Chinese people Kuomin, or national citizens, in his speeches as he launched his nationalist party, or Kuomintang. Although multiple peasant uprisings brought about a succession of dynasties, China was economically prosperous during most of its history since the Qin unification in 221 BCE. China's GDP in 1820 accounted for 32.9% of the world's overall GDP. 5. Culturally, Confucianism along with Daoism and Buddhism dominated much of China's moral sphere and spirituality. Confucianism taught Chinese people to place family first. Thus of the 5 cardinal human relationships prescribed by Confucius, 3.2 family relationships. 6 Family, according to Confucius, provides individual members with emotional and financial support. Individual members, in turn, sacrifice for the family. As a result, cooperation and mutual assistance among family members were expected. As Lin Yutang observed in 1938, the Chinese are a nation of individualists. They are family-minded, not social-minded, and the family mind is only a form of magnified selfishness. Public spirit is a new term, so is civic consciousness, and so is social service. Lin identifies 15 Chinese characteristics, none of which reflects a level of social consciousness. 7 Lin concludes that China had not developed a sense of state or a sense of nationalism. The average Chinese individual, says Lin, cared only about his or her own self-interests. They were taught to be loyal to the emperor and obedient to people above them in the social hierarchy. Likewise, Liang Shuming's lifelong comparative study of Eastern and Western cultures concludes that the Chinese lacked a sense of publicness, habits of discipline, the ability to organize, and respect for the law. Specifically, Chinese do not care about anything beyond their family. They have a very weak sense of nation. Liang shares the view with Lin Yutang that traditional China lacked a national consciousness, as the Confucian tradition merely emphasized honoring the family. Other Chinese scholars share similar views. Feng Yaolin, a prominent Chinese philosopher, agrees that in Old China, the Chinese life is centered around the family, thus the Chinese have no sense of nation or patriotism. Loyalty to the emperor or to their immediate superiors was at the very core of moral standards. Filial piety was exalted. In an essay titled Chinese Dogs and Chinese People, Fu Xinian describes seeing a police officer in Beijing training a foreign dog. He asked the police officer, "Why don't you train a Chinese dog?" The police officer answered, "Chinese dogs are too smart." Their sense of smell is better than foreign dogs, but they do not concentrate on the given task. When you send a dog to explore something, he will not do his task but will join other dogs if he sees a dog fight or sees a bitch. Fu uses this example to describe the Chinese people, who, he laments, have no sense of social responsibility. The author attributes this mentality to the oppression and authoritarian rule of the past 3,000 years. Chen Duxiu, one of the founders of the Chinese Communist Party, was even more explicit in his view of his fellow countrymen, stating that the Chinese people only know their families. They do not know they have a country, they only think about how to find a wife and have a son, and how to make money. They do not think about how they can make the country prosperous, stronger than other countries in the world. They do not think about how to eradicate evil for the benefit of the country. These things are not even in their dreams. Chen attributes the humiliation suffered at the hands of foreign powers to this lack of national consciousness. The absence of public citizenship and lack of social consciousness echo Arthur Smith's account of China during his missionary period in the country. According to Smith, the Chinese had no interest in what belonged to the public but that the attitude of the government is handsomely matched by that of the people, who each and all are in the position of one who has no care or responsibility for what is done with the public property so long as she personally is not the loser. Influenced by Liang Qiqiao and Cai Hezonate, a young Mao Zedong shared the same perception that the Chinese people put too much emphasis on family and lacked an emotional attachment to the nation. Liang founded the New Citizens Journal and published a series of articles criticizing China's feudalism and introducing the Chinese people to the Western political system. Mao agreed with Liang's argument that only with new citizens could a new government take place. In one of his high school compositions, Mao wrote, "When I read in the Shiji about the incident of how Shangyang 9 established confidence by moving the pole, I lament the foolishness of the people of our country. I lament the wasted efforts of the rulers of our country, and I lament the fact that for several thousand years the wisdom of the people has not been developed and the country has been teetering on the brink of a grievous disaster." Inspired by Liang Qiqiao, Mao at the age of 19 initiated and organized the New Citizen Association and launched his own journal, Xiangjiang Column, in Hunan, his home province. He felt that China needed to change its mindset and become a whole new nation altogether and define itself against foreign powers. Mao's rhetorical construction of nationalism. In her book The Good Neighbor, Franklin D. Roosevelt and the Rhetoric of American Power, Mary Stuckey traces and analyzes FDR's rhetorical trajectory in the construction of national power in the United States. Stuckey argues that FDR's rhetoric allowed him to unite the nation as one neighborhood and enabled him to facilitate a macro, national mindset, rather than a micro, local orientation. According to Stuckey, presidents potentially possess enormous power over our national definitions. They help constitute us as a nation through the symbolic performance of their office. Their rhetoric has instrumental effects on policy. Stuckey's claims regarding the achievement of national solidarity provide the relevant framework in the case of modern China. Mao's rhetoric redefined China, mobilized Chinese nationalism, and affected government policy in economic development priorities. Based on my reading of Mao's writings, I argue that Mao used 4 rhetorical themes and strategies to cultivate nationalistic consciousness and to transform the collective mindset of the family-oriented Chinese people. 1. A historical narrative of victimization and CCP victory. 2. The construction of a nationalistic identity. 3. The denunciation of Chiang Kai-shek and American imperialism. And 4. An expressed vision of a strong and powerful China. A historical narrative of victimization and CCP victory. Rather than censor a humiliating history of victimization, Mao chose to lionize it. Mao and other left-wing intellectuals and members of the Communist Party blamed Western imperialism for China's backwardness. Mao used a metaphor of 3 mountains to describe the oppression of the Chinese people: the mountain of feudalism, the mountain of imperialism, and the mountain of capitalism. Mao was not historically inaccurate in this analysis, as foreign powers such as Russia, Portugal, France, Britain, Germany, the United States, Italy, and Japan at some point in Chinese history had pillaged Chinese cultural treasures and natural resources, exploited Chinese labor, killed Chinese people, and taken over Chinese land as their residential and business concessions. Mao's emphasis on this specific historical narrative of victimization was not only crucial in creating national solidarity, it also shifted the blame of China's backwardness to an outside party and ultimately provided Mao with the opportunity to act as savior after an era of victimization. When Japan invaded China and launched a full-scale Sino-Japanese war on July 7, 1937, Mao focused on the Japanese invasion as his rhetorical target. Japan initially occupied Manchuria in September 1931, consequently Manchuria became the colony of Japan. Japanese soldiers killed thousands of Chinese, burned their villages, and raped Chinese women. 10 The response from Chiang Kai-shek's ruling government was slow. In fact, Chiang considered the CCP, not the Japanese, as his primary threat and implemented a policy of internal pacification first and then external resistance. Mao, who was already a recognized leader of the CCP in 1937, responded to the Japanese invasion by condemning Japanese imperialism and calling for resistance. In his report to the Conference of Party Activities on December 27, 1935, Mao called out, "Comrades! A great change has now taken place in the political situation. Our party has defined its tasks in light of this changed situation. Japanese imperialism wants to turn China into a colony, and we define ourselves against Japanese imperialism." Mao then reminded his comrades of the history of foreign invasion and unequal treaties. As we all know, for nearly 100 years, China has been a semi-colonial country jointly dominated by several imperialist powers. Owing to the Chinese people's struggle against imperialism and to conflicts among the imperialist powers, China has been able to retain a semi-independent status. For a time World War I gave Japanese imperialism the opportunity to dominate China exclusively. But the treaty surrendering China to Japan, the 21 demands signed by Yuan Shikai, the arch-traitor of that time, was inevitably rendered null and void as a result of the Chinese people's fight against Japanese imperialism. In 1922 at the Washington Nine-Power Conference called by the United States, a treaty was signed which once again placed China under the joint domination of several imperialist powers. By citing historical facts to construct the national narrative of foreign invasion and humiliation during the past 100 years, Mao made a rhetorical appeal that the Chinese people must fight against Japanese imperialism in order to gain China's independence from colonization and foreign power. Mao explicitly spotlighted China's most humiliating moments as a method of solidarity. Abraham and first defined nationalism as a psychological phenomenon, involving needs and dispositions and its significance in the modern world. The fear of China becoming a colony of Japan and Western powers was deeply rooted in the Chinese psyche, and Mao repeatedly painted a picture that the humiliation and ill-conceived treaties had deprived the Chinese of their dignity. By employing Japan as a common enemy and the ultimate reason for China's weaknesses, Mao made CCP followers and the general public receptive to his nationalistic appeals by rendering the Chinese people faultless. 11 After reviewing the history of oppression, Mao warned his audience that Japanese aggression at this point in history had been extended to other provinces and that Japan would soon colonize all of China. Mao declared that every Chinese person was facing the possibility of becoming a slave to a colonial power. Mao's response to this exigency was not only historically relevant but also emotionally escalating and provoking. Given that China was still a semi-colonized society, Mao prioritized a rhetorical shift in his vision for China. In 1940 he declared that China's nation-building entailed two steps. The first step is to change a colonial, semi-colonial and semi-feudal Chinese society into an independent, democratic one. The second step is to carry the revolution forward and build a socialist society. According to Mao, the actions constituting the first step began with the Opium War in 1840. Then came the movement of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, the Sino-French War, the Sino-Japanese War, the Reform Movement of 1898, the Revolution of 1911, the May 4th Movement, the Northern Expedition, the War of the Agrarian Revolution and the present War of Resistance against Japan. This retelling of the major events in early 20th century China had appeared frequently in Mao's writing as justification for the necessity of revolution and nation building. In his article on coalition government, Mao devoted an entire section, History Follows a Tortuous Course, to describe in great detail the history of the War of Resistance against Japan to justify the CCP's leadership and to highlight their heroic acts during the war. Mao's repeated mention and condemnation of Japanese imperialism served to reinforce a sense of shame to remind the Chinese people of the devastating foreign invasions. Facing stiff resistance to these themes and barraged by questions from all sides, Mao boosted the national spirit by referencing Wusong or Wusong, a Chinese folk hero. We must not show the slightest timidity before a wild beast. We must learn from Wusong on the Qingyang Ridge. As Wusong saw it, the tiger on Qingyang Ridge was a man-eater, whether irritated or not. Wusong's choice was to either kill the tiger or be eaten by him. Here, Mao asserted that China's only chance to attain prosperity lay in defeating Japanese imperialists. Mao employed fear appeals and engaged his audience with a chain of reasoning to legitimize the CCP's leadership. Point 12 As Yang Jiguo has pointed out, the inculcation of the sense of victimhood is coupled with efforts to create a sense of insecurity and danger. Mao's call for resistance to military aggression and to a colonial culture further ignited the rise of Chinese nationalism and reaffirmed the legitimacy of the CCP's leadership in that resistance. Ultimately, Mao took advantage of these historical events and contexts to portray the Chinese people as victims of imperialism while simultaneously promoting his own ideological agenda of social change through rhetorical tactics of fear appeals, narratives, and chain reasoning. Mao's narrative was persuasive as it brought the Chinese people together by addressing the common problems that concerned the nation, problems that were faced by the imagined national community. Moreover, as Zhao points out, this process had the effect of removing differences within the political community and replacing them with a common hegemonic order of signs, symbols, and values. Mao's narrative on China's century of humiliation has become a way of talking among Chinese leaders and people to this day, as they recount Mao's rhetorical references to Chinese nationalism. Mao aligned the country toward a singularly nationalistic trajectory. This legacy remains. The construction of a nationalistic identity. Ironically, Mao strengthened national morale by explicitly and repeatedly conjuring China's most humiliating historical moments in foreign relations. By thrusting all the blame for China's weak, semi-colonial state onto foreign powers, Mao argued that China was merely a victim and not incapable of solidarity. The traditional Chinese lifestyle was centered around family, based largely on the Confucian value system of humanity and filial piety. This system closely examined familial consciousness but did not address a sense of national solidarity in China, which was a nation divided across regions, dialects, and various religious and political affiliations. Sun Yat-sen's famous saying that the Chinese are like sand implied that no cohesive force united the Chinese people. However, Japan's invasion of China provided an impetus for the development of cohesion. Nationalism began to permeate the Chinese mindset after the defeats and subsequent humiliation imposed by imperialist powers. Mao's rhetoric of alliance paved the way for the construction of a nationalistic identity. The alliance with the nationalists gave Mao a broader platform for his nationalistic rhetoric. He began to use democracy as a rhetorical appeal to establish his ethos. He argued that the key that will ensure victory for our armed resistance is the winning of political democracy and freedom, which required domestic peace, unity, and the mobilization of people. He held the opinion that without democracy, a genuine and solid national united front against Japan cannot be established in China and its goals cannot be attained. To establish a democratic government, Mao called for change in China's political system, release political prisoners, remove the ban on multiple political parties, end the National Party's one-party dictatorship, and create a national government with the cooperation of all parties and all classes. He also advocated the founding of national assemblies and elections. He argued that only thus can internal peace be truly consolidated, internal armed hostilities ended and internal unity strengthened, enabling the whole nation to unite and resist the foreign foe. Mao asserted that China required a singular united front lest they fall victim to foreign powers yet again. However, during this time Chiang Kai-shek's Nationalist Party government demeaned the CCP by deriding them as bandits. 13 In turn, by calling for national unity against the Japanese and demanding a democratic China, Mao gained for himself and for his party a certain moral integrity. In this sense Mao skillfully manipulated an international crisis to work in his favor. 14. To gain recognition for the CCP and the support of the Chinese people, Mao referenced Sun Yat-sen's three principles: nationalism, democracy, and the people's livelihood as the ideological legitimacy for establishing an alliance with the nationalists and the democratic nation. Mao pledged to his Chinese audience that we are ready to staunchly put them into practice. Moreover, we ask the Kuomintang to implement them together with us, and we call upon the whole nation to put them into effect. We hold that the Communist Party, the Kuomintang, and the people of the whole country should unite and fight for these three great objectives of national independence, democracy and freedom, and the people's livelihood. Here, Mao's vision of a democratic republic was an alliance among all revolutionary classes, or a state based on the alliance of the working class, the peasantry, the petty bourgeoisie, and the bourgeoisie. Thus, although the future of the democratic republic may evolve in a capitalist direction, the possibility also exists that the republic will turn towards socialism. The party of the Chinese proletariat should struggle mightily toward the latter prospect. Here, Mao emphasized the notion of national identity rather than a division between party lines that China's power lay with its masses. Instead of blankly calling for communist rule, he called for an alliance toward common goals. He even envisioned the possibility of a capitalistic society. All these concepts deviated from Marxist-Leninist revolutionary theories that called for a proletarian dictatorship in a socialist/communist society. Although Mao had, in this instance, rhetorically constructed himself as a moderate and a patriot, his real motive likely was to hinder Jiang's extermination campaigns and to gain support and moral legitimacy for the CCP. Mao again identified a series of political events as the collective impetus for constructing a national identity. There was first the Opium War against British aggression, then came the War of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, then the Sino-Japanese War of 1894, the Reform Movement of 1898, the Yiho Tuan Movement, the Revolution of 1911, the May 4th Movement, the Northern Expedition, and finally the war waged by the Red Army. Although these struggles differed from each other, their common purpose was to repel foreign enemies or to change existing conditions. While Mao credited Sun Yat-sen with leading the nationalistic movement, he also aimed to establish a people's democracy that broke away from what he saw as a semi-colonial and semi-feudal status. For Mao, the goal was to destroy imperialism and feudalism and transform the old China into a new China. By continuously and explicitly painting China's litany of failures in foreign relations, he was able to stress that China needed something as drastic as a revolution in governance. In the name of defeating Japan and establishing a new society, Mao gave audiences the impression that he had put aside ideological differences with Chiang for the sake of national unity and a democratic China. Mao stated that the CCP and the Nationalist Party shared the common goal of mobilizing and uniting all anti-Japanese forces of the Chinese people, completely wiping out the Japanese aggressors and building a new China that is independent, free, democratic, united, prosperous and powerful. His nationalistic rhetoric fed a new patriotic national narrative and appealed to the mutual interest of peasants, capitalized on mass discontent, and demonstrated his ability to lead in times of war. Further, Mao's nationalistic appeals demonstrated that he was willing to place the nation's political interests over his own political ambition. His nationalistic charisma attracted many young students as well as seasoned intellectuals to join the Communist Party during the Yan'an period. In the words of Zhao, the power of nationalism came from the fact that it locates the source of individual identity within a people, which is seen as the bearer of sovereignty, the central object of loyalty, and the basis of collective solidarity. In this sense, Through his rhetorical construction of the Chinese national identity, Mao successfully established himself as China's moral beacon during this revolution. Sadly, this exalted loyalty toward the nation later shifted exclusively toward the CCP, and then ultimately to Mao himself. The denouncement of Chiang Kai-shek and U.S. imperialism. Ultimately, Mao's emphasis on a historical narrative of victimization along with his public pleas for an alliance with Chiang and Jiang's subsequent rejection managed to paint Chiang and his party as disrupting the road toward a revitalized, independent China. On September 2, 1945, Japan surrendered unconditionally to the Allied forces, bringing an end to World War II. In August 1945, Chiang invited Mao and CCP delegates to Chongqing, the headquarters of the Nationalist Party, for domestic peace negotiations. The negotiations ended with the Double Tenth Agreement issued by Chiang. 15. However, the two parties continued to fight over certain territories. In June 1946, Chiang launched an all-out attack on CCP-occupied areas, an incursion that instigated a civil war between the People's Liberation Army and Chiang, whose troops received military and financial aid from the United States. Consequently, Mao began to cast Chiang as a leader who rejected China's historical humiliation with no interest in defeating the Japanese. Mao denounced Chiang for starting the civil war and accused him of being a traitor. Mao also took the opportunity to elevate his party's moral legitimacy by juxtaposing the actions of the two parties. We rely entirely on our own efforts and our position is invincible. Chiang Kai-shek, on the other hand, depends entirely on foreign countries. We live plainly and work hard, we take care of the needs of both the army and the people, while in Chiang Kai-shek, controlled areas, top officials are corrupt and degenerate, while the people under them are destitute. Mao called for the Chinese people to take a side. In traditional China, the concept of Tianming, or a mandate from heaven, was used as a moral justification for rule. If the ruler was moral and brought benefits to the people, he had Tianming, or the moral legitimacy to rule. If he was immoral and brought harm to the people, he would lose his Tianming. Mao's remarks appealed to this traditional concept and painted Chiang as an illegitimate head of state who had exhausted his Tianming. Lucian Pai points out that the dominant emotion of modern Chinese politics has been a preoccupation with hatred coupled with an enthusiasm for singling out enemies. Mao rhetorically demonized Chiang. He depicted Jiang's government as the running dog of U.S. imperialism, equated Chiang with Japanese imperialism, and accused Chiang of allowing China to be colonized by fascist Western powers. Mao charged that by launching the Civil War, the Nationalist Party had declared themselves to be enemies of the entire Chinese people and had driven all strata of the people to the brink of starvation and death. Mao depicted Chiang as an obstacle for the establishment of a peaceful, democratic, and independent new China. Mao's other writings derided Chiang and his followers as a gang of bandits, a blood-stained executioner, a professional traitor and running dog, and a war criminal who has lost his soul and is merely a corpse. Mao wielded relentless verbal attacks on Chiang. Mao's aim was to carry out the urgent demand of the people of the whole country. That is, to overthrow the arch-criminal of the Civil War, Chiang Kai-shek, and form a democratic coalition government so as to attain the general goal of liberating the people and the nation. To justify his point, Mao illustrated how in the past Chiang had disregarded Sun Yat-sen's calls for peace by cracking down on the CCP, carrying out a weak and passive resistance against the Japanese invasion, launching the Civil War, and brutalizing people using foreign aid from the United States. Moreover, Chiang was portrayed as a traitor as he has not hesitated to sell out our country's sovereign rights to foreign imperialism, to collude with the U.S. armed forces so that they should remain in Xing and elsewhere, and to procure advisors from the United States to take part in directing the Civil War, training troops to slaughter his own fellow countrymen. Toward the end of the manifesto, Mao made an emotional plea imbued with hopeful nationalistic sentiments: all comrade commanders and fighters of our army. We are shouldering the most important, the most glorious task in the history of our country's revolution. We should make great efforts to accomplish our task. Our efforts will decide the day when our great motherland emerges from darkness into light, and our beloved fellow countrymen will be able to live like human beings and choose the government they wish. Although Chiang was still the president of the Republic of China, Mao rhetorically embodied head of state leadership by providing the impetus for change. In hindsight, Mao's motive for defeating Chiang both militarily and rhetorically, or reporting such a defeat more realistically, might have been designed to promote his own chances of becoming the leader of China. These possibilities make his account of history questionable. 16. According to Mao, Chiang had also failed his country because he kowtowed to the United States. In his meeting with the American correspondent Anna Louise Strong, Mao simultaneously called the United States an imperialist nation and a paper tiger. When it was clear that the CCP would win the Civil War regardless of military and financial assistance from the US, Mao wrote an essay titled Farewell, Leighton Stewart, 17, which denounced the US government for its military aid to the nationalists. Mao claimed that the US interests generated actions only for the purposes of colonizing China, and Mao condemned Secretary of State Dean Acheson's The China White Paper Report. 18. Mao used empowering language by claiming that we Chinese have backbone. Many who were once liberal or democratic individuals have stood up to the US imperialism and their running dogs. Mao again asserted Jiang's loss of Tianming by claiming that Chiang had not only failed to strive for a national solidarity but also had relied on help from imperialist powers to strengthen his unfair dictatorship over China. Further, Mao referred to the heroic deeds of the well-known poet Wen Yidu, who rose to his full height and smote the table, angrily faced the Kuomintang pistols and died rather than submit. Chu Tse-ching, though seriously ill, starved to death rather than accept U.S. relief food. We should write eulogies for Wen Yidu and Chu Tse-ching, who demonstrated the heroic spirit of our nation. In praising these two well-known public intellectuals, Mao sent messages to the Chinese people and to the U.S. government that the CCP would not yield to Chiang Kai-shek and that China's era of humiliation had ended. The Chinese people were of strong character and moral integrity, Mao contended, and were worthy of nationalistic pride. Further, Mao declared, "What matter if we have to face some difficulties? Let them blockade us. Let them blockade us for 8 or 10 years. By that time all of China's problems will have been solved. Will the Chinese cower before difficulties when they are not afraid even of death?" Here, Mao redirected China's fear of U.S. sanctions against China into a rhetorical opportunity to promote nationalism among the Chinese people. When the CCP defeated the nationalists and established a new China, Mao was aware that the path to an independent nation would not be an easy one. In his address to the Preparatory Committee of the new Political Consultative Conference on June 15, 1949, he warned his comrades, "I think it is necessary to call people's attention to the fact that the imperialists and their running dogs, the Chinese reactionaries, will not resign themselves to defeat in this land of China. They will continue to gang up against the Chinese people in every possible way." Because of this continued perceived threat, Mao claimed that the people all over the country must unite to smash resolutely, thoroughly, wholly, and completely every plot against the Chinese people by the imperialists and their running dogs, the Chinese reactionaries. China must be independent, China must be liberated, and China's affairs must be decided by and run by the Chinese people themselves. No further interference, not even the slightest, will be tolerated from any imperialist country. Mao ended the speech by making the bold assertion that the Chinese people will see that, once China's destiny is in the hands of the people, China, like the sun rising in the east, will illuminate every corner of the land with a brilliant flame, swiftly clean up the mire left by the reactionary government, heal the wound of war and build a new, powerful, and prosperous people's republic worthy of the name. Through these emotionally charged metaphorical appeals, Mao identified the potential enemy threats while also painting a bright future for China. An expressed vision of a strong and powerful China. On October 1, 1949, Mao proudly stood on the top of the Tiananmen Monument and declared to thousands of Chinese people, "The central government of the People's Republic of China was founded today." He delivered a speech 10 days prior to the announcement on Tiananmen. He wrote in the speech that the Chinese people, comprising 1/4 of humanity, have now stood up. This proclamation was meant to signify the end of imperialist aggression and 100 years of humiliation, and to condemn the corrupt government led by Chiang Kai-shek. Mao not only restored national pride to the Chinese but also offered the promise to build a strong, powerful, and prosperous nation. As Mao wrote on September 16, 1949, "Of all things in the world, people are the most precious." Under the leadership of the Communist Party, as long as there are people, every kind of miracle can be performed. We believe that revolution can change everything, and that before long there will arise a new China with a big population and a great wealth of products, where life will be abundant and culture will flourish. With these words, Mao proclaimed his confidence that the Chinese people would build a socialistic China. He also justified the communist revolution and promised a better life for the Chinese people. Mao's nationalistic discourse began to shift away from a dour narration of China's victimization to the pronouncement of building a strong and powerful nation. 19. By praising the greatness of the Chinese people and blaming foreigners for China's problems, Mao won the support of the Chinese people. But now Mao shifted the narrative of victimization to the rhetoric of reinvigorating China. In his rhetoric, Mao no longer evoked images of the Chinese people as victims. Instead, Mao claimed that the Chinese people have ceased to be passive in spirit and have gained the initiative. The period of modern world history in which the Chinese and Chinese culture were looked down upon has ended. The great, victorious Chinese People's War of Liberation and the Great People's Revolution have rejuvenated and are rejuvenating the great culture of the Chinese people. In its spiritual aspects, this culture of Chinese people already stands higher than any in the capitalist world. Mao also anticipated that an upsurge in economic construction is bound to be followed by an upsurge of construction in the cultural sphere. The era in which the Chinese people were regarded as uncivilized is now ended. We shall emerge in the world as a nation with an advanced culture. There were no Chinese leaders before Mao who had encouraged Chinese people to be proud of their culture and country, and few had given the Chinese people the hope for a better life as he did. Therein lay his effectiveness. Nevertheless, the culture that Mao referred to was not the traditional Chinese culture but a new national culture politicized under the leadership of the CCP. In many aspects, Mao successfully transformed Chinese culture. Party bureaucratic culture became characterized by an authoritarian rule, or a so-called proletarian dictatorship. In the name of building a socialist ruling structure, Mao purposefully destroyed traditional Chinese culture by removing any traces of the Four Olds, which included old customs, old culture, old habits, and old ideas embraced in a Confucian China. Ironically, traces of a Confucian China were appropriated to suit the authoritarian government of a communist China. For example, the traditional value of loyalty to the emperor and obedience to the elderly had been replaced by loyalty and obedience to Mao and to the party. However, it cannot be denied that Mao's revolution created a new national culture, uniting the nation under a new brand of self-respect. From Sun Yat-sen to Chiang Kai-shek to Mao Zedong, Chinese leaders in different time periods with different ideologies and political agendas had one thing in common: they were all nationalists. Zhao writes that they shared a deep bitterness over China's humiliation and were determined to rejuvenate China, and they shared a strong sense of entitlement that China deserves a great power status, as they believe China's decline is a mistake of history, which they should correct. Mao began to employ the symbol of the atom bomb to correct China's history of victimization and rejuvenate China's image in the eyes of the rest of the world. Mao was determined that China must have its own atom bomb, which would function as the best national defense. In a speech given in September 1945, Mao promised to build a strong army, air force, and navy for national defense. His concluding remarks were filled with nationalistic fervor: "Let the domestic and foreign reactionaries tremble before us. Let them say we are no good at this, no good at that. By our own indomitable efforts, we the Chinese people will unswervingly reach our goal." Mao's use of repetition and exclamation served to reinforce determination and stir up patriotic passions. By exploiting the important national symbolism of China, Mao called on top Chinese scientists to develop atom bombs by relying on their own efforts. On October 16, 1964, China announced to the world that the country had successfully exploded its first atom bomb. 20. China's development of the atom bomb posed a threat to Western powers. After 1949, the United States imposed economic sanctions on China, launched anti-communist propaganda, and sent its 7th Fleet to patrol Taiwan Straits. 21 Mao combated this hostility by continuing to label the United States a paper tiger in order to trivialize American world dominance. Despite America's clear dominance on the world stage, Mao stressed that China would one day surpass the United States as a world power. In his speech at the first session of the CCP's 8th Congress on August 30, 1956, Mao told the party representatives, "Given 50 or 60 years, we certainly ought to overtake the United States. This is an obligation. You have such a big population, such a vast territory and such rich resources, and what is more, you are said to be building socialism, which is supposed to be superior. If after working at it for 50 or 60 years you are still unable to overtake the United States, what a sorry figure you will cut. You should be read off the face of the earth. Therefore, to overtake the United States is not only possible, but absolutely necessary and obligatory." In this speech, Mao shifted the personal pronoun from we to you as a way to deflect the responsibility away from himself and toward the CCP members, and to convince CCP members that China was capable of surpassing the United States. Mao also wanted to prove that the socialist system that China had undertaken was indeed superior to a capitalistic system. In his speech commemorating Dr. Sun Yat-sen on November 12, 1956, Mao made a claim that when the world entered 2001, China would become a powerful industrial socialist country. Despite providing no backing for such a bold statement, his predictions and promises were rhetorically powerful because they boosted the morale of the Chinese people, motivated the Chinese people to engage in socialist construction, and painted an optimistic picture for the Chinese people and further reinforced their nationalistic sentiments. 22. In summary, Mao sought a nationalism that not only was present as an institution but also constituted a collective identity. In other words, nationalism should not only offer the people faith in their sovereign government, it should also constitute how they viewed themselves as a nation. Rhetoric of a strong state complex was the source of Chinese nationalism, evident in Mao's early writings, his Great Leap Forward campaigns, and his investment in national defense and nuclear programs. Even today, the ideas of a great country and a strong nation are prevalent in official and intellectual discourse. China's nationalism in contemporary times. Thanks to Mao's rhetoric of China's historical humiliation by the Japanese and Western powers and his promises of building an undefeatable nation, nationalism soared among the Chinese. In a desire to build a strong nation and uphold China's sovereignty, the communist government employed patriotic political appeals to boost national pride against U.S. imperialism and Soviet revisionism through the government-controlled propaganda apparatus. The seed of Chinese nationalism planted and instilled by Mao is still evident in China today. Nationalism is part of the identity of the Chinese citizen rather than just a vehicle of national pride. After Mao's death, China experienced an ideological crisis. Communist ideology, as the dominant CCP ideology, lost its appeal as citizens watched how other nations thrived under capitalist systems. The pervasive national optimism that characterized Mao's rhetoric died along with Mao. Therefore, without Mao, the CCP began to see that it was losing its effectiveness and had to change how the party presented itself to the people. The CCP's political discourse abandoned Maoist rhetoric and launched economic reforms as a way to regain its legitimacy. Now the CCP positions itself as the representative of China's nationalist interest and the defender of Chinese national pride in its efforts to modernize. CCP leaders redirected Chinese nationalism, and the group now portrays the communist state as the embodiment of the nation's will rather than the ideology of optimism. It phrases economic development as a national cause that would transform China into a powerful and modernized country. Even in the absence of Mao, the remarkable rate of China's economic growth and the vast improvement of Chinese people's lives have fed national pride and confidence. With the advent of the market economy since the 1980s, Chinese nationalistic discourse has become reemployed as a rhetorical strategy for the government to unify the nation and fulfill this post-Mao ideological vacuum. The spirit of nationalism has been inculcated through media, official discourse, the patriotic education campaign, and the celebration of traditional Chinese values and contemporary achievements in economy, science, and technology. At the same time, as China makes its mark on international affairs during the 21st century, the world has witnessed a more valiant China. Despite China's sheer enormity in both population and geography, nationalism seems to be the one value shared most by the Chinese people and the government, triggered and reinforced by a set of high-profile demonstrations and protests, demonstrations against the United States for the accidental bombing of the Chinese embassy in Belgrade in May 1999, demonstrations against the United States for the collision of a U.S. spy plane with a Chinese jet close to the South China Sea in 2001, the boycott of the French supermarket chain Carrefour, which blocked the Olympic torch relay in Paris for the 2008 Beijing Olympics, 23 mass support for a series of satellite and rocket launches, and looting Japanese stores in Shanghai in protest of the dispute over Diaoyu Islands, also known as the Senkaku Islands. More notably, on September 3, 2015, China staged an enormous military parade to celebrate the 70th anniversary of the victory of the Chinese people's resistance against Japanese aggression and the World Anti-Fascist War. The parade was viewed as a projection of China's strength. 24. Further, Chinese nationalism is now manifested in intellectual discourse and popular books. In spite of a history of being silenced and persecuted in Mao's China, Chinese intellectuals have in common with the CCP Qiangguo Meng, or the dream of a strong and powerful China. According to Sui Hongzhao, Chinese intellectuals have been influential in mobilizing Chinese nationalism through their writings and publications, many of which engaged in discussions about achieving a strong and powerful China. Mirroring Mao's rhetoric, many intellectuals have condemned the United States for preventing China from reaching its true potential. For example, in national bestsellers such as China Can Say No, China Can Still Say No, and China Is Not Happy. 25 The authors accused the United States of being morally corrupt and aiming to connive and restrain China from economic development and keep China from achieving better living standards for its people. Accordingly, they argue, China should stand its ground and not bend to the imperialist impulse of the Western powers. Meanwhile, a number of television programs produced in the 1990s and 2000s about the anti-Japanese war have been aired. These programs depict the brutality of Japanese soldiers, thus inflaming patriotic Chinese sentiment. Ying Shiyu has observed that China's new nationalism has shifted primarily toward discourse against Japan and the United States. China's new nationalism is more outwardly aggressive rather than rhetorically polemic. 26 As Zhao clearly states, the wars, unequal treaties, humiliations, and material and territorial losses suffered by the Chinese people during a century of contact with foreign imperialist powers were continuous sources of inspiration for Chinese nationalism. In his rhetorical analysis of contemporary Chinese leaders' discourse on Google disagreements with China, Stephen Hartnett presents textual evidence to indicate that the trope of China as victim is used as a rhetorical strategy to defend China's cyberspace censorship policy. Hartnett calls such a rhetorical form traumatized nationalism, which breeds resentment and hostility toward Western countries, particularly toward Japan and the United States. Nationalism has also been reflected in the Mao fever of the 1990s. Mao Zedong was praised in popular books as a great patriot and national hero because of his courage to stand firm against Western imperialism, and many of these books attribute the rise of China to Mao's resoluteness. Books featuring Mao's life once again became popular among Chinese youth. As a proponent of Mao's political legacy, Cui Ziwen argues that Mao's socialist ideals provided a model for China's modernization, that his invention of the commune system, his Great Leap Forward, and even his Cultural Revolution all had positive implications for China's economic development and the dream of a strong China. Mao's legacy of proffering a strong nation lives on. 7. Rhetoric of Mao Zedong's foreign policy. Although Mao Zedong did employ foreign policy advisors, records indicate that China's foreign policy in modern China was largely driven by Mao himself, especially in the last 10 years of his life. Mao's rhetoric on foreign relations not only exhibited his devotion to the nationalist cause against Western imperialism but also painted Mao as China's savior from diplomatic isolation. In the early years, Mao's revolutionary base and his political thought were little known to the world before Edgar Snow's publication of Red Star over China in 1938, a book based on Snow's interviews with Mao and other top communist leaders. Once Mao consolidated his army force and his leadership in the CCP, he was eager to earn domestic and international support for his party. To do so, Mao made contacts with foreign correspondents to whom he would present his plans for China's future, especially during the period of the anti-Japanese war, which attracted many international journalists. In his interviews, he declared his party's resolve to fight for China's independence in order to win the sympathy and support of the United States. Mao's rhetoric regarding the CCP's relations with the United States shifted from friendly to hostile when the United States decided to support the Nationalist Party during the Civil War against the CCP. Mao's enmity toward the United States intensified after 1949 when the United States imposed economic sanctions on China and refused to recognize the People's Republic of China as a legitimate government. During his era, Mao's aggressive public rhetoric contradicted his private rhetoric and action, in which he used a more deferent manner toward the United States. For example, his public words of condemnation contradicted his surprising and private invitation to U.S. President Richard Nixon to visit China. Mao's rhetoric in foreign policy and his other strategic rhetorical moves reflected his shrewdness in both military and political tactics, his real or contrived contradictory personality, and his capricious disposition. Further, Mao's success with China's revolution elevated him to the level of a model to be emulated by any nation in a struggle against colonialism and imperialism. He inevitably became revered as an inspiration for many other Third World leaders. 1. His works and writings became sources of inspiration and practical guides for resisting colonial power and military strategies. Mao's early rhetoric on the United States, shifting from friend to foe. Since his early years in Hunan, Mao had been troubled by China's poverty and inferior image as compared to that of a modernized Europe. In his speech Strengthen the Party's Unity and Carry on the Party's Tradition, Mao painted a picture of the old China, lamenting that China used to be stigmatized as a decrepit empire, the sick man of East Asia, a country with a backward economy and a backward culture, a place with no hygiene and where people were poor at ball games and swimming, where the women had bound feet, men wore pigtails, where eunuchs could still be found, and where the moon was inferior and did not shine as brightly as in foreign lands. Since the founding of the Communist Party in 1921, Mao and his comrades were determined to overturn China's inferior status on the world stage. Before 1936, however, little was known about Mao's revolutionary base. Jiang's government depicted Mao's communist force as bandits. When he became the CCP's leader at Yan'an in Shanbei province in 1935, Mao made a consistent effort to meet with foreign correspondents, disseminate his ideas about a democratic China to the West, and allow these journalists to visit communist-controlled areas. Mao wanted to show foreign visitors his communist communities, which he believed were characterized by equality, self-reliance, and the high spirit of people representing the hope of China's future. The first U.S. reporter Mao invited was Edgar Snow, who interviewed Mao and Mao's close comrades in 1936 from July to October. Snow recalls, "They gave me a vast amount of their time and with unprecedented frankness provided more personal and impersonal information than any one foreign scribe could fully absorb." In his widely acclaimed book Red Star over China, Snow offered a sympathetic account of Mao's communist beliefs and his revolution. 3 This publication marked the beginning of Mao's exposure to the world. During the anti-Japanese war, the United States helped China defeat the Japanese with economic aid, weapons, and air power. The war gave Mao the opportunity to build alliances with the Nationalist Party and win the sympathy and support of the United States. From 1936 to 1946 Mao met in Yan'an with over 20 foreign correspondents and delegates, most of whom were from the United States. From these meetings U.S. correspondents reported favorable impressions of Mao, describing his plain living, his political charisma, and what they saw as a genuine caring for improving the well-being of the Chinese people and creating a better China. Among these foreign journalists were Helen Forster Snow, the U.S. journalists Agnes Smedley, George K.T. Wang, Robert Martin, and Anna Louise Strong, the British journalist James Bertram, U.S. Brigadier General Evans Fordyce Carlson, U.S. delegations headed by Gunther Stein with members Israel Epstein and Harrison Foreman, Maurice Votoff, and an American embassy employee, John Stewart Service. In addition, Mao spoke about establishing a coalition government with Chiang Kai-shek with Patrick J. Hurley, a U.S. Brigadier General and personal representative of President Franklin D. Roosevelt, COL. David Barrett, the U.S. Army Observation Group leader, and George Marshall, a five-star U.S. General, Chief of Staff, Secretary of State, and Secretary of Defense during World War II. In each of these meetings Mao took the opportunity to introduce the CCP's political principles, presented himself as willing to build an alliance with the nationalists against the Japanese, and expounded on his own war strategies against the Japanese. Evans Fordyce Carlson wrote after meeting with Mao that Mao is a modest, kind, and lonely genius. He is working hard in pitch dark nights to seek a peaceful and just life for his people. Likewise, many other foreigners who met and talked with Mao have written books that express their favorable impressions of Mao and his promising revolution. Carlson predicted that the CCP would eventually rule China. Owen Lattimore, one of the three editors from Pacific Affairs, was reported as saying, Mao Zedong is a person for the people, super intelligent but also apparently carrying the blood of a peasant. For Carlson left Yan'an with the impression that CCP leaders were serious about establishing a united front with Jiang's forces in the fight against the Japanese. In 1935, before Mao established himself as the leader of the Communist Party based in Yan'an, the United States knew little about the CCP and was not interested in making contact with the party. According to Cohen, the United States was more concerned about Soviet aggression than China because it believed that communism was unlikely to take place in China, as a dictatorship by the proletariat was not possible in a society so dominated by a rigid patriarchal family structure. But with all the new attention from U.S. journalists presenting a favorable impression of Mao and the CCP, Mao managed to gain new respect from the American populace. Presentations of Chinese people in American media showed more positive images. 5 For example, the movie The Good Earth, based on Pearl S. Buck's bestseller, was released in 1937 and offered a sympathetic account of Chinese peasants' struggles against poverty and harsh living conditions. The Chinese were depicted as courageous, dignified, and hard-working. At this point in time, Mao saw the United States as a potential ally in the fight against Japan and maintained a favorable view of the country and its government. As Cohen notes, after December 7, 1941, the Communists became extremely friendly toward the United States. In 1944, July 4 was celebrated in Yan'an with tremendous enthusiasm and fulsome praise for Roosevelt, whose policies were lauded as expressions of the great tradition of freedom and democracy in the United States. On the same day Mao entertained U.S. delegates and journalists with a banquet, and he had his secretary Hu Qiaomu publish a commentary in the communist newspaper Liberation Daily entitled Celebration of American Independence Day, the Day of Freedom and Democracy. The commentary called the United States the typical democratic country in the capitalist world, praised it for having a glorious tradition of fighting for nationalism, and named Washington, Lincoln, and Roosevelt as great fighters in the name of democracy. On November 10, 1944, Mao wrote a letter to President Roosevelt claiming that Chinese people and American people have always had a profound friendship in our history and tradition. Mao even requested a meeting with Roosevelt to plan the details of military cooperation between the United States and Chinese Communist forces. 6. Mao made himself an advocate of democracy who echoed American political values and practices. He condemned Chiang's one-party system and called for a multi-party political system. In doing so, he placed himself closer to the American version of democracy and depicted Chiang's rule as a government of despotism. As Xing points out, Mao's use of democracy in the U.S. connotation served to discredit the nationalists' one-party dictatorship and thereby legitimize the CCP's political authorities in its territories. Here, Mao's praise of the United States can be interpreted as a rhetorical strategy to alienate the Nationalist Party, rather than a genuine gesture and commitment to build China into a true democracy. His praise can also be viewed as a rhetorical strategy to undermine the U.S. alliance with the nationalists. In fact, Mao's praise of the United States ended shortly after Patrick Hurley, the U.S. ambassador to China, announced on April 2, 1945, that the U.S. government would not recognize nor provide any assistance to the CCP and would instead assist Chiang's Nationalist Party. 7 Hurley's announcement enraged Mao, who responded with 2 commentaries published by the Xinhua news agency. In the first, Mao labeled Hurley as an imperialist, calling Hurley's April 2 announcement a nasty scheme with imperialist platitudes for the purposes of denying the CCP's legitimacy, wrecking national unity, and sacrificing the interests of the Chinese people. In the second commentary, Mao pointed out Hurley's contradictions. When Hurley visited Yan'an as Roosevelt's personal representative in November 1944, he expressed agreement with the Chinese Communist Party's plan for the abolition of the Kuomintang one-party dictatorship and the establishment of a democratic coalition government. But later he changed his tune and went back on what he had said in Yan'an. The United States was depicted as betraying the Chinese people because it had failed to keep its promise to the CCP. Further, Mao warned the United States that the action of betraying the CCP and supporting Chiang Kai-shek would infuriate the Chinese people and bring damaging consequences. In his words, if the Hurley policy continues, the U.S. government will fall irretrievably into the deep stinking cesspool of Chinese reaction. It will put itself in the position of antagonizing hundreds of millions of awakening Chinese people and will become a hindrance to the war of resistance in the present and to world peace in the future. It will place a crushing burden on the government and people of the United States and plunge them into endless trouble. Once again, Mao presented himself as the voice of the Chinese people by condemning Hurley's statements as harmful to China's future and detrimental to the interests of the Chinese people as well as to the American populace. The U.S. betrayal of the CCP as depicted by Mao provided him with a legitimate reason to proclaim U.S. hypocrisy, condemn its pro-Chiang Kai-shek policies, evoke anti-American sentiment, and galvanize support of Mao's CCP by the Chinese people. 8 Mao was also able to unify the CCP further by establishing the United States as another common enemy. Mao questioned the motives of U.S. policies to abandon the CCP. In his talk with A.T. Steele, an American correspondent, Mao charged that judging by the large amount of aid the United States is giving to Chiang Kai-shek to enable him to wage a civil war on an unprecedented scale, the policy of the U.S. government is to use the so-called mediation as a smokescreen for strengthening Chiang Kai-shek in every way and suppressing the democratic forces in China through Chiang Kai-shek's policy of slaughter so as to reduce China virtually to a U.S. colony. This remark accused the United States of 2 crimes, 1. Instigating a civil war, and 2. Attempting to turn China into a U.S. colony. Mao's words resonated with the Chinese people's fears of internal chaos and their resentment about their colonial past regarding Western powers. To intensify his rhetoric against the United States further, Mao called its people imperialists and reactionaries, comparing the U.S. government to Hitler and Japanese warlords and ultimately accusing the United States of desiring to colonize the world. 9 At the same time, Mao reiterated his unwavering stance, claiming, all reactionaries are paper tigers. 10. He evoked memories of the overthrown Russian Tsar Nicholas and the defeat of Hitler, Mussolini, and the Japanese in World War II. Mao claimed that Chiang Kai-shek and his supporters, the U.S. reactionaries, are all paper tigers, too, suggesting that they would all be defeated by the CCP's army at the end. Mao continued to contend that Chiang and his U.S. supporters appeared to have military strength that was used to frighten the Chinese people, but history will finally prove that our millet plus rifles are more powerful than Chiang Kai-shek's airplanes plus tanks. The day will come when these reactionaries are defeated and we are victorious." These words served to boost the morale of Mao's army and undermine the morale of the CCP's enemies. Mao's prediction was proven to be true, as Chiang Kai-shek's U.S-backed, well-equipped army was defeated by Mao's poorly equipped troops in the 3-year civil war, which led to the establishment of the People's Republic of China in 1949. In summary, Mao's rhetoric toward the United States was marked by fluidity. At first he attempted to use the political appeal of democracy to gain U.S. support for his party. However, Mao's attitude toward the United States became hostile when America began to support Chiang Kai-shek and his nationalist army with military supplies during the Civil War. Mao's rhetorical construction of the United States shifted from friend to enemy, from depicting the United States as a model of democracy to showing it as a model of evil imperialism. He used these powerful ethical and emotional appeals to blame the United States of America for impeding peace and the well-being of the Chinese people, intensifying the rhetoric of anti-Americanism in regard to the China White Paper. By the end of 1948 it was clear that the CCP would defeat Chiang Kai-shek and his U.S-supported army. In June 1949, because the United States refused to recognize the People's Republic of China as a legitimate state, Mao declared that China would lean toward the Soviet Union in its foreign relations. 11 Mao continued to intensify this anti-American sentiment through his public writings and declarations until the early 1970s. In response to the fear of communist domination in Asia and accusations that the United States had betrayed and abandoned Chiang Kai-shek, the Truman administration issued the China White Paper with an attachment of Secretary of State Dean Acheson's letter of transmittal to President Truman. The China White Paper documented U.S. policies toward China between 1844 and 1949 and was intended to rid the Truman administration of blame for the fall of Chiang Kai-shek and the victory of the Chinese Communists. Acheson stated in the letter that the nationalists had sunk into corruption, into a scramble for place and power. They were weakened, demoralized, and unpopular, and all the military aid and support given to them in the past had been fruitlessly spent. Further, Acheson's letter disclosed the massive amount of military aid given to Chiang Kai-shek's government, while also referring to the Chinese Communists as ruthless and fanatical, serving not their interests but those of Soviet Russia. The China White Paper was published just as Mao had defeated Chiang Kai-shek and taken over China. To unite the entire nation under his communist ideology, Mao took the opportunity to condemn the United States by writing a set of 5 essays between August 14 and September 16, 1949. In these essays Mao once again labeled the United States American imperialists and condemned the country's interference with China's internal affairs. He called the White Paper a counter-revolutionary document which openly demonstrates U.S. imperialist intervention in China and reframed its claimed humanity, justice, and virtue as merely trickery and deception. Through the refutation to Acheson's charges, Mao rhetorically constructed the United States as hypocritical, evil, and the ultimate political and cultural enemy of the Chinese people. In response to Acheson's charge that the CCP was a totalitarian government, Mao retorted, "Indeed, this is absolutely true so far as the power of the people's government to suppress the reactionaries is concerned. A government of the people's democratic dictatorship led by the Communist Party is not dictatorial or autocratic but democratic. It is the people's own government." Mao argued that the U.S. government exercises dictatorship over the people, practices so-called democracy for the bourgeoisie. Here, Mao used the traditional Chinese rhetorical technique using poison to attack poison of charging an opponent with the same charge leveled against him. Mao also redefined and reinterpreted the history of U.S.-China relations. In the White Paper, Acheson defined U.S.-China relations as friendly, listing U.S. aid to China throughout history, including the use of the Boxer Indemnity Scholarship for the education of Chinese students. 12 Mao, however, called Acheson a liar and described U.S.-China relations as a history of aggression against China by U.S. imperialism. In Mao's recount, The History of Aggression Against China by U.S. Imperialism, From 1840, when the US helped the British in the Opium War, to the time it was thrown out of China by the Chinese people, should be written into a concise textbook for the education of the youth. Mao continued his vehement charge, saying that the United States was one of the first countries to force China to cede extraterritoriality. The United States compelled China to accept US missionary activities, in addition to imposing such terms as the opening of 5 ports for trade. Mao argued that from religious indoctrination to philanthropic and cultural undertakings, including the use of Boxer indemnity for educating Chinese students, the United States aimed for spiritual aggression and cultural invasion of China. Moreover, Mao accused the United States of being responsible for China's civil war and for the deaths of millions of Chinese people. In Mao's words, the war to turn China into a US colony, a war in which the United States of America supplies the money and guns and Chiang Kai-shek supplies the men to fight for the United States and slaughter Chinese people, has been an important component of the US imperialist policy of worldwide aggression since World War II. Here, Mao deliberately omitted discussing US aid toward China during the anti-Japanese war. Mao's anti-American rhetoric escalated the tension between China and the United States, further amplifying the ideological rift and intensifying the anti-US attitude among the Chinese people. In the essay Farewell Leighton Stewart, Mao refuted Acheson's explanation that despite US support of the Nationalist Party, the United States was working toward a compromise between the CCP and Nationalist parties. Acheson had argued that this option reflected the will of the American people and demonstrated America's responsibility to the world. Mao countered that the so-called international responsibility was actually an intervention against China. Mao wrote, "Acheson defile US public opinion, his is the public opinion of Wall Street, not the public opinion of the American people." Here, Mao effectively used the rhetorical strategy of redefining and shifting the positive meanings of words and phrases to negative ones, evoking resentment among the Chinese people for foreign invasion and intervention in the past. To address those who still maintained positive views toward the United States, Mao used a sarcastic tone and said, "Acheson is giving you a lesson. He is a good teacher for you. He has made a clean sweep of your fancied US humanity, justice, and virtue. Isn't that so? Can you find a trace of humanity, justice, or virtue in the white paper or in Acheson's letter of transmittal?" Again, Mao used moral and emotional appeals to condemn his enemy and awaken those who still had illusions about American democracy, leaving little room for his readers to question his argument. With this rhetorical bombardment, Mao accused Acheson's letter of being a missive of moral defection. Here, Mao took advantage of the transparent US politics of publicizing the white paper to express his nationalistic stand and to spread anti-American sentiments among the Chinese. Mao's essays had indeed provoked anti-Americanism in China, resulting in further mistrust and antagonism between the United States and Chinese communists for decades. A nationwide campaign vilifying the United States was staged, rhetoric of anti-Americanism was ubiquitous, giving the CCP opportunities to legitimize its rule and unite the Chinese people against the United States as the common enemy. After the communist takeover in 1949, the United States treated China as a red terror and a communist menace, calling for isolationist policies against the country. In the United States, McCarthyism intensified an anti-China sentiment, as evidenced by Secretary of State John Foster Dulles' famous refusal to shake hands with Premier Zhou Enlai at the Geneva Conference on April 26, 1954. While the Chinese government persecuted any citizens who had contacts or relatives in the United States, the American government conducted racial profiling and even imprisoned Chinese Americans who had contact with their families in China. At this point in history, relations between the United States and China remain strained by animosity and ideological rift. Interplay between Mao's public and private rhetoric from the 1950s to the 1970s. U.S. China relations during this time period were largely shaped by Cold War rhetoric. In Philip Wander's critique, Cold War rhetoric is described as misleading and dangerously provocative. Furthermore, the rhetoric of American foreign policy lends itself to cynical and bitter commentaries based on lies, half-truths, and macabre scenarios. The same can be said for the rhetoric of Chinese foreign policies during this time period. Both sides assumed the stance of moral righteousness, both characterized the other as dangerous enemies, both sides used dehumanizing terms and moralistic rhetoric to attack each other. Such rhetorical antagonism promoted fear, stereotypes, and isolation between the two peoples. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, the United States refused to recognize its legitimacy, and U.S. fear of communism intensified. Further, the Eisenhower administration signed the Sino-American Mutual Defense Treaty with Chiang Kai-shek's government in 1954 to secure Taiwan from invasion by mainland China and increased U.S. military bases in East Asia. When Zhou Enlai, China's premier, offered to have informal contact with the United States, the gesture was rejected by Dulles, who also vehemently attacked the PRC and refused to compromise with Mao. According to Cohen, in practice, this policy became increasingly anti-Chinese, an unprecedented campaign of opposition to the development of a strong, modern China. There was no longer any question of whether the United States would interpose itself between China and her enemies, for the United States had become China's principal enemy. China's participation in the Korean War in 1950-53 solidified this image of China as an enemy. 13. Influenced by their media, U.S. citizens viewed Mao's government as aggressive, irrational, and dangerous, while many Chinese, championed by Mao's anti-American rhetoric, regarded U.S. citizens as morally corrupt imperialists. Rhetoric in the 1960s in the United States described the Chinese as ignorant, warlike, sly, and treacherous. According to Harry Harding, in 1967, more than 90% of the American public held unfavorable images of China, and about 70% saw China as the greatest threat to the security of the United States. McCarthyism and the witch hunt for CCP sympathizers heightened U.S. fears. The U.S. State Department refused to issue visas for travel to China. Henry Luce, the son of a missionary in China and publisher of Time, Life, and Fortune, launched a tireless campaign against Red China in his magazines. Mao's portrait was on the cover of the February 7, 1949, issue of Time. The caption on the portrait read, "The communist boss learned tyranny as a boy." At the same time, Mao continued his Cold War rhetoric against the United States. On November 6, 1957, Mao gave a speech at the 10-year anniversary celebration of the Russian Revolution, swearing that socialism would replace capitalism and condemning the United States for interfering with other countries' internal affairs. Mao was particularly pointed about U.S. involvement in Taiwan and U.S. blockades and sanctions against China. He declared that American imperialism will not stop 600 million Chinese people from taking the socialist path. He told the United States, "The imperialist jackals must remember that the days are gone when they order about humanity at their will. The days are gone when they dominate the Asian and African nations." Mao also was encouraged by Soviet successes in the space program. He boldly proclaimed that the imperialists are in decline as they are like the sun at 6 o'clock in the evening. The Western countries have fallen behind. The east wind was prevailing over the west. This wind metaphor is a famous line in the Chinese classical novel Dream of the Red Chamber to indicate a macro shift in the status quo. Mao's anti-American rhetoric had a profound effect on how the Chinese people perceived the United States. "Down with American imperialism" was the slogan employed in almost every political rally throughout China and frequently appeared in the media and in Mao's speeches. The People's Daily, the communist mouthpiece, called the United States the most dangerous enemy in the world. Throughout the 1960s, China and the United States verbally attacked each other with animosity and radicalized language. 14. Yet, while Mao was bellicose and aggressive in his rhetoric against American imperialism in public, he also made covert remarks about hopes to normalize China's relations with the United States. In fact, Mao's rhetoric toward America contained contradictory facets. In public, his rhetoric was often characterized by aggressive remarks and flamboyant accusations, while in private he appeared to be friendly and conciliatory. For example, on January 27, 1957, Mao gave a speech to party secretaries at the provincial level in which he predicted, "There will be the day the US wants to have a normal diplomatic relationship with us. By then when Americans come to China, they will regret. Because by then China will change, our house is clean, parasites are eradicated." This showed that Mao never gave up the hope of normalizing diplomatic relationship with the United States. His definitions of friends and enemies would change based on circumstances. Another example of Mao's inconsistency toward U.S.-China relations was that after the implementation of the 1954 Sino-American Mutual Defense Treaty, which protected Taiwan from being invaded by the People's Republic of China, Mao decided to launch a massive bombardment against Jinmen on August 23, 1958, as an act of retaliation. In one of the Politburo Standing Committee meetings, Mao told his comrades that we must teach the Americans a lesson. America has bullied us for many years, so now that we had a chance, why not give them a hard time? But when Mao sent a team to negotiate with the United States on the issue at the ambassadorial level, Mao told the representatives of the negotiation team to be moderate and cautious to avoid hurting American feelings and interests. Mao's anti-American rhetoric toned down after Sino-Soviet relations deteriorated in 1960. He began to look for opportunities to reach out to Washington through private channels. In June 1960, nearly 20 years after Edgar Snow left China in 1941, Snow visited China for the first time after the founding of the People's Republic of China. He was impressed by China's economic development and was invited by Mao to review the National Day Parade on the terrace of Tiananmen, followed by a meeting with Mao on October 22. The two old friends talked for about 7 hours. In this meeting Mao told Snow that China will shoulder the responsibility of world peace whether or not the United States recognizes us or whether or not we get into the United Nations. Mao also told his old friend that everything between the United States and China was negotiable except the sovereignty of Taiwan. Mao even expressed his desire to swim in the Mississippi and Potomac rivers before he became too old. Here, Mao altered his tone about the United States, hoping that his conversation with Snow would offer his conciliatory stance toward America. Snow's report, however, was rejected by major U.S. news agencies, and the U.S. government did not engage Mao's private message. Mao continued shifting between public condemnation of the United States and private negotiations for reconciliation with his former enemy in the early 1970s. For example, in response to the U.S. military action in Cambodia, Mao publicly issued a statement on May 20, 1970, titled "People of the World, Unite and Defeat U.S. Aggressors and All Their Running Dogs." In the statement he labeled America a monster and a paper tiger in the throes of its deathbed and depicted it as the enemy of the entire world. Mao called for "People of the world unite and defeat the U.S. aggressors and all their running dogs." 15 Mao's antagonistic rhetoric against the United States exerted a steady and embittering force on the Chinese people's attitudes toward America. However, Mao sent a different message to the United States through private channels. On October 1, 1970, just a few months after Mao's hostile May 20 statement, Snow and his wife appeared on the Tiananmen rostrum a second time alongside Mao Zedong watching China's National Day Parade. This picture of Snow and Mao shocked the world and may have been intended to send a subtle message of reconciliation with the United States. On December 18, 1970, Mao met Snow again for a long conversation, in which Mao told Snow that he liked U.S. Republicans and wanted to see Richard Nixon elected President of the United States. Moreover, he invited Nixon to visit China. Half-jokingly he told Snow, if he wants to come to Beijing, please tell him to come secretly. We can talk, success or not. We do not have to be so rigid. Mao said to Snow that our current policy of not allowing Americans to come to China is not correct. If President Nixon wants to come to China, I'd like to talk with him or even quarrel with him. He can come as a tourist or as a president. Snow published his conversation with Mao in the April 18, April 25, and May 9, 1971, issues of the Italian Time magazine as well as in Life magazine in the United States. The conversation with Mao also was reprinted in major U.S. newspapers. The U.S. government was completely surprised by Mao's informal invitation. On April 26, 1971, a spokesperson for the White House stated at a press conference that President Nixon had noticed Snow's articles that conveyed Mao's desire to meet. The U.S. State Department made an announcement that the U.S. government had been hoping to improve its relationship with the PRC. A week later of Mao's meeting with Snow on December 18, 1970, the People's Daily published a picture of Mao and Snow and quoted Mao as saying, "People from all over the world including American people are our friends." U.S.-China relations took a dramatic turn afterward. Followed by what is now known as ping-pong diplomacy. 16 Henry Kissinger, President Nixon's national security advisor, secretly visited China from July 9 to July 11, 1971. Mao's contradictions in his public and private rhetoric dealing with the United States appear to have been examples of either personality traits or cunning use of rhetorical techniques. It seems likely that the contradictions between his public rhetoric and actual implementation of diplomacy constituted a larger strategic plan regarding U.S.-China relations. His anti-American rhetoric served to promote nationalism and divert attention to domestic problems. But Mao was also aware that after a breakup with the Soviet Union, China would have faced diplomatic isolation from the Western world. His private meetings and remarks paved the way for negotiation and reconciliation between the two countries. By using private channels, Mao would not have to risk public rejection to an overt request to re-engage political relations with the West. Nixon's visit to China and meeting with Mao. On July 15, 1971, President Nixon announced in a televised address to the nation his acceptance of Mao's invitation to visit China. In his speech, Nixon told his audience, "There can be no stable and endurable peace without the participation of the People's Republic of China and its 750 million people." He further reiterated, "I have taken this action because of my profound conviction that all nations will gain from a reduction of tensions and a better relationship between the U.S. and the People's Republic of China." The trip to China, Nixon assured the American people, will become a journey for peace. Peace not just for our generation but for future generations on this earth we share together. Nixon's rhetorical appeal for world peace brought him success in persuading the American audience to support his foreign policy moves toward China. 17 On February 1, 1972, President Richard Nixon changed the course of East-West relations with a landmark visit to China to meet with Mao Zedong. Both leaders touted the visit as a step toward normalizing relations between China and the United States. Relations that had been frozen between the two nations for 2 decades began to thaw. Both Henry Kissinger, who accompanied Nixon on the trip, and Nixon recorded their meetings with Mao. To Kissinger, Mao showed a bantering and elliptical style in the conversation. Kissinger observed, "Most political leaders present their thoughts in the form of bullet points." Mao advanced his ideas in a Socratic manner. He would begin with a question or an observation and invite comments. He would then follow with another observation. Out of this web of sarcastic remarks, observations, and queries would emerge a direction, though rarely in binding commitment. To demonstrate further Mao's conversational style, Kissinger offered an example, a self-mocking remark by Mao, "I think that, generally speaking, people like me sound a lot of big cannons. That is, things like the whole world should unite and defeat imperialism, revisionism, and all reactionaries, and establish socialism." It could be that Mao's bombastic rhetoric against the United States was merely for show and that Mao did not take it seriously. Such remarks could also have been Mao's face-saving strategy for himself and American leaders. Further, Kissinger commented, "Mao laughed uproariously at the implication that anyone might have taken seriously a slogan that had been scrawled for decades on public surfaces all over China." When Mao met Kissinger in October and December 1975, a year before Mao's death and when his health was in decline, Kissinger noted that Mao conducted both conversations with extraordinary lucidity. Kissinger remarked on Mao's characteristic combination of whimsy, aloof patience, and implicit threat at times in elusive, if not unfathomable, phrasing. When Nixon attempted to engage Mao on concrete issues of international relations regarding specific countries, Mao preferred to talk about broad philosophical issues and to engage in light banter. Mao joked with his American guests about girls in Paris, taunted Kissinger for not looking like a secret agent, and told Nixon that he had voted for Nixon for his second term. Upon leaving that meeting, Mao told Nixon that his book Six Crises was not bad. When Nixon complimented Mao, saying, "You look very good," Mao replied, "Appearances are deceiving." These examples displayed Mao's erratic personality, his penchant for controlling rhetorical interplay, his intelligence, and his sense of humor. Kissinger's and Nixon's China visits of 1971 and 1972, respectively, transformed the character of U.S. China relations from hostility to cooperation. By 1973, Kissinger had announced that the United States and China were not adversaries or friends but tacit allies. After 22 years of nearly complete isolation, this rhetorical mending of relations not only acknowledged ideological differences but also emphasized peace and common interests. Mao's aggressive and hostile rhetoric toward the United States in public discourse might have been exaggerated, but it functioned to unite China by targeting an enemy and evoking nationalist sentiments among the Chinese people. Mao's decision to invite Nixon to China signaled a shift in his stance from defending moral righteousness to seeking mutual benefits and from ideological dogma against the United States to pragmatic concerns in the contexts of domestic and international exigencies. Beer and Harriman consider using strategies and calculating advantages in the game of nations to be a realist rhetoric for practical political gains. As China's relationship with the Soviets deteriorated, Mao seems to have fashioned a way to ensure China's national security by establishing normal relations with the United States. Kenneth Burke calls such rhetorical strategy the operation of antithesis, as it creates identification by uniting two ideologically separate forces against a shared adversary. In this sense, Mao crafted a rhetorical scheme that opened the possibilities for other, acceptable rhetorical options both for himself and for Nixon, choices that benefited the political positions of both. The availability of those choices led to the meeting between Mao and Nixon in 1972 and eventually led to a re-engaged relationship between the United States and China. In maneuvering this rhetorical situation and creating a pathway advantageous to both leaders, Mao left a foreign relations legacy and opened the possibility for future interactions between China and the United States. Analysis of Mao's public and private rhetoric. Mao's rhetoric in foreign policy, in particular regarding the United States, demonstrated a contradictory interplay between public and private domains. In public, Mao's anti-American rhetoric in the 1950s and 1960s presented him as a belligerent hawk. In private, he avoided personal confrontation and preferred light, friendly banter rather than substantive, political negotiation and discussion. In public, Mao appeared to be dogmatic and stubborn. In private, he employed light humor to restrict conversation to those topics with which he could display flexibility and adaptability. In public, Mao's rhetoric was direct and antagonistic. In private, his rhetoric was indirect and elusive, often shrouded in metaphors and analogies. In public, Mao appeared to be xenophobic and hostile. In private, Mao was taunting and self-deprecating, entertaining with intelligent humor peppered with elliptical and aphoristic comments. In public, Mao condemned and denounced the U.S. government. In private, he vacillated between musing about recreating ties with the United States and avoiding direct confrontation with key figures about ways of coming to terms with the U.S. government. These contradictory facets of Mao and his use of rhetoric manifested his two sides, Huqi and Haoqi. In a July 8, 1966, letter that Mao wrote to his wife Jiang Qing, he explained that the tiger spirit is my main characteristic, the monkey spirit is my secondary characteristic. A tiger spirit refers to strong-willed, principled, dominating personality traits, whereas a monkey spirit refers to flexible, strategic, and manipulative characteristics. Mao's self-description identified his tiger spirit as primary. During a meeting with Col. David Barrett, who negotiated with the CCP and Chiang Kai-shek on December 8, 1944, Mao was tough and unbending. He told Barrett firmly, the communists will not accept a demand for complete surrender. We'd rather fight to the last drop of our blood. As Barrett recalled, during the whole process of conversation, Mao's attitude was unyielding and difficult to deal with. He did not lose temper with me, but he was furiously shouting that we would not give in an inch, and he cursed Chiang Kai-shek as a turtle egg. 18 At other times Mao showed what he self-described as his monkey spirit, flexible and compromising when he felt cornered. His private talks with Edgar Snow in 1970 and his meetings with Henry Kissinger in 1971 and Richard Nixon in 1972 demonstrated his flexibility regarding ideology. In those instances Mao avoided the role of an ideological zealot, presenting himself as a leader to whom ideology was not particularly important but rather was just part of the political game. In his private meeting with Indonesian Premier Ali Sastro Ahmad Johho on May 26, 1955, Sastro Ahmad Johho described Mao, "He does not put on an air showing that he is a people's leader who has transformed Chinese history, the Chinese nation, and fate. He is very easygoing, like an elder in a big family, just like a well-respected elder in the Chinese residential area in Indonesia." Mao's skillful shift between public and private rhetoric suggested an interplay between yin and yang dynamics rooted in the Chinese rhetorical tradition. Kirkpatrick has defined the Chinese Yang style as direct, antagonistic, and authoritative, while characterizing the Chinese Yin style as indirect, oblique, and self-deprecating. Typically the Yin style is used when the audience is more powerful and when strategic communication such as calculated insinuation is needed and perceived to be more effective. 19 However, Mao's private or Yin style of rhetoric proved ineffective with the American government, as his conciliatory message in the private conversation with Snow was ignored. This might have been caused by a 2 decades-long anti-American public rhetoric by Mao that had constructed him as hostile toward the United States. American policymakers did not pay attention to his softened rhetoric and modified positions in private conversations, especially when Mao's public and private treatments of the topic were contradictory. This interpretation is supported by examining other topics raised by Mao for which his veracity was not called into question. Liu observes that when Mao talked about peace and negotiation, no one in Washington believed him. When he lectured on national liberation and common struggle against the United States, he was taken very seriously. The lack of open channels of communication between the two countries and Mao's antagonistic public rhetoric toward the United States made it difficult for U.S. leaders to decipher Mao's real intentions and strategic moves communicated through private channels. Anti-U.S. rhetoric with Third World audiences. In the first 8 years after the founding of the People's Republic of China, Mao was focused on China's economic development. China's need to ameliorate foreign relations forced him to be less ideologically bound. On June 15, 1949, Mao delivered a speech at China's Political Consultative Conference, stating, "We are willing to discuss with any foreign government the establishment of diplomatic relations on the basis of the principles of equality, mutual benefit, and mutual respect for territorial integrity and sovereignty. The Chinese people wish to have friendly cooperation with the people of all countries and to resume and expand international trade so we may develop production and promote economic prosperity." Based on Mao's directives, Premier Zhou Enlai developed the 5 principles of China's foreign relations: mutual respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, mutual non-aggression, non-interference in each other's internal affairs, equality and mutual benefit, and peaceful coexistence. 20 These principles served as strategies for reaching out to non-communist countries and transcending social systems and ideologies. On July 7, 1954, Mao gave a report on the international situation at the Politburo, stating that countries with different social systems could coexist peacefully and that ideological conflicts should not be an obstacle for political and economic cooperation. U.S. China relations, he reported, should be handled strategically but with flexibility. He welcomed people from the United States to visit China on the condition that U.S. visitors and politicians respect tenets regarding Taiwan and agree with the 5 principles. 21. These statements were not published and were inconsistent with his public, anti-U.S. rhetoric. The principles suggest that as early as the 1950s Mao was willing to express in an unpublished, uncirculated report that he did not want to isolate China from the Western world and may have favored diplomatic relations with countries across the ideological spectrum. The contradiction in Mao's rhetoric resided in his public statements to the contrary and his insistence that visitors to China conform to his 5 principles and his political preferences with regard to Taiwan. However, as the Cold War escalated in the mid-1950s, Mao became entrenched in the dualistic international environment, the communist camp led by the Soviet Union and the capitalist camp headed by the United States. On November 18, 1957, Mao delivered a speech at the World Conference of the Communist Party and the Workers' Party delegations held in Moscow. He referenced a Chinese saying from the famous Chinese novel Dream of the Red Chamber, "If the east wind does not prevail over the west wind shall prevail over the east wind." The east wind referred to China, the Soviet Union, and Eastern European communist countries, and the west wind referred to the United States and Western European nations. Mao predicted that countries like the Soviet Union and China will prevail over the US and Europe and continued by claiming, "Our sky is bright and the sky of the West is clouded. We are optimistic, they are nervous." 2 satellites were launched into the sky, they could not sleep. 22. In his speech Mao abandoned the theme of flexibility in favor of a resolute, implacable claim. He embraced an ideological division of international politics that presented the world as black or white, good or evil. His remarks predicted uncontested victory for the communist camp, and he portrayed himself as a leader of the communist world. On one hand, Mao pummeled the United States as the most egregious enemy of the Chinese people, presenting himself as a beacon of the communist ideology. On the other hand, Mao declared that coalition building was of paramount importance, advocating alliances with peoples and regions in Asia, Africa, and Latin American regions still colonized and oppressed by Western powers. Mao's definitions of Old China as a semi-feudal and semi-colonial society were compatible with the political problems of sovereignty in these regions. Mao's success with his peasant revolution and his strong anti-US stand won him a reputation for ideological clarity and political strength and shrewdness, a reputation that appealed to leaders of these regions. On January 13, 1964, Mao published an article in the People's Daily declaring that American imperialism is the most vicious enemy in the world. He called for unity in the socialist bloc and solidarity with others who had suffered from American invasion, control, and interference. Mao wrote that the angry wave against American imperialism from the people of the whole world cannot be stopped. There will be great victory for people of the whole world in their struggles against American imperialism and its running dogs. In a meeting with a delegation composed of African political leaders from Guinea, South Africa, Kenya, and the Congo on April 27, 1961, Mao reified links between his goals and those of other countries. Chinese people take the victory of anti-imperialism won by the peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America as their own victory. We support enthusiastically and have sympathy for any anti-imperialism and anti-colonialism. Mao attempted to build an alliance with these regions by targeting the United States as the common enemy and by denouncing US imperialism as an iniquitous and evil force. A similar type of rhetoric appeared in Mao's declarations of support for the Congo and Dominica, as well as in his responses to anti-US demonstrations in Japan and in his meetings with a delegation from Sudan. Cook points out that Maoism provided the ideological underpinnings and a practical blueprint for the struggle occurring in Third World nations. Indeed, Mao's revolutionary success attracted leaders of the developing countries and set an example showing how a weak country could overcome obstacles and act in defiance of a superpower. As a self-appointed leader of the communist world, Mao felt entitled to advise the leaders from Asia, Africa, and Latin America. On May 14, 1960, Mao told a delegation composed of journalists and political leaders from Cuba, Brazil, and Argentina, "Do not be afraid of imperialists. They are paper tigers. They are actually afraid of people from Asia, Africa, and Latin America. People have the real power. As long as we unite and build an alliance together, we can drive out the imperialists. Similarly, on September 30, 1960, in his talk with Farhad Abbas, the Algerian political leader and president of the Algerian Provisional Government from 1958 to 1961, Mao advised Abbas, "The US appears to be powerful, but it controls too many places and has done so many bad things. People everywhere oppose them. You have the condition for persistence. As long as you have determination and a fighting spirit, you can keep your strength. Reduce your human cost as much as you can. In 10 or 20 years, if the flag of your national liberation has not yet fallen, you will rediscover hope." Mao's words helped reduce weaker nations' fears of more powerful countries such as the United States. Mao reminded these nations that their real power lay in the hands of their people. History was on their side, he told them, and they would inevitably defeat US imperialists and win their independence if they maintained the will to do so. Mao rationalized that the United States could not sustain power and dominance if it spread its control too thinly. Latin American leaders such as Che Guevara, Fidel Castro, and Hugo Chavez admired Mao's stance on America. Guevara applied Mao's guerrilla war tactics in the Cuban Revolution and emulated Mao's desire to create the consciousness of a new man driven by moral rather than material incentives. Guevara even named his daughter Little Mao. Chavez's speeches often were filled with Mao's quotations and poems, treating Maoism as the guiding light for Venezuelan socialism. Castro too studied Mao's work on guerrilla wars and printed Mao's military works for his army. Abimael Guzman, the leader of the Shining Path, staged a Maoist insurgency and was a strong believer in and practitioner of Mao's theory of violence and armed struggle in Peru from the late 1970s through the 1980s. Mao sent the same message to his African friends, denouncing US imperialism and boosting the morale of the oppressed. In his meeting with delegations from Tanzania and Zambia on July 11, 1970, Mao told his African friends, "Actually, imperialists in this world do not live easy lives. They are afraid of the Third World. We must dispel the myth about imperialists' political and military power." 23. Mao understood that a direct confrontation with America was dangerous, and the majority of these Third World nations were not equipped economically or militarily to combat the West. Nevertheless, Mao offered African leaders an optimistic outlook. He continued to encourage them to recognize the power of their own people and not to be intimidated by their enemies. Mao's rhetoric of discrediting the United States was drawn partly from his own experiences defeating the stronger army with a weaker army and partly from his staunch belief that a just cause would prevail over an evil force. Mao's People's War doctrine was predictably popular among Third World nations, and Mao's statements empowered the leaders and peoples of those nations. Mao's anti-American rhetoric also contained a denunciation of racism and expressed support for the civil rights movement in the United States. On August 8, 1963, Mao made a declaration of support for U.S. African Americans in their struggle against racial discrimination, calling them to action: united workers, peasants, revolutionary intellectuals, liberal bourgeois of white, black, yellow, and brown colors of people. Oppose American imperialist racial discrimination. Support the struggle of American black people against racial discrimination. American black people must win the victory of their just struggle. The extremely vicious colonialism and imperialist system started and thrived from slavery and from selling black people. It will end with the complete liberation of the black people. On April 16, 1968, Mao made another declaration of support, attributing the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to American imperialists. Mao wrote, "Closely united, the people of the whole world, vigorously and persistently attack American imperialists, our common enemy, certain that colonialism, imperialism, and the whole exploitation system will completely crumble. The day is not far when the oppressed people and oppressed nations in the world will be completely turned over." Robert Williams, an American civil rights leader, considered Mao's revolution a great inspiration for the Afro-American struggle for freedom and equality. Williams wrote, Chairman Mao was the first world leader to elevate our people's struggle to the fold of the world revolution. 24 Leaders of the Black Panther Party and Black radicals saw Mao's China as the beacon of Third World Revolution and Mao Zedong thought as the guidepost. This was the first time that Mao had linked race issues with imperialism and had called on non-white people to unite against American imperialism. In doing so, Mao expanded his ideological alliance to include African Americans. His bold, lofty, and passionate statements resonated strongly with some African Americans. 25. Mao's Three Worlds Theory. Mao's unwavering support for oppressed regions and subjugated people led him to formulate the Three Worlds Theory. On February 22, 1974, Mao met Kenneth David Kaunda, the president of Zambia, and 3 days later he met Houari Boumediene, the chairman of the Algerian Revolutionary Committee. In both meetings Mao proposed the Three Worlds Theory. In my opinion, the United States and the Soviet Union are the first world. Moderate countries such as Japan, countries in Europe, Australia, and Canada are the second world. We are the third world. The third world has the most population. All of Asia is third world except Japan. The whole of Africa is third world. Latin America is also a third world. Mao singled out the United States and the Soviet Union as superpowers and marked third world countries as colonized, oppressed, and economically disadvantaged. The countries with moderate wealth and that generally allied with the superpowers comprised the second world. Mao created a hierarchy of nations using politico-economic status and regions instead of dividing nations by ideological preference. 26. This strategic move resembled the deliberate alliance he had made with peasants in his own revolution. As he had gathered peasants to his cause, he had gained power. Now at the international level he proselytized to economically deprived nations, thereby winning converts all over the world and substantiating his role as champion of the oppressed. In 1974 then Chinese Vice Premier Deng Xiaoping explained Mao's Three Worlds Theory in a speech at the United Nations, justifying China's cooperation with non-communist countries. On November 1, 1977, the People's Daily published an editorial, Chairman Mao's theory of the differentiation between the three worlds is a major contribution to Marxism-Leninism. This article explained in more depth the implications of Mao's Three Worlds Theory. In the introduction of the article, the author wrote, Third world people account for over 70% of the world's population and as a worldwide anti-imperialist force, they constitute the mainstream of the world's revolutionary struggle. Subjected as they are to the most ruthless oppression, these countries and peoples of the Third World have been the most resolute in their resistance. For a fairly long historical period, they will continue to wage a fierce struggle against imperialism and above all, the superpowers. The title of the article abandoned the Marxist-Leninist ideology of socialism versus capitalism and instead aimed at global alignment. Zhang An has made the point that this theory is a hallmark achievement of China's diplomatic strategy and international relations. Mao realized that foreign policy based on ideological boundaries had not acquired for him or for China reliable allies, an exchange of resources, or increased international standing. In the late 1960s China's international relations were limited to North Korea and Albania. Mao felt isolation not only from the United States but also from the rest of the world. The Three Worlds Theory seemed to open the possibility of entering a common ground from which developing countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America could fight for national sovereignty and independence while Mao and China could occupy a central, international position among them. The theory constituted a strategic move that ostensibly meant that poor nations could build alliances among themselves. However, the move also explicitly meant that Mao could then promote ideological influence in those countries and the rest of the world. At a theoretical level, Mao had positioned himself to foster partnerships simultaneously among struggling societies while also promoting interdependence among those countries. At a practical level, Mao positioned himself as a principal advocate for these nations' revolutions against Western colonizers and American imperialism. The Three Worlds Theory, according to Mao, was a powerful vision for the working class and poor peoples of the world to unite in the struggle against imperialism and military aggression by the superpowers, an echo of his work to organize Chinese peasants to unite against the bourgeoisie. This strategy won China friends from Asia, Africa, and Latin America. According to Cook, China in the 1970s established a cordial relationship with a diverse array of Third World monarchs and reactionaries. On October 25, 1971, Mao's strategy came to fruition when 76 countries voted to support the People's Republic of China as the only lawful representative of China to the United Nations, replacing Taiwan as the legitimate government for China. From the late 1970s to the 1980s after Mao's death, the Third World Maoism movement continued. Based on Cook's historical research, Mao's influence was seen in the Communist Party of India, which seriously studied Mao's Little Red Book and even launched its own, small-scale cultural revolution. The Communist Party of Kampuchea not only followed Mao's guerrilla war strategies but also adopted Mao's methods of criticism and self-criticism, persecution of intellectuals, and slaughter of anyone suspected of anti-communism. 27 The only surviving Maoist believers are members of the Communist Party of Nepal, who are referred to today as Maoists. The party led a prolonged, Maoist guerrilla war against the monarchy and finally agreed to end the war in exchange for participation in the election of the Assembly of Nepal. In 2008 the party won the majority vote in the election and became the ruling party of the Nepalese Constituent Assembly. 28. In summation, Mao made his first contact with the world through his interview with U.S. foreign correspondent Edgar Snow. Mao's early rhetoric regarding the United States was favorable as he aimed to win sympathy and support in establishing a coalition government with Chiang Kai-shek. He then directed hostility toward the United States when America abandoned the CCP and supported Chiang Kai-shek. Starting in 1949, Mao vehemently and publicly condemned the U.S. foreign policy of isolation toward China, which ignited anti-US rhetoric and anti-US sentiment among the Chinese people. However, in private Mao made declarations and held conversations in which he expressed to certain individuals or small groups the need to re-establish ties with this former ideological enemy. The goal of establishing an alliance with the United States became more pressing when Mao severed relationships with the Soviet Union, especially as Mao reached old age. His invitation for Nixon to visit China, haltingly triggered by a random event between US and Chinese ping-pong teams, provided Mao with opportunities to announce his vision for future US-China relations based, as he espoused, on cooperation, mutual benefit, and mutual respect. This move, shifting from ideology to pragmatism, not only released a measure of Cold War tension between the two nations but also paved the way for China's economic reform and its 1970s open-door policy launched after Mao's death. Mao demonstrated adeptness at managing an interplay between his public and private rhetoric and, as he grew older, between his rhetoric of ideology and a rhetoric of pragmatism in his discourse regarding China's relations with the United States. Such skill also may indicate that Mao's rhetoric was often deceiving privately and/or publicly, leading to misleading public perception and perhaps international interpretation. Mao's use of tactical rhetorical strategies, such as elusive, unfathomable phrasing, allowed him to make one proclamation in private, make a different declaration in public, and act on either statement with impunity. He could say one thing and act in an opposite way. His definitions of friends and enemies also shifted based on political expediency. However, when he needed the United States to save China's economy, Mao was willing to hold out an olive branch to America to make peace, further demonstrating his contradictory personality and his pliable rhetoric. Mao gained reputation as a third world leader through his own revolutionary success as well as from his initially unsolicited and later unyielding advice to leaders of third world nations. Mao alleged that his advice placed real power into the hands of the people and not into the hands of those with military strength, perhaps drawing from his own experience defeating Chiang Kai-shek. Mao worked to convince third world leaders to seek courage, develop confidence, and act with audacity in fighting colonialism and imperialism in their own countries. Conclusion: Mao Zedong's rhetorical legacy lives on. Mao Zedong was no doubt a controversial figure in the 20th century on the world stage. During his rule in China, Mao was elevated to the status of a living god, resulting in mass hysteria, blind faith, absolute obedience, and cultish behavior of all kinds among Chinese people. Fervent devotion to his teachings and eradication of any alternative views made Mao the final arbiter of truth and knowledge, which ultimately led to acts of destruction and cruelty in the names of the revolution and the permanent revolution. Ironically, and maybe inevitably, Mao successfully destroyed the revolutionary legacy he had painstakingly achieved. He created glory for China, but by the time of his death he had also brought the country to chaos and the brink of economic collapse. 1 In the words of Andrew Valder, Mao Zedong left China quite a crisis, an unsettled state and society very much in flux. Consequently, many Chinese people resent Mao for the disaster of China's economy and blame him for their families and individual sufferings during the Cultural Revolution. They still remember the experiences of being forced to confess and labor, being beaten and tortured, being separated from their family members, and being deprived of their education. They consider Mao to have been a brutal dictator who abused power and failed to deliver the better life he promised to the Chinese people. However, many other Chinese people still regard Mao as a cultural icon and national hero. They still show great respect for him for bringing China to independence and giving China a foundation for its socialist economy. Mao was also praised for making China one of the military powers in the world and for his fearlessness of Western sanctions and the Soviet pressure. Most importantly, Mao's teachings of serving the people, criticism and self-criticism, plain living, modesty, and devotion to the collective made him a symbol of morality for millions. The Chinese people have been dismayed over rampant corruption and alarming inequality since the economic reform in the 1980s, and nostalgia for Mao's era looms large among them. In response to the polarizing perceptions of Mao, President Xi Jinping delivered a speech commemorating Mao's 120th birthday anniversary in which he credited Mao with his merits but also cautioned, "Revolutionary leaders are not gods, but human beings. We cannot worship them like gods or refuse to allow people to point out and correct their errors just because they are great, neither can we totally repudiate them and erase their historical feats just because they made mistakes. We should not simply attribute the success in historically favorable circumstances to individuals, nor should we blame individuals for setbacks in adverse situations. We cannot use today's conditions and the level of development and understanding to judge our predecessors, nor can we expect the predecessors to have done things that only successors can do." Apparently she wanted the Chinese people to take a contextual approach to their assessment of Mao, and he asked them to consider the constraints and conditions during the time period in which Mao lived in addition to Mao's own limitations as an ordinary human being who made mistakes. She attempted to demystify Mao and give more weight to historical conditions rather than to judge his acts as either absolutely right or absolutely wrong. In doing so she brought Mao's godlike stature down to that of an ordinary person with faults but also excused Mao from his wrongdoings. Xi's words implied that each generation of CCP leaders has its own missions and visions that cannot be judged out of context. Even this assessment is vague and ambiguous. It situates Mao and his rhetoric in historical contexts in responding to political and ideological exigencies real or imagined in Mao's mind. Having studied a full range of Mao's discourse, I have come to the conclusion that Mao's political rhetoric has been most influential in transforming and shaping China's modern history. It was instrumental in the defeat of Chiang Kai-shek, effective in instilling a Marxist-Leninist ideology of social change, and successful in inculcating so-called proletarian consciousness for the development of a new communist person. Furthermore, the myth created through Mao's discourse of hope provided a rhetorical vision for China's transformation from a Confucian society to a socialist country with a communist ideology. Mao's rhetoric has empowered and given voice to many ordinary people while it has simultaneously oppressed and violated the human rights of millions of others. Major characteristics of Mao's rhetoric. In my preface I raised the questions that motivated me to embark on this project. Why was Mao's rhetoric so powerful in persuading the Chinese people to follow him into the revolution, in controlling and transforming the minds of Chinese people? I hope my analyses of Mao's writings have provided some answers. These analyses demonstrate that Mao masterfully employed symbolic resources of Confucianism, Chinese classics, and radical versions of Marxism and Leninism. He used various rhetorical appeals and provided logical arguments and emotional appeals on why people should listen to, follow, and venerate him. He manipulated the desire of the Chinese people to engage in self-criticism in order to become a good person. He took advantage of historical opportunities and responded to exigencies with an interplay of an iron fist and soft schemes. He amplified hope and exaggerated fear regarding China's future. Mao's rhetoric was lofty and agitating, his use of language was clear, vivid, and forceful, using traditional Chinese rhetorical techniques of metaphor and analogies. He was a good storyteller, a teacher of Chinese history, and a demagogue for social change. He was a myth-maker and yet also a shrewd strategist. Through his moralistic and nationalistic rhetorical appeals, Mao consolidated his power, eliminated dissidents, vilified his enemies, and elevated himself to the status of a living god for the Chinese people. I would argue that Mao's rhetorical effectiveness was squarely rooted in the period he lived in as well as based on the traditional Chinese expectations for leaders. For thousands of years in China, people believed that if they had a good emperor or a good political leader, the country would be strong and life would be prosperous. Great hope was placed on the individual leader rather than a social system. Mao presented himself as such a capable leader through his rhetoric, so people had faith in him. Moreover, the Chinese education system for centuries had taught people not how to think critically but to follow authority obediently. Of course, many people also followed Mao simply out of fear, especially after 1949 when Mao became the paramount leader of China. Oftentimes, negative consequences of rhetoric are not recognized until disastrous actions have taken place, and only in hindsight do people realize that they have been manipulated. Mao's case suggests that caution, critical thinking, and conscience are essential when people are being exposed to rhetoric with alleged lofty moral principles. 3 stages of Mao's rhetoric, a diachronic assessment. The trajectory of Mao's rhetoric and thought development can be summarized diachronically and synchronically. In a diachronic sense, Mao's rhetoric also can be divided into 3 stages. According to Yu Yingxi, Mao's life can be divided into 3 stages. The first stage includes the years prior to 1921, before Mao participated in China's communist movement. The second stage extends from 1921 to 1949, when Mao first became involved in and then led China's revolution. The third stage ranges from 1949 to 1976, when Mao died. In this last stage, Mao's power in China was absolute and he had become increasingly dictatorial. In each stage, his rhetoric was formulated and expressed according to his own assessment of situations and in response to his and the country's changing circumstances. In the first stage, Mao did not have a clear direction for his career path and ideological orientation. He was learning and absorbing ideas from a variety of Chinese and Western sources. But one thing is certain, Mao was rebellious in personality, as evidenced in his conflict with his father. Like some of his contemporaries, he was deeply concerned over the Chinese people's lack of national consciousness and about China's being humiliated by foreign powers. Mao's rebellious persona may have been the result of his father's beating him as a child, and his concerns for China may have come from his travels and books he read. Based on the selected pieces analyzed in Chapter 1, Mao embraced influences from traditional Chinese classics, from the modern thinking of the reformers, and also from Western ethics and progressive thinking. Mao was a patriot with a well-developed intellect and a passionate advocate for social change, eagerly searching for solutions to China's problems. He committed himself to the mission of saving China from humiliation and poverty. He was inspired by ancient Chinese heroes to become a sage or great man and expressed his desire to emulate them. His rhetoric was centered on advocating that Chinese people would build ethical characters with healthy bodies. Mao's philosophical orientation was more pragmatic, and his rhetorical style was characterized by clarity, advocacy, and argumentativeness. In the second stage of his life, after Mao converted to communism, China went through the War of Resistance against Japan and then a civil war in which the Communists and the Nationalists fought for power to rule China. China also was transitioning from an imperial system to a modern state, which brought about change in the Chinese language from a formal, classical form to vernacular expressions. This change in language usage meant that a larger and more diverse audience had access to information, knowledge, and both spoken and written messages. In this stage Mao was an idealist and formed a utopian vision for China. Mao's rhetoric was characterized by revolutionary zeal and strategic thinking. Once he had his own army in Jinggangshan, Mao continued producing messages about changing the face of China through a revolution using an armed force. Even at low points of his life when he was alienated and his army was weakened, Mao still confidently asserted that a single spark can start a prairie fire. His writing in this second stage was filled with optimism and encouragement, showcasing his well-honed skills of creating a rhetorical vision for a new China and his renowned ability to unite people from different sectors of life toward the common goal of building a strong, democratic, and prosperous China. During this second stage Mao was unyielding on the battlefield and uncompromising in major negotiations. He displayed unqualified confidence in his rhetorical claim that power resided in the people of China, and he continued to support his assertions that the CCP was capable of leading China's revolution to victory. Using moral and patriotic appeals, Mao condemned Chiang Kai-shek and the United States and boosted the morale of his army, galvanizing public support for his party. Named by some as a military genius, he successfully maneuvered military operations when facing Chiang Kai-shek's series of onslaughts. What distinguished Mao from other CCP military leaders of this time period was that he formulated and developed his own theories of revolution. He adopted a Marxist-Leninist ideology of dialectical materialism and class struggle. Mao appropriated Marxist-Leninist philosophical and political theories not only to address conflicts within the party but also to eliminate his opponents and his imagined ideological enemies. Mao preached empirical knowledge and maneuvered through contradictions to establish his credibility in Marxism-Leninism within the party. He called for social elites to serve the interests of the masses, turning the traditional Chinese hierarchical power structure on its head. He waved the flag of Marxism-Leninism as he constructed rhetorical strategies to classify the Chinese people into categories of good and bad, to elevate his reputation as the CCP's ultimate leader, and to unite the thoughts of intellectuals and party members through means of criticism and self-criticism under his guidance. Moreover, in his writings Mao admonished his party and party members to serve the interests of the Chinese people and to have qualities Mao described as well-disciplined, engaging in plain living, and having class consciousness. During this period Mao rose to power through his rhetorical acumen, his skilled use of military strategies, and, increasingly, the support of his party. By 1949 Mao had established himself as China's supreme leader and his revolutionary theories had become the guiding principles for the Chinese people. Mao's rhetoric in this period was filled with ethical, emotional, and rational appeals and was characterized by the use of narratives and metaphors, by redefinitions of key concepts, and by references to Chinese classics and common sayings. Mao used plain and metaphorical language to explain complicated ideas on issues of the people's concerns. Although he was trained in classical Chinese, Mao became adept at using vernacular Chinese to reach out to his audience and achieve a persuasive effect. In the third stage of his life, Mao reigned as the paramount leader of China, but he was faced with internal and external pressure to consolidate his power and sustain the fruits of revolution. Internal pressure was exerted by resistance from pro-nationalist individuals, criticism by intellectuals and some high-ranking party officials, and criticism from the bourgeois class within the boundaries of the nation. External pressure mounted from the isolation and economic sanctions placed on China by the Western world, Nikita Khrushchev's betrayal of Stalin, and the deteriorating relationship between China and the Soviet Union as well as the uprisings in Poland and Hungary against their own communist governments point to all these exigencies seemed to prove to Mao that Lenin's theory was accurate in that Lenin warned of continued class struggle between the proletariat and bourgeoisie after the communists' takeover. Janet AI states, Leninist ideas encouraged conflict, rebellion, and struggle within Chinese society. Mao had indeed put Lenin's ideas into practice in China. Mao's rhetoric in this period was filled with discourse of a permanent revolution, which served as a constant reminder that class struggle indeed existed in a more insidious form. Mao argued that China would become a capitalist society, the ultimate evil form of society, and that people again would suffer from feudalism and colonialism if members of the proletariat did not exercise their dictatorship over class enemies. Guided by this logic and combined with his paranoia of being sabotaged, Mao launched a series of political campaigns to remold and reform the minds of the Chinese people with a particular target on intellectuals and on top-level party officials. Valder said it well, Mao's diagnose led to a prescribed remedy that promised only continuing cycle of conflict and destruction. Mao's political campaigns as a remedy to his diagnosis reached a climax during the Cultural Revolution. The major means of thought reform imposed by Mao included criticism and self-criticism, actions that closely resembled the Confucian practices of self-cultivation. Although Mao repeatedly vowed to build a strong and prosperous China, his economic policies such as the Great Leap Forward and People's Communes proved to be disasters as the result of his revolutionary fanaticism, his authoritarian leadership, and his lack of scientific knowledge. Although his insistence on attaining nuclear weapons for China boosted national pride and the country built its infrastructure and industry base under his leadership, the living standards of Chinese people plummeted in the last 10 years of Mao's reign. Mao's rhetoric at this stage was radical in his view of intellectuals and destructive as evidenced by the chaotic situations, persecutions, and human suffering his directives caused, especially during China's Cultural Revolution, which he launched in the name of continued class struggle and permanent revolution. Mao's social experiment failed miserably. However, in this period Mao's rhetoric of nationalism and foreign policy may have benefited China. His foreign policy in his later years paved the way for the rapprochement between China and the United States and in general won more friends than foes in the world for China. His philosophical orientation seemed to move away from being doctrinaire toward pragmatism as he reappointed Deng Xiaoping to reinvigorate China's devastated economy toward the end of the Cultural Revolution. 3 The realm of Mao's rhetoric during this stage expanded from writings and speeches to conversations, letters, and directives. Ross Terrell has concluded that with all his faults, Mao gave China a new start, and gave the 20th century a fascinating man of politics. Despite the controversy over Mao among scholars and ordinary Chinese people, he had indeed united and transformed China into an independent nation. During his leadership and through his success in changing the thinking of the Chinese people, China had gone from a society centered on family to a society focused on recognizing itself as a nation and expressing national concern. Through Mao's rhetoric of Qiang women, he promoted the dream of a strong China and worked to change China's image from the sick man of Asia to an image showing new citizens with so-called communist morals in place, selflessness, sacrifice for the nation, loyalty to the party and Mao, and willingness to engage in criticism and self-criticism. Major rhetorical themes of Mao's rhetoric, a synchronic assessment. Mao's rhetoric fits the definition of transformative rhetoric as explained in the introduction. His rhetoric not only united Chinese people, moved China to a different social structure and institutional practice, and reshaped Chinese cultural habits and ideological beliefs, but it also had the power of instilling a new consciousness and new hope for the future. Specifically, the transformative outcome of Mao's rhetoric can be seen in 4 recurring themes espoused in his speeches and writings. 1. The moral legitimacy of Marxism-Leninism. 2. The importance of serving the people. 3. The use of criticism and self-criticism. And 4. Nationalism. The first characteristic, the moral legitimacy of Marxism-Leninism, derives from Mao's claim that Marxism was the most correct and best suited ideology to promote positive outcomes for the Chinese people. However, to make a foreign, Western, radical ideology acceptable in China, Mao had to present a convincing argument that Marxism was indeed applicable to China's situation. In 1938, Mao proposed to apply Marxism concretely in China so that its every manifestation has an indubitably Chinese character. In other words, Mao would reinterpret and adapt Marxism to the Chinese social and cultural context measured by the Chinese value system. This sinification of Marxism gave Mao the ideological legitimacy to lead the CCP and simultaneously allowed him to incorporate traditional Chinese values of hierarchy, loyalty, and self-cultivation, paving the way for his political persuasion. Mao's writings show him to have been an ardent believer in the Marxist notion of class struggle. He was inspired by the Russian Revolution of 1917 and was a good student of Lenin, adhering to the Soviet doctrine of social transformation and proletarian dictatorship. Mao devoted his life to preaching and executing the Marxist theory of class struggle. He divided Chinese people into two classes after 1949, proletarian and bourgeois. The former class represented an advanced and correct consciousness and thus was entitled to control the nation using a dictatorship government, while the latter represented the bureaucratic, capitalist class that was believed to be morally defective and would inevitably be replaced by the former camp. This Marxist view of social change was one that, in Mao's words, all other countries will inevitably take. In actuality, Mao may never have systematically studied Marxism-Leninism. The only Marxist-Leninist concept that Mao applied and steadfastly adhered to was class struggle. Under the banner of class struggle, Mao polarized people, classifying them as friends or enemies. He stood vigilant against his external enemies and his internal resistance. Guided by conspiracy theories and dualistic thinking, Mao constantly fought with real or imagined class enemies throughout his life. For example, he defeated Chiang Kai-shek's military force, wiped out private ownership of properties by landlords and capitalists, purged a number of top-level party officials, and accused many innocent intellectuals of being counter-revolutionaries. Mao increasingly used words of attack, dehumanization, and profanity to condemn U.S. imperialism and to criticize the nationalists and Chiang Kai-shek, ultimately purporting that he and his party, and not Chiang, had the moral legitimacy and were truly entitled to the mandate of heaven to rule China. Nevertheless, Mao's class struggle framework implanted a polarized way of thinking into the Chinese mind, a polarization still evident in personal relationships and online discussions in post-Mao China. Accusations and verbal abuse among Chinese people in public and private settings are common. The traditional Chinese value of zhonyang has been abandoned by many Chinese growing up during Mao's era. The second characteristic of Mao's rhetoric is his emphasis on serving the people. Coming from a peasant family background, Mao claimed to be representative of the working class, a class comprising the majority of Chinese people. Throughout his writings, Mao emphasized the message of serving the people wholeheartedly, ordering party members and intellectuals to abandon their elitist attitudes and mingle with the masses. Mao called upon party members and intellectuals to learn from workers, peasants, and soldiers and to glorify those life experiences. He stated that all our literature and art exist for the masses of the people, and in the first place for the workers, peasants, and soldiers. He devoted a number of his speeches and writings to explanations about how to serve people, how to connect with people, and how to use their language to identify with and persuade them. This concept of serving the people was a rhetorical strategy to ensure the mandate of heaven for governing, a concept rooted, in fact, in the Confucian tradition. Mencius, in particular, created the notion that those who win the hearts of people and practice benevolence will be matchless in the empire. Mao was keenly aware that he would not be able to win the revolution and lead the nation without support from the majority of the Chinese people. In many places in his writing, Mao warned party members to be modest, endure hardship, be thrifty, and never separate themselves from the masses. The CCP members and leaders during Mao's era exhibited many of these qualities. Corruption among officials was rare. In traditional Chinese culture, people were expected to serve their family members and friends. The serving the people doctrine required people to serve strangers, outgroup members, and most important of all, other people of the same political class background. In Mao's period, the importance of doing things for the interest and welfare of others was strongly inculcated in people from childhood through adulthood. However, because the doctrine was politicized and then associated with the party's propaganda, it lost its rhetorical appeal in the post-Mao period. The third characteristic of Mao's rhetoric is the employment of criticism and self-criticism as an approach to becoming a new communist person. Because of his literary talent and training in Chinese classics, Mao was, to a large degree, a Confucianist. A major component of Confucian teaching is self-cultivation, which is the rudimentary quality for maintaining a good family, building strong relationships with others, and making contributions to one's own country and subsequently to the rest of the world. Mao approached the idea of moral perfection by teaching how one could become a new communist person. The new communist person was to be selfless, loyal to Mao and to the party, and willing to sacrifice for the country. The process involved a diligent study of moral exemplars, constant self-introspection, and a practice of criticism and self-criticism. Millions of party members, intellectuals, and ordinary Chinese people participated in criticism and self-criticism during countless political campaigns. In a typical session of criticism and self-criticism, intellectuals and party members were expected to denounce their so-called selfish thoughts, immoral behavior, and erroneous views. They were to report how under Mao's guidance they would work hard to overcome their ideological disease and chart their development to becoming new communist persons. Mao's hope was that by implementing constant criticism and self-criticism, people could develop their ability to self-correct and self-monitor their personal thought processes and also see the reformation of their consciousnesses. However, millions of Chinese people were deprived of their dignity and were forced to fabricate their purported wrongdoings as well as the wrongdoings of others. Lying for self-protection and betrayal of friends and family members became common behaviors. Such practices severely damaged traditional Chinese values of Cheng and Yi. The fourth characteristic of Mao's rhetoric was nationalism. Many Chinese people agree that Mao was a national hero. Like other Chinese heroes before him, Mao demonstrated his political ambition to eliminate a century of national humiliation brought on by unfair treaties and foreign military invasions as expressed in his early writings. Storytelling was one of the rhetorical techniques Mao used to construct Chinese nationalism. Mao reiterated throughout his writings and speeches that the Chinese people must strive for an independent, democratic, and prosperous China. To do so, Mao contended, China must follow a path of socialism and adopt the ideology of communism. Mao made this emotional plea, all comrade commanders and fighters of our army. We are shouldering the most important, the most glorious task in the history of our country's revolution. We should make great efforts to accomplish our task. Our efforts will decide the day when our great motherland will emerge from the darkness into the light and our beloved fellow countrymen will be able to live like human beings, choosing the government they wish. Mao's rhetoric of nationalism deepened Chinese people's resentment toward Western countries and Japan. It may have contributed to the sizable barrier between China and nations seeking peaceful solutions. For some Chinese people, such rhetoric firmly boosted Chinese national pride by generating a longing to restore China's glory of the past and by intensifying desires to exert more power in the world. In foreign relations, Mao took a strong stand against the United States and later against the Soviet Union, refusing to be intimidated by U.S. sanctions or Soviet demands. Point 4 in his words, China must be liberated, China's affairs must be decided and run by the Chinese people themselves, and no further interference, not even the slightest, will be tolerated from any imperialist country. Mao even vowed that China would surpass the Western world in economy and military power. He expressed confidence that these goals would be reached and thus projected a bright future for the Chinese people. As Mao wrote on September 16, 1949, of all things in the world, people are the most precious. Under the leadership of the Communist Party, as long as there are people, every kind of miracle can be performed. We believe that revolution can change everything, and that before long there will arise a new China with a big population and a great wealth of products, where life will be abundant and culture will flourish. By embodying this unwavering optimism, Mao established himself as an admired leader and an inspiration to the Third World countries in acting against imperialism and colonialism. At the same time, Mao was a strategist in foreign relations with the United States and the Soviet Union. By agreeing to meet with Nixon, a meeting that was historically significant and paving the way for normalizing relations with the United States, Mao made his last efforts to rescue China's economy toward the end of his life. This gesture in his old age could also be interpreted as rhetoric of self-preservation that enhanced his own legacy. Mao's rhetoric of hope and promise and his use of emotional appeals engendered strong nationalistic sentiments among the Chinese and contributed to securing China a prominent place in the world. Mao's rhetorical legacies in the post-Mao era, the rhetoric of Deng Xiaoping, Jiang Zemin, and Hu Jintao. Mao died on September 9, 1976, bringing an end to the turbulent Cultural Revolution. New leaders of China faced the challenges of recovery from a devastated economy, demystification of Mao's godlike image, and the remapping of an ideological route for the party and for the country. The Chinese people were longing for stability and better lives. The succeeding leaders had to redefine the rhetorical situation and come up with rhetorical strategies to introduce the political and ideological transition. The CCP launched unprecedented reforms, which ultimately affected all areas of day-to-day life in China, particularly with regard to the economy and foreign policy. Each post-Mao leader crafted new linguistic formulations to legitimize the reform and consolidate the CCP's rule. Since Mao's death, China has seen 4 different regimes led by 4 different men. 5 Each top leader coined his own slogans and used rhetoric in ways that separated him from Mao, but each leader also appropriated different pieces of Mao's rhetoric to maintain political legitimacy to be both a part of and apart from Mao's legacy. For 27 years under Mao's rule, China claimed to be a socialist country with a communist ideology. By the end of the Cultural Revolution, China was in chaos and at the brink of economic collapse. The Chinese people were disillusioned about the communist ideology and were uncertain about China's future. Deng Xiaoping, the first paramount leader in the post-Mao period, faced the rhetorical exigency of ideological crises and economic development. He was rhetorically challenged to fashion a fitting response that would bolster CCP legitimacy and also signal a quick economic recovery toward improving China's living standards and justifying the CCP's continued legitimacy. To that end, Deng coined the phrase socialism with Chinese characteristics. The phrase was first used in July 1981 at a meeting with Jin Yang, a fantasy book writer and the head of a Hong Kong weekly journal, Ming Bao. The phrase signaled a departure from the Maoist utopian path within an acceptable framework of socialist norms. Deng justified this ambivalent yet strategic position by using a line made famous by Mao, "Practice is the sole criterion for measuring truth," implying that change is necessary to meet the imminent demands for a better life. Deng also emphasized that the change of direction was aligned with Mao's political ambition to build a strong, independent, and prosperous China. 6. Deng spoke his loyalty both to Mao's ideological commitment to socialism and to his shared aversion to capitalism, although in practice, Deng encouraged borrowing funds and learning from capitalist countries in science, technology, investment, and management. Yet Deng asserted that a capitalist system is profit-driven. It cannot rid itself of exploitation, pillage, and economic crisis. In another speech, Deng reiterated that China must adhere to socialism. Capitalism will not work in China. If China took the path of capitalism, its chaotic situation would never end, its poverty would never be changed. At this early stage of economic reform, many Chinese people still held Mao's belief that only socialism could guarantee equality and prevent exploitation. The fear of the evils of capitalism as created by Mao's discourse still lingered. Deng provided a fitting response to address the necessity for change, but he did not deviate much from Maoist ideals, he simply redefined socialism. By employing the fear of capitalism and the rhetoric of promise for a better life, Deng sustained Mao's moral legitimacy of socialism and communist rule while also sanctioning new practices of developing a market economy and promoting international trade as the new economic policy. Deng's invention of the phrase socialism with Chinese characteristics is an example of language engineering, which Xi defines as the attempt to change language in order to affect attitudes and beliefs. The phrase is strategically ambiguous and rhetorically paradoxical, but it allowed pursuit of capitalist innovations and private ownership while retaining segments of state-owned economy and party control. The altered rhetoric challenged the Maoist dualistic philosophy of social systems and allowed for a practice of integrating opposing economic systems. In a significant way, Deng's use of this phrase rescued the CCP from its weakening mandate and reset the political agenda in China from one of ideological purity to one economically providing improvement of the material well-being of Chinese people. Deng Xiaoping died in 1997, leaving China with a rapidly growing economy but also with increased corruption, mounting unemployment, environmental degradation, and a widening gap between the rich and the poor. Many businessmen and businesswomen who acquired new wealth from engaging in China's new market economy were recruited into the CCP, tying their business interests to those of the party. Some Prince Sealings, children of high-ranking officials, held positions in government-run companies for natural resources and economic capitals and became China's new aristocracies. 7 The legitimacy of the CCP as a body of government meant solely for serving the masses was decidedly questioned. Jiang Zemin, Deng's successor, bore the burden of justifying the party's rule and appeasing the discontent. In doing so, Jiang proposed 3 representatives as the party's moral legitimacy. The party, he determined, represented 1, the demands for the development of advanced productive forces, 2, the forward direction of an advanced culture, and 3, the fundamental interests of the great majority of Chinese people. Jiang's rationale was first introduced in a speech on February 25, 2000, during a trip to Guangdong province. However, the slogan did little to ameliorate the situation. As the economic reform created accumulated wealth, the party had to represent itself as the vanguard of both the working class and entrepreneurs/capitalists. This duality signaled the changing nature of the party's original goals and its mission, which was to serve the peasants and the working class. At the same time, Jiang still rhetorically paid lip service to Marxist-Maoist ideology and continued to acknowledge his preceders' rhetorical contributions. In his speech at the 16th Party Congress, Jiang said, "Whatever difficulties and risks we may come up against, we must unswervingly abide by the party's basic theory, line, and program. We should persist in arming the entire party membership with Marxism-Leninism, Mao Zedong thought and Deng Xiaoping theory, using them to educate our people." In this context, Jiang's first 2 representatives served as code phrases for the party's legitimacy to continue with economic reform and westernization. Representing an advanced productive force implied the party's determination to continue economic development. Representing advanced culture could be interpreted as a continued endorsement to embrace capitalistic elements in a socialist system. Representing the vast majority of Chinese people was appropriated from Mao's rhetoric of serving the people. In this sense, Jiang continued with Mao's rhetorical legacy of strong nation building and the promise of a better life for the Chinese people. The rhetorical style used by Jiang resembled the party's conventional clichés and catchy phrases in that it waved the flags of predecessors while justifying new moves. Jiang's political strategy aimed to rebuild the party's image to one of tireless adaptation to China's changing economic and social realities as well as expanding political support for the regime. 8 In doing so, Jiang allowed capitalists to become CCP members, subverting Mao's socialist doctrines and paving the way for the emergence and dominance of what Hong calls power capital economy, the power of the government officials linked with the wealthy class of the society in the monopoly of the country's economic and political resources. Hu Jintao succeeded Jiang Zemin as the party's general secretary in November 2002 and became the 3rd president of China in the post-Mao era. China's economy continued to boom under Hu's regime, paying a heavy price of increased disparity between rich and poor, rampant corruption among high-level party officials, and moral decline in the society. All these developments created nostalgia for Mao's era among many Chinese. In response to this rhetorical exigency, Hu made repeated references to the Confucian phrase putting people first and stressed Mao's legacy of serving the people. In a speech celebrating the 82nd birthday of the CCP, Hu expounded on this concept to party members, party officials at every level should solidly establish the mindset of serving the people and the spirit of honesty to and responsibility for the people. Party officials must exercise their power for the people, build an emotional bond with the people, and seek benefits for the people. They must solve concrete problems for the people, make every effort to handle difficult situations for them, persistently do good deeds for the sake of the people, and always place the people's interests above everything else. Moreover, in December 2002, Hu traveled to Zedong, Mao's revolutionary base, where he used both traditional and Maoist slogans to call for an arduous struggle and plain living. Hu quoted Mao's two musts: must keep the virtues of modesty, caution, humbleness, and calmness, must continue to maintain the party's tradition of plain living and arduous struggle. Mao made these admonitions to party officials when he took over China in 1949. Hu's visit to Zedong sent a warning to officialdom about complacency and corruption among party members and showed his alignment with the Maoist call that the party's mission was to serve the people. In his book The Ideal Chinese Political Leader, An Historical and Cultural Perspective, Guo notes, in modern Chinese political thought, the notion of benevolent government is related to at least three central components: social equality, wealth of the people, and national greatness. These three components comprised Mao's promises to the Chinese people when he founded the People's Republic of China. To build a strong and prosperous China had been the political ambition of several generations of Chinese leaders and had been the aspiration of the Chinese people. Hu's rhetoric of putting people first was an effort to redirect priorities from economic growth at any price to developmental balance by encouraging entrepreneurship and cracking down on corruption. However, Hu's efforts were not successful. Problems of corruption and moral decline got worse. Xi Jinping succeeded Hu as China's fourth president after Mao, and Xi not only has upheld Mao's rhetorical legacies but also speaks like Mao. Analysis of President Xi Jinping's rhetoric. Since he took office as China's president in November 2012, Xi Jinping has won admiration from the majority of the Chinese people for his steadfast crackdown on corruption while communicating an image of being another authoritarian leader since Chairman Mao, for his censorship on internet use and unswerving opposition to Western democratic notions. Xi grew up in Mao's China and did not enjoy much privilege as the second generation of high-ranking officials. Xi's father, a high-ranking official and contemporary of Mao Zedong, was persecuted before and during the Cultural Revolution, and Xi had to go to a poverty-stricken village to labor for 7 years when he was a teenager. Xi held a number of local and provincial leadership posts and experienced the transformation of China from Mao's era to the present period of economic reform. Because of his family background and his record of accomplishment, Xi is considered a good prince-sealing. Xi has delivered a number of speeches to domestic and international audiences in various contexts since he took office. He may not be considered a charismatic speaker, but he has the reputation of being calm, confident, and down-to-earth. Xi carries more political clout among the Chinese party officials than did his immediate predecessor, Hu Jintao, and appears more at ease in speaking his own mind. More importantly for my argument, it is striking to observe that Xi seldom utilizes his predecessor's political slogans, as would be expected within the tight protocols of CCP leaders. Instead, the only predecessor Xi references favorably with intensity and frequency is Mao Zedong. I made this observation through reading and analyzing 23 of Xi's speeches from 2012 to 2013 on various occasions, 10 speeches from 2008 to 2013 with a particular focus on party building, a speech commemorating Mao's 120th birthday on December 26, 2013, and a December 31, 2013, New Year's Eve address. 9 In these speeches Xi effectively drew from rhetorical resources left by Mao in constructing and communicating his messages. President Xi's Mao-like flavor certainly appealed to those Chinese audiences who were nostalgic for the Mao years. Textual evidence indicates that Xi not only appropriated Mao's rhetorical themes but also employed Mao's rhetorical styles in these speeches. Specifically, Xi carried on Mao's rhetorical legacy by employing similar metaphors used by Mao, making references to Mao's quotes, and following Mao's storytelling techniques. It is useful to analyze those speeches by looking at three elements: the use of metaphors, references made to authoritative texts, and the telling of national stories. Use of metaphors. Using metaphors was a predominant feature of Mao's rhetoric, which was often elliptical, aphoristic, and literary. At the same time, Mao was famous for his blunt talk. Oscillating between the two patterns was one of Mao's key rhetorical strategies. She has shared Mao's fondness for using metaphors and sometimes has used similar metaphors in addressing national visions and party building. Dream metaphor. She has mentioned the Chinese dream in all his speeches. It is the predominant metaphor he uses, making it an archetype all over China. The Chinese dream, as she defines it, is about rejuvenation of China as a nation. It has been the greatest dream of Chinese people. History has taught us, every person's fate is closely linked to the future fate of the nation. Only when the nation is good can our lives be good. The dream is therefore a forward-looking wish for renewed greatness wrapped in the standard flag of Maoist nationalism. Xi's dream differs from the American dream, in which individual happiness is the primary goal and is premised on a good material life in a capitalistic society. In Xi's hands, the Chinese dream puts the nation first, invoking Mao's argument that individuals cannot be happy if their country is not strong and prosperous. Thus the dream metaphor has a Maoist discursive root and a nationalistic appeal to the Chinese people, as the dream of building a strong nation was repeatedly stated by Mao in his writings before and after 1949. A typical line is, "Our party aims to build a new China that is independent, free, democratic, united, prosperous and powerful." To avoid linking the Chinese dream with the American dream, she points out that the realization of the Chinese dream depends on taking the Chinese road, reviving the Chinese spirit, and gathering China's strength. This statement implies that China will not follow the model of Western democracy and its value systems, for China has its own material and human resources to draw upon as it marches toward greatness. However, as Benjamin Bates points out, although metaphors do carry connotations for redefining reality, the use of a metaphor does not guarantee that it will hold in the long term. When a national leader fails to act out the implication of a metaphor, it leads to metaphor collapse. Mao failed to deliver a democratic and prosperous China during his reign. She will carry the burden to guarantee the authenticity and actualization of the dream metaphor during his leadership. Animal metaphor. She has also used with intensity the animal metaphor of the tiger and the fly in reference to corrupt party officials. Tigers are high-ranking officials engaged in corruption, while flies are low-ranking officials who committed petty crimes. While the terms re-entered Chinese discourse via Xi's speeches, they have become adopted as part of the CCP's Officials 10, wherein the metaphors are frequently used to express the government's determination to curb the problems of hedonism and corruption among party members. Such metaphors harken back to Mao's era in 1951, when Mao launched two anti-corruption movements known as the 3 Anti-Campaign and the 5 Anti-Campaign. 11 those who were charged with corruption crimes were called tigers at the time. Thus the metaphor is nothing new to the Chinese people. Now the word has become a code word and metaphor for high-ranking party leaders who have been charged with corruption or economically related crimes. Point 12. In contrast to the representation of internal enemies as flies and tigers, she has resuscitated the long-standing Confucian metaphor of the noble horse. For example, in one speech, he quotes Confucius, "Even 4 horses cannot catch it once gentlemen have made a promise." The phrase is traditionally understood as describing a gentleman's noble quality to keep his promises, which, when rendered with honesty and vigor, outgallops even stallions. By using this metaphor, she signals to the Chinese people that he and his party are gentlemen, that they will keep their promises to bring a better life, in part by catching the flies and tigers who threaten to corrupt the state. Hygiene metaphor. While she has used images of flies, tigers, and horses to speak about honor within the party, he also has used a wide range of metaphors about cleanliness to point to issues of moral behavior for party members. In one speech he told party members to look at yourself in the mirror, groom your clothes, take a bath, and cure your disease. She explained that the mirror referred to the party constitution, and clothes referred to the party members' images. Looking in the mirror and adjusting their clothes require party members to examine themselves and monitor their own actions, as well as the actions of others. Taking a bath is to clean off any wrongdoings through Mao-style criticism and self-criticism, and curing the disease refers to helping corrupted officials return to good behavior, through either education or punishment. The acts of taking a bath and curing disease serve as warnings for disciplinary sanctions against party members' corruption. Xi's rhetoric clearly echoes one of Mao's famous lines about party corruption, in which he said, "If a member of our party acts in this way, and his face is caked with the dust of bureaucracy, needs a good wash in a basin of hot water." In the same speech Mao observed, "As our faces are apt to get dirty, we must wash them every day, as the floor is apt to gather dust, we must sweep it every day." For Mao, these references to cleaning the house and washing the body were meant to be folksy, agrarian indications that communism was a moral endeavor linked to long-standing, Confucian notions of honor and dignity. For Xi to so explicitly and repeatedly appropriate this rhetoric indicates that he, like Mao, sees his role as the party's and the nation's healer, literally as the figure who will wash the nation clean of its corruption. Medicine metaphor. Xi's rhetoric of catching corrupt and dangerous animals and cleaning dirty bodies and dusty houses points to the central Maoist theme of self-criticism as a necessary means of rectifying party members. Xi has often described this Maoist tradition of engaging criticism and self-criticism as good medicine that can prevent disease. In his words, medicine is bitter and does not sound good to the ears, but it is good for health, and he diagnoses the causes of party members' corruption as contracted osteomalacia and a lack of calcium. Much like those aspects of Xi's rhetoric addressed above, here too his language is based on careful invocations of Mao. For example, Xi quotes Mao a number of times about having a correct attitude toward criticism and self-criticism, stating that party members must listen to any sharp criticism. Correct your actions if criticism applies, take a caution if criticism does not apply. The rhetoric of criticism can shade into a paranoid, surveillance mode, such as when Mao said the following to party members in 1945, "Say all you know and say it without reserve, blame not the speaker but be warned by his words, and correct mistakes if you have committed them and guard against them if you have not." Mao had continued, "This is the only effective way to prevent all kinds of political dust and germs from contaminating the minds of our comrades and the body of our party." Likewise, Xi has asked non-party members to speak with honesty and courage, reflecting the voices of the masses and saying whatever they know and saying whatever they want to say. In this sense, Xi appears to lean toward the same Maoist approach of mandatory criticism and self-criticism as ways to retain and legitimize control. As Celia Hatton from the BBC News has noted, China's current leader is clearly copying Mao Zedong's style, but he'll have to create his own solution to address the rampant corruption and disillusionment that was inconceivable in China's communist heyday. 13. References to authoritative texts. One of Xi's trademark rhetorical strategies is to situate his comments within the epic sweep of Chinese history, as Mao did. This strategy is evident in his many references to classical philosophical texts written by Confucius, Mencius, Sun Tzu, Han Feizi, Laozi, and Zhuangzi, to classical literary texts such as Book of History and Book of Poems, and to assorted poems composed in the Tang and Song dynasties, and to the sayings from famous Chinese heroes as enshrined in classical Chinese texts. Moreover, Xi has supplemented his sense of China's historical grandeur with repeated references to Mao's sayings, thus folding Mao, who is usually thought of as offering a violent rupture in Chinese history, into the longer, seamless march of Chinese history. In Mao's and Xi's hands, that historical past points toward inevitable national greatness. As Xi said in his speech commemorating Mao's 120th birthday, once the fate of China is in the hands of its people, China will be like the sun rising from the east that shines throughout the earth with its radiance. He said, "We Chinese have the spirit of fighting with our enemy until the end, and we have the determination to be independent, we have the ability to stand high in the world." Just as Mao once predicted, so she says that the Chinese people have the will and competence to catch up and surpass the advanced countries in the world. She thus appropriates Mao's imagery, wraps it in a grand sense of China's future, and foretells an age when China will be strong, prosperous, and powerful. In addition to referencing classical works in his speech, she has referred to Mao's sayings and his poetry. Particularly in the speech that commemorated Mao's 120th birthday, she endorsed Mao as a great Marxist, a great proletarian revolutionary, strategist, and theorist, a great patriot and a national hero. A visionary political leader with a revolutionary belief and an extraordinary charisma, has completely changed the destiny of Chinese people and has done immortal feats for China and for the Chinese people. She claimed that Mao's biggest contribution was to establish the People's Republic of China. She did not mention Mao's failures and mistakes during the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution. Instead, she pointed out that we cannot lose the flag of Mao Zedong thought. If we lose it, we actually deny the glorious history of our party. We always will strive to uphold the flag of Mao Zedong thought. It has become a habit of Chinese leaders to use rhetorical resources of the past to guide present behavior and future goals. Reglorifying Mao's contributions has served to obviate the mistakes and crimes he committed that caused the suffering and deaths of millions of Chinese people. She grew up in Mao's China and is familiar with Mao's speeches, writings, and poems. In this speech commemorating Mao's birthday, she aimed at inspiring the audience to follow Mao's example and inherit his spirit by citing 9 of Mao's poems throughout the speech to showcase Mao's political ambition, lofty sentiments, and heroic aspiration. She referenced Mao's 1925 poem Changsha but rearranged the lines, Mao Zedong is filled with student enthusiasm, / boldly we cast all restraints aside, / pointing to our mountains and rivers, / setting people afire with our words. She cited Mao's question to the sky, I ask, on this boundless land, / who rules over man's destiny. Then she showed his own lofty spirit by citing Mao's line how, venturing midstream, / we struck the waters, / and waves stayed the speeding boats. Citing this popular Mao poem indicated Xi's admiration for Mao and his determination to carry on Mao's ambition to build a strong China. Further, to praise Mao for his resolve to overcome difficulty, his spirit of sacrifice, and his audaciousness to change the world for the better, she cited other lines from Mao's poems, idle boast the strong pass is a wall of iron, / with firm strides we are crossing its summit and bitter sacrifice strengthens bold resolve, / which dares to make sun and moon shine in new skies. Many people of Xi's generation are familiar with Mao's poems and have been inspired by Mao's audacity and ambition. Xi's references to Mao's poems would evoke nostalgia for Mao and help boost the Chinese people's confidence and pride. She also quoted directly from Mao 5 times in this commemoration speech. The quotations were largely from 2 categories. The first category was inspirational, aiming to boost morale and national confidence, such as, once the fate of China is in the hands of its people, China will be like the sun rising from the east that shines throughout the earth with its radiance. She quotes, we Chinese have the spirit of fighting with our enemy until the end, we have the determination to be independent, we have the ability to stand high in the world. Chinese people have the will and competence to catch up and surpass the advanced countries in the world. It seems that these words were intended to lift national pride and confidence, qualities that Mao wished to instill and that Xi appropriated to realize the Chinese dream under his own leadership. The words also invoked a competitive spirit to beat an opponent, a theme championed by Mao but which derived not from his Confucian background but from a Marxist intention for the lower class to struggle against the upper class. In this spirit, Xi quoted Mao saying the future is bright, but the path is bumpy as a cautionary reminder of the challenging tasks ahead and a justification to reduce expectations for a quick fix of China's problems. The second category of quotations from Mao used by Xi concerned the role of the party in connection to the Chinese people. One of the present tasks facing the party is to reconnect to the Chinese population since many of its members have detached themselves from ordinary people. She asked party members to study Mao's essays Serve the People and In Memory of Norman Bethune. She cited Mao from in memory of Norman Bethune inciting party members to become noble-minded and pure, to become with moral integrity and above vulgar interests, who of value to the people. Further, she quoted Mao's analogy about each party member's role among the people: "We communists are like seeds, the people are like the soil. Wherever we go, we must unite with the people, take root and blossom among them." She also referenced Mao's warning of not becoming like Li Zicheng 14 and keeping in mind Mao's two musts: the comrades must be taught to remain modest, prudent and free from arrogance and rashness in their style of work. The comrades must be taught to preserve the style of plain living and hard struggle. Mao's two musts reminded party members to avoid excess and to act in the ways of the peasantry to earn the privilege of ruling the Chinese people. As part of the commemorating speech, she took the opportunity to remind party members of Mao's legacy. She described the soul of Mao Zedong as having the three prongs of seeking truth from facts, mass line, 15 and national independence. She asserted that the party would continue to follow these core values in party building and in socialist development. She has often reiterated in his speeches that the party must stick to the mass line and work hard to win the hearts of people who are the ultimate arbitrators of the party's merits. He warns party members that if they distance themselves from ordinary Chinese people or place themselves above people, they will be abandoned by the masses and ultimately will lose their powers of governance. This mandate of heaven logic has been embedded in leadership philosophies since the inception of the Chinese imperial system, which Mao promulgated in his own writing. Telling a national story. In his writing, Mao often acted as a teacher of Chinese modern history. He repeatedly reminded his audience of the sufferings and struggles that Chinese people had experienced due to foreign invasion and unfair treaties imposed on China by Western powers. As was true of Mao's rhetoric as well, Xi's narrative of greatness has included a sense of struggle, victimization at the hands of foreigners, and heroic effort by the Chinese people. In one speech to party leaders, for example, Xi reviewed modern Chinese history since the Opium War. After the Opium War, China had become a semi-colonial and semi-feudal society. Chinese history is a history of imperialist oppression, humiliation, and suffering. Almost all the imperialist countries in the world had invaded and bullied China. They slaughtered Chinese people, forcing China to sign a series of inequitable treaties, sabotaging China's sovereignty, setting up their territories. They extorted us to pay unfair reparation, pillaged our wealth, stole our treasures, and controlled China's economy. All these have brought unfathomable miseries to the Chinese people. China's humiliating story did not end there, as she went on to list a series of resistances, reforms, and revolutionary movements all aimed at reclaiming Chinese dignity from a century of humiliation. These movements included the Taiping Rebellion, the 100 Days Reform, the Boxer Rebellion, the Revolution of 1911, and Mao's 1949 Revolution. She praised the leadership of the CCP during the anti-Japanese War and the Chinese Civil War and reminded his audience how many party members sacrificed their lives for the cause of creating an independent and prosperous China, culminating in the establishment of the People's Republic of China in 1949. This grand narrative of China's modern history was used as a recurring rhetorical strategy in Mao's writing. However, in his historical narrative, Xi skipped over the period of Mao's China and did not mention his mistakes, instead praising the party's leadership of post-Mao economic reforms. In this way the horrors of the Cultural Revolution were avoided and Mao's revolutionary communism was situated as part of the long, slow progress of China as a great, modern nation. This telling and retelling of China's history of victimization and triumphant resistance was a recurring theme in Mao's writings and much of contemporary Chinese rhetoric. Stephen Hartnett has called this rhetorical form traumatized nationalism, arguing that it breeds resentment and hostility toward Western countries, fuels the determination to make China a strong military power, and stokes an aggressive sense of Chinese nationalism. Indeed, President Xi is an expert practitioner of the rhetoric of traumatized nationalism, but he is also remarkably adept at invoking Confucian classics, folksy idioms, and a wide range of animal and nature metaphors, all while wrapping himself in the lineage of Mao's revolutionary communism, albeit switched now from an anti-capitalist fervor to a strident form of Chinese nationalism. In summary, she has employed metaphors similar to those used by Mao, referenced Chinese classics and Mao's sayings, and used narrative techniques similar to the rhetorical features employed by Mao in his speeches and writing to tell the national story of victimization. Through the appropriation and evocation of Mao, she not only has presented Mao favorably but also has presented his own Mao-like persona and rhetorical force, which have strongly appealed to those who have nostalgia for Mao's era and strong nationalistic sentiments. Moreover, Xi's use of various types of metaphors has made his speeches more interesting and relatable both to Chinese people and to international audiences. References to Chinese classics and culturally rooted discourse have enhanced Xi's ethos and served the political purpose of evoking patriotism and encouraging sacrifices for the nation. Xi has described himself as a scholar-politician, the traditional model of rulers likely to win the admiration and adherence of their people. Official Chinese media have praised him as an eloquent speaker. Mao's Rhetoric and the Future of Chinese Official Discourse. Traditionally, Chinese official discourse was used in the imperial court in exchanges between the emperor and ministers on state issues, in proposals or arguments presented to the emperor in written or spoken form, in ritualistic state settings, and in government decrees or announcements. Within this highly structured imperial court context, the official Chinese language in ancient China was characterized by formality, courtesy, and conciseness. Such formal language was reserved for educated elites and government officials trained in the intricacies of Confucian teaching and Chinese classics. In contrast, ordinary Chinese people spoke the vernacular or their local dialects in an informal manner wedded to a long-standing oral tradition. Based on Link's observation, Chinese official language today has been influenced by Western grammatical structure as well as by the Japanese employment of a modern vocabulary beginning in the 20th century. 16 The modern Chinese official language in the forms of national news, political speeches, statements, propositions, and policy announcements is structurally rigid and repetitive, using numbers, moral appeals, vagueness, and euphemisms as rhetorical techniques. Schoenhals describes Chinese official language as formalized language in that it has its own formulaic jargon and is a restricted code for political and ideological dogma. He argues that such a formalized language has become a tool of coercion or a form of power in controlling and manipulating minds. Calling it officialese, Perry Link claims that Chinese official language has become moralized, which is largely attributed to Mao's rhetorical influence. It is the belief in the Chinese tradition that proper use of language helps cultivate moral integrity and induce moral behavior. Mao appropriated this traditional belief for his purposes of achieving ideological unity. During Mao's years, speaking in line with party beliefs or referencing Mao's words was an indication of a moral person. During Mao's years, especially during the Cultural Revolution, official language and private, vernacular language were supposed to be merged, as the Chinese people were expected to be politically correct, ideologically aligned, and linguistically enveloped within the CCP's discourse. As part of this Mao-led ideological and rhetorical consolidation, Chinese citizens were encouraged to fill their everyday language with quotations from Mao's Little Red Book. This communist indoctrination was so complete that ordinary people were expected to use official and Maoist phrases to express their private thoughts in private settings such as in family conversations, personal diaries, and private letters. As this politicized language infiltrated every aspect of people's lives, many learned to monitor their choice of words, for they feared persecution if they said anything ideologically incorrect. As a result, people turned themselves into thought police. However, post-Mao official language and private language are separate. Official language is used by the government media outlets, newspapers, radio, political meetings, and speeches. Ordinary people no longer are bound to speak official language in private settings. Their expressions are colorful, humorous, and artistic. In contrast, Chinese official and political discourses still carry traces of officialese or formulaic jargons. As one of the most prominent leaders of the 20th century, Mao Zedong exerted tremendous influence on Chinese official discourse used by subsequent Chinese leaders in the post-Mao regime. Typically, political leaders' speeches set the tone and jargon or set phrases for the official language, which is then regurgitated in other official or formal channels. Party officials are expected to use political jargons and set phrases from these speeches in all political and public situations to show conformity and loyalty to the CCP's leadership. These language practices resemble the practices called newspeak in a society that George Orwell described in 1984, where words and sentences were carefully crafted for political purposes and ideological correctness. In the post-Mao period of economic and political reform, the CCP leaders have diverged from Mao's ideological dogmatism and have moved toward pragmatism, which is evident in the relaxed economic and foreign policies as well as in the more prevalent de-radicalized rhetoric. However, the CCP still faces the challenge of addressing rhetorical exigencies of inequality, corruption, moral decline, and social unrest in the aftermath of reform, exigencies that threaten the legitimacy of CCP rule. As they manage their ideological shifts in response to these rhetorical exigencies, post-Mao leaders of China have often made references to Mao's discourse, attempting to bring to mind his legacy for the purposes of justifying the CCP's legitimacy. However, these leaders have been simultaneously breaking away from Mao's radical and utopian rhetoric while promoting their own drastic changes in actions and policies after Mao's death. Drawing from Mao's rhetorical resources, these leaders, Deng, Zhang, Hu, and now Xi, carried on Mao's ideological discourse to maintain legitimacy of the CCP's rule over China. These leaders preached Mao's moral ideals of socialism, the political edifice of serving the people and building a strong nation. The leaders also continued to show concerns about the gap between the rich and the poor, to condemn corruption of party officials, and to tout self-cultivation through criticism and self-criticism to address the decline in faith regarding communist ideals. Similar to Mao, 4 of these post-Mao top leaders used the official language for didactic purposes, characterized by giving instructions, explanations, and advice, especially when audiences included party members or officials. Similar to Mao, all these leaders ended their speeches with lofty slogans and promises. They inserted the political formulae of previous top leaders to show the continuity and mandate of the CCP's legitimacy. Metaphors, references to authoritative texts, and storytelling, all typical of Mao's rhetorical styles, have been strikingly evident in President Xi Jinping's speeches delivered to both domestic and international audiences. Mao's audaciousness has become the spiritual inspiration for the CCP, and Mao's rhetorical legacy remains as cultural and political resources from which subsequent Chinese leaders draw for guidance in government and party building. However, post-Mao leaders' speeches deviated from Mao's rhetorical style in several aspects. First, they did not contain radical words and abandoned Mao's revolutionary ideology, particularly his divisive rhetoric of class struggle. Instead, their speeches called for unity rather than division, harmony rather than conflict. In his speech delivered at the celebration of the 50th anniversary of Sino-French diplomatic relations in Paris, Xi remarked, "Napoleon Bonaparte once said that China is a sleeping lion, and when China wakes up, the world will shake." In fact, the lion of China has awakened, but what the world sees now is a peaceful, amiable, civilized lion. This soft image of China is what post-Mao leaders have wanted to convey to the world. Moreover, when they talked about China's modern history of humiliation, these leaders offered accounts of what has already happened, rather than attacking former colonizers and invaders. In a recent speech in commemoration of the 70th anniversary of the victory of the Chinese People's War of Resistance against Japanese aggression and the world's anti-fascist war, Xi did not dwell on China as a victim of the war as Mao had in the past. Instead, his message celebrated the victory of the Chinese people and emphasized the importance of peace. 17 In this way, the century of humiliation has given way to an age of expected greatness. Mao's nationalist aspiration has become Xi's Chinese dream. Further, profanity has been absent in speeches, unlike in Mao's time, when it was occasionally used. Like Mao, these leaders were fond of using lofty statements, but their claims were less exaggerated and agitating than Mao's. While Mao employed many forms of persuasive devices ranging from rational argument to emotional appeal, speeches by leaders since Mao's time seemed to place more emphasis on ethos, especially when giving instructions and advice to party members. One reason for these differences is that most of Mao's works were written prior to his reign over the CCP and China. He may have fashioned his rhetoric to contain elements of shock to draw audiences' attention and to establish himself as a well-articulated scholar and official, an inspiring leader. Post-Mao leaders, in contrast, already held power. They may have had less political need to elevate themselves and denounce their opponents. However, this difference between Mao and present leaders also may stem from personality or ideology differences. As evidenced from the analysis of President Xi's speeches, the future of Chinese official discourse used by post-Mao leaders will continue to draw from rhetorical resources in traditional Chinese literature, language arts, and cultural sayings, and it will continue to reference Mao as suited to the changing situation in China and China's relationship with the world. With China now more open to the world and its people more exposed to a variety of rhetorical expressions from other sources, the rhetorical effects of official discourse have become more limited than they were historically. To many Chinese people, the formulaic nature of Chinese official discourse now seems too rigid and riddled with clichés. Observations from current conversations indicate that people have grown tired and cynical of officialese and are often put off by its emptiness. They regard the formulaic use of language as trite, commonplace, and banal, leading to a situation of listening fatigue. Even among elites it has become common to hear of party officials texting, WeChatting, reading, or forwarding messages from their cell phones during party meetings, when they are purportedly diligently and even reverently listening to political speeches. As the effectiveness of official discourse in today's China has drastically dwindled, Chinese people have begun to joke about revolutionary rhetoric or speak sarcastically about political jargon. People commonly deride the official discourse, including Mao's widely employed sayings, making fun of the sayings and ridiculing the discourse and making the words humorous for comical effect in social and private settings. Perry Link has offered an example from his experience while he was visiting China. When someone brought food to the dinner table and jokingly said, "Serve the people," everyone laughed. Their laughter, Link suggests, occurred because the Maoist slogan was highly incongruous, and therefore funny to insert it into such a relaxed and informal context. In this sense, people employ what Burke calls the comic frame as a sarcastic critique to the fallibility within a rigid system. 18 In other words, by using official language for comic effect, both the speaker and the listener realize the incongruity between public discourse and private discourse and the relevance or irrelevance of the discourse for the situation. People may laugh to release tension and embarrassment embedded in the incongruity of the words as they are used in the present setting compared to the meaning they held in previous situations. An example of sarcasm used with regard to official language occurred when President Hu Jintao's slogan of Hexi was satirized as Hexi, creating a pun because these Chinese words sound alike when they are pronounced but have completely different meanings. The Chinese artist Ai Weiwei implemented this homonym in his summer 2014 Brooklyn Museum exhibit by piling together a mass of fake river crabs as a form of mockery. The term hexi, meaning harmony, also has been cast with a negative meaning to suggest conforming to the party line, succumbing to political pressure, or surrendering one's dignity for the sake of protecting oneself. With the increasing use of the internet and social media in China, such rhetoric of satire and ridicule challenges the power of official discourse. This new kind of rhetoric has emerged among the populace and may continue to grow as a form of empowerment for the Chinese people and resistance to the CCP. Mao's political rhetoric had considerable power in transforming Chinese culture and in bringing about the success of the revolution by defeating Jiang's government in 1949. However, Mao's transformative rhetoric also inflicted great damage to Chinese society in terms of the economy, human dignity, and human relationships after 1949, destroying traditional Chinese cultural values in the process. Nevertheless, because of the tremendous impact of Mao's speeches and writings and nostalgia for Mao's sayings, and his legacy still resound in everyday conversations and in online communications among many Chinese people. Chinese official discourse still harbors traces of abstractness, vagueness, lofty expressions, and empty promises. For the CCP to sustain its post-Mao legitimacy, Chinese leaders need to explore inventive ways of speaking. They need to expand their rhetorical repertoire and appeal to increasingly diverse and sophisticated domestic and international audiences. While they may find that appropriating Mao's rhetorical themes and styles is still useful for some political purposes, CCP leaders also face the challenge of breaking away from the formulaic jargon and Mao Zedong's legacy in order to engage in more responsive, civil, and effective rhetorical practices in reaching out to and having dialogues with the entire world.